Chapter 401 Yang Muchung. You can't break this fatal situation. Yang Muchung lowered his head and said nothing. Seeming thoughtful, the ancestors of Longdang looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The masters of Aoki stood there quietly, their palms stained with sweat. Only the Black Flag army was fully equipped, looking at the two people above the immortal forest with a pair of eyes. The civil and military officials of the Shangqing dynasty were overjoyed. Yang Muchung, you are worthy of being the emperor of the ages. Even I am a little jealous of you. Seemingly winning, Lin Chuheo was not in a hurry to kill Yang Muchung. He put his hands behind his back, looked at Yang Muchung quietly, and said, More than 1,000 years ago, I founded the Shangqing dynasty. At that time, my cultivation level was even lower than yours, and I could only reach half-step Shankai. In the final battle to establish the country, I was heartbroken and had to withdraw from the throne and give it to my descendants. I knew that my life was not long, so I lived in seclusion in the Changsheng forest outside the imperial capital. But who would have thought that I would get Sinma's fighting spirit? For more than 1,000 years, I have not been allowed to leave the forest because my heart injury has not recovered. Once I leave, the serious injury will relapse. If I can kill you and get the 4 great wills from you, maybe I can be cured in one fell swoop, even reaching the golden elixir realm. You are a stepping stone on my road to immortality. At this time, Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Chuheo. In other words, as long as I completely destroy the entire immortal forest, so that the immortal forest cannot absorb my attacks, will I be able to break your immortality? That's right. Lin Chuheo nodded. As expected of old Demon Yang, he was able to figure out the shortcomings of this eternal formation in such a short period of time. But is it possible for you? The 2 Shin-level techniques you have mastered, and the god-killing finger have no effect on me. As for the other, travel to Tying Mountain. I'm not even afraid of it. Do you think I just set up this eternal evergreen formation in these 3 days? He said, waving his right hand. In an instant, the hundreds of miles of everlasting forest was filled with vastness and green light surged. And the already dense forest was seen expanding again. Trees grew crazily from the ground, transforming into towering trees. The surging vitality continues to surge, like a vast tide. Under this palace, I have also set up the Blue Dragon Formation. This forest is endless. Lin Chuheo narrowed his eyes, looked at Yang Muchung and sneered. This is the sure kill I have set for you. A must-kill situation. A must-kill situation. Gong Xiaohai muttered these 4 words silently, his face extremely pale. He looked at the other ancestors of Longtang and couldn't help shouting. Is there no way to break this fatal situation? Impossible. Yi Shujin sighed, shook his head and said, This is a chain formation. How difficult is it to break it? If you want to kill Lin Chuheo, you must first break this eternal green formation and this piece of immortal forest. But in this everlasting forest, there is also the Blue Dragon Formation. I support you. You want to destroy the Blue Dragon Formation. But how can Lin Chuheo watch you destroy it? As the saying goes, one link is connected to another, and one link is connected to another. There is a dead end in it. The ancestors of Longtang are not idiots. Why don't they understand the power of this chain formation? Could it be that this is the real trump card of the Shangqing dynasty? This Lin Chuheo really stopped thousands of troops with one person's power. Haha. What a sure kill situation. He is worthy of being the founding emperor of the Shangqing dynasty. Lin Yushin clapped his hands and applauded. This time, Yang Muchung will definitely die here. Once he dies, the Black Flag army, the Inner Masters, and the Dragon Hall will all be leaderless. He clenched his fists, a hint of chill flashing through his fists. This time, I will learn Yang Muchung's methods, bloodbath the 16 counties, and take everyone into my own hands. With the support of my ancestors, who else will I be afraid of? Lin Chuheo finished speaking. He looked at Yang Muchung proudly and said with a smile, Yang Muchung, please show me the 4 great wills, and I can make you die happily. It's just a battle. How can we know the outcome? Yang Muchung slowly raised his head with a determined gaze. See how I destroy your eternal green formation and Blue Dragon Formation. Boom! With his feet in the void, he clasped his palms together and shouted loudly. In an instant, a roiling aura surged out of his own body, reaching an astonishing extreme in an instant. As this turbulent momentum and internal energy surged, a loud rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the entire earth seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and a high mountain quickly and violently he rose up crazily from the ground at Yang Mucheng's feet. 10 feet. 100 feet. 1,000 feet. Almost instantly, a majestic mountain peak was formed. The violent mountain surge spread like an earthquake. Tai mountain travel record? Looking at Yang Mucheng's movements, Lin Chuhao shook his head slowly. It seems that you are not determined to give up. If that is the case, let me see how you can destroy the surefire situation I have set for you. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and pushed his right hand forward. This gentle push was like gong gong hitting Mount Buzhou. The mountain under his feet suddenly trembled crazily, and with a crushing sound, it poured down. Countless rocks were like sea water at this moment. Upcoming, when the mountain poured down, the large tracts of forest trees were torn apart in an instant, like dead trees and twigs worth mentioning in the monstrous flood, and were completely buried at this moment. At this moment, half of the 100 miles of everlasting forest was destroyed. Good. Well done. Countless people shouted. As long as this continues, no matter how vast this everlasting forest is, it will eventually be razed to the ground. So, is this what you had in mind? Seeing that the vast forest under his feet was completely buried under the toppling of the vast mountain peaks, Lin Chuhao raised the corner of his mouth, shook his head and said, "What a pity. I'm sorry. Let's see. You destroy faster, or I grow faster." He raised his head and shouted loudly, "Rise." In an instant, the earth shook wildly, as if the Qing Emperor was commanding eternal spring. Countless green buds sprouted out of the ground quickly, reaching their peak in an instant. The growing trees seemed to turn into a green ocean at this moment, quickly meeting the toppled mountain peaks and quickly covering them up. The exposed rocks were instantly covered by countless flowers, plants and trees. In fact, one tree after another broke through the vast mountain and grew wildly. The rising roots were like palms grasping the fallen rocks. But just for a moment, the mountain that fell down desperately was completely covered by the everlasting forest. Among the trees, countless flowers are vying to bloom at this moment, and the fragrance of the sky spreads hundreds of miles into the forest. In the sky and the forest, Lin Chuhao put his hands behind his back with a sneer on his face. Yang Mucheng, you can't break this fatal situation. Chapter 4023 moves combined into one. God-killing finger. Yang Mucheng, you can't break my deadlock. Lin Chuhao's words spread faintly throughout the audience, but they resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. Although he only had a forest fighting spirit, but with the help of 2 consecutive formations and a peak level of Xianhai cultivation, he suppressed Yang Mucheng and was unable to stand up. It's over. It's over. Your Majesty is no match for Lin Chuhao. Can't even a low-level Xian-level Tai mountain travel record break this chain of formations? The mountain peaks are so powerful that they can cover up the world. But actually, they are still covered by his immortal forest. I'm afraid no one can break this deadly situation. The Supreme Emperor of the Shangqing dynasty is indeed terrifying. I saw the mountain peaks falling, and then I saw them covered by a sea of forests. The constant reversal of the battle gave everyone a feeling of suffocation. This endless forest sea is simply vast and overwhelming. Previously, everyone also believed that Yang Mucheng still had the strength to fight Lin Chuhao. But now, their confidence has been completely shaken. What other tricks do you have? Anyway, the victory was already certain. Lin Chuhao was not in a hurry to kill, but just looked at Yang Mucheng quietly. The Tai mountain travel record was broken. The immortal killing finger is useless to him. Yang Mucheng's biggest trump card has also been torn apart by him. Strong! You are really strong! Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Chuhao with a smile. But that's all. It's still not enough to compete with me. What? Can he still laugh? Can he still say such a thing? Oh! Lin Chuhao raised his eyebrows, his face full of teasing. Yang Mucheng, do you have any other tricks? Since you are unwilling to give in, then no matter what you do, I will follow them one by one and make you completely despair. I originally didn't plan to use this move, but now it looks like it won't work. Yang Mucheng shook his head. The Cave Heaven Finger, the Earth Destruction Finger, and the Immortal Killing Finger are all combined into one to become the real God-Killing Finger. With his current strength, he cannot use the God-Killing Finger normally, and can only use it forcefully. The key to victory or defeat is only this one chance. He raised his head and looked at Lin Chuhao. Take my finger. After speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed it slightly forward. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be eclipsed, and Yang Mucheng's movements were like those of a dying old man, moving in danger. It seems that with just a slight touch, one foot will step into the palace of hell. However, at this moment, Lin Chuheo, who had been full of disdain and ridicule before, suddenly turned his face. He felt that a long-lost sense of crisis was covering him crazily. "Not good!" he exclaimed, stepped on the void, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng crazily. "I want to completely kill the opponent before he completes this move." However, Yang Mucheng still pointed out this finger. Boom! In an instant, the surging inner energy in Yang Mucheng's body poured out crazily at this moment, like a rushing river, pouring into his index finger desperately. This jade-like index finger was like a terrifying black hole. At that moment, it wildly devoured all the inner energy in his body, turning it into a cluster of light that slowly blasted out. Lin Chuheo's eyes widened. This cluster of light seemed to fly by slowly, but was actually very fast. Even ordinary people could clearly capture the trajectory of this light flying by. Of course, he can too. The moment this cluster of light flew in front of him, Lin Chuheo had almost hundreds of ways to avoid it. But for some reason, this finger seems to contain the power of heaven and earth, and contains a certain law. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, the finger still landed lightly on his chest. Boom! The explosion sounded wildly. I just saw that with Lin Chuheo as the center. Countless towering ancient trees in the everlasting forest with a radius of hundreds of miles exploded one after another like ignited firecrackers at this moment, directly exploding into pieces of wood chips flying out. Almost instantly, the everlasting forest was razed to the ground. What? How can this be? What kind of martial skill is this? Is it so powerful that even 100 miles of woods can't withstand the force of this blow? The vast scene is almost impossible to describe in words. Everyone could only see that the endless sea of trees turned into nothing at this moment. Puff! Lin Chuheo spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out at this moment, like a meteor falling from the sky. Suddenly falling from the sky and hitting the ground heavily. Just listen to a dong sound, and it's like the ground is shaking. The falling force even brought up a gust of wind that was visible to the naked eye, sweeping out quickly and violently, mixed with broken wood chips and leaves. They gathered into a ring-shaped wave, rushing in all directions. It's like thousands of troops galloping forward, like waves rushing over. Wherever the waves passed, everything was torn apart completely, leaving no trace. Ah! Lin Chuheo, who fell into the deep pit, let out a roar, slammed his hands on the ground, and with a sound of soaring, he flew up and surged into the void. Is it possible to break this fatal situation? Rise! Rise! Get up again! He clasped his palms together, and a previously larger vitality surged out of his body crazily. This moment, it seems like a spring breeze comes suddenly overnight, and thousands of pear trees bloom. In an instant, the immortal forest that had been razed to the ground exploded out with a desperate attitude that was 100 times more ferocious than before. It grew even more fiercely than before, and its posture was even more ferocious than before. It was even scarier before. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were almost broken. His long black hair quickly turned silver at this moment, and traces of old wrinkles climbed up to the corners of his eyes. Yang Mucheng! Die! When the immortal forest surged out and erupted again, Lin Chuheo regained his confidence. He just heard him roar, and slashed down with his right hand crazily. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and countless towering ancient trees began to stir at this moment. Countless roots rose rapidly into the sky, transforming into a 100-foot-tall giant. The moment the giant formed, Howard struck it with a palm. This palm covers the sky and the sun. Yang Mucheng! Either you will die today or I will live! Call! The wind picked up again. The ancestors of Longtang, the masters of Aoki, and the Black Flag Army were all blown away by this terrifying strong wind. This was a life-saving blow from Lin Chuheo, the founder of the Shunqing dynasty. The power is so frightening and terrifying, as if it is going to completely destroy everything in the world at this moment. Yang Mucheng was the only one left in the position captured by the giant palm. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Waves of exclamations resounded, and countless people shouted. Lin Chuheo's eyes widened, and he bared his teeth and shouted, Old Demon Yang! It's over! Amidst the burst of shouts and the slap of this terrifying giant palm, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head without any fear. He slowly raised his hand and pointed forward. God-killing finger! Chapter 403 The Holy Death. One covers the sky and the sun, as tiny as an ant. Now, Yang Muchung will use his small body to challenge this behemoth and kill it. Boom! Second finger. Blast out. Under the shocked eyes of countless people. This slight blow suddenly landed on the giant palm that covered the sky and the sun. Just hearing a vast loud sound. The terrifying giant palm exploded in an instant. Like a cocoon being peeled off. Bang! 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 At the same time, countless explosions resounded crazily. The immortal forest that had just grown and spread suddenly shattered again and turned into a cloud of dust. Wow! Lin Chuheo, who had just stood up, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Muchung! Lin Chuheo's eyes widened angrily, and bloodshot threads crazily spread across his eyes, like spider webs. You can't kill me! He stood up with difficulty. This understatement seemed to affect the whole body. He was in pain and his muscles and bones made a crisscrossing sound. He gritted his teeth, raised his hands sharply, and raised them towards the sky. The roar that resounded throughout the world exploded crazily. Rise! But see you. There was a crazy tremor on the ground, and the earth surged. Pieces of ground are constantly protruding, as if there are huge dragons surging underground. With continuous clicking sounds, ancient trees emerged from the ground crazily. This everlasting forest actually grew again. Oh my god! Is this Lin Chuheo really immortal? Countless people exclaimed. Is it really impossible to kill him? Who else could be his opponent for such a terrifying figure? Everyone turned their eyes and looked at Yang Muchung. But he was seen standing there, clenching his teeth and looking ferocious. He looked up at the growing forest trees on the ground and suddenly raised his head. The gaze seemed to have formed substance, piercing through the void and locking on Lin Chuheo's body. The first time the god-killing finger depleted all his internal energy. The second time the god-destroying finger had already drained all the energy and blood from his body. Now, Yang Muchung used the god-killing finger for the third time. At the same time, his extremely arrogant voice also sounded heavily in everyone's hearts at this moment. Is he the founding emperor of the Shangqing dynasty? Let's see how I defeat your sure-kill situation today. God-killing finger. The third blow, lightly, hit Lin Chuheo's chest hard under the horrified eyes of countless people. Snapped. Just a little bit. It didn't have the earth-shattering power like the first two times when sparks hit the earth. And it didn't even seem to have the slightest power. But at this moment, Lin Chuheo's huge and terrifying energy and blood poured out like a burst balloon at this moment. At the same time, the ancient trees that rose up like giant dragons suddenly began to wither at this moment. The towering tree, which was hundreds of meters high, grew old and yellowed crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then collapsed. The colorful flowers all over the mountains and plains quickly withered and fell, turning into soil. The evergreen forest that spreads for hundreds of miles turned into a vast desert at this moment. No! Lin Chuheo witnessed all this, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ah! A miserable howling sound came from his throat crazily. I saw that his original appearance of a young man turned into an old man quickly at this moment. His strong body withered crazily like a rotten tree, and his plump body quickly became dry and shriveled. But in the blink of an eye, the supreme emperor of the Shangqing dynasty, who previously wore a feather fan and silk scarf and guided the country, turned into a dying old man at this moment. At the same time, his terrifying cultivation level also vanished like bubbles at this moment. How? Yang Muchung walked towards Lin Chuheo step by step. His steps were slow and heavy, and it seemed that every step he took was very difficult. But with every step he takes, everyone can sense the soaring fighting spirit in him, which is getting stronger and stronger at this moment. The huge immortal forest, the huge palace. Countless people looked at the land that had completely turned into a desert, and looked at the two people in the desert. All the troops and civil and military officials were silent. No one said a word, as if everyone was attracted by Yang Muchung's body, deterred by a soaring fighting spirit. I've broken your sure-kill situation. Lin Chuheo, it's time for you to give up the power of the Shangqing dynasty. Right. Ah! 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 Lin Chuheo looked at his withered hands, with a trace of madness in his eyes. Yang Muchung, I'm not defeated yet. I can still fight you. Next moment, Lin Chuheo used this old body to rush towards Yang Muchung like a wild lion and cheetah. Alas, looking at Lin Chuheo rushing towards him, Yang Muchung sighed and slowly shook his head. You are the first strong person to force me into such a situation. It's a pity that you lost. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. You and I will turn into dust together with this everlasting forest. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the sole of his foot and suddenly collapsed. This thunderous kick suddenly stepped on the head of Lin Chuheo, who was rushing towards Lin Chuheo. The huge force exploded like a ravage, and Lin Chuheo's already withered body made a crackling sound at this moment. It was crushed to pieces like dry bones. Boom! When one kick fell, a ring of dust spread crazily with Yang Muqing's kick as the center, setting off a cloud of dust. The founding emperor of the Shangqing dynasty, Lin Chuheo, whose cultivation had reached the peak of Xianhai and had the will to fight, died at the feet of Yang Mucheng. Died! Lin Yusheng, who had seemed confident of winning before, fell to his knees with a bang. The civil and military ministers of the court were dumbfounded as they looked at the bloody stains at Yang Muqing's feet, paralyzed and powerless, as if they were mourning for their heirs. The Evergreen Formation has been broken. The Azure Dragon Formation has also been broken. Lin Chuheo's fatal situation has been broken. The ancestors of Longtang stared dumbfoundedly at the 100 miles of everlasting forest that turned into wasteland in front of them, and looked at Yang Mucheng, who stood proudly in the center like a god and demon from heaven and earth. They were all dumbfounded. It wasn't until a moment later that he came back to his senses. Kill! There was a sound of shouting, and Ma Ping drew out his long knife with a clang and shouted loudly. The Black Flag Army obeyed the order and followed me into the imperial city to capture the emperor of the Holy Qing dynasty alive. Kill! At this moment, the sound of killing resounded loudly. The Black Flag Army was like a black tide, sweeping away crazily and rolling in overwhelmingly. Lin Yusheng looked at the incoming Black Flag Army, and his whole body collapsed as weak as mud. It was not until a moment later that he murmured to himself, "The Shangqing dynasty is over." Chapter 404 Prince Lin Ao. The surging Black Flag Army separated on its own and turned into two torrents from both sides of Yang Mucheng. Surging forward, the Aoqi masters took off one by one and flew away quickly. This scene, it's like a battle between gods and demons. But Yang Mucheng stood there, as if everything in this world had nothing to do with him. His eyes were always staring at the ground. However, Lin Chuheo's broken body trembled quietly, and a green light slowly emerged. Simba's fighting spirit! His eyes were full of joy, and he grabbed forward with his right hand. At first, this fighting spirit was still struggling at all. But when it fell into Yang Muqing's palm, it blended into his body like water and milk. At this moment, Yang Mucheng felt a huge vitality emerging from his body. The body that was torn apart by forcibly using the god-killing finger 3 times was quickly restored by this powerful vitality. However, this glimmer of vitality was like a drop in the ocean to Yang Mucheng. It's simply unsustainable. The ancient heaven-swallowing technique. The next moment, his eyes opened angrily, and he started to perform his skills. Boom! Immediately, Lin Chuheo's aura of peak Xianhai suddenly burst out at this moment. Strong energy and blood poured into the body, constantly filling the scars. Shattered bones, torn meridians, minced muscles. All of them were repaired rapidly under the infusion of this energy and blood. At the same time, a terrifying torrent of internal energy surged into the limbs and bones, causing the veins that had previously been as dry as a desert to surge forward again. If someone were standing next to Yang Mucheng at this time, they could even hear the endless sound of a vast river flowing from his body. Middle Genkai! Clenching his fists, Yang Mucheng felt extremely proud. With his long sleeves raised, he strode forward. Step by step, he walked towards the palace of the Shangqing dynasty. The army and countless people in front of him dispersed like a tide. He didn't stop until he reached a high place. Looking down from a bird's eye view, the Holy Qing dynasty is in his hands. From today onwards, he is no longer a little emperor in the secular world as everyone said, but a great emperor who created a prosperous country in the martial arts world. He is respected by hundreds of millions of people and enjoys the submission of thousands of armies. This is what a real man should do to achieve great success. Looking away, Yang Muqing's voice echoed throughout the palace. From now on, the Shangqing dynasty has died. My Dakian will replace the Shangqing and change the country's name to the Dakian dynasty. He finished speaking. All the army surrendered and shouted in unison. Long live my emperor! The shouts rose into the sky and resounded throughout the sky. Yang Mucheng nodded slightly and waved his hand. All the soldiers are safe! Come over! Come here! One by one, the Black Flag troops tied up all the civil and military officials from the old sage Qing dynasty. Lin Yusheng, who was wearing a dragon robe, was dragged in front of Yang Mucheng like a dead dog and knelt at his feet. Di Yang, spare your life! Yang Emperor, I am willing to serve you as my master and wear armor for you. De Yang. Waves of howls resounded. Yang Muchung waved his right hand without even looking. Hundreds of black flag soldiers raised their swords in unison. And with a puff sound, countless heads rolled away. Old demon Yang. Lin Yusheng looked at Yang Muchung with horror on his face. Now, in his eyes, this 16-year-old boy is not a devil. Seize his country, seize his throne, kill his ancestors, and replace him with the Shangqing dynasty. At this moment, Lin Yusheng felt a surge of pride in his heart, and he shouted loudly, Old demon Yang, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. But remember, the bloodline of the Wulin family will not end here. One day, someone will come to kill you. He will flatten your Dacian kingdom and will hang your corpse above the holy Qing dynasty and let you die in the wilderness. Ha 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 ha. So what if you have Long Tang? So what if you replace me? In the following days, you will spend your time in panic. Every day, every hour, you will live in fear. Will someone comes to avenge me? Ma Ping opened his eyes angrily and raised his sword. I'm about to die, but I still talk so much nonsense. Just as he was about to chop it off, Yang Muchung waved his right hand lightly. Lin Yusheng, are you talking about your eldest son, the prince of the Shangqi dynasty? Don't worry. After I handle all the affairs of the Dacian dynasty, I will personally go to Tuatian Palace to eliminate any future troubles. Yang Muchung glanced at Ma Ping and said calmly, Cut! Old demon Yang, I curse you. I curse you to die a bad death. I curse you to suffer the same fate as me. I curse you to destroy the country and the people. Before Lin Yusheng could finish his words, his head rolled down sideways. His eyes widened with eyes wide open. Yang Muchung waved his hand, indicating to take it away. Taking a deep breath, he looked towards the distant Tuatian Palace, where the Holy Ape dynasty was located, and raised his hands. It seems that I have to go to Tuatian Palace. Tuatian Palace. This sect is established in a towering mountain with 36 peaks that are uneven and well proportioned. They are known as the 36 peaks that hold the sky. The largest main peak is where Tuatian Palace is located. This main peak is like a palm protruding from the earth, supporting the continuous palaces one by one. It is now known as Tuatian Palace. In a unique courtyard, a young man is practicing cross-legged. There is an incense burner beside him, and the smoke is slowly floating. This is the quiet mind incense. After burning, people can quickly immerse themselves in the mind and enter a state of concentration. The price of each incense is as high as 3,000 black stones. Even though this young man only looks 16 or 17 years old. In fact, he has already passed his 60s and is 76 years old. It is only because of his ability to maintain his appearance that he looks like a young man. Well, after a moment, the boy opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. What is going on? In the past few months, I have been unable to calm down and practice. It seems that something is about to happen. Unfortunately, the imperial tomb is about to be opened, so I cannot return home to take a look. At this time, there was only a muffled sound, and the courtyard door was knocked open. A sergeant covered in blood almost stumbled in. General Zhao? The young man stood up suddenly and closed his eyes. This man was a general of the Shangqing dynasty and a confidant of his father. He would never leave the imperial capital until absolutely necessary. How could he be here now? Prince! The sergeant was hit by an arrow in the chest and was already dying. His ability to hold on for so long was entirely due to his cultivation as a Xianqi master. Seeing the young man, a rare trace of blood flashed across his pale face, and he said with his last breath, The Holy Qing dynasty is dead. What? The young man was shocked. Who did it? Yang! Old devil. Finished. The sergeant was paralyzed and completely breathless. Old demon Yang? Can he destroy our Holy Qing dynasty? The young man clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. No matter who you are, I, Lin Ao, will never let you go. Chapter 4059 Dragon's Flying Sword. More than half a month has passed since the Shangqing dynasty fell and the Dacian dynasty took its place. The original Dacian kingdom in the secular world was changed into a county. The Dacian dynasty had a total of 17 county capitals. Countless powerful people in the country came to join him one after another, and the number of people in Longtang exceeded 100. The number of Dachi masters reached more than 3,000. The total number of Black Flag Army also reached 50,000. A steady stream of elixirs are delivered from the elixir department. Countless armors were distributed from the forging department. The Dacian dynasty was extremely prosperous. However, everyone believes that this is not the end of the Dacian dynasty, just the starting point. As long as Yang Mucheng is still in the Dacian dynasty, it is definitely not impossible to unify the entire martial arts world in the future. Many people are even secretly looking forward to that day. These days, apart from being familiar with Sinmu's fighting spirit, Yang Mucheng's most important thing is to deal with state affairs. Although Queen Rong can help him deal with many things. But after all, the Dacian dynasty had just been established, and some matters involving sesame seeds and rotten millet were still a bit tricky. So he could only send people to deal with them personally. For example, the bandits entrenched in the dynasty, and the ancestors who refused to surrender. For example, the construction of a secret cultivation realm. There are countless things like this. After the establishment of the Dacian dynasty, the task of becoming the leader of a country in the martial arts world finally came to a successful end. And Yang Mucheng was once again rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. Of course, at the same time, subsequent hidden tasks also followed, triggering the second hidden mission fledgling follow-up. The martial arts world is extremely vast, including Kyushu. Only those who are famous can be famous throughout the ages. Small fame, let your reputation be known not only within the Dacian dynasty, but also spread throughout the continent. Mission successful. 3 lucky draw opportunities will be awarded. Mission failed. Confined to the Dacian dynasty for life. Unable to leave the country for another step. On the way out of the Dacian dynasty, Yang Mucheng sat in the royal sedan and carefully thought about this second hidden mission. There is no doubt that this is an advanced task. From the initial fledgling to the current little famous, this hidden task should be triggered continuously. Only after meeting the requirements each time can you will receive the next mission. I wonder what will happen next after completing the task of becoming a little famous. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and meditated. In the martial arts world, it is divided into cities. 72 cities are a county capital. Dozens of county capitals are a country. 36 countries are a continent. It seems that if you want to complete the task this time, you have to let 30 everyone in the 6 countries knows my name. The Holy Qing dynasty is only a medium-sized country in this continent. As for the Holy Ape dynasty, although its land area is the same as that of the Holy Qing dynasty, it is very powerful. The biggest reason is that it is in the Tuatian Palace. There is also Lin Ao, the prince of the Shun Qing dynasty, who is also in the Tuatian Palace. This time, I personally go to Tuatian Palace. Not only do I want to find the secret of the second level of fighting intent, but I also want to completely kill Lin Ao to avoid future troubles. Lottery! Anyway, there was still some time before arriving at Tuatian Palace, so he simply used up the chance to draw. With one more whole card, he would have more chances of success when entering Tuatian Palace in the future. Beep beep. There was a sound of rapidly rotating hands. Finally it fell on the magic weapon. It's actually a magic weapon? I wonder what you can give me this time. Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. There was a flash of golden light, and 9 small swords suddenly fell from the sky. This? Yang Mucheng looked. I saw that these 9 small swords had a strange shape. The whole body is slender, and the colors are divided into 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver and gold. The hilt of the sword shows the appearance of a dragon, and they are respectively Bishi, Chiki, Taotai, Yaji, Bifan, Swanee, Earthworm, Jiaotu, and Paleo. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the 9 Dragons Flying Sword. 9 Dragon Flying Sword, a high-grade magic weapon of Xian level. It's actually the 9 Dragon Sword. Yang Mucheng glanced at the 9 swords floating in front of him. Each of them was a high-grade Xian level flying sword, even higher quality than his Holy Dragon Blood Sword. If all 9 swords were unleashed, they would be comparable to top-grade Xian level items. As soon as his mind moved, the 9 swords trembled suddenly and spun around him. Yang Mucheng opened his mouth wide, and the 9 flying swords immediately transformed into smaller pieces than embroidery needles, and were swallowed into his mouth. Good! This magic weapon is really what I like. It's just that these 9 flying swords can be controlled with thoughts, which seems to be a bit overwhelming. If there is any sword controlling technique that can be matched, it will surely be able to exert greater power. If he had these 9 flying swords when he fought against Lin Chuheo, how could he be forced to use the god-killing finger 3 times in a row, almost completely draining his efforts? But if you want to find a suitable sword controlling technique, You must at least match it with martial arts of the Xian level, or even the Earth level or above. In the Shang-Qing dynasty, only 3 low-grade Xian level martial arts were found, and they were still incomplete. Yang Mucheng directly handed it over to Long Tang. These ancestors of Long Tang were well informed and had a large number of people. It would not be a problem to complete it by brainstorming. At this time, it would naturally be a waste to use the Restoration Talisman to supplement a low-grade Xian level martial skill. To say nothing of it, it must be a top-grade Xian level item, or even a higher level item. It is said that there are many techniques in Tuatian Palace. I wonder if I can get some of them this time when I enter Tuatian Palace. Even if I only learn one, I will make a lot of money. The next few days, while Yang Mucheng was familiar with the 9 dragons flying sword, he was constantly familiar with the 5 great wills in his body. His group also hesitated a lot when they came to Tuatian Palace. After all, he hid his identity and sneaked in secretly. It was still fair and above board, entering as the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. But in the end, he decided to go in with great fanfare. He is now well known. If Tuatian Palace wants to investigate him, he only needs to go to the Dacian dynasty to dig out all his roots. Instead of hiding his head and tail like a little thief, it is better to openly reveal his identity. Your Majesty, the Tuatian Palace is ahead. At this time, outside the imperial sedan, Gong Xiaohai's respectful voice came. Arrived so soon? Yang Mucheng slowly opened the sedan curtain and looked forward. But see, on the far side, where the sky and the earth meet, mountains are surging. 36 peaks rise from the ground and reach into the sky. In the center of the mountain peaks, a palm-like peak stands out, holding the majestic palace above the clouds. Is that Tuatian Palace? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Chapter 406 The Crown Prince of Tianhu Dynasty. Shenyang City is the city closest to Tuatian Palace. Tuatian Palace, as the state religion of the Holy Ape Dynasty, is very famous not only in the Holy Ape Dynasty, but also in other countries. Princes and nobles from many countries will come here to practice. These people who come and go often stay in Shenyang City, making the entire Shenyang City very lively. There are actually so many people. Yang Mucheng looked at everything in Shenyang City. He also destroyed many sects and came to Tuatian Palace. His speculations about this sect still remained in the impression of the largest sect in the Holy Ape Dynasty. Only now did he know that Tuatian Palace was not what he imagined. So simple. Your Majesty, Tuatian Palace only accepts 2 types of people. Gong Xiaohai was once a disciple of Tuatian Palace, so naturally he had to explain the situation in Tuatian Palace one by one. The first category is the nobles and nobles. These people may not have the qualifications, or they may not practice diligently. But as long as you have this status, you can enter by paying some mysterious stones. The second category is ordinary people without identity. However, it is much more difficult for this second category of people to enter Tuatian Palace. They need to go through layers of selection, various tests, and will be divided into the competition between the outer door and the inner door is very cruel. In the wide Jingyang City Avenue, 36 ancestors carried the royal sedan, and Gong Xiaohai introduced them. The appearance of this group of Xinhai realm powerhouses immediately shocked many people. Oh my god! For such a big battle, which country's prince came to practice? Okay? Someone shouted. Being able to dispatch 36 Xinhai realm experts is probably the most powerful person in that country. Someone sighed with a face full of emotion. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and rested his mind, filtered these noisy sounds out of his mind, and asked calmly, how long until the Tuatian Palace election competition starts? Only 2 or 3 days. Gong Xiaohai said hurriedly. Your Majesty, we will stay in Jing'an City for the next 2 or 3 days, and then enter the mountain again when the mountain gate opens. Yang Mucheng nodded. Okay. You are familiar with this place, and you are responsible for everything here. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing vibration suddenly came, like thousands of troops rushing towards him, which was shocking. But see! At the West City Gate, a monstrous cloud of dust rolled in, accompanied by bursts of exclamations. But it was seen that the source of the sound was approaching quickly. What happened? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, opened the sedan curtain and looked over. But they saw that 36 tiger-shaped monsters were saddled, dragging a gilt carriage and galloping along the way. 2 teams of guards wearing golden armor, like heavenly soldiers and divine generals, directly staggered the crowd from both sides of the road. On the backs of these golden armored guards were 2 large flags fluttering in the wind. On the flags was written a large character with flying dragons and phoenixes. Tiger. Your Majesty. That seems to be the Tianhu dynasty. Gong Xiaohai looked over and frowned slightly. With such a big battle, I'm afraid the opponent's identity is extraordinary. It's too late. But it's soon. But they saw this arrogant team charging onto the streets. Shenyang City is certainly not small. But Yang Macheng had already occupied the road in the center of the street. If this team wanted to pass by this street, they had to either step aside or take a detour. But this team didn't look like people who were easy to talk to. Instead, they faced each other directly in the center of the street. Which country ahead of you won't give way to our prince? A guard in golden armor shouted loudly. Your Majesty? Gong Xiaohai couldn't make up his mind and asked cautiously. You still come to ask me about such a trivial matter? Yang Macheng glanced at Gong Xiaohai lightly. I left first. Why should I let him go? Yes. Gong Xiaohai smiled bitterly and nodded. His original intention was to persuade Yang Macheng to settle the matter. After all, the opponent is the prince of the Tianhu dynasty, and even the Holy Eight dynasty is afraid of the three-point existence. Before entering Tuotian Palace, he has made an enemy in Shenyang City, and he is also the prince of Tianhu dynasty. Entering Tuotian Palace in the future will be a lot of trouble. But Yang Wuqing's answer was also what he expected. How could Emperor Yang give way to others when he acted in his life? Before Gong Xiaohai could speak, the golden armored guard shouted angrily. Are you deaf? Still can't understand people's words? Open your eyes wide and take a look. The person sitting here is the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty. Gong Xiaohai sneered. So what about the prince of the Tianhu dynasty? The person sitting in our sedan chair is the current holy emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Besides, we took this road first, and you have to give in if we want to do it. Why should we give in? The appearance of these two teams had originally attracted a lot of attention in Shenyang City. But now that they were causing trouble in the streets, they naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the two teams competing against each other. Every year when the gate of Tuotian Palace is opened, some conflicts will break out among powerful people from various countries. I didn't expect that this year will be the same. Before the gate is opened, conflicts have already started in Shenyang City. There is an old disciple of Tuotian Palace. Couldn't help but said, why is there such a conflict when things can be solved by just giving in? Some people were puzzled. Ha. You don't understand. Even if you want these powerful figures in various countries, you can't let them go. They represent your own dynasty behind them. If you give in, doesn't it mean that you are afraid of the other party and your own country? The other side? This is the reason why powerful people in every country have constant conflicts. Someone who understands the situation laughed. But I have heard of the Tianhu dynasty. It is considered to be one of the top 3 dynasties in our continent. Even the Holy Eight dynasty is afraid of it. But the Dacian dynasty is from where did it come from? Someone asked in confusion. The golden armored guard could not help but be stunned. The Holy Emperor of the Dacian dynasty? When did such a country appear in the martial arts world? Prince! The golden armored guard couldn't make up his mind and didn't dare to neglect. So he asked cautiously, no matter what dynasty he belongs to, no matter what kind of saint he is, if he doesn't give way to his highness, beat him until he gives way. Let the big demon who is pulling the carriage of his highness be released. Came from the gilded carriage. There was a sound of leisurely contentment. Yes. The golden armored guard nodded, then turned his head, looked at Gong Xiaohai, and sneered. The crown prince said, since you are unwilling to give way, then I will beat you until you give way. Now! Even if you cry and beg for mercy, it is too late. His expression turned stern, and he pulled out the saber from his waist with a clunk and slashed downwards. Suddenly, the reins of the 36 tiger-shaped monsters broke. Roar! A roaring sound resounded. 36 giant demons roared and rushed towards us. Chapter 407 Shenren Xiang. The big demon plundered wildly. Each head has the cultivation level of Xianqi realm, or even Xian liquid realm. Every time its sharp claws touch the ground, they dig out a deep pit. The warriors on both sides of the road turned pale with fear and backed away. Every year when conflicts arise, if they are not resolved, war may even break out between the two countries. These powerless little warriors, were as fragile as ants under the oppression of the dynasty. And they were all avoided. On Tuotian Palace, 2 pairs of eyes were quietly watching the situation in Shenyang City. One of them said, Shenren Xiang, isn't the prince of the Tianhu dynasty your disciple? He had a conflict with someone. Why don't you go and help him? Need me to help? That kid has always been domineering. He even ignored me as my master. He is also a domineering master in the country. He has always been the only one who bullies others. No one dares to fight with him. Challenge! A middle-aged man, with eagle eyes and sharp eyebrows raised his eyebrows, and said with a faint smile. Besides, when did the Dacian dynasty appear? He doesn't know his identity yet. And he dares to fight against the Tianhu dynasty. Another person laughed. Shinren Ziang, you have stayed in the Tianhu dynasty for more than 30 years, and have only come back recently. You do not understand the major events happening in the martial arts world. The person sitting in the imperial sedan chair is the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. In the Dacian dynasty, the so-called old demon of yours may not be his opponent yet. Yeah. Master Zhang smiled disdainfully and said, although my disciple is domineering, his talent is not bad. What's more, he has gathered the resources of the entire Tianhu dynasty to practice. How can his strength be average? No matter what Yang Lao Mo, Lu Lao Mo, if when we defend against each other, it may not be my disciples who suffer. The other person smiled lightly, and was non-committal. Master Zhang did not speak, but continued to look towards the conflict that broke out in Jingyang City. Roar! The big demon roared and swooped wildly. Or fly. Or run. Or rush. 36 big demons were already charging towards them. Charging wherever they passed. Knocking away the passing warriors. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Imperial sedan, letting out a series of terrifying roars. Not only pounced on the 36 Xianhai realm experts carrying the Imperial sedan, 4 of them even pounced on Yang Mucheng in the Imperial sedan. Be bold! Presumptuous! The ancestors of Longtang shouted loudly. These big demons may have some deterrent effect on other people, but they have no effect on him. The tiger-shaped demon, which is the highest in the mysterious liquid realm, doesn't even need anyone else to take action. Gong Xiaohai alone is enough. He sneered and waved his right hand forward quickly. A pale palm print shot out directly, causing a wild wave of rush on the broad street. There was just a loud rumbling sound, and the stone slabs on the ground were lifted up one by one. When they turned into powder, they were directly mixed into the palm prints. In an instant, they transformed into a giant palm holding the sky, and suddenly slapped down. Boom! The big palm pressed down, and there was only a rumbling crackling sound. The oncoming big monsters were knocked down from the sky one by one. After the dust was scattered, none of the 36 big monsters survived. The whole earth trembled violently, revealing a deep palm print. Go away yet! Gong Xiaohai raised his brows and shouted angrily. If you don't get out, I will slap you all to death here. So strong! Everyone watching the scene gasped. I didn't expect that the Dacian dynasty that suddenly appeared would be quite powerful. Many people are looking forward to it more and more. Original. The Tianhu dynasty regarded the Shengqing dynasty as a soft persimmon, but they did not expect that the other party was actually a piece of iron. You dare to call yourself me in front of His Highness? A cold snort came from the gilt carriage. Call. Suddenly, only the figure in the carriage was seen, and he twisted his right hand. In an instant, countless blood surged up and gathered among the bones of the big monsters that were killed in the palm prints. They gathered rapidly under a powerful force and condensed crazily into a drop of blood the size of a mung bean. The figure flicked his index finger and followed. A whistling sound suddenly sounded, and the drop of blood came like a cannonball. The violent energy surged crazily, sweeping in all directions desperately. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and at this moment, the entire earth was crushed, leaving a trace like a wild dragon rushing past. The violent wind pressure set off even blew the ground on the street to be spotless. So strong! Gong Xiaohai was swept by the strong wind, and his long hair flew up for a while, and his clothes rustled. He pushed his right fist forward and hit the blood bead heavily. There was a bang sound, and a surging force swept over the blood bead crazily, knocking him backward. He took several steps backwards, each step hitting the ground sonorously and forcefully, making a deep depression in the earth. But the blood bead stagnated slightly and struck Gong Xiaohai again. Damn it! Gong Xiaohai did not dare to neglect. He exploded with all his strength and punched several times before smashing the blood beads. But he was knocked back dozens of steps by the blood beads, and his fists were smashed to pieces by the blood beads. Why is it so powerful? The warriors watching around were dumbfounded and shocked. You can actually use a drop of blood to defeat a warrior in the early stage of Xianhai. Could it be that the Prince of Tianhu dynasty has reached the middle stage of Xianhai? Although the princes and nobles who entered Rituoshan Palace in the past had considerable strength, most of them were only controlled by Qianqi. Only after entering Tuatian Palace will you advance by leaps and bounds. If such a being enters Tuatian Palace and practices, what kind of being will he be in the future? The golden armored guards were also shocked. He didn't expect the prince's attack to be so terrifying. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly came to his senses and said with a proud smile, "You weaklings of the Dacian dynasty! Have you seen this? If you don't give way to the prince, be careful. The prince is angry and will kill you all." "You?" Gong Xiaohai was furious. Not only that, the Longtang ancestors were also roaring angrily. Even if he insults them, this guy actually dares to insult the Dacian dynasty. This was tantamount to insulting Yang Mucheng. How could they endure it? "Gong Xiaohai, stand down!" At this time, Yang Mucheng finally spoke. "You are no match for each other. His cultivation has reached the late stage of Xiahai, and he also has the will to fight. Even compared to Lin Chuheo, who died in my hands, let me do it." Hisses. This prince has actually reached the late stage of Xiahai, and still has the will to fight? Gong Xiaohai and others only felt their scalps numb. But when I thought about it, the other party was the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty. So I just thought it was natural. Hearing that Yang Mucheng was preparing to take action himself, he nodded heavily and took a few steps back. He snorted coldly. "Who is the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty? I will kill you all when the Holy One takes action." Chapter 408 City Fight. Tuatian Palace? How can it be? The elder of Tuatian Palace, who had been paying attention to the scene, cried out, "Why is this boy's cultivation so strong? He can actually reach the late stage of Xianhai, and he still has the will to fight?" Master Xiang grinned and said, "Don't forget his identity. I have been teaching him for more than 30 years in the Tianhu dynasty. All the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures of the Tianhu dynasty have been gathered in him. 800 masters of the inner circle traveled among the people, killing those strong men with fighting spirit one by one. Catch him. What he used before was just weak water fighting spirit. He has more than 30 fighting intentions in total, including lava fighting intention, strong wind fighting intention, earth fighting intention, falling rain fighting intention, forest fighting intention. How could you say he's not strong?" Master Xiang laughed heartily. Another elder kept silent. When all the power of a country is concentrated on one person, it is naturally very terrifying. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. "It seems that old Demon Yang got out of the way. Of course I have to give in." Master Xiang smiled proudly. The two chatted and laughed, looking towards the streets of Xinjiang City again. "Your Majesty?" In the carriage, the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty sneered. "Your Highness, I don't care who you are. Get out of here quickly. Only this Highness can walk on this road." The words just fell. Just when I saw the figure in the carriage reaching forward with his right hand, I heard a loud rumbling sound suddenly. The flat ground trembled crazily at this moment, and stone thorns that were 4 to 5 meters long and half a meter in diameter were protruding from the ground one after another. These stone thorns are like finely carved jade, with extremely brilliant surfaces and a sharp and cold light flashing at the top. This appearance completely occupied the huge street. Looking around, there were densely packed stone thorns, which made people tremble all over. The warrior passers-by who were still standing on the roadside watching the excitement had no idea that such a change would happen, and they fled in all directions in fright. Those who were fast were fine, but those who were slow were penetrated by stone thorns on the spot. Obviously, the prince of the Tianhu dynasty not only wanted to drive Yang Mucheng out of this street, but also wanted to drive out other people. Just like what he said before. Only this Highness can walk on this road? Only a burst of shouting was heard, which kept ringing. The originally bustling street has turned into A.H.L. of Shura. It's a rock rolling spur. The best martial arts of the yellow rank. It's over. The people of the Dacian dynasty are going to be forced out. Amidst the burst of exclamations, I saw the dense rolling thorns surging towards me. There was no place for people to stay on the originally wide avenue. Corpses were rushed out from the ground, approaching like crazy. The ancestor of Longang looked at the rolling thorns, and then at the imperial sedan. Snort! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, and slowly pushed his right hand forward. Tai Mountain Travel Record. I saw that the trembling ground stopped strangely at this moment, and then shook crazily with an even more violent attitude. Under the turbulence of the earth, a terrifying mountain peak suddenly rose up from the ground that was almost completely occupied by stone thorns. 10 feet, 100 feet. In the blink of an eye, the mountain peak rose to the extreme, and then fell crazily. Only a crackling sound was heard, suddenly resounding, and as the mountain fell, countless stone thorns were completely shattered in an instant. At the same time, he was suppressed in the opposite direction. The emperor of the Dacian dynasty is actually not weak at all. This kind of power is probably a low-grade Qian-level martial skill. But, can he deal with the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in stunned silence. The existence of two opposing defenders, one sitting in a sedan chair and the other in a carriage, without even being able to see each other's faces, made the whole Xingyang city restless. If they really started to fight, then so what? Snort! The prince in the carriage snorted coldly, stretched his right hand forward suddenly, and heard a loud rumbling sound. Countless stone thorns on the ground gathered together like mud at this moment. Under the shock of eyes, they transformed into a straight spear in an instant. This spear was made of tens of thousands of stone thorns, and was hundreds of meters long. It was like a rock pillar reaching the sky, and it suddenly stabbed towards the mountain peak. This is rock fighting spirit! Yang Mucheng narrowed his pupils. This boy also has a lot of fighting spirit. But so what? Kneel down to me! This moment, his eyes opened angrily, and his right hand slowly swung forward. In an instant, the toppled mountain peak squirmed like the earth was falling apart, and in an instant it transformed into an overwhelming palm, taking pictures wildly. A gust of wind roared, and the surrounding warriors were blown hundreds of meters away by the strong wind. The buildings on both sides of the street collapsed and turned into ashes under the terrifying wind pressure. The warriors who were thrown away did not bother to get up, but looked towards the pair of defenders. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and the palm that was struck from above directly crushed the rock pillar that reached the sky, and fell down without losing any force. Not good! A trace of trembling flashed in the eyes of the golden-armored guard. However, before they could escape, they saw the giant palm carrying the terrifying cloud whizzing down and slapping down heavily. Boom! At this moment, the entire Xingyang city erupted with a loud and earth-shattering sound, as if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. Terrible shocks swept in all directions, and the streets were torn apart by pairs of invisible hands, showing terrifying cracks. The city wall in the distance was also directly shaken by this astonishing tremor and collapsed. Wherever the palm struck, a burst of dust and boulders erupted like a fountain. The dust that covered the sky quickly swept across the sky at this moment, even covering the entire sky of Xingyang city. This kid also has the will to fight! Zhang Zhenren, who had a playful expression on his face and was waiting for Yang Mucheng to make a fool of himself, widened his eyes. He actually has the cultivation level of the middle stage of Xianhai. Another elder shook his head and sighed. Old Demon Yang is not as simple as you think. The Shangqing dynasty was replaced by his Dacian dynasty, and the ancestor of the royal family, Lin Chuhao, also died at his hands. He also had the 5 great wars on his body. Meaning, so what? Master Ziyang raised his eyebrows. I don't believe that this kid can be my disciple's opponent. Oh, let's stop it, another elder said. The fight between these two people will not end easily. By then, Zhengyang city will definitely be razed to the ground. By then, His Majesty will know, and naturally it will be blamed. All right. Master Ziyang frowned and stepped forward. Chapter 409, Making 3 Enemies. The dull thunderous sound echoed continuously, as if ringing in the ears. Everyone looked at the position under the giant palm in stunned silence, only to see the rocky palm lying quietly on the ground, like a hill, dozens of meters high. Where the palm fell, not only the carriage of the Prince of Tianhu dynasty was covered up, but also the houses and buildings with a radius of 100 meters were buried in it. The tragic situation was like a mudslide rolling past. Countless people looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. The terrifying gesture imbued with the palm that fell from the sky was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Could it be that the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty was beaten to death by this slap? Someone trembled. How can it be? A warrior from the Tianhu dynasty shook his head repeatedly and said with horror, the prince is in the late stage of Xianhai and has more than 30 fighting wills. How could he be killed so easily? However, this time, the fun was great. The prince has never been. I have never suffered such a big loss. And I was slapped directly. Let's leave quickly. If these two people fight, I am afraid that the entire Xingyang city will be razed to the ground in an instant. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, A crazy explosion exploded from the rock palm, and a figure appeared. He was the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty. I saw him slowly falling to the ground, his elegant and luxurious clothes not stained by any dust, as if the previous slap was not him. Although he was not as embarrassed as everyone imagined, he was like a wild beast out of a cage, with bloodshot eyes. I don't care which country you are the emperor of. If you dare to offend His Highness, I will never let you go. Oh, really? A faint voice came from the imperial sedan. Yang Mucheng slowly opened the curtain of the sedan and stepped out of it. I don't care which country you are the prince of. If you offend me, I won't let you go. Court death. The prince of the Tianhu dynasty was furious. He clenched his right fist suddenly and punched forward. Yang Mucheng frowned and was about to attack. Phew! There was a tremor in the void, and a figure seemed to suddenly come out of the void. A skinny palm suddenly reached out and grabbed the wrist of the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty. But I heard the owner of this palm say calmly, Fang Baiyu, didn't I tell you not to make trouble when you come to Tuatian Palace? Why did you start fighting with others as soon as you came? The prince raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party. Jiren Xiang? Immediately, he shouted with great joy. Master Xiang, get out of the way of His Highness. His Highness is going to kill this guy. Fang Baiyu, don't take action. This is Tuatian Palace. Do you want to violate the taboo? There are many opportunities to take action in Tuatian Palace. You are my disciple. How can you be afraid of others' reputation? Master Xiang hit him with a wave of his hand. Whisk, snorted and said, a man in his 50s is still as impulsive as a young man. After saying that, he turned his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng, Emperor of Dacian Imperial City? Old Demon Yang? His speech and attitude showed no respect at all. It's me. Yang Mucheng nodded and waved his right hand gently to stop the Long Hall ancestors who were about to reprimand them. I heard that you, Mr. Yang, are the Emperor of the Ages. You conquered the world of martial arts from the mortal world, and even annexed the Holy Qing dynasty. With your strength, you are certainly qualified to be proud. But this is the Holy Ape dynasty. It's not a place for you to be wild. There are powerful men from the 36 countries in Tuatian Palace. If you want to survive, you'd better be honest. Master Xiang waved the whisk lightly in his hand. Suddenly, the rocky palm covering most of the street actually disappeared crazily under a terrifying force and merged into the ground again. He glanced at Yang Mucheng indifferently and continued. However, even if you are more honest, you may not survive. Lin Ao, the prince of the Shangqing dynasty, is practicing in our Tuatian Palace. If he knows that you are coming, I'm afraid I won't let you go easily. Right? Jiren Xiang, what are you talking about with this kid? Come on. My Highness invites you to have a drink. Fang Baiyu glanced at Yang Mucheng coldly and sneered. You'd better not want to enter Tuatian Palace to practice when the mountain gate of Tuatian Palace opens. If I meet you in Tuatian Palace, I will never let you go. About you. After saying that, Fang Baiyu and Xiang Zhenren left together. Your Majesty! Lontang Patriarch shouted. Yang Mucheng shook his head, looked at the two people's retreating figures, and murmured, Fang Baiyu? Zhenren Xiang? Lin Ao? There is no place in the world where I can retreat even if it's difficult. In this Tuatian Palace, I will enter it settled. No matter what you say, don't piss me off. Otherwise, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness. With a cold snort, Yang Mucheng returned to the imperial sedan chair. The ancestors of Lontang shouted in unison, lifted the imperial sedan chair, and headed towards the center of Jingyang City. Gong Xiaohai looked at Xiang Zhenren and Fang Baiyu who were leaving, and couldn't help but feel secretly worried. Before they even entered Tuatian Palace, they already had two enemies, coupled with Lin Ao, whose strength was unknown. Life in Tuatian Palace would be really tricky in the future. Are you worried? Just when Gong Xiaohai was thinking wildly, he suddenly heard Yang Mucheng's voice, which made him startled. He quickly said, Your Majesty, what happened to Fang Baiyu, the prince of the Tiger dynasty that day? I don't know, but this Xiang master is thousands of people. I can't afford to offend you. The other party is the elder of Tuatian Palace. Your trip to Tuatian Palace is for the Imperial Tomb and the second level of fighting spirit. If the other party interferes, things will become much more difficult. Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and closed his eyes leisurely, as if he didn't care. No matter what he does, if he really makes a little move in front of me and annoys me, he will be slapped to death at worst. Has Lu Yao replied to the message? Back. Gong Xiaohai couldn't help but sigh secretly when he heard Yang Muqing's tough attitude. Yang Muqing's answer was also within his expectation. Gong Xiaohai nodded quickly and said, Miss Yao has booked the largest Wansheng restaurant in Jingyang City and is now waiting for us to go there. Let's go! Yang Mu became enlightened. Get up the sedan. Gong Xiaohai shouted loudly, and the 36 ancestors of Longtang grabbed it with one hand. The huge imperial sedan flew up with a roar, and was suspended in the midair under the support of an inner force. Under the awe of countless people in his eyes, he walked towards Wansheng restaurant. Tuatian Palace? Courtyard? Lin Ao listened to a disciple's report and sneered and narrowed his eyes. Oldemo Yang, do you really dare to come to Tuatian Palace? Just in time. It saves me the time to find you. When I meet you, you will be about to die. Chapter 410 Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Wansheng restaurant. A group of warriors gathered in front of the restaurant. I saw a waiter saying apologetically, Everyone, I'm sorry. Wansheng restaurant has been booked by a distinguished guest, and we are no longer doing business with the outside world. Booking the Wansheng restaurant? Is it possible that any nobles from any country want to come to Tuatian Palace to practice? Someone sneered. Not many of these princes and nobles have the qualifications. But the pomp is quite grand. Today, we will book the Wansheng restaurant. If we want to go to Tianqiang Tower tomorrow, what else will we warriors eat? The waiter looked annoyed. Masters, it's useless for you to say these things to me. The person who rents Wansheng restaurant is the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. If you want to come in for dinner, you must ask the other party first. Dacian dynasty? When did this country appear? Many people are confused. I want to see what kind of thing this emperor of the Dacian dynasty is. Some warriors are dissatisfied. This cannot be blamed on the ignorance of these warriors. The Dacian dynasty was only established for more than half a month. And in the martial arts world, the distances between countries were very different. With the lack of information, it was naturally unclear what was going on. A warrior said, I have never heard of the Dacian dynasty. Half a year ago, I went to the Shangqing dynasty. I only knew that there was a Dacian kingdom. The young emperor came from the secular world and wanted to get involved in the martial arts world. The whole Jiangnan county was in chaos. The emperor of the secular world? When everyone heard this, they all sneered, unable to hide the disdain in their eyes. Coming! Just saying. A team came slowly. 36 Xianhai realm warriors opened the way, and the imperial sedan was suspended in the void. This scene made the warriors, who were still angry before, suddenly feel as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads, and their whole bodies felt cold. Do you dare to discuss with such a team? I'll kill you with one slap. A warrior who was still angry before snorted coldly and said, His posture is quite strong. I wonder what his strength is. As soon as he finished speaking, his companion on the side grabbed him and said hurriedly, Please keep your voice down. This is a ruthless person. He slapped Fang Baiyu to the ground before. Fang Baiyu? Which Fang Baiyu? Is he the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty? The warrior asked blankly. Then he suddenly came back to his senses. His face turned pale, and he backed away in fear. Your Majesty, we're here, Gong Xiaohai said softly. I saw the royal sedan descending, and Yang Mucheng slowly walking out. Hisses. When everyone saw Yang Mucheng, they all gasped. Why is he so young? In the world of martial arts, there are certainly people who possess the miraculous art of keeping faces, and those with advanced cultivation skills can even look like teenagers when they are over 100 years old. But the Yang Mucheng in front of him did not have the calmness of those old monsters at all. Instead, he looked like the rising sun. Oldemo Yang? Someone recognized Yang Mucheng and lost his voice. Do you know me? Yang Mucheng turned his eyes when he heard the noise. But he saw a tall and strong man standing there with a sword on his back. But this man was shaking like chaff. His face was pale, and he wanted to shrink his burly body into a ball. With a mournful face, the man knelt down with a bang and said hurriedly, Yang Emperor, I had the honor to see your face when you fought in Shangchuan Valley. Oh, meeting an old friend in a foreign country is a fate. What are you doing in Zhenyang City? Yang Mucheng nodded. He killed Master Dan Qing in Shangchuan Valley, and thousands of warriors gathered around him. How could he remember every one of them? Reporting to Emperor Yang, I came here to enter Tuatian Palace to practice. The man did not dare to neglect and buried his head deeply in the ground. Yang Mucheng nodded and walked into Wansheng restaurant with his hands behind his back. 36 Longtang ancestors followed closely behind. Gong Xiaohai, Does Tuatian Palace also accept this kind of stuff? Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully. That man is only in the early stage of Xuanqi. He should be more than 200 years old. His qualifications are very mediocre in the martial arts world. And he can still get in. Isn't it possible to support the Heavenly Palace? Gong Xiaohai shook his head and said, Of course not. The gates of Tuatian Palace are opened every year. Apart from the nobles, only qualified people are selected. People like him are not even qualified to serve tea and pour water. Let the store serve food and wine. And you will tell me in detail about Tuatian Palace later, Yang Mucheng said, until Yang Mucheng's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The man was still kneeling on the spot. Someone helped him up and mocked. You are a little too courageous. We are all warriors in the martial arts world after all. How dare you kneel down to such a little emperor who doesn't even have long hair? Shut up! The man was almost exhausted, although Yang Mucheng only glanced at him lightly. At that moment, he felt like he was facing a wild beast that chose people to devour. You don't know how scary he is, so you dare to speak nonsense here. If you had seen his methods, you would be worse than me. Those who respect him call him Emperor Yang. Those who fear him call him Lao Mo Yang. Even though he is only 16 years old, he has killed more powerful men than you have ever seen. In front of him, no matter what, you have a great background. So you have to be careful. Otherwise you won't know how you will die. Is it that exaggerated? The man said disdainfully. You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, just stay in Jingyang City for a while. I think Tuatian Palace will not be stable anymore. The man stood there, pondered for a moment, and then turned around and left as if he had made up his mind. He originally planned to enter Tuatian Palace to practice, but Yang Mu came to Chengdu, and he did not dare to be under the same sect as this old devil. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, not to mention Yang Mucheng, a dragon and tiger that reaches the sky. Sit down. Lu Yaoer poured wine. Gong Xiaohai stood aside and introduced the situation of Tuatian Palace. This Tuatian Palace is located on the outskirts of the Zongyuan Mountains. This mountain range stretches for 3,000 miles and is the largest mountain range of the Holy Ape Dynasty. In the mountains, big demons are rampant. And even deeper, there are people with strength equivalent to the Golden Core realm. The Demon King exists. The reason why Tuatian Palace is located here is, on the one hand, to facilitate the practice of the disciples of the sect, and on the other hand, it is also to resist the invasion of the Demon King. Tuatian Palace has a total of 36 Tuatian peaks. The largest and highest peak is where Tuatian Palace is located. The mountain gate will only open for one day. At that time, the warriors gathered in Jingyang City will only those who possess the tokens can become disciples of Tuatian Palace by breaking into the Zongyuan Mountains. Only 3 of these 108 people can become inner disciples and obtain the sect. Nourish. Yang Mucheng suddenly became interested. How do you select the 3 inner disciples among the 108 people? Only one battle. Gong Xiaohai pondered for a moment and then said, Chapter 411. One mountain cannot tolerate the power of 2 tigers. Turn out to be. Every year, the number of warriors who participate in the selection of the mountain sect is less than 10,000. And as many as 50 or 60,000. Those who can enter the mountains and forests, fight all the way, and obtain the token are naturally the strongest. And among the 100 or so strongest people, after a battle, the 3 strongest ones were selected. Only inner disciples will be eligible to enter the Imperial Tomb to practice, and enter the Sutra Library to study martial arts in the future. As for the outer disciples, their treatment is very different. Certainly, if you are a royal noble and have endless backers, you may challenge the inner disciples in the future and replace them. Something's wrong. Yang Mucheng drank wine and narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, why is something wrong? Gong Xiaohai couldn't help but ask. Think about it for a moment. If you were the emperor of the Holy Ape Dynasty, would you like your sect to produce so many masters every year? If these masters were all from their own country, they could be promoted to higher ranks in the future. But if they come from the outside world and are completely beyond your control, will you train these people? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Gong Xiaohai pondered for a while and shook his head decisively. Won't. Yang Mucheng smiled and said nothing. This is what is wrong. Only when you are in a high position can you feel the weirdness of Tuatian Palace. It seems that this time Tuatian Palace and his party are hundreds of times more complicated than I imagined. This Tuatian Palace is like a jar. It attracts strong men from the 36 countries to enter it continuously. It is like raising poison, selecting the most suitable one from among these many strong men. generations. However, this has nothing to do with me. After obtaining the second level of fighting spirit and the Imperial Tomb, I will retreat and leave here. 3 days later, it was still dark, and countless people came out of Jingyang City. They waited eagerly, staring at the horizon as if waiting for something. But I saw that although the city wall, which was like a road, was empty, few people dared to stand. There was only a gilt carriage standing there quietly, as expected of the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty. His car was smashed to pieces by Yang Mucheng. In just 3 days, it was not only restored, but also 36 big demons were used as mounts. Rows of golden armored guards sat on the big demon, eagerly waiting. Turn out to be, when the first ray of sun sets on the city wall, it is the signal to open the mountain gate. Everyone wants to be the first to reach Tuotian Palace. At this time, naturally the further forward the better. But due to Fang Baiyu's existence, no one dared to take a step beyond the realm of possibility. Under the city wall, the corpses of hundreds of warriors who tried to stand on the city wall were the best warning. This Fang Baiyu is too domineering and has taken over the entire city wall. Some people are unwilling to admit it. What else can I do? Who made him the prince? He is born to be nobler than the rest of us. Why didn't Yan Lama come? The man said, as if thinking of something. He couldn't help but look around. Could it be that old demon Yang doesn't dare to come? That's natural. No matter how powerful he is, he doesn't dare to claim arrogance. Before this old demon Yang entered Tuotian Palace, he attracted 3 powerful enemies, whether it was Fang Baiyu or Lin Ao, or Master Xiang. Who is his opponent? If I were him, I would definitely return to the Dacian dynasty early and be my own emperor with peace of mind. Someone shook his head. Certainly, the absence of one of the protagonists of the battle in Jingyang City that day not only aroused everyone's attention and speculation, but also made Fang Baiyu a little surprised. That boy, Mr. Yang, didn't come? Prince, Yang Mucheng is indeed the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. But after leaving the Dacian dynasty, how many people still favor him and coax him? He has no backing and no power in the Holy Ape dynasty. How can he dare I challenge you? How dare I participate in this shaman selection competition? I might have returned home long ago. A golden armored guard said with a smile. Fang Baiyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Yang Laoma is not a character who gives up easily. He has not left the city at all in the past 3 days. He must be bound to join Tuotian Palace this time. Just as he was talking, Fang Baiyu's expression turned serious and he said, Coming! At this moment, everyone felt a wave of aura emanating from the center of Jingyang City. The imperial sedan that held the sky was lifted up by the ancestor of Longtang. As if gods and demons had descended. The location where the royal sedan landed was exactly where the city wall was. Will there be another fight? At this moment, everyone looked forward nervously. Fang Baiyu was extremely domineering. He has already regarded this city wall as his own territory. As the saying goes, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. So how can this location accommodate the 2 of them? Some people had no doubt that Fang Baiyu would directly knock down Yang Mucheng's imperial sedan and prevent him from getting a foothold on the city wall. Prince, won't you take action? The golden armored guards also clenched their sabers at their waists, waiting for orders. Why take action now? Fang Baiyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. The mountain gate is about to be opened. Although His Highness is 100% sure of getting the token. But among the tens of thousands of warriors, there may be some hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sir, my Highness doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Yes. The golden armored guard nodded and let go of the long knife in his hand. Under a series of gazes, the gorgeous royal sedan slowly landed on the city wall. Ha ha. Old Emo Yang, my Highness thought you had escaped a long time ago. I didn't expect you to still stay in the city and dare to attend the gate of Tuotian Palace. Don't you know the word? Death. And how to write it? Fang Baiyu laughed loudly. Why do I need to explain to you what I have done all my life? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Fang Baiyu sneered and shook his head. Old demon Yang, you really don't know how high the sky is. Do you believe that His Highness will put an end to you right here? Just you? There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, which is perfectly explained at this moment. As the 2 talked, a strong smell of gunpowder spread. This scene made many warriors tremble with fear and hurriedly retreat. I saw that with the city wall as the center, the warriors in all directions retreated in unison, fearing that if the 2 of them started fighting, the fish pond would be affected. If you don't believe it, my Highness will give it a try with you. Fong Baiyu clenched his fists. A violent breath burst out quickly. Terrifying air waves and invisible sound waves swept across the entire place. Okay. In this case, I will kill you in Zhenyang City. Yang Muqing's eyes froze. And a force no less powerful than Fong Baiyu surged rapidly. And the two violent forces slammed together quickly. At this moment, even the space was squeezed by these two forces, making a crackling sound. At this moment, everyone's gazes looking at both sides became blurry and distorted. Just when this terrifying aura reached its highest point. In Tuatian Palace, the mountain gate is open. Chapter 412, Beast Taming Formation? When the first ray of sunshine falls on the earth, the mountain gate is open. The sun penetrated through the many mountain gates. And the gentle sunshine at the beginning became extremely dazzling at this moment. They gathered on the mountain gate and suddenly transformed. I just saw that in the dark and chaotic sky. There was a turbulence in the space at this moment. And then I saw a door composed entirely of golden light, suddenly appearing at this moment. As the mountain gate slowly opened, the golden door was also slowly pushed open. The mountain gate is open! Come on! Almost at the same time, the countless crowds were already pouring in towards the front at this moment. At this moment, tens of thousands of people seemed to have turned into rolling sea water. And the crazy sweeping state actually covered the sky and the sun. Yang Muqiang and Fong Baiyu on the city wall were like two towering rocks, separating the surging crowd of tens of thousands. The soaring murderous intent between the two sides did not diminish because of the opening of the mountain gate. On the contrary, it became even higher at this moment. Old demon Yang! If you want to fight me, see you at the mountain gate! Fong Baiyu snorted coldly. The next moment, 36 tiger-shaped monsters roared together, and then saw the huge body squirming, and two wings sprouted from under its ribs. A pair of wings flapped fiercely, dragging the gilded carriage into the sky at this moment, rushing towards the location of Tuatian Palace. Your Majesty? Gong Shai asked in a low voice. Let's go! After entering the mountain gate, you can kill him whenever you want. There is no need to delay the business. Yang Muqiang forcibly suppressed the murderous intention in his heart and said calmly. Tens of thousands of people competed for 108 tokens. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to grab it 100%. If he lost the token, he would lose the opportunity to enter the mountain gate. If he wanted to find out the plan of the Imperial Tomb and the second level of fighting, he would have to postpone it for 1 year. Yes! Gong Shai said respectfully. Boom! The next moment, 36 ancestors rose into the sky, carrying the Imperial sedan, and swept forward as fast as possible. Tuatian Palace? In a unique courtyard, Lin Ao slowly opened his eyes. Yang Muqiang, you are finally here. If you want to enter the mountain gate, you have to ask me whether I will answer or not. Lin Ao said, and slowly stood up. In the past few days, he had set up a formation in the entire courtyard. In the wide courtyard, a half-person high drum was placed in front of him. The drum body of this big drum is made of Huangjia's top-grade red copper firewood, and the drum head is covered with the animal skin of a high-ranking demon in the Xianhai realm. In the drum, there is also a big demon heart soaked in a special potion. Yang Muqiang, have a taste of the killing game I have prepared for you. His eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ao grabbed two bone hammers made from the bones of an unknown monster beast and suddenly smashed them against the war drums. But what's shocking is that this hit with all the power made no sound at all. It was as if Lin Ao had smashed it with hatred and was completely swallowed up by this war drum. But the fierce light in Lin Ao's eyes became stronger and stronger. The next moment, the bone hammer in his hand was falling like rain like crazy. Gradually, among the war drums, the big demon's heart began to beat slowly at this moment. Boom! 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 At first, this heart beat very weakly, as if it would stop at any time. But gradually, the heart began to surge, becoming more and more fierce. And as the heart surged, a strange force burst out in the sky above the other courtyard. This strange power was invisible and turned into ripples that could not be touched by the naked eye and spread rapidly in all directions. Roar! In a dark and deep cave in the Zongyuan Mountains, a sleeping snake-shaped demon suddenly woke up. A pair of black and white eyes, at this moment, became as turbulent as the water being stirred. In those cloudy pupils, the scene of Lin Ao beating the drum flashed away. Not far away, an ancient ape demon also woke up. Not enough! Lin Ao's eyes widened angrily, and he dropped the bone hammer in his hand desperately. At this moment, The violent power in his body poured out crazily and poured into the bone hammer. The bone hammer actually became exquisitely carved at this moment, emitting a bright light. The next moment, the bone hammer in Lin Ao's hand seemed to be filled with the power of millions of people, and it became unbearable in his hand. Boom! Shocking sound. Crazy explosion. Suddenly, in the silent Zongyuan Mountains, there are countless amazing birds. In a huge lair, a terrifying monster slowly opened its eyes. How is this going? The sudden changes in the Zongyuan Mountains were not hidden from everyone. Some warriors, who were very sensitive to power, felt the terrifying power sweeping out almost instantly. At the same time, the big monsters hiding in the mountains and forests were suddenly awakened at this moment. The roar that shook the mountains and forests continued to resound. Prince! The golden armored guard frowned slightly, feeling the changes happening around him, and shouted in a low voice. Someone has set up a formation in the mountains and forests, and we seem to have broken into someone's formation. Don't worry about it. Fong Baiyu raised his eyebrows and said, the target of this killing array is not us, but someone else. Who could that be? The golden armored guard asked in confusion. Such a huge killing formation must be unusual, and it cannot be used against ordinary people. Ha ha. I know, that person is dealing with Yang Laoma. If His Highness is not wrong in guessing, the person who set up the formation must be Shengqing, the prince of the dynasty. Lin Ao! Fong Baiyu slapped his thigh and said with a proud smile, this old demon Yang has countless enemies. Even if His Highness doesn't take action, there will still be people vying to kill him. Fong Baiyu closed his eyes and leaned on the golden cushion, humming a ditty with a contented face. It seems that old demon Yang has to end in front of this mountain gate. What a pity. Countless great demons slowly woke up and, driven by the sound of drums, converged towards a certain place. Boom! Suddenly, the advancing imperial sedan stopped. Holy Lord! We are surrounded! Gong Xiaohai widened his eyes and looked around. In the dark dense forest, a little bit of cold light slowly approached. It was the bloodthirsty eyes of the big demon. 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Countless points. Like a tidal wave of monsters. They are approaching quietly. I know. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and sneered. Lin Ao, like his immortal ancestor, likes to set up formations to kill people. I already knew that he would not watch me enter Tuatian Palace so easily, but I didn't expect him to be so impatient. Then take action. Since he wants to kill, then I will play with him. Kill out. Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light burst out from his pupils. Chapter 413, Tily Beast Taming Sutra. Boom! A loud and shocking sound erupted in the noisy dense forest. Standing on Tuatian Palace and looking down, you can clearly see that a circular air wave visible to the naked eye erupted above the dense forest. Wherever the air wave passed, big trees were uprooted, and the surrounding air was filled with a shocking smell of blood. 36 Dragon Hall masters carried the imperial sedan and walked forward step by step. Almost every step he takes, he will be attacked by a big demon. There is the red jade swallowing eagle in the early stage of Xiankai realm. This big demon's wings spread out to a full length of 50 meters, and its feathers are like red jade, crystal clear, hence its name. His claws are like hooks, and his lightning speed is such that even disciples, who have lived in Tuatian Palace for many years, will feel an incomparable headache when they encounter him. Many outer disciples who passed the test would be disemboweled by the red jade eagle, and their internal organs would be taken out and eaten. There is the white phosphorus bloodthirsty python in the middle stage of Xiankai realm. This snake-shaped monster is nearly 100 meters long and has 2 legs under its body. Like a dragon. Infinite strength and amazing defense. Even if Xiao Tianqing's Zhantian sword hits him, it can still get up alive and continue to attack. There is Zixionyo, a crying soul that screams like a baby. There is the evil moon giant sky turtle, which is as strong as a mountain peak. There are traceless stone-destroying beasts that are as fast as lightning. For a while, everyone felt as if they had stepped into the lair of a group of great demons. Groan! Unexpected, the terrifying hawk's cry came rapidly from the distance. At this moment, the warriors who were rushing towards the location of Tuatian Palace raised their heads in astonishment and looked towards the sky one after another. This look didn't matter, but everyone's eyes narrowed. I saw a huge thing like an evil cloud rolling in from the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains. That is? Red Flame Dark Fire Eagle. How is that possible? Doesn't it live deep in the Zongyuan Mountains? How could it come here? Call. With its wings spread out, this great demon at the peak of the Xiankai realm, which reached a height of 200 meters, almost flew over the dense forest. The terrifying high temperature turned the dense forest beneath him into a sea of fire. Everyone only saw a flame billowing past. And then it smashed crazily towards Yang Muqing's position. This big demon was still in midair, and its terrifying wings were already flapping rapidly. Suddenly, many ancestors felt their bodies tremble, and their whole bodies were blown away by the rolling wind. At the same time, the red flame dark fire eagle had already reached down its terrifying hook-like claws and grabbed the Imperial sedan. Old demon Yang! Go to H.L. What makes people even more dizzy is that this big demon actually speaks human words. And the owner of this voice is Lin Ao, who is far away in Tuatian Palace. Kill my father! Destroy my ancestors! And seize my country! How dare you come to Tuatian Palace to see how I can kill you without leaving home? Boom! The huge eagle's claws grasped the Imperial sedan in its claws, like a bag to retrieve something. And a roiling flame poured in quickly. The exquisite and luxurious Imperial sedan was burned to ashes in an instant. However, the red flame dark fire eagle was not excited at all. Instead, it was suddenly startled and said in silence, "What?" But see, Yang Muqing, who should have been burned to ashes by the flames, stood there unharmed. He held Lu Yao in his arms, and the huge internal energy transformed shield was like a huge ball, spreading the burning flames 3 feet away from his body. Are you Lin Ao? Yang Muqing squinted his eyes and stared at the red flame dark fire eagle. The Shangqing dynasty has a broken Xian-level martial arts called the Tily Beast Control Sutra, which can inject consciousness into the body of a monster and take away its body. I didn't expect you to actually master it. You are a hidden thing. You dare not come here. But you use the body of a great demon to deal with me. Let's see how I destroy your clone today. Come down here. Boom. Yang Muqing grabbed it with his right hand, and the forest that was burning in the fire suddenly trembled crazily. Countless huge roots were pulled out from the soil crazily at this moment, sweeping away like monstrous tentacles. These rhizomes resemble tentacles and snakes, and their movements are extremely flexible. When it touched the red flame dark fire eagle, it suddenly tightened, like a big fish net, and forcefully caught the big monster toward the ground. You still dare to talk nonsense? Lin Ao was furious. He spread his wings, bursting out with a burst of shocking power, and flew into the sky at this moment. There was only a crackling sound of tearing, and the endless roots were torn apart by it. Some strong roots were not torn off, but the big trees were also uprooted. The huge wings folded and spread out, like a white crane drying its wings, stirring up a strong wind in an instant. In this gust of wind, 2 huge wind blades passed through the void and crossed, as if 2 giant blades were slashed in the air. At this moment, the endless roots were cut off like leaks. A pale mist burst into the void. It was a spectacle of the air being cut apart. I saw. The 2 blades struck Yang Muqing's shield in an instant. There was a clang sound, and at the same time as countless sparks burst out, the condensed shield was filled with cracks at this moment. Die to me! The red flame underworld fire eagle controlled by Lin Ao spread its wings again. This time, the vast void seemed to be a canvas, a place where the red flame underworld fire sculptures wantonly scolded Fang Qiu. Wind blades that were more than 20 meters long fell down and swept towards Yang Muqing with an eardrum-piercing scream. Your Majesty! Lu Yao was shocked. Don't move! Stand beside me! Yang Muqing smiled faintly, grabbed his right hand, and the holy dragon blood sword quickly gathered in his palm. He held Lu Yao in one hand and held a sword in the other, facing the overwhelming wind blades. Not only did he not show any fear, but he pointed the long sword in his hand straight away. Pick! Hack! Cut! 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 Point! Dial! Stick! The holy dragon blood sword swung out 36 swords in an instant, and each sword struck the wind blade steadily, cutting it into pieces. Then, he saw his right hand swung, and the 36 swords merged fiercely, turning into a sword in the air, swinging out a sword light of more than 40 or 50 meters, slashing from top to bottom towards the red flame dark fire eagle. How could the red flame dark fire eagle have imagined that this scene would happen? He watched helplessly as the sword light, which was enough to cut through the void, struck his body in an instant. Boom! At this moment, a surging force emerged. The body of the red flame dark fire eagle trembled in midair, and it fell like a meteorite, hitting the dense forest heavily. Your Majesty! Have you killed this big monster? Lu Yao's face was filled with shock as she looked at the red flame underworld fire eagle that fell from midair. Not good! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up Lu Yao, tiptoed, and quickly retreated towards the back. The moment he retreated, the red flame underworld fire eagle that was knocked down from midair mutated. Chapter 414, Binming Feather. Yang Mucheng, I'm going to kill you! The red flame dark fire eagle propped up its body and let out a shocking howl of rage. At this moment, it resounded through the mountains and forests and shook the void. At this moment, the originally red flame on its body suddenly dimmed. That is, this red flame dark fire eagle has actually mutated. This. Amidst these bursts of exclamations, I saw that the huge red flame underworld fire sculpture turned into night-like darkness in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the black flame that jumped out was more fierce and powerful than the previous one. However, in the dense forest, under the black fire, the temperature that was enough to melt steel continued to decrease at this moment, until finally, it was as cold as an extremely desolate ice field. Master Xiang, this is my token! Fong Baiyu casually threw the token he got from the forest to Master Xiang. He looked around the mountain gate and said with a proud smile, It seems that I am the first. It is inevitable that you are my disciple. If you don't win the first place, then I will lose my face. Master Xiang nodded slightly. Every year when the mountain gate opens, the fighting is the most intense. The participating warriors not only have to guard against the big demon lurking in the dense forest, but also guard against sneak attacks by other warriors. Even tens of thousands of people participated. And after one day, not even 100 people were left. This Lin Ao is really extraordinary. He can actually control the big demon. Fong Baiyu looked back at the mountain forest and narrowed his eyes. Moreover, it can also stimulate the blood in this big demon through some means. It seems that old demon Yang has encountered a strong enemy this time. In the dense forest, as long as the warrior raised his head, he could see the shocking scene of a battle between a man and a demon. Fong Baiyu, do you think Yang Mucheng can defeat this mutated red flame dark fire eagle? Ziyang asked with his eyes rolling. Before the mutation, he might have been able to defeat it. But after the mutation, the strength of the red flame dark fire eagle has increased several times, and old demon Yang may not be its opponent. Fong Baiyu pondered for a moment. State your judgment. Master Xiang smiled and was non-committal. The red flame underworld fire eagle exploded into the sky, and the scream of the eagle shook in all directions. This time, countless monsters in the dense forest were frightened by the terrifying screams and fled in all directions. This shocking change had already stunned the warriors who participated in the mountain gate selection. Those warriors at close range were even more stunned. As the black flame slowly spread, the temperature in the entire forest actually dropped instead of rising at this moment. With the body of the red flame dark fire eagle as the center, a terrifying piece of ice swept rapidly and violently in all directions. Wherever you go, whether it is flowers, trees, rocks or hills, the great demon who had no time to escape, the warriors who tried their best to avoid, were all wrapped up in the coldness and frozen into crystal clear ice sculptures. Old Mo Yang, how are you? Lin Ao's proud voice came from the mouth of the red flame dark fire eagle. Those huge eyes were locked on Yang Mucheng. You didn't expect today when you were so arrogant and proud. Did you? You didn't expect that one day you would die in my hands. Right. The ancestor of this red flame dark fire eagle is the Dark Phoenix. After being passed down from generation to generation, the Dark Phoenix bloodline has long been invisible, but it was still inspired by me. Your Majesty! Lu Yao's body trembled. The chill emitted by the red flame dark fire eagle actually penetrated her inner energy shield and surged toward her soul. She only felt as if her body was frozen. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and held Lu Yao in his arms. And Lin Ao's words continued. Although the stimulation of the Dark Phoenix bloodline will exhaust all the lifespan and potential of this red flame dark fire eagle, and can only last for 3 sticks of incense, but it is enough to kill you. Old Mo Yang, you any last words? Lin Ao said with a smile. He turned his eyes and landed on Lu Yao. His voice sounded like a smile, but not a smile. If you can't worry about this woman, I will take good care of her for you after you die. Let her take good care of her every day. They are all enjoying a life of ecstasy in bed. You, Lu Yao shouted, be bold, presumptuous. Lin Ao, you, the prince of a subjugated country, still dare to speak arrogantly in front of the Holy Emperor. Why don't you just surrender and arrest him as soon as possible? The ancestors of Longtang shouted angrily. Quack! Lin Ao narrowed his eyes and spread his big wings. Immediately, a gust of wind struck, knocking all the ancestors of Longtang back a few steps. Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Ao, if you were here, I would have killed you long ago. Do you think this red flame dark fire eagle can be my opponent? After I enter Tuotian Palace, you must not like a turtle with a shrunken head, hiding its head but showing its tail. How dare you tease me when I'm about to die? Yang Mucheng, I will cut you into pieces. Lin Ao let out a roar. The next moment, the red flame underworld fire eagle's large wings spread wildly. And at this moment, it was like black lightning rushing into the sky. The terrifying wings suddenly closed in front of him. And in the next moment, a feather more than 10 meters long was shot out by it, shooting towards Yang Mucheng like lightning. Holy Lord! Be careful! This is the natal feather of the red flame dark fire eagle. This feather is long and slender, and appears as dark as night ink. Even if any light falls on this feather, it will be swallowed up without any reflection. When it came, it was even more silent, as if it had no power at all. However, the expressions of many ancestors changed drastically at this moment. Is this your own feather? Lin Ao, I only need one move to kill this big monster. Just watch. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. This great demon with the blood of a divine beast, even if only a trace of it, has acquired some of the habits of the divine beast. This kind of natal feathers are the feathers that the great demon has been constantly refining. After being tempered by the inner strength and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they are equivalent to the magic weapons and weapons used by warriors. Some great demons can only use their natal feathers once in their lives. If you want to continue using it, you can only re-sacrifice it. Just when all the warriors turned their attention. Just when the ancestor of Longtang exclaimed. Just when the natal feather was about to hit Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng moved. He smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Drink! This moment, his tongue shines like a lotus flower. Just like the 6-syllable mantra of Buddha. Everyone only saw 9 rays of light suddenly shooting out of Yang Mucheng's mouth. Look! Old demon Yang is making a move. What is that? Lightning? 9 rays of light, at this moment, flew out, and under the eyes of countless people, they hit the feathers of the life. Chapter 415, the token is obtained. This is naturally not lightning, but the 9 dragons flying sword obtained by Yang Mucheng. Bishi, Chiki, Taotai, Yasui, Bifan, Swanee, Earthworm, Jiaotu, Paleo. The 9 swords turned into 9 aurora and soared into the sky. In an instant, they were carrying infinite power and struck the natal feathers. Boom! There was an explosion. The natal feathers, which had been sacrificed and refined by the red flame dark fire eagle for hundreds of years, and were capable of penetrating everything, completely shattered under the bombardment of the 9 dragons flying sword and turned into a shadow. The 9 dragon flying sword lags behind slightly, and hits the red flame dark fire eagle at an even faster and shocking speed than before. There was a tearing sound. At this moment, everyone saw this unforgettable scene. Its wings spread out to a full 200 meters, and its shape was like a red flame dark fire eagle that covered the sky and the sun. It was actually cut into 2 pieces by this blow. Along with a spray of blood, the broken body hit the ground heavily, and there was a loud noise like an earthquake. Puff! Tuotian Palace? Another courtyard? Lin Ao's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Almost at the same time, among the war drums, the wildly beating heart of the great demon burst open at this moment. The beating and thundering war drums also quietly became quiet at this moment. What is old demon Yang's last move? Lin Ao's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. He found. I couldn't tell what method Yang Mucheng used to kill the red flame dark fire eagle whose bloodline was inspired. Old demon Yang! Lin Ao clenched his fists. Previously, Yang Mucheng said, if you appear in front of the other party, you will definitely die in his hands. Lin Ao only thought that this sentence meant that the other party was stubborn and refused to admit defeat. But now after seeing Yang Mucheng's last move, he just felt cold all over. I'm not his opponent yet! Lin Ao almost broke his teeth. No! I want to retreat! After a moment of silence, Lin Ao stood up angrily and strode towards the depths of the courtyard. What? Fong Baiyu looked at the 9 flashes of lightning in the sky and cried out. What method is that? It's a flying sword! Master Zhang's pupil shrank, and he said with envy, I didn't expect that Yang Mucheng actually has such a treasure, 9 flying swords, each of which is a top-grade Shin-level sword. He is just a little emperor in the mortal world, even if he is occupying the Shunqing dynasty, with the foundation and heritage of his country. How could he have such a treasure? Fang Baiyu rolled his eyes and said, I originally heard people calling him Old Demon Yang, and I just thought it was because they were afraid of his identity and status because he was the emperor. But now it seems that this boy's strength is not bad. Looking at the big demon falling suddenly in the sky, Fang Baiyu said solemnly, Jinren Xiang, when we select the inner disciples later, we will divide me and Old Demon Yang into a group. If I don't kill this boy, it's not enough. To avoid future troubles. Master Xiang frowned slightly and nodded after a moment. Horrible! Among the sect's geniuses, such as Zhongli Tianluo and Fang Baiyu, none of them reached the mysterious sea realm until they were 50 or 60 years old. As for Yang Mucheng, he was only 16 years old, and his potential and talent were already beyond everyone's imagination. If we let it develop, we don't know what it will look like in the future. Master Xiang didn't even dare to think about it. The 9 dragons' flying sword turned in the sky and turned into a ray of light, and was swallowed back into Yang Mucheng's mouth again. Your Majesty, is Lin Ao dead? Lu Yao looked at the red flame dark fire eagle that was chopped down on the ground, then looked at Yang Mucheng, and couldn't help but ask. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, Of course he will not die. But if his move is broken by me this time, he will inevitably suffer backlash. He will have to rest for at least 3 or 4 days before he can recover. Humph. This Tily Beast Control Sutra is indeed mysterious. But also, how can you defeat my 9-dragon flying sword? This Lin Ao is too dangerous and must be eliminated. Lu Yao said with lingering fear. Nature. Yang Mucheng nodded. Without Lin Ao's obstruction, the next step will naturally be much simpler. The royal sedan has been damaged, and the group of people move forward on foot while looking for the token. Gong Xiaohai, come here. Yang Mucheng waved. He had the ancestor of Longnang to clear the way for him and find the token for him. Naturally, he didn't need to worry about these trivial matters. Lin Ao attacked me in Tuatian Palace. Doesn't Tuatian Palace just care about it? Your Majesty, you haven't joined Tuatian Palace yet, so you are not considered a member of Tuatian Palace. Therefore, no one will care. Gong Xiaohai said with a bitter smile. When the mountain gate was opened in previous years, there were many Tuatian Palace disciples who interfered with it and used it to kill the enemy's opponents. This matter has become the norm. Yang Mucheng nodded and said, I see. Then after I enter Tuatian Palace, can I take action against Lin Ao? Gong Xiaohai quickly shook his head. No. Tuatian Palace has express regulations. Any disciple who enters Tuatian Palace is not allowed to fight privately within the Holy Ape Dynasty. If there is any violation, attack them in groups. Because more than 200 years ago, the Great Zhou Dynasty and Tian, the 2 princes of the Tiger Dynasty, fought in private, and both were harmed. As a result, the prince of another country killed them. This incident directly triggered a war that lasted for 30 years. In the end, Tuatian Palace came forward. This will resolve the matter. This rule has been in place ever since. Then I can't kill him? Yang Mucheng raised his brows. There is also a chance. In Tuatian Palace, there are sometimes events held. Every event is the best choice for each country to resolve disputes. Even if the opponent dies on the field, that country can only knock out its teeth and go to the belly. I can't say anything. Gong Xiaohai rolled his eyes and said, Your Majesty, there will be a battle when the inner disciples are selected later. If we can meet Fang Baiyu, it will be a rare opportunity to kill him. Yang Mucheng was overjoyed and said, Very good, Your Majesty. At this time, an ancestor of Longtang came to report. I found a hiding place for the token ahead. Lead the way. Yang Mucheng raised his hand and walked forward. On a hill close to the mountainside, hundreds of warriors were facing off. In a secret cave, there is a strange luster, which is clearly the characteristic of the token. When the mountain gate opens, the elders of Tuatian Palace will release 108 tokens. These tokens will appear randomly in any place, so it is not surprising that they appear here. But at this moment, these warriors were all in a tense posture, and no one dared to act rashly. The surrounding ground was littered with corpses, which was shocking. Obviously, they all died fighting for the token. Your Majesty, here. Yi Shujin separated a group of opposing warriors as if there was no one around. Walk forward. trotted into the cave, and took out the token. This is it. Yang Mucheng took over. This token was neither gold nor jade, with a rich aura. He nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Open the way, and go directly to the mountain gate." Chapter 416, Princes, Generals and Prime Ministers. Would you rather have the seed? What? Suddenly, all the warriors around were stunned. In their fight for the token, hundreds of people were killed or injured. No one dared to act rashly. But Yang Mucheng took it away like this? Moreover, neither Yang Mucheng nor the ancestors of Longtang paid any attention to these hundreds of people, and even ignored them as if they were nothing. Yang Mucheng, are you going too far? A warrior couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was about to leave, he shouted sharply, "We saw this token first. Why can you take it away as soon as you come? You don't have to be arrogant as the emperor. The emperor takes turns. This year it's you. Next year maybe it will be me." Yang Mucheng, who was about to leave, stopped immediately when he heard these words, turned his head, and glanced at the warrior who spoke, snapped his fingers. Immediately, the ancestors of Longtang around them signaled that some were moving out chairs, and some were moving out coffee tables. Lu Yao on the side began to boil water and make tea, but he saw Yang Mucheng sitting down. "Did you say this alone? Or was it the voice of all of you?" Yang Mucheng asked with a smile. Alas, Gong Xiaohai shook his head and secretly sighed that these people simply didn't know how to live or die. Originally, Yang Mucheng took the token and left. And you guys just went and did whatever you were supposed to do. Now that I have to say these words so stubbornly, Yang Mucheng is so interested that he might as well sit here and play with you. I think so too. Do you have any objections? Another warrior also stood up quickly and shouted coldly, "Princes, generals, would you rather have the seed? You were just born in the emperor's family, and you were born nobler than us. If I were in the same position as you, I would never do the same thing. It will be worse than you, and it will be better than you." This warrior is a typical example of not taking anyone seriously. Even if the sky is in front of him, he can pierce it with one punch. Well, who else has such an idea? Come forward and let me take a look. Yang Mucheng didn't get angry and drank tea happily. Some people saw that the situation was not good and quietly retreated. But some people rely on the large number of people and are not afraid of things at all. They know it too. Yang Mucheng had already offended Fang Baiyu and Lin Ao. One of them was the beloved disciple of Master Ziyang, and the other was an inner disciple of Tuotian Palace. If they can take advantage of the chaos and kill Yang Mucheng, they will definitely gain the favor of these two people. And there is no guarantee that they will rise to prominence in the future. After a while, the crowd was divided into two groups. One group made it clear that they wanted to fight Yang Mucheng to the death and get the token back. The other group of people were smarter, and when they saw that the situation was not going well, they hid far away, for fear of involving themselves. "Are you done?" Yang Mucheng drank the last sip of tea happily and then asked, "Why? Aren't there enough of us?" The warrior from before had an arrogant and domineering attitude. "Yang Mucheng, you'd better hand over the token as soon as possible. Otherwise the rest of us will swarm you. Even if you are a strong person in the Xianhai realm, you won't be able to bear it." Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. At this time, the smile on his face finally disappeared. Instead, it was completely cold. "I don't care about you. It's your honor. This token can be obtained by those who are capable. You ants also want to join Tuotian Palace? How dare you challenge me?" Yang Mucheng slowly narrowed his eyes, pointed with his right hand, and said loudly, "Kill." The words just fell. The ancestors, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, rushed forward unceremoniously. Gong Xiaohai rushed directly towards a warrior and cursed it fiercely. "Boy, how can you call the Holy Emperor by his name? How dare you say the words emperors take turns to sit?" He slapped the warrior on the head, breaking his neck and smashing his whole head into his chest. Another warrior who shouted, "Princes, generals, would rather be born." Before he could draw his sword, Yi Shujin's thunderous foot stepped on his chest, and his whole body was directly trampled into the ground. And his chest was even more a bloody hole that could not be concealed was stepped on. How can these warriors be the opponents of the ancestors of Longtang? It was like being caught in a herd of sheep by a tiger, without the slightest resistance. In the blink of an eye, more than 77 people were killed. "Yang Mucheng, you are despicable, and you have the ability to fight us alone." A warrior was trampled under the feet of his ancestor and screamed desperately. He didn't finish his sentence. The ancestor used his foot forcefully and crushed his head to pieces. Bah! You can't even defeat us. And you still want the Holy One to take action? It doesn't even take half a stick of incense. Of the 200 or 300 people, not a single one was left alive. Yang Muchun stood up slowly. These warriors could only reach the Xuanqi realm. He had no idea of absorbing the blood of these warriors. As for the surviving warriors, they were so frightened that they fled hundreds of feet away when they saw this scene, looking at Yang Muchun with fear in their eyes. The reputation of Old Demon has been firmly engraved in everyone's minds. The rest of the way, naturally, it felt a lot more relaxed. No matter how they fight for tokens in the entire dense forest, all of this has nothing to do with Yang Muchun. Wherever he passed, the crowds dispersed. There were still some people who wanted to make a sneak attack, but they were completely killed by the ancestor of Longdang before they even got close. Longdang opened the way in front, and Yang Muchun held down the formation behind. This journey leads us safely to Tuatian Palace. This is my token! Yang Muchun casually threw the token to Master Xiang. As expected of Emperor Yang, Master Xiang smiled faintly and said, It seems that I have underestimated you. Although you were only born in the secular world, your methods and courage are the skills of many emperors, generals and ministers in the martial arts world. You can't have it. I hope you can stay in Tuatian Palace for a long time. Yang Muchun narrowed his eyes slightly. Naturally, he heard the other party's thorny tone. He smiled faintly and said, Since I came to the throne, countless people have regarded me as a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh. These people often shout louder than everyone else, but they all die in my hands. Master Xiang, I hope you will when you kneel at my feet in the future. You can still say this calmly. You? Master Xiang was furious. Regardless of whether the princes or princesses from various countries joined Tuatian Palace, they all treated him with courtesy and respect. How could anyone dare to be like Yang Muchun, openly challenging him and confronting him without giving in? Fang Baiyu on the side smiled happily, patted Master Xiang and said, Shimren Xiang, when we were in Jingyang City, you said that I'm a man in his 50s, but I'm as bad-tempered as a young man. Now, why are you angry? After all the personnel have arrived, the selection process will begin when you are an inner disciple. Is it interesting for you to get angry with a dying person? As he said that, Fang Baiyu turned his eyes and landed on Yang Muchun. After the inner sect selection battle, I hope you can still stand in front of me alive. The two were tit for tat, putting all the last treasure on the inner sect selection battle. The disciples who had received the tokens all around retreated timidly, not daring to speak nonsense. These two people have noble status. One is the emperor of the Daqian dynasty, and the other is the prince of the Tianhu dynasty. If the two of them are at odds, they will not even have the qualifications to resist. Finally, when the last warrior arrived at the mountain gate, 108 disciples arrived. At this time, the mountain gate was closed. The inner door selection is about to begin. Chapter 417, Gratitude and Life and Death? Everyone, come with me. Master Xiang glanced at Yang Muchun and Fang Baiyu lightly, then turned and walked towards the mountain gate. The two followed closely behind. The other warriors followed fearfully. Although there has not yet been a fight, the smell of gunpowder between the two is getting stronger and stronger. Once it breaks out, it will be earth-shattering and heart-stopping. As they went deeper into Tuatian Palace, everyone seemed to have entered a fairyland on Earth, although it was pitch black all around. But the stars above the head are bright, allowing people to see without any obstruction. Under the leadership of Master Xiang, everyone came to a huge arena area. This is the inner selection venue. Master Xiang's voice sounded faintly. But see you. The entire huge arena is more than 30 feet high, like a mountain peak that has been cut off halfway up the mountain, leaving a wide area for fighting. This selection will be based on a points competition. The three with the highest points can become inner sect disciples. The rest are all outer sect disciples. There are no rules in this battle, and life and death are determined by fate. Surrender, loss of consciousness, or death will all be considered fail. If there are no objections, the game will begin, Master Xiang said, grinning, looking at Yang Muchun and Fang Baiyu, and said, You two had a grudge in Jingyang City, and it was only because of my action that it was forced to end. Why not? Just here? Let's settle our grievances. Hisses. Everyone gasped. No one expected that Master Xiang would do things without any cover-up. The two of them were directly placed in the first battle. So this first battle was a game of grudges and life and death. Ha ha ha. Master Xiang, Thank you very much. Fong Baiyu laughed loudly, tiptoed, flew up to the arena dozens of feet high, and raised his hand towards Master Ziyang. He turned his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng teasingly. Old Demon Yang, we haven't decided the winner in the previous battle in Jingyang City. So let's compete here. Just what I want. Yang Mucheng nodded slowly. Master Ziyang's small actions actually did what he wanted. Instead of procrastinating, it would be better to resolve it completely in the first battle. This grudge match has been really interesting. Unexpectedly, Master Ziyang didn't have any scruples at all, and directly ranked the two of them in the first battle. This battle must be a very terrifying fight between Dragon and Tiger. A warrior said secretly exclaimed. Who do you think will win? Emperor Yang or Fong Baiyu? Some warriors speculated curiously. It must be Emperor Yang. One person affirmed. Previously Emperor Yang only used one move to kill the red flame dark fire eagle after the mutation. Until now, I can't tell what move it was. If he uses that move, I'm afraid Fong Baiyu won't be able to resist it. As soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly said, that's not necessarily true. Although Yang Di's move is terrifying. Think about it. The more terrifying the move, the greater the consumption. Yang Di may not be able to release that move in a short time. One move. Moreover, even if Fong Baiyu has seen the power of Yang Di's move, he still dares to challenge him. He must have his own trump card. And he is not afraid of Yang Di's trump card. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, looking back and forth at Yang Mucheng and Fong Baiyu. And after a moment, he came to a conclusion. In this battle, Emperor Yang will definitely lose. Everyone was shocked and silent. In this battle, no matter who wins or loses, they cannot participate. In front of these two people, they are like praying mantises under the rolling traffic and can be easily crushed. In the arena, the two stood looking at each other, very close to each other. A strong wind swept across the cliff, causing their long hair to flutter and their clothes to rustle. Start. Master Ziyang waved the whisk in his hand, and the sound resounded over the arena. This moment, the warriors all around held their breaths. However, almost at the same time, Fong Baiyu sneered and flew into the sky. He turned his right hand, and a shocking roar of a tiger could be heard in the sky. A shadow surged through the air and quickly gathered in his palm. After the shadow dissipated, a spear that was about 10 feet long suddenly appeared in Fong Baiyu's palm. At this moment, the sea of qi in his body shook violently, and a huge internal energy like a vast river surged out directly from his body. This huge internal energy even formed a white tiger with a lost forehead, hovering around Fong Baiyu, and it was wrapped in layers, and Fong Baiyu's entire body was completely wrapped in the white tiger shadow. Then, just listen to the roar of the white tiger phantom, and it is actually carrying a billowing wind and pressing down from the sky. The warriors around looked at the tiger falling from the sky with horrified expressions. Is this going to kill Yang Mucheng with one blow? Everyone turned pale with fear and retreated back. Well done. Yang Mucheng's right hand was straight, and with a clang sound, the holy dragon blood sword already emerged from the void, turning into a bloody light and blasting towards the tiger-headed golden gun. Just hearing a clang sound, the terrifying white tiger exploded directly. As the white tiger shadow dissipated, the tip of the holy dragon blood sword was already touching the tiger-headed golden gun. This phantom of the tiger is an illusion of internal energy. The tip of the tiger's mouth is the center of this move. Yang Mucheng saw through the white tiger's flaw at a glance, and directly restrained Fong Baiyu's tiger head Zhongjin gun, destroying the operation of the gun. What a brilliant vision! You can actually see through the key point of the Huang level top martial art fire tiger running and lightning strike in an instant. Master Ziyang sneered secretly when he saw Yang Mucheng making a move. However, can you resist Baiyu's next attack below? His cultivation level is higher than yours, and he has more fighting spirit than you. You actually blocked it? The warriors outside the arena originally thought that Yang Mucheng would be suppressed and beaten by Fong Baiyu, but they never expected that Yang Mucheng would break Fong Baiyu's attack with ease. Is the title of Old Demon Yang a waste of money? The warriors only thought it was unbelievable. And Fong Baiyu, who was fighting against Yang Mucheng, did not expect it. He looked at the tiger-headed golden gun that he had restrained, and actually smiled instead of getting angry at this moment. Wonderful! Earlier, I was worried that you wouldn't even be able to catch my next move. Now, I'll have some fun with you. Uh-huh. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Baiyu closed his eyes, and the tiger-headed golden gun burst out with a bright light. Heavy rain pear blossom spear. Stars fall! The spear in Fong Baiyu's hand swung violently. Under his terrifying technique, a bright star-like spear light seemed to explode in the night sky, and it quickly blasted towards Yang Maicheng. This spear technique was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yang Maicheng and directly blasted into Yang Mucheng's key points. Huang level top martial arts. The stars have fallen! It turns out that it is the heavy rain pear blossom spear technique, which ranks among the top 3 in Huang level martial arts. This marksmanship is based on swiftness and fierceness, and few people can master it. Unexpectedly, Fong Baiyu mastered it, and even reached the level of mastery. Seeing Fong Baiyu's marksmanship, many warriors exclaimed. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to Yang Maicheng. An idea emerged in everyone's mind. Can he resist it? Chapter 418 One Move Battle. Your Majesty! At this moment, Lu Yao clenched her fists and was worried. Everyone's hearts were inexplicably raised in their throats. It's not that they don't have confidence in Yang Maicheng, but that Fong Baiyu's move is too gorgeous. The endless gun light is like the stars falling all over the sky, giving people a feeling that there is no way to hide or escape. Yang Maicheng smiled faintly. His right hand was seen holding the holy dragon blood sword in an empty hand, facing the gun light that filled the sky. He did not retreat but advanced at this moment, charging away quickly. The sword light in his hand surged, and in an instant there was a torrent of blood. Ding! 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 Swords and guns collided, and sparks flew everywhere. In the eyes of everyone, it was almost impossible to hide and avoid the star gun light. But Yang Maicheng resisted it in an instant. What's more, while Yang Maicheng resisted the gun light, the holy dragon blood sword in his hand flashed twice again and exploded forward. This sword, like thunder and lightning, directly brought the fierceness of Quang Lei's fighting spirit and counterattacked towards Fong Baiyu. What a fast swordsmanship! At this moment, the situation was reversed. Yang Mucheng's incredible counterattack made Fong Baiyu's complexion change drastically. With all his gun skills exhausted, he had no time to resist and could only shoot backwards. Although his reaction speed was already very fast, the sword still left a blood mark on his forehead. How can it be? Seeing Fong Baiyu retreating violently and still injured, Master Ziyang also cried out. He frowned slightly and looked at Fong Baiyu worriedly. How could he not know that if Fong Baiyu had moved a little slower before, his head would have been split open by Yang Mucheng's sword? Fong Baiyu! Master Ziyang shouted in a deep voice. Don't delay any longer. Although the opponent's cultivation level is not as high as yours, and his fighting spirit is not as high as yours, his strength is not weaker than yours at all. Tongue! Fong Baiyu retreated suddenly and slowly landed on the ground. The blood mark between his eyebrows made him seem to have a third blood pupil opened, and his whole person appeared extremely ferocious. Hearing Master Ziyang's words, he narrowed his eyes and became more and more angry. I do not believe! Boom! With a roar, he rushed towards Yang Maicheng. The tiger-headed golden gun in his hand erupted with a more ferocious light than before, and Yang Maicheng rushed forward with his sword without any fear. In an instant, the two of them quickly fought together. The sound of collisions, which was several times denser than before, suddenly resounded throughout the entire place. The warriors around could no longer even distinguish Yang Maicheng and Fong Baiyu. All that could be seen was that Fong Baiyu, who had already launched a fierce offensive, had even turned into afterimages during the continuous attacks. However, Yang Maicheng did not fall behind at all under this violent attack. He also transformed into an afterimage and defended against Fong Baiyu. The two of them have completely exploded. Fong Baiyu's offensive is so terrifying. He is worthy of being a disciple of Master Ziyang. He has such powerful strength even before he enters Tuotian Palace. But the most terrifying thing is Emperor Yang. Not only did he catch all of Fong Baiyu's attacks, he was even able to quickly counterattack and completely suppress him. The crowd was in an uproar. Fong Baiyu not only increased his explosive attack, shocking everyone, but before, Yang Maicheng, who was not good-looking to everyone, was able to not fall behind at all, which shocked them even more. Boom! 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 The terrifying offensive that broke out from both sides even completely destroyed the huge arena. The dissipated sword energy and spear light scattered on the ground, creating a shocking deep pit. The onlookers had to retreat again and again, even to the edge of the arena. As a result, Master Ziyang had to open the protective shield to prevent the aftermath of the battle between the two from spreading to the entire Tuotian Palace. How can you be so strong? Fong Baiyu became more frightened as he fought. He didn't expect that even though he tried his best, he couldn't suppress the other party. He has even used all kinds of fighting spirit. But no matter what kind of attack, the opponent can resist and resolve it. Previously, the pride of being the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty made him unwilling to admit it. But now, he had to admit that Master Ziyang said that Yang Muqing's strength was not weaker than his own. Could it be that you can only use that one move? An idea suddenly flashed into Fong Baiyu's mind. And then the idea quickly occupied his mind. Tongue! Pointing his toes, Fong Baiyu stepped into the void and quickly retreated from the battle group. How? This is? Is it over? Seeing Fong Baiyu withdraw, everyone couldn't help but become confused. The two of them would fight if they didn't fight. Once they started fighting, it would be a fight to the death. How could they stop suddenly? Is this the end? Just when everyone was confused. But he saw Fong Baiyu slowly raising his head and looking over with a pair of cold eyes. Yang Muqing, if we continue to fight like this, we won't be able to tell the difference between victory and defeat within 3 days and 3 nights. If you can take my last move, surrender on your own. Really? After hearing Fong Baiyu's words, everyone was not surprised. But they all seemed to have expected the situation. As the prince of the Tianhu dynasty, Fong Baiyu has always had a high opinion of himself. How could he think so highly of Yang Muqing, who was once born in the mortal world? But now, he couldn't suppress Yang Muqing. How could he swallow this sigh of relief? Have I ever been afraid? Yang Muqing smiled faintly and said, You can just let your horse come over. I will follow you. Fong Baiyu's strength is similar to Lin Chuheo before. When he was in the Shunqing dynasty, Yang Muqing still has some difficulties in dealing with an opponent of this strength. But now that his cultivation has reached the middle stage of Xianhai, and his strength has improved several levels compared to before, how could he not be able to suppress the opponent? At this time, Ziyang Zhenren, who had been frowning in silence, suddenly said, Fong Baiyu, are you planning to use that move? That's right. Fong Baiyu nodded heavily, turned his eyes, and tightened his grip on the tiger-headed golden gun, saying, Although I haven't fully mastered this move yet, it is enough to kill you. I don't know if you can survive. Yang Muqing raised his head and looked directly at Fong Baiyu, his eyes as sharp as a sword. Let's take action. Fong Baiyu did not take action immediately. Under the gaze of everyone, Fong Baiyu slowly rose into the air under a strange force. It's not internal energy. It's not chi and blood. It's a kind of power of heaven and earth. This inexplicable gesture made Fong Baiyu much stronger than before. When the people around saw this scene, they all became solemn. Fong Baiyu agreed on this last move. Even if he hasn't mastered it yet, this simple move will definitely surpass his previous martial arts skills. It is even possible to reach the lower level of Xian level, or even the middle level of Xian level. Chapter 419, Xian level middle grade martial arts. Blue-eyed golden tiger. In a series of eyes, Fong Baiyu's figure has slowly risen to the commanding heights. But see you. He closed his eyes. And at this moment, the tiger-headed golden gun burst out with a roar. The 10-foot-long tiger-headed golden gun seemed to break free from his hand at this moment. And at the same time, the starlight from the sky quickly gathered and poured into the tiger-headed golden gun in his hand. Roar! A real roar came from the void. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the tiger-headed golden gun in his hand actually erupted into an infinite stream of light at this moment. The next moment, this stream of light rushed over quickly. And even as it flew past, it turned into a blue-eyed head with its back and 2 wings. Adamantine tiger. When it rushes down from the sky, it looks like a meteorite falling from the sky. With infinite power, he already pounced in front of Yang Muqing. Mid-grade Xian level martial arts. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Unexpectedly, Master Ziyang taught Fong Baiyu all the middle-grade Xian level martial arts. Boom! The green-eyed tiger flew down. The surging pressure swept around like a tide. Only a crackling sound was heard. And the shield surrounding the arena was actually filled with terrible cracks under this burst of pressure. Even before the attack came, the shocking pressure was already crushing him crazily. Boom! Yang Muqing's body sank, and he felt as if a huge mountain peak was rolling over his body. Even his feet were crushed into the ground. Centered on Yang Muqing's feet, the ground made of obsidian spread with a spiderweb-like crack. Yang Muqing, My Highness, let's see how you catch this move! Fong Baiyu shouted, and the green-eyed tiger emitted a burst of dazzling light and rushed towards Yang Muqing, the terrifying blue-eyed tiger, with overwhelming killing intent and unparalleled momentum. crazily crushed down. Such a terrifying formation shocked everyone. The surrounding warriors could all see that this move was definitely a mid-level Xian-level martial skill. Although he didn't fully grasp it, the power it contained was something no one could resist. Can Yang Mucheng resist? Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng. It didn't matter. But his eyes widened and he shouted, "Oops!" But see! Yang Mucheng's holy dragon blood sword, which raised its finger to the sky, was crushed by the green-eyed tiger, and cracks spread rapidly, and every inch the blue-eyed fine gold tiger crushed. An inch of the holy dragon blood sword's blade was crushed into powder. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the slender and domineering holy dragon blood sword was half devoured by the blue-eyed fine gold beast. Roar! Then, a tiger roar sounded. The blue-eyed golden tiger actually let out a roar, and suddenly slapped down its huge claws. With this claw strike, half of the holy dragon blood sword in Yang Mucheng's hand shattered. Sooner or later, just when the tiger's claws were about to hit Yang Mucheng suddenly retreated backwards. The tiger's claws lightly pressed against the ground. Boom! The entire earth seemed to be torn apart by tiger claws. Escape? Do you think you can escape? You can't escape even if you go up to the underworld and go down to the blue sky. Fong Baiyu let out a roar. But the green-eyed golden tiger did not stop at all. With a more ferocious attitude than before, he rushed towards Yang Mucheng. Your Majesty! Seeing this scene, Yi Shujin shouted loudly. Just when the ancestor of Longtang was about to help, Master Xiang calmly waved the fly whisk in his hand. There was a buzzing sound in the air, and an invisible barrier quickly appeared to isolate them in the corner of the arena. After looking at the crowd lightly, Master Xiang sneered. No one is allowed to interfere in the inter-sect selection battle. There is no helper. There is no way out. Could it be that he? At this moment, a terrifying picture appeared in everyone's mind. Fong Baiyu's face was even more ferocious. He seemed to have seen the scene where Yang Mucheng was killed by him. Escape? Yang Mucheng sneered. He stood still on the balls of his feet, and suddenly stopped in place. Just use the god-killing finger, Yang Mucheng thought to himself. The 9 Dragons Flying Sword is his biggest trump card. The fewer times these 9 flying swords are exposed, the better. When the green-eyed tiger attacked, Yang Mucheng even closed his eyes. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's whole aura suddenly changed. And it actually increased crazily at this moment. At this time, Yang Mucheng is like the way of heaven that dominates everything. You still dare to pretend to be a ghost? Feeling the terrifying aura rising continuously from Yang Mucheng's body, Fong Baiyu immediately opened his eyes angrily and let out a roar. He gritted his teeth and poured all his inner energy into the void desperately. The originally terrifying blue-eyed golden tiger suddenly turned around and grew to over 100 meters tall. When he rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, the claw that lifted the sky suddenly struck down. Laugh. Just when countless people were watching, just when the claw was about to be taken, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. A gaze that was almost condensed into substance, like the eyes of gods and demons that illuminated the void. Then, he pointed out slowly with one finger. Quietly, it landed on the giant claws of the green-eyed golden tiger. Boom! The sound of explosions resounded through the sky, spreading wildly, under the shocked gazes of countless people. The green-eyed tiger that was struck by the god-killing finger disappeared crazily like it was peeling off a cocoon. After the tiger beast disappeared, Yang Mucheng's crystal-clear finger was already on the tiger's head and the golden gun. Click! A slight sound was heard, and this middle-grade Xian-level weapon turned into powder under one finger. Yang Mucheng's body trembled slightly. It is indeed comparable to the god-killing finger of the middle-level Xianhai. Even if he has been promoted to the middle-level Xianhai, he still cannot fully demonstrate the power of this finger. This most powerful and victorious finger directly drained most of the inner energy from his body. Certainly, its power, compared to that day, is naturally self-evident. This jade-carved finger blasted through the blue-eyed golden tiger, and at the same time, it pointed forward with a devastating blow. After blasting the tiger-headed golden gun into pieces, it continued to hit Fong Baiyu's chest with unabated force. This Fong Baiyu doesn't have the support of Lin Chuheo's eternal formation. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The corresponding position on Fong Baiyu's back suddenly exploded. 30% of the blood in his body was turned away by this finger, turning into a blood arrow and shooting out from his back. Wow! Fong Baiyu, on the other hand, spit out a mouthful of blood mist, shot it backward 7 or 8 meters, and fell heavily to the ground. It seems that I won, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Chapter 420 Emperor Yang. I lost. It seems that I won. Yang Muqing's words announced the final outcome of this life and death battle. Master Ziyang's originally smiling face suddenly darkened. As ugly as if his parents had died. Neither he nor the warriors present expected this ending. They thought that Yang Muqing was no match, and had to admit defeat in embarrassment. They also thought that Yang Muqing had a stubborn personality, and would rather die than surrender. And was eventually killed. But think about it. But no one could have imagined that this scene would happen. His Royal Highness is not defeated yet. Fong Baiyu clenched his teeth. And blood overflowed from his teeth like a fountain. At this moment, even if he stood up again, people around him could see that he was at the end of his strength. Not to mention fighting. Even standing is extremely difficult. Is it? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, don't blame me for killing him. Finished. He walked forward step by step. That's enough. Master Ziyang on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but frown and shouted. In this battle, I admit defeat for Fong Baiyu. Yang Muqing, you have already won. There is no need to kill everyone. Let's stop it. Snapped. Yang Muqing stopped and looked at Master Ziyang. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Be anyone else. Faced with this situation. Facing Master Ziyang personally admitting defeat. I'm afraid he would just give up and not pursue the case any further. However, they were not sure whether Yang Muqing would do the same. Shenren Ziyang. Yang Muqing laughed loudly and said with a half smile. I remember you said before that no one is allowed to interfere in the inter-sect selection battle. This competition is between me and Fong Baiyu. You admit defeat on Fong Baiyu's behalf. What kind of? To the end. Yang Muqing changed his smile, and his voice was like thunder. Who do you think you are? Why should I stop? What are you? What are you? You? The huge arena was empty, echoing with Yang Muqing's shouts. Many warriors changed their colors when they heard the sound. And some warriors, who were in charge, were frightened and took a few steps back. Everyone looked at Yang Muqing in disbelief. They did not expect that the other party would dare to talk to Master Ziyang like this. Ziyang Zhenren's complexion changes from green to purple. And from purple to white. If anyone else dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped them away. It was not that he was afraid of Yang Muqing's identity, but that he had made a mistake in handling this matter. In the intersect selection battle, not only could others not interfere, but he, the elder, could not interfere either. Master Ziyang broke the rules by surrendering on behalf of Fong Baiyu. Yang Muqing, I beg you. Master Ziyang gritted his teeth and lowered his airway in a low voice. Fong Baiyu's personality is somewhat similar to Yang Muqing's. Even if a knife is placed on his neck, he will not give in. It would be even harder for you to make him admit defeat than to reach the sky. Therefore, Master Ziyang had no choice but to plead for mercy. Hisses. Everyone gasped. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Master Ziyang is actually so humble? No. Unexpectedly, Yang Muqing shook his head and opened his mouth. Ha! The Nine Dragons' flying sword was already shot out with a bang. Shang! 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 The 9 flying swords, like 9 lightning bolts of different colors, suddenly streaked across the void. Like teleporting, he appeared directly in front of Fong Baiyu. Fong Baiyu's eyes widened, and an indescribable sense of death crisis pressed into his heart. At this moment, he was so frightened that he could not move. Shuzi! You dare! Master Ziyang was furious. He didn't expect that Yang Muqing would ignore his humble pleas over and over again. But then I thought about it. It was normal. If Yang Muqing is defeated by them at this time. Of course, even if those Longtang ancestors and Lu Yao are kowtowed and beg for mercy, they would not let him go. However, he was so eager to protect his disciples that Shenren Ziyang didn't care about the sex laws at all. Take one step. I saw his right hand shaking, and the soft fly whisk was suddenly stirred, twisting into a knot like a hemp rope. His whisk is called the Lion Whisker. The material of the whisk is taken from the hair of the fawn lion of the Demon King in the Golden Core realm. It is both strong and soft, and full of power. Roar! A shocking roar of a lion sounded. And then the fly whisk hit the 9 dragons' flying sword heavily. The first flying sword was deflected. Immediately afterwards, the second flying sword was also knocked away. The third handle, the fourth handle, the fifth handle, of the 9 flying swords. In an instant, only the last Taotai flying sword was left. Yang Muqing's eyes opened angrily, and surging inner energy flowed into them. Just hearing a bang sound, The fly whisk exploded all over the sky, and the broken hair slowly fell like catkins. The Tao flying sword made a chi sound. It passed against Master Xiang's throat, leaving a trace of blood. The remaining power continued unabated, shooting into the distant night. Damn it! Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. He just used brute force to drive the 9 flying swords, but failed to understand the true essence of the 9 dragon flying swords. If he were to attack with the true sword controlling technique, the previous blow would definitely kill Master Xiang and Fang Baiyu. However, this does not mean that Yang Mucheng will give up now. Rise! He shouted loudly, and suddenly grabbed the void with his right hand. And the flying sword that was deflected suddenly buzzed. The Tao flying sword flew back from the void with a clang. Bigui's flying sword broke through the rock and came swiftly. The Jiao flying sword turned into a stream of light and flashed in front of Yang Mucheng. Paleo. Almost instantly, the 9 dragons flying sword gathered in front of Yang Mucheng again. Fang Baiyu, don't admit defeat yet. Master Xiang was trembling in his heart. Previously, if he hadn't been very experienced and moved a foot or two to the side when the Tao flying sword came over, he might have cut off his head with his last sword. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was still taking action, he shouted quickly. Fang Baiyu looked at Yang Mucheng resentfully, and no matter how reluctant he was, he could only bite his teeth. Boom! Knees hit the ground. Fang Baiyu knelt on the ground. Yang Di, I lost. There was dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty and wiped their eyes vigorously, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. But no matter how hard I believe it, I can only admit it. Fang Baiyu gave up. Well, Yang Mucheng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. But he overestimated this Fang Baiyu. He originally thought that Fang Baiyu would rather die than surrender, so that he could kill him naturally. Even if this matter becomes a big deal and reaches the Tuatin Palace, he will still be justified. But now that Fang Baiyu has given up, he can only give up. Open your mouth. After swallowing the 9 dragons flying sword into his mouth, Yang Mucheng put his hands on his back and slowly walked off the ring. Just as he walked off the ring, he paused and looked back at Fang Baiyu. This time, you are lucky. If Master Xiang hadn't intervened, you would have died here even if you had 9 lives. Chapter 421 The Mysterious Mr. Su. In the arena, when Fang Baiyu heard Yang Mucheng's words, he was so ashamed that he almost died. But a defeat is a defeat. No matter what he says now, it is like the barking of a bereaved dog, without any meaning. Master Xiang's eyes turned cold. Yang Emperor, so what if you win the intersect? A year and a half later, if you fight Fang Baiyu again, it's not certain who will win and who will lose, who will live and who will die. Yang Mucheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, glanced at Fang Baiyu, who was ashamed and angry, and did not answer. Fight again in a year and a half? Only Yang Mucheng knew best. Since Fang Baiyu had been defeated by him in today's battle, he was no longer qualified to be his opponent from now on. After all, he possesses the ancient heaven swallowing technique and has the system to help him. The gap between the two will only grow wider. Always waiting, he responded calmly. Yang Mucheng walked off the ring with his hands behind his back. Won! Yang actually won. It's a pity that Emperor Yang failed to kill Fang Baiyu in one fell swoop. In the future, Fang Baiyu will definitely become his biggest enemy. Looking at Fang Baiyu with a face filled with resentment, many people secretly shook their heads. That's right. Although Fang Baiyu was defeated, he still has a life left. With his identity, status, and the support of Master Xiang, he will surpass Yang Di sooner or later. But in today's battle, Emperor Yang became famous in the Heavenly Palace. Yes, in one day, he defeated Lin Ao and Fang Baiyu, and even forced Master Xiang to humiliate him. Although he gained face and momentum in this battle, he is afraid that he will be defeated by Master Xiang in Tuatin Palace in the future. Especially targeted. Everyone is discussing. The game still continues to start. But, after the previous battle between Yang Mucheng and Fang Baiyu, the next game was naturally a bit boring. Yang Mucheng was not even interested in watching the battle. He leaned back on the seat and let Lu Yao's small hands gently squeeze his shoulders. What a pity! We are only one step away from killing Fang Baiyu. Yi Shujin and other people in the Dragon Hall all sighed. Yang Mucheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shook his head slowly. Master Xiang will not sit idly by and let me kill Fang Baiyu. In addition, this battle has made me clear about Fang Baiyu's background and Master Xiang's methods. So, I don't think it's a pity. His eyes slowly opened and he looked forward. But see, Fong Baiyu, who had taken the healing elixir, was already standing in the arena again. He was fighting against a warrior who was a master of Xian Qi. This warrior didn't know whether to live or die. He thought that Fong Baiyu was seriously injured by Yang Macheng and had no ability to fight anymore. Little did he know that Fong Baiyu was like a crazy lion at this time. As soon as Master Ziyang announced the start, Fong Baiyu regarded him as the target of his venting, and slapped him into the ground. His skull exploded, and he died on the spot before he even had time to beg for mercy. Although Fong Baiyu has 31 fighting intentions, he is knowledgeable but not skilled, and his mastery is not as proficient as mine. Even if your cultivation level is 1 level higher than mine, you still have nothing to fear. But Jinren Ziyang is terrifying. In a hurry, it is enough to withstand my 9 dragons flying sword. After all, I still lack the means to control a sword. If I had used a set of Xian-level martial arts to control the 9 dragons flying sword, I would not only be able to kill Fong Baiyu, but also seriously injure Master Ziyang. It seems that learning Xian-level martial arts must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The next match is between Zhou Tao and Yang Macheng. At this time, Master Ziyang's voice pulled Yang Macheng back from his concentration. The disciple named Zhou Tao turned pale with fright when he heard that his opponent was Yang Macheng. He shook his head and said, "I give up." After that, almost every opponent who met Yang Macheng chose to give up. Yang Macheng also leads the way in points. Ranked after Yang Macheng was Fong Baiyu. At first, several of his opponents thought they could defeat Fong Baiyu when he was injured and beat him up. But Fong Baiyu showed no mercy. After killing 7 or 8 people in a row, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Whenever they met Fong Baiyu, the warriors all chose to abandon the competition. The third person in the ranking is a man in black robe who makes no obvious statement. This man in black robes was covered in wide robes, as if he was afraid of being recognized. He had actually reached the level of cultivation in the late stage of Xianhai, and had more than 10 kinds of fighting spirit. "Who is this person?" Yang Macheng frowned slightly. "I don't know. Everyone calls him Mr. Su. Gong Xiaohai shook his head. "But this man's strength cannot be underestimated. He is the second warrior after Fong Baiyu to get the token. His strength is scary. If he's not under Fong Baiyu, he's going to fight Fong Baiyu." As Gong Xiaohai shouted, everyone turned their eyes towards the arena. This man in black robe was not like others who chose to abandon the match when he met Fong Baiyu. Instead, he stood on the ring without any scruples. "Mr. Su actually didn't give up. Does he want to fight Fong Baiyu?" Everyone was surprised. But see, Fong Baiyu looked at Mr. Su with a cold face. "It's true that a tiger falls on the plain and is bullied by dogs, and a dragon swims in shallow water and is teased by shrimps. Do you also want to compete with me? That's all. It just so happens that your highness has nowhere to vent, so I'll take advantage of you." Fong Baiyu was angry. After he was defeated by Yang Macheng, many people jumped out one after another, trying to step on his head and get the upper hand. How could he endure this? But as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. But see, Mr. Su's body trembled, and he immediately took a step forward. When this step hit, he left a huge footprint on the ground. Carrying a gust of wind, he rushed in front of Fong Baiyu in shock, and punched out at the same time. "What a speed! This Mr. Su's strength!" Everyone was shocked. "What?" Fong Baiyu also trembled in his heart. When the opponent's fist came, he immediately raised his fists and placed them in front of him, and took the opponent's blow forcefully. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Fong Baiyu felt a huge force emerge, and a trace of blood immediately flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His body was shot backwards like a cannonball by the punch, and he was directly knocked out of the ring. This time, there was dead silence inside and outside the arena. "Interesting." Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. "This Mr. Su's strength is probably no less than mine. I didn't expect that among this group of warriors, there would be a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger." Fong Baiyu saw himself being knocked off the ring, and he almost went berserk. He didn't expect that. He was defeated first by Yang Macheng, and then by Mr. Su. Next game, Yang Macheng versus Mr. Su. Master Ziyang saw the opportunity and quickly announced the next game. However, just when Yang Macheng was about to stand up and fight, Mr. Su cupped his hands and said, "No need to compete. I admit defeat." Chapter 422 Ranking Reversal. Admit defeat? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. A little disappointed. He thought he would be able to find out the details of the opponent in one fight with Mr. Su. But he did not expect that the other party would admit defeat. But I heard Mr. Su continue. Young Emperor, my strength is equal to yours. But I can't resist your 9 flying swords. Even if I compete, I'm asking for trouble. So, I admit defeat in this battle. Yang Muchung said angrily. If that's the case, then forget it. Ranking reversal. Yang Muchung ranked first. Mr. Su replaced Fong Baiyu and ranked second. Fong Baiyu fell to third place. Until the end of the Intergate selection, the positions of the top 3 have not changed. As for other warriors, although the rankings have changed slightly, there is no way to change the results. In the end, Yang Muchung, Mr. Su, and Fong Baiyu were naturally promoted to the inner sect, while the rest were classified into the outer sect. The treatment is naturally different between the inner door and the outer door. There are also many gaps between the top 3 in the inner sect. Yang Mu arrived at the largest house among the 3. Mr. Su was the second, and Fong Baiyu was the youngest. Let me check the details of Mr. Su. Yang Muchung became more and more curious about Mr. Su's identity. Yes. Yi Shujin immediately sent the letter to the Dacian dynasty. A night of silence. At dawn the next day, an elder from Tuatian Palace came to the other courtyard and greeted the 3 of them. Where is Master Xiang? When Fong Baiyu saw the other party, he couldn't help but frown and asked sharply. The elder shook his fly whisk and replied with a smile. Zhiren Xiang intervened in the intersect election battle last night and was punished by the sect. Now he has been punished to 3 months in front of the cliff. Next is Zhiren Wandao. And Zhiren Xiang is not here. During this time, I will guide you. Master Wandao glanced at the 3 of them and said, Everyone, come with me. I will introduce to you the situation of Tuatian Palace. Everyone followed him up. Mr. Su and Fong Baiyu followed Master Wandao step by step. Yang Muchung was sitting on the sedan chair, drinking tea slowly and looking at the situation of Tuatian Palace. What made him a little curious was that the Tuatian Palace was not as lively as he imagined. On the contrary, there were only a small number of people, and even a stick could not hit even half a person. Master Wandao, where are the people in Tuatian Palace? Where are the warriors who were classified as outer sect last night? Yang Muchung was confused. Young Emperor, there is a difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. The warriors of the outer sect are not in this main peak. They are on another floating peak. Master Wandao pointed to another mountain peak that also towered into the sky and said, The peak below us is called Tuatian Peak, and it is the main peak of Tuatian Palace. Only intersect warriors are qualified to be here. Yang Muchung nodded. Lin Ao should also be in the intersect. Right. Yes. It is indeed the inner gate. Master Wandao raised his eyebrows. Then why didn't I see him? Have all the inner disciples of Tuatian Palace been here? Yang Muchung continued to ask. Lin Ao has gone into seclusion. Emperor Yang. Of course. You can't see him? As for the disciples of Tuatian Palace, some have gone down the mountain after completing their studies, and some are still in the palace. Master Wandao took the trouble to explain. There are also some who are out on missions, so the number seems to be very sparse. If there is any important event, these people will come back. Yang Muchung frowned. Mission? Wandao Zhiren smiled and said nothing, and made a gesture of invitation, obviously preparing to give it a try. But see, he introduced as he walked. At the inner gate of Tuatian Palace, there are the Shinbing Building, the Sutra Pavilion, and the Pill Shop. If you need it, you can get it from these locations. Of course, each item requires corresponding points to be exchanged, and you can get the location of the points is the mission hall. Of course, if you have anything you don't need, you can exchange it for points in the mission hall. I see. Yang Muchung nodded. If I want to enter the Sutra Pavilion, what are my needs? Yang Muchung continued to ask. In the Dacian dynasty, there was no shortage of weapons and elixirs. But because he rose to power relatively late, he doesn't have much foundation, and his martial arts skills are the most lacking. There are 11 floors in the Sutra Pavilion. Levels 1 to 4 include martial arts from upper, middle, lower, and even top-level spiritual levels. Levels 5 to 8 are yellow-level martial arts. Above the 9th floor, there are Xin-level martial arts. However, in Tuatian Palace, the highest martial arts are only at the Xin-level high grade. The points consumed to enter each floor are also different. The higher the martial arts level, the more points it costs. The more you stay in that level, the more points you will spend. Master Wandao pointed to an 11-story building not far away. Yang Muchung looked immediately. But see, Inside and outside the building, mysterious talismans shuttled through the void, enveloping the whole building, making it appear mysterious and extraordinary. Where is the training tower? At this time, Mr. Su, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. The experience tower is not in this peak, but on another experience peak. Master One Down nodded slightly. There are no points requirements to enter the experience tower. This tower has a total of 12 floors. Those who can reach the 10th floor will have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Tomb in the future. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and secretly wrote down the training tower. People walked all the way. Master One Dao took the trouble to explain some trivial matters one by one. Then each of the 3 people was given a token. This token is your identity certificate and also records your points. I live on the main peak. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Watching Wan Dao Jiren leave, Mr. Su calmed down for a moment, then took off and flew towards the location of the training tower. Fong Baiyu, on the other hand, turned around and walked back to his house. His face was pale, and he was obviously seriously injured. It was not suitable to take action at this time, so he could only go back to heal his injuries. For a while, only Yang Muchung remained. Your Majesty, where are we going? Lu Yaoer asked. Let's go to the mission hall first. Now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Yang Muchung grinned. When he found out that in Tuoyin Palace, even the top-grade Xian-level martial arts were possessed, he had an idea. Who is this? Isn't this too showy? It wasn't until entering the mission hall that I met some intersect warriors who came to hand over the mission. These warriors looked at Yang Muchung, who was enjoying the 8-carriage sedan in stunned silence, unable to recover for a moment. Although there are many noble beings among the intersect warriors, are they not like Yang Muchung? There were warriors in front and behind clearing the way, and a follower who looked like a god was following beside him. This is not here to practice in Tuoyin Palace. It is clearly here to enjoy. Are these tasks? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Chapter 423, The Mysterious Gaze in the Imperial Tomb. But see, above the mission hall, there is a light curtain made of several feet of white jade. Countless tadpole-like words swam up along the edge of the light, converging into rows of words. Each row of writing is a task, and points are also marked. Points from low to high. Create the underworld spiritual medicine garden, and you will be rewarded with 1 point for each acre of the spiritual medicine garden you reclaim. Hunting the nine-headed sparrow. The nine-headed sparrow is a great demon in the early stage of Xianhai realm. The mission reward is 10 points. Capture the red underworld flying fox alive. The red underworld flying fox is a great demon in the early stages of the Xianhai realm. The task rewards 12 points. Yang Muchung raised his brows, threw the token to Lu Yao, and said, Take all the tasks. Yes. Lu Yaoer separated from the crowd, walked to the counter, slapped the token, and said, All the tasks on this light screen have been completed. All next. The deacon handling the task almost bit off his tongue, but he took a look at Yang Muchung, who was sitting on the sedan with his eyes closed and concentrating, and he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly handled the matter. As tasks were assigned to the jade cards one by one, the writing on the light screen was decreasing rapidly. In the main hall, some warriors who were preparing to choose a suitable task to start suddenly realized something was wrong. The number of tasks on the light screen decreased rapidly. Hundreds of tasks in total have disappeared. How is this going? Who took all the tasks? Are you not afraid of punishment for taking over hundreds of tasks at once? Turn out to be. These tasks have time limits. If the task cannot be completed within 3 days, it will be regarded as a failure and the corresponding points will be deducted. Therefore, every intersect warrior will choose carefully when selecting tasks, for fear that not only will he not be able to get a reward, but he will be unable to complete the task due to delays, but his points will be deducted. Humph! Isn't this guy too arrogant? Many warriors saw Lu Yao returning the mission token to Yang Muchung, and then they realized that the culprit was this boy, and they were immediately angry. Shoo! As soon as he finished speaking, a companion quickly covered his mouth. You don't want to live anymore. He is Emperor Yang. When the warriors around him heard this, they were so frightened that they smacked their lips and no longer dared to say a word. Although, we are all inner disciples, but we are also different in strength. As for Yang Muchung, he became famous in 3 battles yesterday, and his reputation almost spread throughout the inner sect. Nowadays, everyone in the inner gate knows that Emperor Yang defeated Lin Ao before entering the mountain gate. In the intersect selection, he defeated Fang Baiyu. He even drove away Master Xiang. However, even if he is Emperor Yang, he probably won't be able to complete so many tasks in 3 days. Right. Someone shook his head secretly. Humph. Despite his arrogance now, he won't even have tears to cry after 3 days. Hundreds of missions have failed, and his points may be deducted to the lowest level all at once. Someone gloated. Since there is no way to hand over the task, these intersect warriors can only do other things. Yang Mucheng listened happily to the discussion behind him, and couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. How could he do the task himself? Out of the hall, Yang Mucheng jumped down from the sedan and said, Long Tang! Exist! 36 ancestors responded in unison. Complete these tasks within 3 days. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and said without looking back, Lu Yaoer, please accompany me around to Yin Palace. Yes. Lu Yaoer smiled sweetly and followed closely. She looked back at the stunned intersect warriors and couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. These people are really idiots. They thought the Holy Lord would be like them and complete the tasks one by one. Don't pay attention to them. Let's go directly to the Emperor's tomb to take a look. Yang Mucheng left directly. Of course, there are also many nobles and nobles among the intersect, but their status cannot compare with that of Yang Mucheng. Although they also brought many masters, how could Yang Mucheng directly bring 36 Longtang ancestors, each of whom has the cultivation level of Xinhai realm? After a while, the two came to the Imperial tomb. That's it? Yang Mucheng was slightly surprised. If Master Wan Dao hadn't said it, he really couldn't believe that the Imperial tomb actually existed like this. But see, a huge bronze door with a height of 18 feet stood in front of the two of them. The door is engraved with complicated and mysterious patterns of birds and fish that are incomprehensible. There are 2 copper rings hanging from the tiger's mouth at the door handle. Lu Yaoer curiously walked around the bronze door, but found that there was nothing behind the bronze door. From a distance, it looks like a lonely bronze door. Nothing special. I thought that the Imperial tomb in Tuatian Palace was like the underground palace complex previously discovered under the Weigua Palace. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a bronze door. Lu Yaoer tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, could it be that Master Wan Dao didn't tell the truth? That's not possible. Yang Mucheng shook his head. I can feel that there is a mysterious power hidden in this bronze door. Gong Xiaohai said that the Imperial tomb is connected to another space. Maybe this bronze door, the door is the gateway into that space. Then what kind of world is behind the bronze door? Lu Yaoer wondered. Ha. I didn't know. It seems that we can only find out when the Imperial tomb is opened. Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Now that we have seen the Imperial tomb, let's go to experience the tower next. Master Wan Dao said, however, only by reaching the 30th floor can you be qualified to enter the Imperial tomb. Yang Mucheng clicked his tongue and shook his head. He became more and more curious about everything in the Imperial tomb. Deep inside the royal tomb, an inexplicably huge palace that was completely shrouded in darkness. A skinny black figure sat on the throne. At this moment, the black shadow suddenly opened his eyes, and a gaze that was almost condensed into substance tore apart the thick darkness at this moment. This gaze seemed to ignore space and any buildings and fell directly on Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng, who was about to leave, suddenly felt nervous and stopped. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Lu Yaoer saw the drastic change in Yang Mucheng's expression and couldn't help but ask quickly. Did you get injured in the intersect selection battle before? Yang Mucheng shook his head and looked towards the location of the bronze door in surprise. Fang Baiyu is not qualified to hurt me yet. I had a strange feeling before. Behind the bronze door, someone seemed to have just glanced at me. This? Lu Yaoer was shocked and looked over quickly. But the bronze door is the same as before, with almost no changes. Yang Mucheng frowned and glanced at it. After a moment, he shook his head and turned to leave. Chapter 424 Experience Tower. Maybe it's just my illusion. Yang Mucheng took one step forward and flew into the air, flying towards the location of the training tower. Lu Yaoer froze on the spot. For a moment, she was the only one left around the bronze door. I don't know why, but a sudden and creepy feeling came to my heart. Holy Lord, wait for me! She yelled and immediately ran after him. After a while, there was silence around the Imperial tomb. The eyes deep inside the bronze door slowly closed. Ha. I didn't expect that such a young genius would enter Tuatian Palace this time. It seems that I will finally see the light of day again. Laughing wildly, The entire palace trembled like an earthquake at this moment. Amidst this terrible laughter, the pair of eyes slowly closed. Yang Machung, I hope you can get here. Experience peak. There is no limit to this mountain peak. Therefore, when Yang Machung and Lu Yao arrived, they saw many inner and outer sect warriors surrounding the training tower. The warriors had different opinions and discussed each other's achievements. In Tuotian Palace, measuring strength is not limited to the level of cultivation. The most intuitive thing is how many floors of the training tower this person has reached. Oh! There was a burst of cheers. This guy is so powerful! He actually broke through the 6th floor. A warrior looked shocked. After all, he is an intersect warrior. How can he be the same as us outer sections? I think it is very likely that the other party can break into the 7th floor. Or even the 8th floor. Another warrior pondered for a moment and said, among the 3 intersect warriors who entered the sect yesterday, Mr. Su is already here. Why are the other 2 not here? Fong Baiyu suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of Mr. Su and Yang Di. His serious injuries have not healed. Even if he took the elixir, he would not be able to take action in less than 3 or 4 days. As for Yang Di, I heard that he went directly to the mission hall today, has taken on 300 to 400 tasks, and is probably still working on them now. Someone who knew the inside story explained. 300 or 400 tasks. Ha ha. Emperor Yang is really bold. If you fail to complete the task in 3 days, you will be punished. Another grinned. However, before he finished speaking, the smile on his face completely stiffened. But see, a handsome young man was walking slowly with his hands behind his back, and Lu Yao followed closely behind him. What's wrong with you? A warrior saw that his companion's expression became extremely ugly at this moment, and he couldn't help but ask quickly. However, when he saw Yang Machung, he suddenly trembled with fear. At this moment, I felt a creepy feeling welling up in my mind. Yang! Emperor Yang! The warrior shouted tremblingly. Who entered the tower first? Yang Machung asked. It's Mr. Su, the warrior said quickly. He broke into the 6th floor. Is this very powerful? Yang Machung continued to ask. The warrior nodded quickly and said, it is indeed very powerful. This training tower is a training place set up by the ancestor of Tuotian Palace. The 6th floor is a dividing line. Generally speaking, outer sect warriors are basically below the 6th floor. Wandering, if you get above the 6th floor, you will be automatically promoted to the inner gate. Yang Machung nodded. No wonder so many warriors gathered outside the training tower, obviously trying to squeeze into the inner gate. And the 6th floor is a dividing point, which is naturally very difficult for them. While speaking, there was another burst of exclamations. Mr. Su has already reached the 7th floor. The warrior who spoke was also a little excited when he saw this scene. He glanced at Yang Machung and continued. However, there are very few warriors in the outer sect who can break through to the 6th floor. Only some people have achieved breakthroughs in cultivation. Or all the enlightened warriors, that's fine. In the inner sect, it's very common. Many intersect warriors can even reach the 9th level. Yang Machung nodded while listening to the introduction of this outer martial artist. Not long after, the door to the experience tower opened. Mr. Su, shrouded in a black robe, slowly walked out, leaving everyone around stunned. 9-level results. This time, an incredible character has entered the inner gate. With his strength, he might be able to break through the 10th floor in less than half a year. Gain the qualification to enter the Imperial Tomb. As the foundation of Tuotian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty, the spot in the Imperial Tomb is naturally something that everyone is trying to grab. But not everyone can do it. So when selecting the places, you must pass the experience tower level. In the 12-level training tower, only disciples who have passed the 10th level are eligible. This is the minimum requirement. And if Yang Machung wants to enter the Imperial Tomb, he will definitely have to break into this training tower. I'll give it a try too. Yang Machung walked straight forward. It's him. When Mr. Su saw Yang Machung, his pupils narrowed slightly, and the figure about to leave paused. He wanted to take a look at Yang Machung's results. At this time, in addition to Yang Machung, there are many warriors who want to break into the tower. Mr. Su's achievement of passing the 9th floor gave some people a boost of confidence. This time, I will definitely be able to break through the 6th floor and join the inner sect. An outer sect warrior with a huge sword on his body and a heavy back vowed. Jianyu, I remember you said the same thing 3 months ago. Unfortunately, you ended up on the 5th floor. Rather than letting you waste an opportunity to break into the tower, you might as well let me do it. Another outer sect warrior, he laughed and mocked. More and more people are crowding towards the training tower. The experience tower is not open at will. There are only 9 opportunities every day. Use it once and lose it once. So no one wants to fall behind. Ha ha. Get out of my way, I'll do it this time. The voice sounded, followed by a young figure carrying a sword on his back, and slowly walked over. A large number of disciples around looked at this young figure. And after seeing his appearance clearly, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. Zhou Qian from the inner sect? The second prince of the Zhou dynasty? Last time, he made it to the 7th floor. I guess his goal this time should be the 8th floor. Right. Knowing that they could not compete with Zhou Qian for a spot in the training tower, many warriors backed away in a wise manner. But when he saw Zhou Qian, dressed in green clothes, walking slowly with a confident smile on his lips, he felt even more proud when he noticed the envious eyes of the disciples around him, especially where he passed. The crowds dispersed, giving him a moment of noble feeling overlooking the common people. But this feeling of pride soon disappeared, because Zhou Qian discovered that there was another figure in front of him. This figure stood at the door of the training tower, blocking his way. If a good dog doesn't block the road, get out of here! Zhou Qian snorted coldly, grabbed the figure in front of him with his right hand, and pushed it suddenly. This moment, there were constant exclamations in the training tower, as if they had seen the figure blocking Zhou Qian being slapped away by him. But only Mr. Su grinned and said mockingly, Zhou Qian is really ignorant this time. He even dares to offend Mr. Yang. Chapter 425. Kneel here for 3 days. Amid everyone's exclamations, Zhou Qian slapped Yang Mucheng firmly on the shoulder. However, a shocking scene occurred. Yang Mucheng stood there as steady as a rock, and was not slapped away by his slap as everyone imagined. How can it be? Certainly, the most shocked person was Zhou Qian himself. When he slapped him, even the Tanshan iron wall would have to fall down. Not only did this kid remain motionless, but when he slapped him, his right hand went numb in shock. Were you the one who photographed me just now? Yang Mucheng was concentrating on looking at the huge training tower, not paying attention to what was going on behind him. It wasn't until he was hit by Zhou Qian's slap that he reacted, turned around, frowned and asked, It's me! Zhou Qian put away the shock in his heart. Since private fighting is not allowed in Tuatian Palace, he did not use any force in his previous palm. Seeing Yang Mucheng turn around, he found that the other person was just a stranger. So he immediately replied unceremoniously, Roll! Yang Mucheng frowned and slapped him away with his backhand. Hisses. Many people took a breath when watching the scene. Who is this newcomer? He is really brave. He dares to challenge Zhou Qian and fight back? Does he think he can be the opponent of Prince Tuesday? Many people looked on with gloating. Yang Mucheng's slap was too fast and fierce. Before Zhou Qian could react, the slap hit him firmly on the face. There was a loud slap, and then the Tuesday Prince's body trembled, and he was knocked out of balance, and flew away under the shocked eyes of everyone. Boom! A 6-meter-high rockery was directly smashed into pieces by Zhou Qian, who flew out. Ahem! Opening his mouth, Zhou Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 broken teeth. Quiet! Outside the experience tower, there was silence. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in stunned silence. They looked at Yang Mucheng standing there in disbelief, and then at Zhou Qian, who was vomiting blood. You were actually slapped away? Something happened! Something big happened! Everyone exclaimed. Many people looked at Yang Mucheng and speculated who this new face was, who dared to hit Zhou Qian. This is tantamount to pulling out teeth from the tiger's mouth and seeking death. But some warriors who witnessed the selection of the inner sect yesterday shook their heads and said with a faint smile, What does it mean to slap him away? This young man is Emperor Yang. Yesterday, he defeated the inner disciple Lin Ao and defeated Fang Baiyu, the crown prince of the Tianhu dynasty. Even Xiang Zhenren couldn't do anything to him. If it weren't for trust, the Heavenly Palace prohibits private fights. So Zhou Qian will probably be slapped to death by Emperor Yang. Call. It was okay not to say this sentence, but after saying it, it made everyone's scalp numb. They only thought that Yang Mucheng was a stupid young man who didn't understand anything. But now they realized that Yang Mucheng was a beast that should not be provoked. Lin Ao's strength is not bad among the inner sect. He broke through the 9-level training tower. He was actually defeated by him. Although Fang Baiyu has not yet entered Tuatian Palace to practice, he is the proud disciple of Master Xiang, and his strength is not inferior to Lin Ao. Even Master Xiang can't do anything to him. Amidst the burst of exclamations, Everyone looked at Yang Muchung with more and more fear. Boy, do you know who I am? Jokin covered his swollen face and stared at Yang Muchung. You dare to hit me? This is the Holy Lord of our Dacian dynasty. Liu Yaoer looked at Zhou Qian and snorted coldly. You struck first. So what if I beat you? The Holy Lord showed mercy and didn't beat you to death. You are lucky. Get out. Stay away. Don't disturb the Holy Spirit's mood by making noise here. Now, Yang Muchung withdrew his gaze again and looked at the training tower. This tower has a total of 12 floors. Each floor is about 3 feet, and the whole body is hexagonal. The edges of the tower are like flying goose wings. There are still bells hanging under the edge of the tower. When the wind blows, the jingling sound is very sweet. The complicated talismans were flying up and down, making the tower look very mysterious. I don't care who you are. How could Zhou Qian endure being slapped away in public? Seeing that Yang Muchung didn't take him seriously at all, he suddenly felt a senseless anger welling up in his heart. You hit me, and you just want to give up? His eyes widened angrily. His muscles swelled, and he was about to take action. At this time, Yang Muchung, who had looked at the entire training tower, seemed to be aware of it, and did not see any movement from him. He just slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed it gently downwards. At this moment, Zhou Qian felt a majestic momentum hitting him. This momentum almost condensed into substance, crushing down crazily. Ah! Zhou Qian shouted. But when he saw his body trembling, he immediately lost his balance and fell to his knees due to the terrible momentum. The knee made a deep depression in the ground, and endless cracks spread crazily along the depression, densely packed, as dense as a spider web. Kneel here for 3 days so that I can reflect on it. Yang Muchung turned his head, glanced at Zhou Qian lightly, and walked towards the training tower. It wasn't until his figure completely integrated into the training tower that the noise outside the training tower resumed. It's terrible! Not only did I slap Prince Zhou away, but I also forced him to kneel on the ground. I'm going to make him kneel here for 3 days. A warrior swallowed his saliva and looked at the man who was struggling desperately. But no matter what, he couldn't. Zhou Qian couldn't stand up and almost bit off his tongue. Now I finally know why some people call him Yang Laoimo. Anyone would have to worry about Zhou Qian's identity. But he doesn't care at all. He deserves to be Emperor Yang. And he deserves to be Laoimo Yang. A warrior shook his head repeatedly and sighed. This. Mr. Su glanced at Yang Muchung, who entered the training tower, and then at Zhou Qian. His heart trembled involuntarily, and he couldn't help but secretly said, I thought that my strength was on par with Yang Muchung's. If he wanted to defeat me, he could only use the 9 Dragons flying sword. But now it seems that his strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Let Zhou Qian knelt here for 3 days and couldn't move. Even I couldn't do it. Perhaps he can help me. Mr. Su pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, even he can't help me. Put these distracting thoughts away from your mind. Mr. Su cast his gaze towards the training tower. Yang Emperor. Yang Emperor. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence as you in this continent. I wonder, how many levels of training tower can you get through? I must have. Reaching 10 levels at once. There shouldn't be any problem. Just when everyone looked away from Zhou Qian and looked towards the training tower, Yang Muchung felt like the world was spinning as he entered the tower. Is this the training tower? Yang Muchung looked around with a hint of surprise. Chapter 426 Demon King Manu. From the outside, this training tower is not huge, with only about 3 feet of space on each floor, but the interior is vast. There is a formation called Inner Universe. It is enough to make the internal space several times larger than it appears from the outside world. It seems like this is the case in this experience tower. I don't know what the experience in this tower is. Yang Muchung had no idea that at this moment he had caused a disturbance outside the training tower. Everyone's hearts fell on Yang Muchung. Boom! Just when he took one step forward, he saw a squirming movement on the ground. Countless rocks bulged rapidly, and under Yang Muchung's surprised gaze, they quickly transformed into a large humanoid creature 4 to 5 meters tall. Trainer! A large human-shaped thing speaks human words. I am the guard on the first floor of the experience tower. The passage to the second floor is in my body. If you can defeat me, you can enter the second floor. I don't know how long you can hold on under my hand. Quack. Yang Muchung was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and waved his right hand directly. The human-shaped rock wanted to continue talking, but suddenly felt a strong wind blowing. The 4 to 5 meter body suddenly collapsed and turned into pieces of rubble and fell to the ground, making bursts of sounds. At the same time as its body exploded, a burst of golden light surged from the void, quickly condensed, and transformed into a formation like a 6-pointed star. 1 foot in. Enter the second level. The guard on the second floor is a large demon that is half human and half eagle, and it suddenly formed in a sudden gust of wind. This big monster is known as the Outer Sect Killer and is extremely fast. I don't know how many warriors from the Outer Sect were blocked on the second floor, unable to move forward. But again, Yang Muchung couldn't help but wave his sleeves. The third floor. The fourth floor. The fifth floor. Yang Muchung didn't seem to be climbing into the Tower of Experience, but he felt like he was climbing up to see the distance. No defender could withstand a single move from him, and would be killed on the spot. This terrifying speed set off waves of exclamations outside the training tower. What a speed! So soon. We are already on the 4th floor. Oh my god. It's already the 5th floor. But for Mr. Yang, he should be able to get through the first 8 floors easily. For him, the real difficulty should be on the 9th and 10th floors. Mr. Su squinted his eyes, in order to facilitate outsiders to judge the progress of the experiencer. Every time a layer is passed, the crystals on that layer will light up. Now! Yang Muchung has entered the 9th level. The 9th floor should not be difficult for Yang Muchung. However, the 10th floor is extraordinary. I almost tried my best to hit him on the 10th floor. I have to choose to admit defeat. I wonder if he can pass. It's the 10th floor. After killing the practitioners on the 9th level, Yang Muchung stepped into the 10th level. The guardian of the 10th floor is actually a demon king. But he saw the other person, who looked humanoid, but had a pair of horns. His figure was at least larger than that of ordinary people, and he was 3 meters tall. After the monster beasts reach their ultimate strength, they can also have the appearance of humans. But the appearance of these beasts cannot be changed. Only after their strength breaks through again can they become the same as humans. The Demon King is in existence in the Golden Core realm. Certainly, in the Experience Tower, it is impossible to really capture a Demon King. Otherwise, except for the powerful beings in Tuatin Palace, basically no one will be able to pass the 10th floor. This Demon King should be just a puppet, possessing some properties of the Demon King, but not all the Demon King's strength. Mr. Su was defeated in this space before. I don't know what the characteristics of this Demon King are. I would have asked if I had known. Call! While Yang Muchung was still thinking, Demon King Mania had already moved. He seemed tall and muscular, even a little clumsy, but the speed was extremely astonishing. Like a running bull, it rushed in front of Yang Muchung in an instant, and the huge fist crashed down at the same time. Not good. Yang Muchung closed his eyes and jumped back quickly. Immediately afterwards, Demon King Mania's punch hit the spot where Yang Muchung was previously. A terrible explosion was heard, centered on the bull's fist. The ground in all directions surged instantly, and countless gravels erupted like fountains. He waved his right hand and heard a strong wind sweep. The rubble all over the sky was shot towards Yang Muchung like angry arrows in an instant. I see. This is a Demon King who relies on his body to survive. Yang Muchung was not surprised but overjoyed, since tempering his body with dragon blood twice in a row, his body has become extremely powerful. The opponents he encountered were either characters that could be dispatched with 3 punches and 2 kicks, or opponents with superior martial arts skills, who simply could not compete with him physically. Now this Demon King has fulfilled Yang Muchung's wishes. I don't know if you can test the limits of my body. If Yang Muchung's thoughts were known to those intersect warriors who had knelt on the 10th floor, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. When encountering such an almost invincible opponent, they wish they could hide far away and use their martial arts skills to kill the opponent bit by bit. How could they dare to fight against him? Call! A wave of his right hand. A strong wind swept out immediately. Driven by the fighting spirit of the strong wind, he saw a tornado-like wind suddenly rise and sweep forward. In an instant, the endless rubble was torn into pieces. Only, before the tornado could move forward again, a huge fist tore the hurricane apart in an instant. What suddenly broke into Yang Muchung's sight was the giant fist of the Demon King Barbarian Bull. Yang Muchung laughed loudly and without any hesitation. He blasted away with one punch. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and a violent hurricane, centered on the 2 fists, swept away crazily. Yang Muchung stayed put, but the Demon King Manyo trembled and took a few steps back. What a strong physique! The giant bull's eyes were almost wide open as he looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. Yours isn't bad either. Yang Muchung grinned. He had used all his physical strength in that previous punch, and he felt so comfortable all over. He hadn't felt so happy in a long time. Man Yo shook his head and said, I have the body of a demon king. The warriors who have entered this level will all avoid me when they see me. No matter how many moves they have, their infinitely changing martial arts are all given to me by me. The fact that you can defeat me with one punch proves that your physique is not much worse than that of the Golden Core realm. What? Man Yo raised his huge head, grinned at Yang Muchung, and said, This doesn't mean I will be afraid of you. Chapter 427. What's that? Boom! As soon as Man Yo finished speaking, he stepped forward, without using internal strength or martial arts, just relying on the strength of his body. He tore through the air and rushed in front of Yang Muchung. He punched out, and heard a sharp and harsh whistling sound in the air. Even the air in front of him was squeezed at this moment, turning into a tidal wave, hitting him head and face. If it were anyone else, just the wind generated by this punch can make the opponent vomit blood. But Yang Muchung fired his right hand. His right hand was like a sword, thrust out directly and split the incoming wave. Immediately, with a sudden movement, he grabbed it like an eagle's claws, and at this moment directly caught the barbarian bull's fist, twisting his body, with his left foot as the center. Yang Muchung's body spun like a top, and his right leg was immediately chopped off like a giant axe. What? The Demon King Man Yo was shocked and raised his other arm to block in front of him. But the momentum of Yang Muchung's kick was so fast that it knocked the bull to his knees and blasted half of his body into the ground. At this moment, lightning-like cracks spread rapidly with the body of the bull as the center. The earth seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and it was riddled with holes. If it weren't for the inner universe installed in this training tower, Yang Muchung would have been able to split the entire training tower in half with just one kick. Come again! Yang Muchung laughed. He grabbed Man Yo's right hand, and the opponent was under his control. Like a sandbag being passively beaten, he was almost powerless to fight back. But he knew that this kind of attack was not enough to shake the Demon King's body. He stamped his feet fiercely, and his feet fell down like a series of chops. Every time he fell, it was like a sharp blade cutting through the void, splitting the ground around him and leaving traces of knives and axes. At this moment, his feet were completely shrouded in dust, and even the huge body of the barbarian bull was completely shrouded in it. Moo! At this moment, a harsh cow cry suddenly sounded. Yang Muchung felt as if his foot had been kicked on an iron plate, and it was so painful that he was shocked. At the same time, a huge force suddenly rose from under his feet. The impact caused him to lose his balance and explode towards the back. That is? Yang Muchung closed his eyes and looked forward. Boom! The sound of sharp wind resounded. A mad bull broke through the dust and rushed towards him. This mad bull was clearly transformed into a wild bull. It turns out that for the Demon King, they are already able to control their own form. The previous one was the human form, and this posture is the true form. There are only two possibilities for most Demon Kings to transform into their true form. One is that after being beaten, the original shape is revealed, and the person can no longer maintain his human form. The second type is when you encounter a terrible opponent and have to show your true colors. Boom! 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 At this time, the Demon King Barbarian Bull has already attacked, and his four hooves stamped heavily on the ground. Every time he collapsed, there was a rumbling sound, and a deep depression was made. The flying stones were shot out unscrupulously, and the Demon King revealed his true form, although his body shape did not change much. At this moment, it was like a monstrous flood sweeping in, unscrupulous and making people change their color. I haven't been this happy for a long time. However, I have had enough fun. I will finish it off with one last blow. Yang Muchung stood still, looked at the Demon King coming towards him, and pointed out, Still fighting. I wonder if old Demon Yang can break through to the 10th floor. Everyone's eyes fell on the crystal on the 10th floor of the training tower with great nervousness. Although the entire training tower was shrouded in several layers of formations to prevent the battle that broke out inside from destroying the entire training tower. However, everyone outside the tower could still feel the heart-stopping loud sounds. Even if he is old Demon Yang, he may not be able to pass the 10th level. There are warriors who cut the iron course. I once heard someone say that the guardian of the 10th level is a Demon King. Although this Demon King is not as powerful as the real Golden Elixir realm, his strength is not weak, especially his powerful body, which is almost as strong as that of ordinary people. Can't hurt him. To deal with this kind of Demon King, unless you unleash an attack powerful enough to kill it in an instant. Otherwise, the Demon King's powerful body will heal in an instant, and all your previous attacks will be in vain. Hisses. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. They had never known that the guards on the 10th floor were such terrifying beings. Really? Mr. Su frowned slightly. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It seems that I still overestimated Yang Ma-chung. Just when everyone thought everything was a foregone conclusion, Mr. Su turned around and left. The 10th crystal suddenly lit up. What? Old Demon Yang actually broke through the 10th level of the training tower? This is impossible? Am I dazzled? He actually defeated that Demon King? Under the training tower, countless disciples were stunned and could hardly believe it. Own eyes. What's more, he wiped his eyes vigorously and looked again. But the 10th crystal is still shining, which means this is not an illusion. It's really scary. Mr. Su quietly looked at the lit-up crystals on the training tower with his eyes, and couldn't help but shake his head after a moment. Yang Ma-chung, it seems that I underestimated you. You are too powerful. The next step is the 11th floor. I wonder if you can still get through. Just when everyone was looking towards the training tower, Yang Ma-chung had already entered the 11th level. The 10th level is so powerful. I'm afraid that the 11th level will be even stronger. And this 11th level, I'm afraid it won't be that simple if I want to rely on my physical strength to get through it again. In this case, then use your inner strength. Yang Ma-chung raised the corner of his mouth, and the energy in his body surged. If those warriors outside the training tower knew that Yang Ma-chung could pass through the 10th level just by relying on his physical strength, they would probably be shocked. You know, if you want to break through the 10th level, you must at least have the cultivation level of the late Xianhai. Doesn't that mean that Yang Ma-chung can fight against the strong men in the late stage of Xianhai just by relying on his physical strength? If you add in the inner strength that reaches the sky, can it even be comparable to the peak powerhouse of Xianhai? Just when Yang Ma-chung broke through the 10th level of the training tower, Master Wan Dao was already rushing towards the location of the Tuetian Palace Hall eagerly. The main hall of Tuetian Palace. It is not only the area in charge of the entire Tuetian Palace, but also the palace of the entire Holy Ape Dynasty. The elders in Tuetian Palace are also the civil and military officials of the Holy Ape Dynasty. And the sect leader of Tuetian Palace is also the emperor of the entire Holy Ape Dynasty. This hall is different from the dim palace behind the bronze door. It is brightly lit all around and is extremely luxurious. Report! The voice of Master Wan Dao resounded through the hall at this moment. Report to the sect master. Yang Ma-chung has passed the 10th floor of the training tower. Oh! At this time, in the main hall, the man sitting at the head of the table, with a heavy back and a heavy waist, sword-browed eyebrows and starry eyes, raised his eyebrows, then snorted coldly and said, That's nothing. Chapter 428. I underestimated old Demon Yang. What's that? The person who spoke was the emperor of the Holy Ape Dynasty and Wu Shanhe, the patriarch of Tuetian Palace. He glanced at Wan Daozhenren lightly, with a vague displeasure on his face. The words just fell. In the main hall, a woman stood up on Wu Shanhe's right-hand side. But I saw this woman speaking. Wan Dao, it has been more than 100 years since you entered Tuetian Palace. How could you make this mistake? Although Yang Ma-chung is very talented, he is only a seedling at best, and not worthy of our attention. Now, in the Heavenly Palace, there are more than 200 intersect warriors who have passed through the 10th floor. Among these 200 people, there are also warriors who have passed through the 11th floor, and even the 12th floor. It's me, Meng Lang. When the woman opened her mouth, Master Wan Dao naturally did not dare to neglect her, and said quickly, just as Yang Ma-chung thought, the huge Tuetian Palace was like a jar for raising poisonous insects. In this Tuetian Palace, countless warriors have gone through layers of experience and stood out step by step, from the outer gate, to the inner gate, and then to the 12-story training tower. The warriors are graded layer by layer to select the most powerful ones. Although Yang Ma-chung has passed the 10th level, there are many others at the same level as him. More than 200 of them. Granny, what is Yang Ma-chung's recorded grade? Wu Shanhe looked at the woman and asked. The ghost woman quickly took out a brocade box from the storage bracelet. When she opened the brocade box, she saw 5 scrolls placed in the brocade box. 5 characters are written on the scroll in eye-catching places: gold, silver, copper, iron, and wood. Master Wan Dao glanced at it, not knowing why. He has only joined Tuetian Palace for a short time, and has not yet had access to some information. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Master Guipa, what are these 5 scrolls? Gu Put is the great elder of Tuetian Palace, and also the national master. There is no violation in calling Master Wan Dao this way, the ghost woman said with a smile. On this scroll, all the disciples in Tuetian Palace are recorded. The wooden scroll has the largest number of people. The warriors who can pass the mountain gate test will be recorded in this scroll. It is the lowest level, and they are all outer sect warriors. The iron scroll is the second. It records the internal sect warrior. These 2 scrolls are not very important, and can be ignored. They can only be regarded as backup. As for the copper character scroll, it belongs to the elite among the transcendent inner sect. Yang Macheng, Mr. Su, and Fong Baiyu, who entered Tuetian Palace this time, are all in this copper character scroll. However, because Yang Macheng defeated Lin Ao, defeated Fong Baiyu in the inner sect, and even defeated Master Xiang in full view of the public, he could only be reluctantly included in the silver scroll. Call. Master Wan Dao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Yang Macheng can only be admitted to the silver scroll. And also barely? That's right. The ghost woman nodded and said, in this silver scroll, only the inner sect warriors who have passed through the 11th floor of the training tower are qualified to be included. But in this scroll, most of the warriors are already in their 50s or 60s, or even 70 or 80 years old. Their potential is not as good as that of Yang Macheng. So Yang Macheng was included in this silver scroll. After a pause, the ghost woman continued, however, this still depends on Yang Macheng's future potential. If it is impossible to break through the 11th level within a year, he may be demoted. Aren't all the golden scrolls composed of warriors who have passed through the 12-story training tower? Master Wan Dao lost his voice. Master Wan Dao couldn't help but nodded. Until then. Only then did he feel that he had been too reckless and made too much fuss before. No wonder it was Wu Shanhe, the ghost woman, or other people in the hall who had no other reaction when they heard that Yang Macheng had broken through the 10th floor. It turned out that in the hearts of everyone, Yang Macheng could only be reluctantly included in the silver scroll. Report. At this time, a deacon rushed into the hall in a panic. Why are you in such a panic? Big or small? The ghost woman raised her eyebrows and shouted, if you tell me why, I will immediately have you dragged down, skinned and cramped, and thrown into the Zongyuan mountains to feed the demon king. The deacon was startled and said quickly, Great Elder, Yang Macheng has passed the 11th level of the training tower. Hisses. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Even Wu Shanhe couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he nodded after a moment. It seems that Yang Macheng is indeed qualified to be included in the silver scroll. However, this qualification is not enough to be used. We must wait until he is included in the golden scroll before it can be useful. Metropolitan. The ghost woman arched her hands and said, Yang Macheng's qualifications are certainly formidable. But if he wants to be included in the golden scroll in a short time, he won't be able to do it within 2 or 3 years. Unless Yang Macheng has a talent that can rival the peak of the Xinhai realm. Strength. As soon as the ghost woman finished speaking, someone laughed and said, That's impossible. Yang Macheng has only reached the late stage of Xinhai so far. If he wants to have the strength of the peak of Xinhai, he will definitely not be able to do it within 3 to 5 years. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. After all, cultivation is easy at first, and then difficult. The further you go in your cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Even if Yang Macheng had the entire Dacian dynasty behind him to support and rely on him, it would be impossible to break through the 12th floor of the training tower in a short time and be included in the golden scroll. Master Wan Dao. Go back. Wu Shanhe waved his hand and said, Mr. Su, Yang Macheng, and Fong Baiyu, the 3 intersect warriors, you should always pay attention to their movements. If there is a breakthrough, if there are other behaviors, come back and report immediately. Yes. Master Wan Dao nodded and retreated outside the palace. However, at this moment, another deacon hurriedly ran over. Before he reached the main hall, his voice was already heard. Metropolitan. Yang Macheng passed through the 12th floor of the training tower. Wu Shanhe stood up directly and lost his voice. What did you say? Say it again. The silver scroll in the ghost woman's hand fell to the ground with a snap without noticing. Everyone in the hall was stunned and looked like they had seen a ghost. They had previously speculated that Yang Mucheng would not be able to break through the 12-story training tower in 3 to 5 years. But before he finished speaking, he rushed over. This invisible slap was like sweeping across everyone's face, causing everyone to feel burning pain on their faces. The deacon who came to report the news was so frightened when he saw the look on everyone's face that he had to repeat it again. Yang Mucheng broke through the 12th floor of the training tower. Besides me, there were hundreds of warriors present who saw it with their own eyes. Boom! Wu Shanhe's expression changed again and again, and he sat back. It wasn't until a moment later that he murmured, I still underestimated this Yang Mucheng. I still underestimated this old demon Yang. Chapter 429 The True Identity of Mr. Su. Experience Tower. 12 crystal stones all light up. And this means that Yang Mucheng has passed through all the 12 levels of Experience Tower. Silence. Deathly silence inside and outside. Everyone stared with wide eyes and dumbfounded eyes at the figure slowly walking out of the training tower. The shock in my heart reached an unprecedented level. No one has ever been able to break through the 12-story training tower when they entered Tuatian Palace and were only in the middle stage of Xianhai. How is this possible? He actually got through them all? Zhou Qian's head felt dizzy. Previously, he also viciously thought about how to deal with Yang Mucheng in a certain game in the future. After all, he has been here in Tuatian Palace for several years and has good relationships with many powerful people. What made Zhou Qian shudder was, among the people he knew, the highest could only break through the 10th floor. Even if they were given great courage, they might not dare to attack Yang Mucheng, who had broken through the 12th floor. Well, Mr. Su quietly looked at the young man who came out, feeling extremely complicated. Finally, he sighed and chose to leave. Your Majesty, Bai Zhong is here. Lu Yao hurriedly came over and whispered. It's information about Mr. Su's identity. But this news is of great importance. So Bai Zhong is waiting for you in the other courtyard. So fast? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He just asked Bai Zhong and others to investigate Mr. Su's identity last night. And it only took one night before he started to frown. Yang Mucheng nodded immediately and walked towards the other courtyard. But as Yang Mucheng left, the entire training tower exploded. 12 floors. How is this possible? Yang Mucheng is only in the middle stage of Xianhai. How can he possibly be able to break through the 12th level? Breaking through the 12th floor requires at least a cultivation level at the peak of Xianhai. Even in Tuatian Palace, when the intersect warriors broke through, their cultivation levels were almost close to Xuanhai's perfection. Is there something wrong with this training tower? Only if there is something wrong with this training tower would people be able to get through it so easily. Many warriors were talking about it. At this time, someone thought, since there is a problem with this experience tower, doesn't it mean that like Yang Mucheng, he can break through the 12th floor in one go? Not only can he join the intersect, but he can also get the opportunity to enter the Imperial Tomb? Tongue! Without any hesitation, the warrior rushed directly into the training tower. However, before he could even burn the incense, he saw a figure covered in blood flying out. The failure of this warrior made everyone more sure. Yang Mucheng has passed the 12th floor of the training tower. Just when the news spread, Yang Mucheng had already returned to the other courtyard. Your Majesty! Bai Zhong came over immediately. Have you found Mr. Su's identity? Yang Mucheng asked. Yes, but this identity is a bit unusual. Bai Zhong smacked his lips. When Yang Mucheng asked him to investigate Mr. Su, he said Mr. Su's strength and martial arts skills in battle back to Daqian country. These masters, together with the ancestor of Longtang, followed the clues and discovered some clues. But the results of the investigation made Bai Zhong somewhat unbelievable. Unusual? What does this mean? Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, look at this portrait. Bai Zhong took a deep breath and slowly unfolded a portrait. However, they saw that the portrait was actually an extremely beautiful girl wearing a phoenix on her head and neon clothes. A pair of eyes that are very lively. In terms of appearance, she is no worse than Yi Xianer and Lu Yao. However, the woman in the painting has a more phoenix-like attitude than Yi Xianer and others. Do you think this woman is Mr. Su? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Exactly. Bai Zhong nodded and said, we followed the clues and found that this Mr. Su is not from the 36 kingdoms, but from another continent. She is the Queen Su Yufeng of the Apocalypse dynasty. Because the county capital is strong, she rebelled and was deprived of her throne. During her escape, all her guards were killed, leaving her alone in Tuatian Palace. As for her purpose of coming to Tuatian Palace, she must want to practice Taoism. After she has enough cultivation, she can fight back to the Apocalypse Dynasty and regain the throne. Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with a trace of amusement. He didn't expect it. This time, Mr. Su, the second most powerful person in the inner sect, is actually an anonymous queen. Interesting. Yang Muqing nodded. Your Majesty, are you planning to help Mr. Su restore his country? Baizhong asked cautiously. Yang Muqing laughed dumbly and couldn't help but shook his head and said, Restore the country? I just met her by chance and didn't even exchange a few words. Although the Dacian dynasty has been established, it still needs to be integrated for a period of time. I don't plan to talk to the outside world. Move troops. However, if she can come up with conditions that make me interested, maybe I will consider helping her. Put the scroll away. Yang Muqing looked at Baizhong and continued. Since you are here, you will stay in Tuatian Palace for a few days. I still have some things for you to take back. For the next 2 or 3 days, Yang Muqing didn't go anywhere. I just visited the 36 peaks of Tuatian one by one to understand the structure and rules of the entire Tuatian Palace. Fang Baiyu has been in seclusion for the past few days, and is obviously still recovering from his injuries. Su Yufeng, on the other hand, went out early and came back late. Like a dragon that saw its head but not its tail. The other party was wearing a black robe that completely covered his body. No one would have thought that the person under the black robe was actually a person of national beauty and heavenly beauty. The two also bumped into each other when they were going out. Su Yufeng just cupped her hands, said, I've met Emperor Yang, and left in a hurry. Obviously, either to accept the mission or to experience the tower. On the third day, the ancestors of Longtang also came back one after another, and Yang Muqing also came to the mission hall again. Here he comes again! Isn't this Yan Laoimo going to take on all the tasks at once like before? Everyone was whispering. But, at this time, no one dared to yell at Yang Muqing like before. In front of the training tower, Yang Muqing slapped Zhou Qian and asked him to kneel down and reflect on what happened for 3 days. But the news spread. Although this incident was not enough to scare many intersect warriors, the fact that Yang Muqing broke through the 12-level training tower made them have to restrain themselves. There are 300 to 400 tasks, and I don't believe that this old demon Yang can complete them all in just 3 days. Someone sneered, ready to laugh. Yes, when he fails to hand over the task, even if he is old demon Yang, there is nothing he can do. Many people shook their heads secretly. Just saying, Yang Muqing had already arrived at the counter. Everyone immediately looked at him as if they were watching a joke. Chapter 430 inside the Sutra Pavilion. Di Yang? The beautiful deacon in charge of handing over the task shouted respectfully. Ever since Yang Muqing broke through the 12-story training tower, Yang Muqing's name has been written on the gold scroll. Wu Shanhe informed the entire Tuatian Palace that no matter who saw Yang Muqing, they must be polite and not be sloppy. Are you here to hand over the task? Yes. Yang Muqing opened the storage bracelet, and suddenly a bunch of black shadows fell down and piled up into a hill. Is this the Gale Fox hunting? A 12-point mission? Or is it alive? This one is the Apocalypse Moonlight Grass. A mission of 8 points. Is this the Blue-Headed Falcon? A 9-point mission? The beautiful deacon was speechless. She glanced at Yang Muqing, who looked indifferent, and said quickly, Emperor Yang, please wait a moment. The workload of these task statistics is too huge. Okay, then I'll just wait for a while. Yang Muqing nodded. 7 or 8 deacons gathered together and quickly counted each item. After corresponding to each task, they put the points into the jade tablet. The warriors in the hall were stunned for a while and couldn't believe it. Yang Muqing really completed all these hundreds of tasks in 3 days. It's not like he did it himself. It doesn't count as his true ability. An intersect warrior said sourly. Who says it's not true? A royal noble couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. When I came to Tuatian Palace, my father also assigned me 2 powerful people in the Xianhai realm. But those 2 powerful people, I can't command him at all. It's a skill that old demon Yang can get so many Xianhai realm experts to do things for him. Yes. Many princes and nobles nodded in agreement. These people are all from the royal family. Those masters all have their eyes above their heads. And most of them listened to the instructions, but not the propaganda. Even when he saw the emperor, he just held his hands instead of kneeling. Logically speaking, Yang Muqing was so young. It was an opportunity for these powerful men to hold the emperor's hand and command the princes. But on the contrary, Yang Muqing is like a god emperor, with absolute control over these warriors in the Xianhai realm. Yang Emperor, this is your token. After a cup of tea, the beautiful deacon respectfully handed the jade token to Yang Mucheng. All of your tasks have been completed, and you have earned a total of 3,800 points. Do you want to take on another task? Took them all. Yang Mucheng waved his hand indifferently. The 300 to 400 tasks displayed on the light screen were all injected into the jade tablet. This scene immediately made the intersect warriors, who had arrived belatedly, beat their chests and stamp their feet. Ever since Yang Mucheng entered the intersect, they have been unable to complete even the most basic tasks. Holding the jade token, Yang Mucheng walked directly towards the Sutra Pavilion. Emperor Yang, only one person can be allowed in the Sutra Pavilion. Before he stepped into the Sutra Pavilion, an elder stopped him. He glanced at Liu Yao and Bai Zhong, who were following Yang Mucheng, and couldn't help but apologized. These two people are not allowed. That's it. Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment, but did not insist. Instead, he asked the two of them to wait for him outside the Sutra Pavilion, and then walked in himself. In fact, this rule of Tuotian Palace is also very easy to understand. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of martial arts volumes in this Sutra Pavilion, all of which are extremely precious. If it was accidentally damaged, it would be impossible to explain. As soon as Yang Mucheng came in, he noticed dozens of eyes scanning his body. The defense is quite tight. It seems that it is to prepare for someone who might want to take advantage of this scripture pavilion, and is afraid that someone will take away the martial arts. Just when Yang Mucheng was concentrating, an old man came up to him. Yang Emperor, which floor do you plan to go to? I will take you there, the old man said with a smile. I'm not going anywhere. Just take a look at this first floor. Yang Mu became enlightened. The old man's face was full of surprise. His name is Mo Shangsenren, and he is responsible for the safety of the entire Sutra Pavilion. When ordinary people enter the Sutra Pavilion, they are received by others. Only when the warriors on the golden scroll appear, he will receive them personally. However, no matter which martial artist comes in, they all go for those Xian-level martial arts. But there has never been anyone like Yang Mucheng who only stays on the first floor. Emperor Yang, the martial arts in this first level are all the lowest level spiritual level. Master Mo Shan was afraid that Yang Mucheng didn't know the distribution of martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion, so he couldn't help but cautiously remind him. I know. Yang Mucheng nodded. Master Mo Shan raised his brows. Seeing how determined Yang Mucheng was, he naturally didn't say much. He just reminded him again. Emperor Yang, in the Sutra Pavilion, points will be deducted according to the time you stay in the Sutra Pavilion. The longer you stay, the more points will be deducted. When the points are used up, you will be forced to leave the Sutra Pavilion. After saying that, Master Mo Shan withdrew. Only then did Yang Mucheng take stock of the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion on the first floor is also equipped with the inner universe. It covers an area of hundreds of acres, and rows of bookshelves neatly store all kinds of low-level spiritual martial arts. Withdrawing his gaze, Yang Mucheng began to read one by one. Tell me, what on earth is Yang Mucheng up to? After Master Mo Shan exited the Sutra Pavilion, he looked at several elders who were also guarding the Sutra Pavilion and couldn't help but ask. In my opinion, Yang Mucheng is preparing to collect martial arts. An elder said with a light of wisdom in his eyes. Yang Mucheng was born in the mortal world after all. His Dacian dynasty, Qianhu dynasty, and our Holy Ape dynasty are the biggest. The difference is the heritage. Countries in the martial arts world have a heritage that has been passed down for at least 1,000 years, which is quite rich. Everyone nodded. This is inevitable. The Holy Ape dynasty has gone through 3,200 years before it has such a rich heritage. And what is the background of the Dacian dynasty, which has only risen recently? So, Yang Mucheng entered Tuotian Palace this time because he wanted to memorize all the martial arts in our Sutra Pavilion and bring them back to the Dacian dynasty to enrich the heritage of the Dacian dynasty. The elder vowed. He finished speaking. There was silence at first, and then a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. And Master Mo Shan laughed particularly loudly and unscrupulously, and the others also seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, laughing so hard that they could not straighten their waists. Are you kidding me? There are hundreds of thousands of books in the library in this Sutra Pavilion. There are 327,613 volumes of low-level spiritual martial arts alone, each of which can range from a few hundred words to as many as there are more than 1,000 words. or even tens of thousands of words. I did not eat or drink, and it took me a full 36 years to memorize all these books. Yang Mucheng cannot stay in the Sutra Pavilion day and night like me. Although he currently has more than 3,000 points, he can only stay in this first floor for 2 hours at most. According to the rules with this kind of progress, he wouldn't even be able to finish reading the first level of the book within a few hundred years. Everyone smiled and looked at Yang Mucheng again. However, what Yang Mucheng didn't expect was that he actually started to read these lowest level spiritual martial arts skills one by one. Chapter 431 Stealing Books. Mo Shangzhenren and others' guess was correct. Yang Mucheng had exactly this plan. The foundation of the Dacian dynasty is really too thin. No matter how hard he works, there are still many differences compared with these dynasties that have accumulated for thousands of years. Therefore, ever since he learned about the Sutra Pavilion, the idea came to his mind to take away all the martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion. Certainly, if it had been anyone else, it wouldn't have been possible. Even with a photographic memory, I cannot read all the books here in a short time. However, Yang Mucheng can do it easily. Ding! You have obtained the Flame Steel Fist. Yangang Fist, a low-grade spiritual martial art. The boxing technique is extremely strong and powerful. Would you like to learn it? Yes! Yang Mucheng thought silently in his heart. Suddenly, a golden light that no one could see rushed into Yang Mucheng's mind. In an instant, Yang Mucheng felt that there was more information about the Yangang Fist in his mind. Whether it was the contents of the book or the moves and routines, he had memorized them clearly, as if he had been practicing since he was a child. It seems that my estimate is not wrong. The system allows me to learn a martial skill in an instant, including memorizing all the contents of the martial skill. In this way, in just an hour, I can learn all the low-level martial arts in the first level. It's all recorded. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng got the other martial arts skill in his right hand. Ding! You've got the serial knife. Serial knife, a low-grade martial arts skill on the spiritual level. The sword technique is as fast and fierce as the wind, and the chain is endless. Please tell me if you want to study. Yes. Yang Mucheng continued to read. Every time his fingers touched a book, a message of inquiry quickly popped up in his mind. At first, Yang Mucheng pretended to open the book and read through it. In the end, he didn't even bother to read it. He could learn it as long as his fingers touched it. However, after walking along a row of bookshelves as if strolling, thousands of books on martial arts were recorded in his mind. What is he doing? The elders who had previously believed that Yang Mucheng was planning to steal the book looked at Yang Mucheng's actions and couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. If Yang Mucheng really planned to enrich the history of the Dacian dynasty, but why didn't he even read the book? No matter how talented you are, no matter how good your photographic memory is, you must at least read the content. Right? What content can he record in this way? Don't worry about him. After Master Mo Shang pondered for a moment, he couldn't help but frown and said, Our duty is to guard the entire Sutra Pavilion. As long as Yang Mucheng is here and does not bring martial arts out of the Sutra Pavilion, we will never interfere. Even if he is, don't worry about sleeping here. Yes. Everyone responded. Why did the Sutra Pavilion set up such complicated rules? Naturally, it was because they were worried that someone would take away all the martial arts here at once. Therefore, not only are the rules complicated, but there are also more than a dozen elders guarding it day and night. They believe that under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to steal books under their noses. But unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng recorded all the martial arts on the first level in full view of everyone. The first floor is over. Let's go take a look at the second floor. After taking a look at the points on the jade card, there was still about 1/3 left. Yang Mucheng came to the second floor, where the middle-level martial arts of the spiritual level were stored. Second floor. Although they are both spiritual level martial arts, the middle-grade ones are much less than the low-grade ones. But there are at least around 100,000 copies. As before, write down all the martial arts skills. By the time the last book of martial arts on the second level was obtained, all the points in the jade tablets had been used up, and Yang Mucheng was forcibly sent out of the Sutra Pavilion. No one knew that he already had hundreds of thousands of martial arts books in his mind. Return to your residence. Yang Mucheng asked Bai Zhong and Lu Yao to find pen and paper. I read it. You write it, Yang Mucheng said. Yes. Bai Zhong and Lu Yao were stunned. However, the two of them thought about it and reacted. Yang Mucheng had entered the Sutra Pavilion before, and he had memorized some martial arts contents. And he quickly picked up his pen. Yang Gangquan, the main thing is to be strong and fierce. And the chi is calm, the body is the lungs. If the strength is smooth, the lungs will be harmonious. And if the strength is wrong, the lungs will be good. Yang Muchung recited it word by word. Word by word. Lu Yao quickly picked up the pen and started writing. Next is the serial knife. Bai Zhong. You write it. Serial knife. The sword's momentum is like a chain of arrows. The training method is, the left foot moves forward, and the right foot follows, 4 or 5 inches apart. This posture does not change steps. When the left hand goes out, it goes into the left foot, and when outgoing the right foot, it also goes into the left foot. 5 elements fist. Xingyequan. Yiming Dao. Yang Muchung carried it faster and faster, almost without stopping. 10 copies. 100 copies. 1,000 copies. Bai Zhong and Lu Yao became more and more shocked as they wrote. After reaching the Xianhai realm, you will certainly have the ability to see things, and remember them in your heart. But how many martial arts skills can be memorized in 2 hours? Even the 2 of them combined would not be able to memorize 300 books. Even if it is memorized, there are still some mistakes and flaws. But what Yang Muchung memorized was exactly the same. From noon to sunset, the small house in the courtyard is already filled with volumes of martial arts. And there are probably more than tens of thousands of them. These martial arts skills alone are comparable to all Yang Muchung's knowledge since he ascended the throne. Your Majesty, you are so amazing. Lu Yao wrote with a sore wrist, and her fingers were almost stiff. She looked at the mountains of martial arts around her, and couldn't help but ask. Is this the martial arts you memorized during the 2 hours in the Sutra Pavilion today? I have a photographic memory. I will never finish reading these books in less than 10 days and a half. Bai Zhong on the side was also shocked. Yang Muchung also complained that his mouth was dry. He took a sip of tea, and after hearing what the 2 said, he smiled lightly and said, I have memorized more than 300,000 volumes of martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion today. These are just some of them. 10%. I only need to enter the Sutra Pavilion 3 or 4 more times to empty out all the martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion. Call. I memorized more than 300,000 martial arts books in 2 hours. How on earth was this accomplished? Even if you only look at one directory, you may not be able to finish it. Right? There are at least a dozen powerful men in the Xianhai realm in the Sutra Pavilion, and the real Mo Shang has reached the peak of the Xianhai. When I was in the Sutra Pavilion, they were always monitoring me. They were afraid that I would be under their noses. Below. Take away the martial arts secretly. Even when I left the Sutra Pavilion, I could feel that they were laughing at me and wasting more than 3,000 points for nothing. But they never imagined that I would steal all the books right under his nose. Yang Muchung said calmly. What kind of expression would those people in Tuatian Palace have if they found out? Chapter 432, The Sudden Change in Dragon Blood Valley. In the next few days, Yang Muchung simply mobilized all the ancestors of Longtang. Once a task is refreshed, he will immediately follow it. There are 300 to 400 tasks in Tuatian Palace every day. Some intersect warriors were picked up directly, without even seeing the name of the task. Yang Muchung spent 2 hours every day soaking in the Sutra Pavilion. Top grade spiritual level. Top grade spiritual level. Yellow grade low grade. Medium grade. Top grade. Top grade. Just 2 days. He then recorded all these martial arts skills. Then, Bai Zhong, Lu Yao, and more than a dozen people were holed up in another courtyard. Every time Yang Muchung read out a martial art, someone would immediately write it down and bind it into a book. Of course, after these books were returned to the Dacian dynasty, they would be reproduced into 3 sets. One set is placed in the royal library for royal study. One set is placed in the royal academy for the academy's disciples to study. And the other set is kept as a backup, just when the entire library of the Sutra Pavilion was almost completely recorded, leaving only 3 categories of martial arts: low grade, middle grade, and high grade Xian level martial arts. Something disrupted Yang Muchung's plan. More than 1,000 miles away from Tuatian Palace, close to the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains, an outer sect warrior from Tuatian Palace is picking the treasures of heaven and earth. The Zongyuan Mountains cover thousands of miles, and are like a natural treasure house. There are some precious treasures of heaven and earth growing naturally. These treasures of heaven and earth are a kind of spiritual grass that cannot be grown in the elixir garden. They are the essence of heaven and earth. But the rarer the heavenly and earthly treasures are, the more precious their existence is, and the more difficult it is to pick them. Because Those who stare at these heavenly and earthly treasures are not only warriors, but also monsters, big monsters, and even monster kings. The warrior opened the map in his hand. This map records the general topography of the entire Zongyuan Mountains. I didn't expect to be forced to the Dragon Blood Valley by a demon king. Somewhat helpless. This Dragon Blood Valley is a valley and lake in the Zongyuan Mountains. Strangely, the water in this lake is a strange red color, as bright as blood. Usually, few big demons set foot there. If he hadn't been trying to avoid being chased by a demon king, he would never have set foot here. That demon king should be gone. Right, he muttered. This time, I also picked a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures in the Zongyuan Mountains. If I can absorb and digest them all, my strength will definitely increase a lot. I may even be able to break through the 6th floor of the Experience Tower and enter inner door. Call. At this moment, a magnificent aura suddenly came from the Dragon Blood Valley. Roar! The shocking roar of the dragon resounded crazily. This breath is powerful and mighty, and it has a high and unattainable tendency. Immediately afterwards, the warrior saw an aura that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly surging out of the dragon blood pool in the Dragon Blood Valley. At the same time, a dragon roar rang in his ears. Not just now. Even everyone in Tuaqian Palace could clearly see that a magnificent and vast dragon roar resounded through the void. And a noble 5-clawed golden dragon raised its head and emerged from the dragon blood pool, rising into the void. There was a rapid flip in the sky, and finally he plunged into the dragon's blood pool. After a while, silence returned to the Dragon Blood Valley. This time, the entire area around Tuaqian Palace was silent for a moment, and then completely boiled up, although they didn't know what this dragon-shaped shadow was. Such an astonishing scene must be something other than a mortal thing, whether it's a heavenly or earthly treasure, or a divine weapon. Some people couldn't wait to rush into the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains, but some people didn't dare to do so. After all, the entire huge Zongyuan Mountains is divided by the location of Tuaqian Palace. Tuaqian Palace is outside and is the periphery of the mountain range. Although there are many dangers here, most of them are just big monsters. As for the inner perimeter of Tuaqian Palace, which is the center of the mountain range, there will be demon king level existences. What's all the fuss about? Yang Mucheng had just finished memorizing the last high-grade yellow level martial arts. And when he was about to start memorizing the top-level yellow level martial arts, he couldn't help but frown, because there seemed to be a lot of people outside the courtyard. Your Majesty, it seems that a big event happened in the Zongyuan Mountains before, Baizhong said quickly. It seems like a dragon is dancing in the sky, and the sky is full of phoenixes. Yang Mucheng suddenly became interested and stood up quickly. Come out with me and take a look. After walking out of the main hall, I saw that the mountain range facing Zongyuan was surrounded by a glow. The track of the mad dragon could be vaguely seen in the void. Dots of golden light could be seen in the space, forming a mysterious figure in midair. Pattern. And this courtyard is also very lively. On weekdays, there are rarely so many of these intersect warriors, but now they gather together in 2s and 3s to talk about the scene of the dragon shadow outbreak that happened previously. What kind of dragon was that before? Why have I never seen that type of dragon before? An intersect warrior couldn't help but ask. That's a 5-clawed golden dragon. I've never seen such a sight. I don't know what kind of heavenly and earthly treasure was born, or what kind of magic weapon it is. Even if it's nothing, even if it's just some kind of material, it's still extraordinary. Another warrior sighed. Notice, in the world of martial arts, some of the magic weapons that shock the heavens and the gods are not created by someone in later generations, but are born innately and possess such aura when they are born. Even ordinary materials can be used to create peerless weapons. In the martial arts world of Kyushu, the number of divine weapons can be counted with both hands. If it could be obtained, it would be enough to change the lifeblood of a country. What a pity. It's in the center of the Zongyuan Mountains, the intersect warrior said, and couldn't help but shake his head. The divine weapons and treasures are certainly precious, but your own life is even more precious. If you don't even have your life, what's the use of having those things? Yes, there are too many demon kings. If it were on the outside of the Zongyuan Mountains, it might be okay, but it's in the inner area. You see tens of thousands of people flocking to the Zongyuan Mountains, but in fact they can come out alive. I'm afraid not even 10% of them will be left. It's better to practice hard. As the warrior spoke, he turned around and prepared to return to the other courtyard to continue his retreat. But before he stepped into the other courtyard, a big hand grabbed him and carried him back like a chicken. You? The warrior was furious. He was in the inner sect and had never been treated like this before. A hint of humiliation flashed in his eyes, and he was about to explode. But the anger he was filled with was extinguished in an instant, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured from head to toe. I shivered, looking at the young man in front of him. The warrior timidly shouted, "De Jong?" Chapter 433. A killer from a foreign country. He dared to get angry with anyone, but he didn't dare to show any slightness to the young man in front of him. Seeing this scene, everyone around couldn't help but smack their lips, and subconsciously took a few steps back, for fear of being stared at by Yang Muchung. However, Yang Muchung didn't care about these trivial matters. His curiosity was completely attracted by everything the other party said before. "What were you talking about just now?" Yang Muchung asked. "Yang Emperor. Previously, a strange phenomenon broke out in the Zongyuan Mountains. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. It should be a heavenly and earthly treasure, or a divine weapon," the warrior said respectfully. "We don't know the specifics. We just rushed out after hearing the noise. But the vision is over. Where is the specific location?" Yang Muchung asked. "In the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains." The warrior pointed with his right hand, right below the slowly dissipating vision in the sky. "Are many people going?" Yang Muchung continued to ask. The warrior nodded and said, "Yes. At least half of the outer sect warriors and nearly 100 inner sect warriors have gone. However, in my opinion, those people will come back soon, because that area is rampant with big demons. The location, the great demons who live there are all existences equivalent to the peak level of Xianhai, or even the perfection level. Further inward, I'm afraid there are some Xianhai masters, and even demon kings in the Golden Core realm. Those people can't get close at all. If you insist on getting closer, you're afraid that your corpse will be devoured by the demon swarm." Yang Muchung nodded slightly. He glanced around and looked towards the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains. "Really? There are already many outer sect warriors who have returned angrily. There was even an inner sect warrior who was covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. The miserable situation of this inner sect warrior made many warriors immediately stop exploring. Your Majesty, if you want that kind of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure, can we help you get it back?" Bai Zheng whispered. Yang Muchung was about to nod, but his abrupt steps gave rise to a familiar feeling. This moment, the blood in his body started to stir even at this moment. Shaking his head, Yang Muchung said, "No, I will go in person this time. Bai Zheng, you are responsible for binding these martial arts and sending them back to the Dacian dynasty. The remaining Huan-level top-grade martial arts, as well as the more advanced Xian-level martial arts. Let's wait until next time." Yes. Since Yang Muchung gave the order, the ministers, naturally had no choice but to follow the orders and watch Yang Muchung leave Tuatian Palace. Time! 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 Yang Muchung turned into an afterimage, like a nimble cheetah, constantly shuttling through the mountains and forests. The Zongyuan Mountains cover an area of thousands of miles. The trees are denser than the everlasting forest. Although there is a clear sky above the head, there is a pitch-black darkness in the forest. From time to time, waves of ethereal roars of beasts and chirping of birds could be heard faintly, making people feel creepy in their hearts. There is also a faint earthy smell floating in the air, occasionally accompanied by the faintest smell of blood. What on earth can actually be connected with my body? Although I have obtained and heard about many heavenly and earthly treasures, I have never had this weird feeling. It's like there is a voice calling you to go. Is it possible? Yang Muchung frowned slightly. There was something in his heart. He had felt this way when he got the blood of the ancient dragon. Could it be the 5-clawed golden dragon behind it? Thinking in mind, he quickly increased his speed and swept forward. Gradually, the smell of blood in the void became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, his steps stopped and he suddenly stopped. However, they saw 4 or 5 warriors lying on the ground, twisted and twisted. These warriors were all killed by a knife across their throats without any resistance. De Jong, save me. At this time, a low voice came from the corner. However, they saw an outer sect warrior lying on the ground and received a slap on the chest. With the palm print as the center, a black mist spread all over his body. It was obvious that this palm seemed to be highly poisonous. Yang Muchung frowned slightly, flicked his right hand, and threw an antidote pill. It seems that your injuries were not caused by the big demon. Who did it? Yang Muchung asked. After the warrior took the elixir, the black poisonous gas also dissipated a lot. When faced with inquiries, he naturally did not dare to hide anything and said truthfully, "We don't know who did it. The other party should not be from Tuoshingdong. Moreover, the other party was looking for a woman named Su Yufeng. But I didn't know him at all. So that group of people started to attack. And there the strength is so strong that none of us even have a chance to react. I am the only one who has practiced some anti-drug techniques. So I persist until now." "Su Yufeng? Isn't this the name of Mr. Su? Could it be?" Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly. And based on the warnings passed back from the Dakian dynasty before, he had a vague understanding in his heart. It seems that these people should be coming for Su Yufeng. It wasn't enough for them to seize Su Yufeng's Apocalypse dynasty. They also wanted to eradicate it in order to prevent Su Yufeng from making a comeback. Nodded. Yang Muchung said, "I understand. Please go back." "Thank you, Emperor Yang." The warrior stood up tremblingly and said quickly, "You have to be careful of the other party. There are 4 people in the other party. A burly man with a strong body and the ability to break through 10,000 weapons. We have one. My companion's whole body was shattered by one punch. There is also a poisonous man who is full of poisonous stench and cannot be approached at all. His venom can even corrode rocks. There is also an assassin who holds a snake-shaped dagger and is extremely fast. He can easily hide in the dark and kill people unknowingly. As for the other person, he never made a move. But he gave me a very terrifying feeling. Even more terrifying than the 3 of them combined. These 4 people are frantically hunting down all the warriors who enter the Zongyuan Mountains in order to find Su Yufeng. Emperor Yang, be careful." "Call!" As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded, as if a certain existence broke through the void and landed with a terrifying posture. But he saw a tall man descending crazily, his feet landing directly on the warrior's shoulders. With this slight fall, it fell down like a 1,000-layered mountain. Just hearing a crackling sound, the bones of the warrior's body were shattered like glass, and the whole person was trampled to pieces directly in front of Yang Muchung. Along the feet of this sturdy man, a wave of air visible to the naked eye swept out quickly. "Di Yang?" The sturdy man slowly raised his head and grinned at Yang Muchung. "I finally found you." Chapter 434. The exotic treasure was swallowed by the big demon? Emperor Yang, I finally found you. This sentence is like an opening statement, but also like the end of death. Yang Muchung frowned slightly, glanced at the warrior who was trampled to death by him, frowned slightly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "You dare to kill the people I saved? Hee hee. Don't you dare to kill? Later, I will kill you too." The sturdy man sneered. "Tell me, where is Su Yufeng? If you answer my question honestly, I may still be able to keep you. One life. Otherwise..." Before he finished speaking, he lightly stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot. Snapped. Although the movement was slight, this landing seemed like the land god was angry. Along the soles of his feet, a large and terrifying crack spread rapidly. Wherever this crack passed, whether it was rocks or trees, they were directly torn apart by the terrifying force. He looked at the ground and said coldly, "You are like this. Don't try to hide anything. We know that you have checked Su Yufeng's information. Ever since she entered the Zongyuan Mountains, we have been following her. It's a pity that this woman is so cunning that we lost her. I originally wanted to catch you and question you, but I didn't expect you to come here." Yang Muchung nodded slightly, with disdain in his eyes. "You dare to talk to me like this?" The sturdy man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He looked at Yang Muchung as if he was looking at an idiot. "Emperor Yang, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of us just because you have killed a few powerful men in the Xianhai realm. I have killed at least a dozen emperors in the martial arts world. Who do you think you are in front of me? A small character like you can be killed by me with just one slap." As he said that, he glanced at Yang Muchung and sneered. "It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. In this case, I will teach you a lesson." He clenched his fists together, and the keys on his fingertips crackled like fried beans. "I saw." As soon as he finished speaking, he exhaled loudly. Upbraid. A burst of thunder seemed to erupt from his throat, and veins suddenly appeared outside his already sturdy body. It is hard to imagine that this kind of sound comes from the human throat, and he had already used this explosive power to arrive in front of Yang Muchung. A punch was fired like an angry arrow, with lightning raging. As a body-refining warrior, his body is as strong as iron, and his body is his most powerful weapon. He was confident that this punch could break Yang Mucheng's heart without killing him immediately. This punch is not enough. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. What? The big man was furious. No one has ever dared to belittle his fists without any scruples when faced with his attack. After I find out the whereabouts of Su Yufeng from your mouth, I will crush every bone in your body inch by inch, he thought to himself. Phew. At this moment, a sudden palm swept forward with a force that tore the void, and clenched his fist with a pop sound. Then, with a slight exertion of the woman's slender palm, there was a click sound, and the big man's fist exploded. Ah! A scream came from the throat of this big man, completely losing its previous momentum. But before the roar could be fully shouted, Yang Mucheng frowned. Quack! Immediately afterwards, a kick like a soaring cannon followed, hitting the big man's body hard. Just hearing a bang sound, the big man's body trembled, and then he crashed to the ground, paralyzed like mud. Not only were all the muscles and bones in his body shattered, but his internal organs were also shattered. It seems like the attack was a bit harsh. Frowning, Yang Mucheng didn't expect that this aggressive presence could not even resist his own kick. If I had known if I had restrained half of my strength, I might have been able to get some useful information out of him. Secretly shaking his head, Yang Mucheng seemed a little annoyed. Hey, what is this? He raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a gold medal fell out of the sturdy man's arms. The gold medal had the word, Dragon Palace, engraved on the front and a majestic celestial dragon on the back. Dragon Palace? What kind of force is this? Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. When we go back, let the ancestor of Longang check it out and find out. Putting away the token, Yang Mucheng continued to move towards the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains. His figure is like an arrow, moving forward. If it were anyone else, there would be no way to do it so easily. There were so many great demons along the way that it was almost impossible to move forward. But Yang Mucheng enjoyed it. The energy and blood of these big monsters were like a great tonic to him. Even until the end of the killing, he only hated that the number of big monsters was too small. But in reality, Yang Mucheng's strength is improving step by step. Although it has not reached the late stage of Xianhai, it is still quite different. Even using the god-killing finger is not as strenuous as before. Yang Mucheng was like a huge beast from the wild, charging and plundering without restraint. In the huge Zongyuan Mountains, trying to find a previous auspicious place is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Yang Mucheng always flew in one direction. The closer he got to the auspicious place, the more obvious the strange feeling in his body became. It was as if, somewhere in the dark, there was a voice calling him to come. Roar! At this moment, suddenly, a shocking dragon roar suddenly resounded. Just see, in the depths of the dense forest, a vivid dragon soared into the sky at this moment and surged into the sky. The whole scene was magnificent and shocking. The five-clawed golden dragon hovered in midair for a long time, and then slowly dispersed after a while. That's it? Ancient dragon blood. Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. He didn't know why ancient dragon blood appeared here, but he knew that this dragon blood had countless benefits for his own tempering. Tongue! 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 Thinking to himself, Yang Mucheng gathered all his energy and rushed towards the place where the five-clawed golden dragon appeared. Not only Yang Mucheng, but also the warriors from Tuatian Palace, who were looking for rare treasures in the Linzanjuan Mountains at this moment, were all rushing towards that place with red faces. Not long after, Yang Mucheng saw a valley. Before entering, I heard an earth-shattering sound of fighting and a roaring noise. Could it be that someone has already arrived first? Frowning slightly, Yang Mucheng quickened his pace and entered the valley. But see, throughout the valley, as far as the eye can see, there is a huge lake. The rippling lake water showed a dazzling bright red color. In the lake, there is a big monster that looks like a dragon, but not a dragon, and looks like a snake, but not a snake. An intersect warrior is fighting with this big monster. The blood of the ancient dragon was swallowed by this big demon. Yang Mucheng looked at the weird-looking monster and thought to himself. Chapter 435 Yinjiao. This big dragon. It is 100 meters long, and its scales are as big as door panels. It is even more shining with floating blood streaks, which looks very strange and weird. There are only 2 underdeveloped dragon claws under the big dragon's body, and the tips of the claws are also shining with cold light, full of power. But what shocked Yang Mucheng even more was that there were 2 huge bloody antlers on the opponent's head. This has become a Yinjiao. Some warriors who came after them saw the appearance of this big dragon and shouted loudly. Nature. This big demon is more worthy of being called a dragon than the two big snakes that Yang Mucheng once killed. Therefore, it is called Yin Jiao. However, if he wants to transform into a real dragon, he still has a long way to go. However, he saw that the person fighting against the great demon Yin Jiao was an inner sect warrior. The warrior was already a little tired. His attack hit the Yin Jiao's scales and could only shoot out sparks. Facing the Yin Jiao's attack, he could only flee in panic. Roar! Suddenly, he heard a crazy roar from the Yin Jiao, opened its big mouth full of fangs like jagged teeth, and bit the warrior directly into his mouth, accompanied by a harsh click sound. The warrior was actually swallowed alive in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Duh. The blood slowly flowed out from the gaps between the Yin dragon's teeth and gently hit the blood pool, making a crisp sound. The more than 1,000 warriors present were frightened, but no one said a word. It wasn't until a moment later that a burst of exclamation broke out. Isn't this Yin Jiao too powerful? If he swallowed it alive, he is an inner warrior who has passed through the 7-level training tower, and he doesn't even have the slightest resistance. After all, after the opponent swallowed that thing, it is inevitable that his strength will increase greatly. The strength of this Yin Jiao has soared to the peak of Xianhai. Yeah, I didn't expect that thing to be born in the Dragon Blood Valley. This is going to be tricky. Many warriors felt headaches. Dragon Blood Valley. This is one of the more mysterious valleys in the Zongyuan Mountains. According to legend, a drop of dragon's blood fell here in ancient times, turning this mountain into a valley. The dragon's blood turned the entire lake into a bloody color, which has not faded for more than 1,000 years. But it is an unchanging fact that there is a Yin Jiao living in the valley. I said it with my own eyes. The first herb collector to come to Dragon Blood Valley shouted loudly. When the auspicious vision appeared, a drop of dragon blood emerged from the dragon blood pool and was directly absorbed by the Yin Jiao. Devoured. We're in some trouble now. Yang Mucheng looked around. Although there were a large number of warriors who rushed to the Dragon Blood Valley, they did not seem to fight over the ancient dragon blood, and even reached a consensus in private. Whoever can kill the Yin Jiao will own this drop of ancient dragon blood. Zhao Huaiqi, didn't you vow to kill this Yin Jiao before? Why didn't you go? One person smiled and looked at a one-eyed warrior. The one-eyed warrior glanced at the Yin Jiao. The muscles on his face trembled slightly, and sneered. Wang had even used Huang-level martial arts, but he couldn't hurt this Yin Jiao. Even if I go there, you will die. You? Wasn't it high-spirited before? You said you could kill this Yin Jiao with one slap. Why didn't you do it? Hee. This Yin Jiao was originally a great demon in the late stage of Xianhai. Now it has swallowed the blood of ancient dragons, and its strength has increased to the peak of Xianhai. How can I be its opponent? The warrior smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, and it's still. It has not completely absorbed the ancient dragon blood. If it takes another 10 days and a half, it will probably reach the golden elixir realm, and there will be no problem. Although there were many warriors gathered around, no one dared to step forward. Moreover, half of the Yin Jiao's body is hidden under the water. Dragons are also a kind of existence that makes trouble. Although the Yin Jiao only has a drop of dragon blood, it must be very capable of making trouble. Let me do it! At this time, a hoarse voice sounded, but he saw a dark figure breaking through the crowd and slowly walking towards the Yin Jiao. Is her? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The person who appeared was none other than the queen of Tianqi dynasty, Su Yufeng. I didn't expect that she got away from the killer and came here. Roar! Almost as soon as Su Yufeng appeared, Yin Jiao roared. The huge tail was pulled out directly from the blood pool and slapped heavily on the lake. Just hearing a crash, the tail immediately stirred up thousands of waves. I just saw that at this moment. The stormy waves that swept out condensed into sharp water arrows and flew towards Su Yufeng. Not good! Rewind quickly. This Yin Jiao is too scary. Many warriors changed their colors when they saw this, and quickly retreated towards the rear. A sparkling water arrow, with a shrill scream that ripped through the air, directly hit a warrior who was still in shock. His inner energy shield, which had been condensed into a few inches, was torn apart directly. The protective leather armor also shattered directly. Under the horrified eyes, it passed directly through the body. It was nailed to the rock wall behind with its remaining strength, and a series of dull puff was emitted sound. What's even more shocking is that these water arrows filled with internal energy seem to have condensed into real arrows. When nailed to the rock, they can still sway their tail feathers tremblingly, and the blood stained on them slowly drips down until after the internal energy dissipated. These water arrows quietly turned into a pool of blood and flowed down. Almost instantly, more than a dozen warriors were killed on the spot. On the rock wall, there is a deep pit like a hornet's nest. Chang! Su Yufeng drew out a snow-white soft sword, broke through the dense water arrows, and rushed in front of Yin Jiao. She filled up her inner energy, and the soft sword became extremely sharp in an instant, and struck the Yin Jiao's head with a clang. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and the huge body of the Yin Jiao suddenly trembled, as if it was hit by a huge force of tens of millions of people on the head, and was directly smashed into the blood pool. Oh! At this time, a burst of noise rang out. Obviously, everyone cheered because Su Yufeng suppressed the Yin Jiao. But Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and said slowly, I'm afraid it won't work. This sword can't hurt Yin Jiao at all. It seems that she will be defeated next. You said Mr. Su will lose? Who are you? Do you know that he is a master who has passed through the 9th floor of the training tower? Is it possible that he can't deal with this Yin Jiao? A nearby warrior heard Yang Mucheng's words and frowned. Pick. Couldn't help but ask. But when he saw that the person speaking was actually Yang Mucheng, he was startled and quickly shrank his neck, his face becoming extremely ugly. Yang Di. I didn't know it was you. Just treat what I said just now as a fart. Yang Mucheng didn't care about the warrior's rudeness. He stared directly at the rippling blood pool and frowned. Although this Yin Jiao has not completely absorbed the dragon's blood, the ancient dragon's blood is still there. In the Yin Jiao's body. The Yin Jiao's body will be constantly tempered and transformed. It is not that easy to deal with. If you want to deal with this Yin Jiao, you can only forcefully blast the ancient dragon's blood out of its body. Otherwise you won't be able to kill it at all. Yeah, you are right. The warrior listened and sneered in his heart. If anyone else dared to say this, he would have slapped them with a big mouth. But faced with Yang Mucheng's on-the-spot rebuttal, he didn't have the slightest courage. However, he secretly looked at the lake and thought in his heart, Old Demon Yang, please don't speak so bluntly. Otherwise, I won't know how I was slapped in the face later. After Mr. Su kills this Yin Jiao, I want to see what kind of expression you have. Boom! Just as the warrior finished his thoughts, he heard a terrifying explosion coming from the blood pool. The Yin Jiao jumped out, bringing with it a turbulent wave that swept across the world. Chapter 436 Jiao Rulong. It's like a mad dragon going out to sea. Wow! At this moment, millions of tons of blood pool water surged up, pouring down desperately like a sea of blood covering the sky and hitting Su Yufeng heavily. Su Yufeng gritted her teeth, grasped the soft sword in her jade hand, and slashed it down in the air. Wherever the sword edge passed, the sea of blood like a wall was split open directly by the sword. However, before everyone could cheer, the Yin Jiao rushed out of the sea of blood. That huge head, like a fire cannonball, suddenly hit Su Yufeng hard. Boom! There was a muffled sound. In the shocked eyes of countless people, Su Yufeng turned into an afterimage, swept backwards, and hit the cliff of the valley, with half of her body embedded in it. Hisses. When the warriors in Dragon Blood Valley saw the scene, their scalps felt numb. This Yin Jiao is actually smarter than humans. But see, after the Yin Jiao knocked Su Yufeng away, its flaming long tongue suddenly rolled up, sucking all the warriors who had been shot to death by water arrows into its mouth, chewing them up, and eating them dry. The blood flowed down the gap between the teeth, which made people tremble with fear. Really? Yang Mucheng sighed. The strength of this Yin Jiao is much stronger than that of the demon King Man Dio on the 10th level of the Experience Tower. How could Su Yufeng be its opponent? Then what is the Yin Jiao doing? It is eating the corpse. The sound of chewing bones made many people pay attention to the Yin Jiao's movements. When the warriors discovered its movements, they screamed in surprise. The big demon and the warrior are mortal enemies. The warrior can use the corpse of the big demon to make elixirs and refine heavenly and earthly treasures. Naturally, the big demon can also devour the corpse of the warrior to increase his strength. Someone shook his head. This Yin Jiao was already terrifying in strength, but now that it has swallowed the ancient dragon's blood, it is probably unbeatable. Then Mr. Su, do you still have the strength to fight? Someone asked doubtfully. But see, after Su Yufeng was knocked away, she stood up tremblingly, but failed several times in succession. Obviously, she was seriously injured in the previous battle. For a while, there were more than 1,000 people in the Dragon Blood Valley, but there was nothing they could do against this Yin Jiao. No one dared to act rashly, and no one dared to step forward alone. Then let me do it! At this time, a crisp sound slowly sounded. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. When they saw the appearance of the person coming, they were all stunned. De Yang? Old Mo Yang? He wants to fight against this Yin Jiao? Even he is interested in this ancient dragon's blood? With Emperor Yang here, he must be able to kill this Yin Jiao. A warrior shouted excitedly. Before he finished speaking, someone sneered and shook his head. Can Emperor Yang deal with this Yin Jiao? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone has seen the strength of this Yin Jiao. How can it be dealt with by one person? You didn't see that. Even Mr. Su being suppressed by the Yin Jiao. He was defeated in just 2 rounds. In my opinion, Emperor Yang might not be able to sustain even a stick of incense. Everyone thought about it carefully, and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Yes. So far, half of this Yin Jiao's body is not underwater. And it is obvious that it has not yet shown its full strength. How could Yang Mucheng be its opponent? Roar. Seeing Yang Mucheng coming out, Yin Jiao narrowed his huge snake eyes, as if he was feeling something. And his eyes were full of vigilance. De Yang? Su Yufeng, who continued to use her inner energy to suppress her injuries, stood up and shouted loudly. You are no match for this Yin Jiao. So you should retreat quickly. This Yin Jiao is not only capable of making trouble, but is also extremely powerful. This kind of the existence is several times more powerful than the red flame dark fire eagle you killed before. That's not necessarily the case. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. How could he just let this ancient dragon blood-tempered body pass by if he wanted it? He has only received 2 drops of ancient dragon blood in this year and a half, one of which was extracted through the system. If I let it go, I don't know when it will come out again. I mean well, but you don't listen. Su Yufeng frowned secretly and shook her head. The strength of this Yin Jiao exceeds your imagination. It has been practicing for thousands of years, and it has the blood of ancient dragons to protect its body. The power of its physical body has become incredibly powerful. Moreover, it has opened up its spiritual intelligence, and its wisdom is no less than that of humans. It hides in the dragon's blood pool and can make waves. Its scales are extremely hard and can resist all kinds of attacks. No matter what Su Yufeng said behind her, Yang Mucheng ignored it. Already, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he arrived in front of the dragon blood pond. Wow! At this moment, Yin Jiao felt an unprecedented crisis. The oppression brought by this ant-like human in front of him actually exceeded the sum of all the warriors in the Dragon Blood Valley. Its body swung, no longer as loose as before. Its body was straight, and its scales were spread out piece by piece, as if it had been alert to the extreme. I remember that your cultivation is not easy. So hand over the ancient dragon blood, and I will let you leave safely. Yang Mucheng looked at Yin Jiao and said calmly. Although this Yin Jiao cannot speak human words, it can obviously understand Yang Mucheng's words. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, its eyes suddenly closed, unable to conceal its anger, accompanied by a turbulent wave. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the huge body jumped out of the dragon blood pool with infinite power and crashed towards Yang Mucheng crazily. Rumble. The huge body of the Yin Jiao flew past the ground, leaving traces of a dragon and a snake on the earth. A bluestone over 20 meters in length was directly smashed by it wherever it passed. The exploding rock shot out desperately, with a harsh wind-sweeping sound. Almost instantly, it struck in front of Yang Mucheng, and the pair of underdeveloped dragon claws were photographed in shock. Careful! Su Yufeng shouted loudly. Courage alone is not enough. You also need sufficient strength. A warrior shook his head secretly. He was so stubborn that he angered the Yin Jiao. It's over now. Seeing such a terrifying attack from the Yin Jiao, many warriors turned pale with fright and retreated continuously. Previously, the Yin Jiao just hit Su Yufeng casually and seriously injured her. Now that it is angry and explodes with all its strength, can Yang Mucheng still be able to resist it? That's it! Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he stamped his feet heavily on the ground, taking root into the earth. At this moment, the spine on his back rolled up, dancing like a dragon, and the bones throughout his body crackled. The whole body is stretched into a straight line from head to toe, like a tight strong bow, and the right fist is tucked under the ribs, like an angry arrow that is ready to go. Immediately afterwards, he punched out and hit the Yin Jiao's dragon claw hard. Boom! One punch and one claw strike each other, bursting out with infinite strength. A wave of air visible to the naked eye centered on the two of them, and swept out crazily. Roar! Under countless pairs of horrified eyes, The Yinjiao let out a roar, trembled violently, was hit by the punch, flew away, rolled away from the ground, and fell directly into the dragon's blood pool, causing a huge splash. Wave. Chapter 437, Burning Thousands of Miles. Wow. The water in the lake rises and falls, creating turbulent waves. But the entire Dragon Blood Valley was silent, and everyone stared at the scene in the valley with their mouths open. The Yinjiao was knocked back by a punch, but Yang Mucheng did not move. The competition between the two sides turned out to be such a crushing situation. He actually drove away the Yinjiao? Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng and then at Yinjiao. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that someone could knock away the Yinjiao with one punch. Moreover, the other party is also a warrior in the middle stage of Xinhai realm. He's getting stronger again! Su Yufeng looked at Yang Mucheng, her beautiful eyes shining with incredible luster. Gudu. The lake waters surged. Huge bubbles kept rolling up, and the dragon blood pool seemed to be boiling. But see, this time, the Yinjiao did not rush out of the dragon blood pool like it did before, but only revealed its head. A pair of huge snake eyes slowly closed, reflecting the posture of Yang Mucheng standing with his hands behind his back. I gave you a chance. If you don't want to, then I will have no choice but to force the ancient dragon's blood out of your body. Boom. Yinjiao is a beast after all. How could it tolerate the anger caused by Yang Mucheng's repeated words? In a rage, all the scales on its body stood up upside down, like a cat with exploding fur. Immediately afterwards, the big mouth full of jagged fangs suddenly opened. Wow! The dragon's blood pool surged, and the endless lake water actually rolled up at this moment. It immediately turned into a huge whirlpool, quickly rising into the sky, and pouring into the mouth of the Yinjiao like a dragon pillar. The entire dragon's blood pool, it was actually swallowed up by it like a whale sucking water. The blood-colored lake water brewed crazily in the Yinjiao's body, followed by a mighty spurt. Rolling blood flowed against the ground. The warriors inside and outside the valley opened their eyes in horror, and the depths of their pupils reflected this shocking scene. The terrifying huge waves surged in a hurricane-like speed. The rushing tide actually slowly transformed into thousands of cavalry horses composed entirely of waves. The sound of galloping hooves was like thunder, trampling towards Yang Mucheng crazily. Even the warriors above the valley could clearly feel the crazy tremors on the ground, as pebbles and boulders rolled down the hillside. The army was completely transformed by the lake water. Whether it was war horses or soldiers, everything seemed to have become real. As they run, the horses' manes are constantly undulating. The steel gun in the soldier's hand shone with a cold light. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. Ha ha! Good time! Yang Mucheng laughed loudly. I saw him clasping his palms together, and the already trembling earth shook violently at this moment. In the flat valley, like a giant spirit god turning over Mount Sumeru, a peak of more than 100 meters suddenly emerged. This is the record of a trip to Tai Mountain! Everyone let out a burst of exclamation. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. I saw the huge wave pressing down, and a loud noise erupted directly in the empty Dragon Blood Valley. Some less powerful warriors were shocked by the loud noise and fell to the ground, their faces bloodless. The army, which was entirely composed of seawater, smashed into pieces on the mountain peak, and turned into a stream of water, like an ebbing tide before slowly flowing down. The dragon blood pool that had been empty gradually filled up again. Shocking patches of horse hoof prints were left throughout the Dragon Blood Valley. Each of the horse hoof prints was several inches deep, and the deep horse hoof prints were filled with stagnant water. Come here! Yang Mucheng grinned and reached forward with his big hand. Immediately, the mountain peak that blocked the tide made a loud roar. The mountain slowly bulged, and a huge rock arm stretched out directly and smashed towards the Yinjiao. The rock arm smashed down crazily, creating a huge momentum, and the surrounding rocks were blasted with dull cracks. Roar! The Yinjiao let out an unprecedented roar. But he saw it stand up suddenly, and its body bulged crazily. It was as if there was a mass of water flowing continuously in the body. Just when the rock wall was about to be photographed, the Yinjiao opened its big mouth and spit out another stream of lake water. Although this lake water is not as terrifying as the previous force of thousands of horses galloping, its power is not bad at all. While he was still in the air, he transformed into a huge wild dragon and rushed towards the rock arm. Just hearing a boom, the rock arm was shattered in an instant. Boom! 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 The water dragon rushed in and flew by crazily, bringing with it a raging hurricane, which directly lifted the numerous warriors inside and outside the Dragon Blood Valley several tens of feet away. These warriors didn't even bother to get up, but immediately raised their heads and looked forward. But see, the water dragon surged and flew towards Yang Muchung like lightning. Can he still block it? This blow shattered the time mountain travel record. I'm afraid, everyone was thinking. Su Yufeng clenched her fists even more and watched the scene nervously. However, Yang Muchung was still there with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all. Is this your strongest attack? If so, then everything is over. He shook his head slowly, as if slightly regretful. In full view of everyone, Yang Muchung raised his head and shouted word by word. Curse! Dragon! Sky! Fire! The next moment, 2 firelights burst out from his eyes, and the firelights turned around and merged into one in an instant. A dragon roar that was even louder than when the water dragon appeared suddenly rolled from the void. A fire dragon carrying a fire that was hot enough to melt steel rushed out in an instant, just like a big fish eating a small fish. Cursed Dragon Sky Fire directly opened its mouth and swallowed the water dragon into its belly. At the same time, with unabated force, an astonishing red light flashed through the air and struck the Yin Jiao's body. One dragon, instantly merge. The crazy flames, like a coat, completely wrapped the Yin Jiao's body. Roar! The Yin Jiao roared with its pupils, and its body kept rolling. But under the burning flames, the sound of flesh exploding could not be stopped. Finally, under a final roar, the huge body of the Yin Jiao suddenly trembled and lost its movement. It was like a burnt branch hitting the ground heavily, splashing out sparks, and a curling smell of meat spread all over the Dragon Blood Valley. Come here to me! Yang Muchung grabbed forward with his right hand. Yin Jiao's body convulsed like an electric shock, but he saw a drop of blood the size of a mung bean, as clear as amber and jade, flying out of its mind and landing on Yang Muchung's palm. Chapter 438 Nichuanzu. Dragon Palace. Get the ancient dragon blood. Yang Muchung exhaled a breath of turbid air and directly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique. A huge surge of suction force directly drained the Yin Jiao's energy and blood. After all, this Yin Jiao has been practicing for nearly 1,000 years, and his energy and blood are also huge. Until the last trace of energy and blood was completely drained out and turned into a charred Yin Jiao. The body suddenly trembled and completely turned into powder. And Yang Muchung's momentum continued to surge because of the huge influx of energy and blood. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Late stage of Xianhai. Although it is only a small level of advancement, but his strength has increased several times. Not to mention the enhancement of internal energy and qi and blood. Even the 3-style god-killing finger in one can also exert its true power. Quiet. The entire Dragon Blood Valley fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the Yin dragon that had completely turned into charcoal, and then at Yang Muchung, who collected the ancient dragon's blood. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. He actually killed this Yin Jiao. To put it lightly, it's terrifying. All the warriors who saw this scene were shocked and lost their minds. No one expected that this Yin Jiao, which shocked more than 1,000 people, and had survived in the Dragon Blood Valley for more than 1,000 years, would actually be burned to charcoal. Who is it? Come out! At this time, Yang Muchung suddenly raised his eyes and looked towards a certain corner. Anyone? Yang Muchung's action suddenly caused all the warriors in the valley who had focused their attention on Yang Muchung to be stunned. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of Yang Muchung's gaze. Hee, you are worthy of Emperor Yang. You can even see through our hiding. The existence that can kill the Yin Jiao is really impressive. Now that you have discovered it, we will no longer be secretive. The ancient dragon in your hand, I want blood. With a buzz sound, the tranquility in Dragon Blood Valley was broken. I saw only one corner, and everyone's vision was distorted and blurred, and then torn apart. A group of people walked out slowly. The one who spoke was the leader. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked handsome, but a red mole between his eyebrows made him look a little cold. Next to him, there was a warrior who was all black and smelled of poison. There was also an assassin with a hooked nose, standing there dull and silent. If you don't look carefully, you can easily ignore his existence. Seeing these 3 people, Su Yufeng's delicate body trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Who are they? It doesn't seem like we are from Tuotian Palace. Many warriors looked at each other for a while. Who are you? You dare to snatch things under the nose of our Tuatian palace? A warrior shouted angrily. Everyone is a member of the Tuatian palace. Although there are some grievances in daily life, when it is time to unite with the outside world, they are unambiguous. Call! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's pupils closed. However, he saw that the hook-nosed assassin took one step forward and appeared behind the shouting warrior as if teleporting. With a flick of his right hand, the snake-shaped dagger passed along the warrior's throat, and a sound of flesh tearing was heard. The warrior's throat was cut off with one blow. The hook-nosed assassin swayed and quickly returned to the top of the mountain. In the eyes of many warriors, it seemed as if he had never left. How dare you? Many warriors in the Dragon Blood Valley changed their colors upon seeing this. Chong! 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 A sound of swords resounded, and the warriors drew their swords towards each other and glared away. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill people in public. In particular, the speed and method of the hook-nosed assassin's previous assassinations frightened many people. More than half of the people didn't come back to their senses at all. And thinking about it now makes them even more so. If the target of the previous assassin was himself, they would probably be killed in an instant. At this time, some warriors changed their colors, already recognizing the identities of these three people. They are from Dragon Palace. What? Why did the people from Dragon Palace come to our Hao Tianzhou? 36 kingdoms including Daqian Dynasty, Shunyuan Dynasty, Tianhu Dynasty belong to Hao Tianzhou. Apocalypse Dynasty. Dragon Palace is Nichuanzu. What is Dragon Palace? Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Yang Di. At that time was the largest killer organization in Nichuan continent, with power covering the entire continent, from the nobles to the ordinary people. As long as someone set a price, no one could escape their assassination. However, there were so many killers in Dragon Palace that it really made it the five-clawed killers who scare people. A warrior said in fear. Five-clawed killer? Yang Mucheng was puzzled. In the Dragon Palace, killers are ranked according to their seniority according to their claws. 1 claw is the lowest, and 5 claws is the highest. But even the lowest 1-claw killer is very terrifying. The warrior introduced in a low voice. The hook-nosed assassin who killed people earlier is called Shadow Killer. He kills people invisible. Many people don't know who killed them until they die. The person who smells a poison is called Du Lao. His body is so poisonous that even a drop of his blood is enough to poison a whole village. The leader with the red mole on his head is called Sun Jian. He is one of the top 10 killers with 1 claw. The killers of Dragon Palace have been operating in Nichuan continent. I don't know why they came to our Haotian continent this time, and even came to the Zongyuan mountains. The warrior didn't understand. The rest of the people couldn't figure it out either. Only Yang Mucheng knew that these people were here for Su Yufeng, because he followed all the way to the Dragon Blood Valley. He planned to steal the ancient dragon blood he just got. Yang Mucheng. Du Lao raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. Didn't you hear what I said? Hand over the ancient dragon blood and get out. Yang Mucheng raised his head slightly, met Sun Jian's gaze, and sneered. The dragon's blood is in my hands. If you have the guts, come and get it. You? The poisonous boss was furious, thinking that his Dragon Palace is in Nichuanzu. Wherever he goes, he will be frightened by the news. The emperor of any country must carefully serve the people who see them in the Dragon Palace. He was afraid that if he angered them, he would even lose his head. But today, he was ridiculed by a little emperor. He was about to take action, but was stopped by Sun Jian on the side. Mr. Du, go keep an eye on Su Yufeng and don't let her escape. When Tiger Roar comes back later, let Tiger Roar take care of this kid. Sun Jian sneered. That's right. Mr. Du nodded and sneered. Yang Mucheng is a boy with a strong physique, which is perfect for Tiger Roar. I wonder how many moves he can withstand in Tiger Roar. Hisses. Everyone in Dragon Blood Valley, who was already shocked, all gasped. This time, for 1-claw killers came. When Su Yufeng heard this, a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Who is Tiger Roar? Yang Mucheng asked. The warrior next to him was almost on the verge of crying, and said quickly, Yang Emperor, that Tiger Roar is also a 1-claw killer. He is good at body training, and all his kung fu is in his hands. Even his body is even compared to the great demons of the same cultivation level. Hearing the other party's description, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't Tiger Roar the killer he killed earlier? He smiled coldly. Yang Mucheng took out the token of Tiger Roar from his arms, threw it forward, and said calmly, "Don't wait for Tiger Roar. That person has already been killed by me." Chapter 439 as expected of Mr. Yang. Bang! The gold medal fell and hit the ground with a crisp sound. Looking at the gold medal, everyone's eyes almost didn't bulge. This is Dragon Palace's token and cannot be faked. Every Dragon Palace killer has a gold medal as his identity. If this gold medal doesn't belong to Tiger Roar, who else could it belong to? He killed the killer of Dragon Palace? The One Claw killer is dead? There was a chorus of gasps. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in shock. How many people died at the hands of Hu Xiao? They may not be as scary as the big demon, but these killers will do anything to kill people. Sneak attacks, ambushes, assassinations, poisons. It is precisely for this reason that the killers of Dragon Palace are more terrifying than the big demons. Even in the hearts of everyone, he is almost the same as the Demon King. But Yang Mucheng actually killed one of them? How can this be? Su Yufeng looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. She has fought against all of these people. Everyone's strength is far superior to hers. Otherwise she would not have escaped into the Dragon Palace incognito, preparing to practice for several years before seeking a chance to make a comeback. But she never expected that these killers, who had been chasing her for nearly 10,000 miles, would die silently in the hands of Yang Mucheng. What? You actually killed Hu Xiao? Ing Sha opened his eyes angrily. I'll kill you! Boom! His body swayed and disappeared in an instant, taking up the afterimages and rushing towards Yang Mucheng. The speed was so fast that no one present could catch his figure and trajectory. When Shadow Kill appeared again, he had already flashed behind Yang Mucheng. Huh? When he reached out with his hands, two snake-shaped daggers flew out of his cuffs and were held in his hands. Then, they crossed towards Yang Mucheng's throat. Stay away yet! Su Yufeng was shocked and shouted quickly. So fast! At this moment, everyone was horrified. Although the One Claw killer ranks at the bottom of the Dragon Palace, he is still someone who cannot be underestimated. This Shadow Kill, a pair of snake-shaped daggers, has secretly assassinated countless warriors who are several times stronger than him. Those powerful men in the late stage of Xianhai, or even at the peak of Xianhai, died on the spot before they could even react. TSK! 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 This Emperor Yang is really overbearing. He doesn't even look down on the killers of the Dragon Palace. Although ancient dragon blood is precious, it's not worth losing your life for it. Seeing this, a warrior shook his head. It's good now. I'm going to be dead soon. Yes. If you hand over the dragon's blood, you can still save a small life. But if you don't hand it over, you will die. Now that he has killed Hu Xiao again, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape intact. A warrior sighed. Call. While everyone was talking, Ing Sha's snake-shaped double daggers had already crossed Yang Mucheng's throat. However, there was no blood-splattering scene like everyone imagined. Yang Mucheng's figure suddenly flickered and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Disappeared? Ing Sha was shocked. No! This is an afterimage! When the speed reaches a certain level, and even exceeds what the human eye can capture, this kind of afterimage will be produced. You clearly thought he was still where he was. But in fact he had already left. Suddenly, Ing Sha felt a cold wind surge above his head. Before he could raise his head to see clearly what was going on above him, he felt a hand lightly land on his head. When this palm is patted gently, the landscape does not appear. But when it actually fell, it was like a mountain hundreds of feet smashing down. Not good! Sun Jian and Du Lao lost their expressions. And when they wanted to take action, it was already too late. When Yang Mucheng pressed his palm, Shadow Kill didn't even react at all. The whole body's skeleton suddenly erupted with a crackling sound. The whole person was as fragile as a glass. And there was only a boom sound. Ing Sha's body was directly pressed into the ground, like a radish planted on the ground, with only his head left. With the sound of rumbling, the ground suddenly burst open because it could not bear the terrifying force. Centered on Ing Sha's body, there were densely packed cracks all shaped like spider webs outwards. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, fell lightly. He clapped his hands lightly, as insignificant as swatting a mosquito to death. Is this the one-clawed killer of the Dragon Palace? It doesn't look like much. Well, it seems that I think too highly of you. You guys should come together. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. These people came out with great arrogance, killing this one, destroying that one, and even asked him to hand over the blood of the ancient dragon. Yang Mucheng thought these people were very powerful, but who knew they were vulnerable to a single blow? Hisses. Everyone present took a deep breath. Previously, they believed that Yang Muqing's insistence on not handing over the ancient dragon's blood was a self-destructive choice. Now that I saw the one-claw killer Ing Sha being slapped to death by him with an understatement and his whole body being knocked into the ground, I realized that Yang Muqing certainly had the confidence not to hand over the blood of the ancient dragon. As expected of Mr. Yang. At this moment, such an idea came into the minds of all the warriors. How brave! Du Lao couldn't help but shouted. Yang Muqing killed someone in public, but he also despised their dragon palace. This was like touching the reverse scale, which made him furious. I want to come and see how strong you are! He stepped forward. His chest swelled up like a balloon, as if there was gas brewing in his chest. Hearing a ha sound, he opened his mouth suddenly, and a mouthful of poisonous mist swept out crazily. This poisonous mist filled the air wantonly, and was almost the same as the turbulent waves controlled by the Yin Jiao before. It was rolling and surging. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, all the flowers, plants and trees withered rapidly. The warriors around him could only smell the slightest trace of it, and their faces could not help but glow with green light. Those who are powerful can also quickly hold their breath to expel toxins from the body. The weak one had already lost his mind, fell to his knees with a pale face, and pinched his neck. He was not far away from death. And this is just the edge of the poisonous fog. The poisonous mist billows out, like a ferocious beast riding on dark clouds, making it irresistible. In an instant, it rushed towards Yang Muqing like an angry wave. Yang Muqing, if you die in the hands of me, Du Lao, today, you can die in peace. Du Lao's eyes widened angrily, like a demon controlling thousands of creatures. Just you? Yang Muqing slowly shook his head. He slowly stretched out his right hand and grabbed it towards the void. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still. But see you. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered rapidly, rushing in like a tornado, condensing into a white light between his palms. Then, Yang Muqing grabbed the white light and suddenly chopped it down. Suddenly, thunder exploded, and the valley was filled with daylight. Chapter 440. Killing someone thousands of miles away without even moving a step. This cut seemed to cut through the void. The billowing poisonous mist melted like the scorching sun meeting the snow, or like the tide parting on its own when it encountered a fork in the road. The entire Dragon Blood Valley was directly divided into two halves with his slash. A deep sword mark emerged from Yang Muqing's feet, spread for more than 100 meters, and directly extended to Du Lao's feet. Du Lao was stunned on the spot. The warriors who were frightened by the poisonous mist stood there quietly. Everyone stared at the sword mark on the ground with their mouths agape. Then, but there was a tearing sound, and Du Lao was cut into two pieces from the center of his eyebrows, and fell to the ground. Blood spilled onto the ground, corroding the surrounding earth into a honeycomb-like pit. Killed 3 Dragon Palace killers in a row. How on earth did he do it? Su Yufeng stared at the sword marks on the ground, and after a while she murmured, He and I both belong to the late stage of Xianhai. Why is he so powerful? These 3 one-claw killers can't sustain even one move in Yang Muqing's hands. Su Yufeng was shocked. She had always heard rumors from the outside world that Yang Muqing was the reincarnation of an old monster, and that gods and demons descended to earth. But she didn't take it seriously. I only thought that the other party was a young man with good strength. But now I know how huge the gap between myself and Yang Muqing is. The proud look on Sun Jian's face suddenly turned stiff. He had previously sworn that killing Yang Muqing in this poisonous fog was nothing more than an understatement. Now this sword has killed all his hopes. Escape! This idea came out of his mind. And once it appeared, it completely occupied his thinking. Hearing a whoosh sound, everyone turned around and saw Sun Jian holding out a flying sword. He quickly stepped on it and fled towards the outside of the Dragon Blood Valley. He's running away! Su Yufeng was shocked. This one-claw killer is one of the top 10, and he has killed countless powerful men in the Xianhai realm. He even pursued her for more than 3 months, from the Apocalypse Dynasty to the Tuotian Palace, almost forcing her to death several times. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to run away from Yang Muqing? Sun Jian naturally wanted to escape. Ever since he saw Yang Muqing's sword that split the poisonous mist, his heart fell into the 9 netherworld. Why is this kid so scary? Whether it's Tiger Roar, Shadow Shah, or Du Lao, they are all famous among the one-claw killers. Even I can't kill 3 of them as easily as he did. But he did it so easily. I am definitely no match for him. Damn it. If I had known better, I wouldn't have provoked him. Sun Jian regretted and almost bit off his tongue. As long as he kills Su Yufeng this time, it will be enough to complete the mission. The reason why he attacked Yang Mucheng was because he tracked him to the Dragon Blood Valley along the way, but accidentally saw Yang Mucheng kill the Yin Jiao and obtain the ancient dragon's blood. So he became greedy. In his opinion, as long as he opens his mouth, the other party will give in. Taking away the ancient dragon's blood is not a piece of cake. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng was not a little sheep who was easily bullied and humiliated and unable to resist as they imagined, but a sleeping lion. Repent! Sun Jian clenched his fists and thought to himself. Turning his head, he glanced at the Dragon Blood Valley, which had almost turned into a small black dot, and said in a cold voice, Yang Mucheng, I admit that I fell into your hands today, but I won't let this matter go. Even if I deal with it, I can't help you. But there is always someone in Dragon Palace who can take care of you. Dragon Blood Valley. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at Sun Jian, who was scurrying away. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. When someone bullies us to come to Tuatian Palace, how can it be so easy to escape? Until someone shouted loudly. Everyone came back to their senses. Although they dare not confront Sun Jian head-on, many people are still willing to beat up the drowned dog. When Sun Jian appeared, he became extremely domineering. In the Zongyuan Mountains, many warriors from Tuatian Palace were killed. How could everyone let him leave now? Immediately, figures one after another soared into the sky quickly, like a flock of frightened birds flying in the forest. But it is so difficult to catch up with him. By the time everyone flew up to Dragon Blood Valley, Sun Jian had already flown dozens of miles away. In another blink of an eye, Sun Jian flew several miles away, and some warriors with weak eyesight could not even see Sun Jian's position. Too fast! After all, he is one of the top 10 killers in Dragon Palace. He sincerely wants to leave. Who else can stop him? This killer of the Dragon Palace is simply too much of a bully. He comes and leaves whenever he wants. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Everyone couldn't catch up with him, and secretly hated him in their hearts. But there was nothing he could do, and he could only watch the other party leave. At this moment, he heard Yang Mucheng sneer and say, Come if you want. Leave if you want. Do you think it's possible? Just die here. He opened his mouth and spat out loudly. 9 rays of light shot out quickly, like lightning, crossing dozens of miles in an instant, chasing Sun Jian. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked around quickly. But he saw these 9 rays of light directly penetrate Sun Jian's back, blasting him into a ball of blood mist. And the flying sword under his feet also exploded. The 9 rays of light circled in the sky and returned to Yang Mucheng's mouth, killing someone thousands of miles away without moving a single step. This scene made everyone in the valley feel numb, and their bodies felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. The one-claw killer of Dragon Palace kills when he says it, without any ambiguity. This kind of strength is simply beyond everyone's imagination. As long as he is willing, let life come to life. If you let people die, you will die. I am afraid that no one in the entire valley can resist. You are worthy of the name of Old Demon Yang. If, previously, Yang Mucheng was killed with a light palm, but his strength was still within everyone's imagination. After all, some warriors in Tuatian Palace, who had also passed through the 12-story training tower, could do it. But Yang Mucheng killed people for hundreds of miles without moving an inch, which was beyond everyone's imagination. Not worth mentioning. Yang Mucheng shook his head, seeming a little disappointed. Now that the dragon's blood is in hand, it doesn't make much sense to stay in the Zongyuan Mountains. Yang Mucheng stood up with his hands behind his back and flew towards Tuatian Palace. Yang? Su Yufeng's heart moved, and she quickly chased after him. Yang Emperor, thank you for your rescue today. These killers from the Dragon Palace are here for me. I know. Yang Mucheng glanced at Su Yufeng lightly. This glance gave Su Yufeng the illusion that she had nowhere to hide, as if Yang Mucheng had seen through her whole body. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saving you, and I have nothing to do with you. It's just that these killers from the Dragon Palace have no eyesight, and they dare to steal my things. Let this matter be revealed. I don't care whether you are Mr. Su or the Queen of Tianqi Dynasty. Su Yufeng, they all have nothing to do with me. Yang Mucheng waved his hand and flew away, disappearing over the Dragon Blood Valley. He already knows my identity? Su Yufeng froze on the spot for a moment, her expression a little complicated. After a while, she came back to her senses, seemed to have made some determination, and quickly chased after him. Chapter 441 Meeting the Empress. Yang Mucheng returned to Tuatian Palace, and naturally absorbed the drop of ancient dragon blood. This drop of dragon's blood is more than the total of the dragon's blood he got before, so it is naturally very time-consuming. Fortunately, the other courtyard was filled with Dragon Hall ancestors, which made Yang Mucheng feel at ease and calm enough to temper his body with dragon blood. Other courtyard. Lu Yaoer went through the books of martial arts and made sure they were correct before binding them into the book. The same is true for the ancestors of Longtang. Hundreds of thousands of volumes of martial arts. This is a huge workload. But no one complained at all. They couldn't help but be excited when they thought about how terrifyingly the Dacian dynasty's strength would improve after acquiring so many martial arts skills. Putting the registered martial arts into a storage bracelet, Lu Yaoer frowned slightly and looked outside the courtyard with feeling. Is she still there? Still there. Yu Shujin nodded. She is standing like this. Do we really not want to notify the Holy One? The two of them were talking about Su Yufeng. Since that day, after Yang Mucheng came back from Dragon Blood Valley, Yang Mucheng practiced in seclusion, and Su Yufeng followed closely and asked to meet Emperor Yang. At that time, Lu Yao rejected her on the spot because she said, Emperor Yang is practicing, and didn't even let her in. Su Yufeng was not willing to give in, so she said on the spot, Then I will wait here. If Emperor Yang comes out of seclusion, please let me know. Lu Yaoer didn't take it to heart. After all, in her opinion, Su Yufeng was the queen of the Apocalypse dynasty, with a noble status. If you ask her to stand there and wait for a while, she might still be willing to do it. But if she was kept waiting like a slave or a servant, Su Yufeng would break out and turn around before long. But who would have thought that Su Yufeng stood like this for 3 days in a row without eating or drinking, and never moved a step even in the wind and rain? This surprised everyone. She was even more confused as to what could happen that would make this former queen ask to see Yang Mucheng in such a low voice. Naturally ignore her. Lu Yaoer shook her head and said, Su Yufeng is certainly the queen. But don't forget that we serve the Holy One. The Holy One is currently practicing in seclusion, and he may carry out key things at any time. If you and I act rashly, if you go in and disturb the Holy One, who can bear it? Yes. Yu Shujin nodded. Gong Xiaohai put away the Czech martial arts book, raised his head, and couldn't help but said, To be honest, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the majestic queen of the Tianqi dynasty would come with such a respectful attitude. Please see our holy lord. His words immediately aroused the approval of many people. Notice, Su Yufeng was the first-generation empress of the Apocalypse dynasty. She was decisive and ruthless, to some extent even as good as Yang Mucheng. How difficult is it for a female to ascend to the throne of God? But she has been the empress for decades and suppressed many dissatisfied people. And her character is similar to Yang Mucheng's, refusing to bow her head. But now this empress is in such a surrendered state. Squeak. During the discussion, Yang Mucheng opened the door and walked out with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty! Everyone shouted quickly. Yang Mucheng, who had been in seclusion for 3 days, was not much different from before. His whole body was like a jade sculpture, flawless, giving people a feeling of ecstasy. Although the body under the sleeves is a little thin and not full of muscles like a warrior, it still contains an explosive power that no one can ignore. Lu Yaoer pointed to the outside of the other courtyard and said, Your Majesty, Su Yufeng is asking to see you. She has been standing outside the other courtyard for 3 days. Let her stand. Yang Mucheng sat down cross-legged, and Lu Yaoer quickly handed him a cup of steaming tea. She came to me just to ask me to restore the country for her. If she wants me to help, she must show enough sincerity. My people will not shed their lives for other people's emperors. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Mucheng cleared his throat and said loudly, Let's get started. If there is a suitable technique, you can also choose it and practice it yourself. Yes. Everyone was excited. They know Yang Mucheng is going to start memorizing Huan-level martial arts. In the world of martial arts, only some big countries possess Xian-level martial arts, and most of them are kept within the royal family. Even 1 or 2 incomplete Xian-level martial arts will attract thousands of people to fight for it. The situation is probably not inferior to the grand occasion of the birth of the ancient dragon blood. As warriors like them, it would be considered good if they could practice 1 or 2 top-level yellow-level martial arts. There are even several Longtang ancestors who have never seen what the top-level yellow-level martial arts look like. Now that Yang Mucheng actually allowed them to practice at will, how could they not be excited? Don't be excited. In the future, You will make great contributions to me. Not to mention the top Huang-level martial arts. I can teach you the time mountain travel record and god-killing finger that I know. Yang Mucheng said lightly. If others say this, they will only frown and not believe a word. But from what Yang Mucheng said, the Lontang ancestors firmly believed it. Yang Mucheng always speaks his mind, and there is no possibility of going back on what he has said. It is precisely for this reason that they follow Yang Mucheng so wholeheartedly. Although there are no more Huang-level martial arts skills than other low-level ones. The contents of each volume are extremely mysterious and every sentence is unfamiliar. Sometimes a book of martial arts must be read at least 3 or 4 times before the ancestor responsible for recording it can write it down completely. However, there are only a few thousand Huang-level martial arts. But the time consumed is more than all the previous martial arts. By the time the last volume was read, it was already 7 days later. Baizhong! Yang Mucheng stretched and said, These martial arts have been completed. Let the 2 ancestors escort you and these martial arts back. As for the remaining Xian-level martial arts, I will record them when I have time. By the way, is Su Yufeng still there? Yang Mucheng suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Your Majesty, she is still here. Lu Yaoer said. Oh, I didn't expect that this empress is so perseverant that she has been waiting for me outside the courtyard for 10 days. That's all. That's all. Let her in. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. After a while, the closed door of the other courtyard was opened, and Su Yufeng followed Lu Yaoer. When Yang Mucheng saw Su Yufeng, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his face full of amusement. However, at this moment, Su Yufeng was not wearing a black robe to hide her identity like before, but instead was wearing a phoenix robe generously. The 6-winged cloud phoenix robe is decorated with auspicious clouds at the corners of the skirt, and the phoenix bun is held up by 3,000 blue silk, which is extremely gorgeous. Bright red eyeshadow, with a little gold powder on the corners of her eyes, sparkling in the sun. The red lips are light, and the peony-shaped print on the forehead is perfectly outlined. She slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Mucheng quietly with a pair of beautiful eyes. A domineering aura like that of the 9 phoenixes was slowly revealed. But she also had the air of a queen who was not angry and assertive. What a queen! What an empress of the Apocalypse Dynasty! Chapter 442, Xian-level high-grade martial arts. Should I call you Empress? Or should I call you Emperor Su? Yang Mucheng was half lying on the dragon couch, looking at Su Yufeng with a smile. To be honest, Yang Mucheng was a little surprised that the other party came to see him dressed up like this. What is this? The emperors of the 2 countries met? De Yang is serious. I have been kicked out of the Apocalypse Dynasty. I am no longer the former Emperor Su who controlled hundreds of millions of living beings. If you hadn't taken action in the Dragon Blood Valley, I might have been dead and hanged. Use it as a show-off on the city walls of the Apocalypse Dynasty. Su Yufeng smiled bitterly. People don't talk secretly, and I don't like to talk in circles. You have been standing outside my courtyard for 10 days. Don't you just want to come to me to complain? Right. Tell me your reason for coming. Yang Mucheng said lightly. Emperor Yang, I would like to ask you to restore the country for me. Su Yufeng said. Really? Everyone in the hall looked like they had expected this. Yang Mucheng also nodded, and the other party's request was also within his expectation. To restore the country for you, I have to face the Dragon Palace and the Apocalypse Dynasty. If you want me to help you, you have to give me a reward that makes my heart beat. Yang Mucheng said. How do I? Su Yufeng said slowly. If Emperor Yang restores the country for me, I will be yours. You know, I am the Emperor of the Dacian Dynasty. What kind of woman do I want? Do you think I am like those foolish emperors in the history of Kyushu, who would start a war just for a woman? Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, If there is nothing else, please come back. Su Yufeng laughed sadly. Since the throne was taken away, she has been on the run all the way here. Along the way, many countries in Nichuanzu extended olive branches to her. If Su Yufeng was willing, they were willing to raise troops to live in Su Yufeng and restore her country. Su Yufeng knew that those people were just coveting her body and did not sincerely want to help her. But it happened that this young man looked down on her at all. Young Emperor, if you can help me, I will hand over the Apocalypse Dynasty to you. Su Yufeng gritted her teeth. I no longer belong to the country. I just want revenge. That traitor killed my whole family and cut off my Su family's bloodline. What does the throne mean? As long as you can avenge me, Su Yufeng, will be the most loyal to you, Emperor Yang, in this life. Maid. After saying that, Su Yufeng raised her phoenix robe and bowed to the ground like a minister. Yang Mucheng laughed dumbly. What does he want the Apocalypse Dynasty to do? The Apocalypse Dynasty and the Dacian Dynasty were separated by at least tens of thousands of miles. Not only were they separated by the Zongyuan Mountains, they were also separated by the whole world. Even if Su Yufeng hands over the Tianqi Dynasty, he is now beyond his reach and unable to manage it. That's all. I don't want your country. Nor do I want you to be a maid. To avenge you, I only need to take Longdang with me. As for restoring the country, you should do it yourself. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Taking away the country from the hands of a female prostitute. What is the difference between him and rebellion? Thank you, Emperor Yang. Su Yufeng was very excited. However, the traitor who took away my Apocalypse Dynasty was Grandmaster Xianhai. With your current strength, it may be difficult to deal with him. Grandmaster Xianhai? Yang Mucheng raised his brows, nodded and said, That's true. It's a bit difficult for me to deal with the powerful people in the Xianhai Grandmaster realm now. Su Yufeng said, Emperor Yang, why don't we just practice peacefully in Tuatian Palace for 3 to 5 years? And when you reach the peak of Xianhai, we can set off again. Why do we need 3 to 5 years? We can set off tomorrow. Yang Mucheng laughed. Dealing with Grandmaster Xianhai is certainly tricky. But that doesn't mean I can't do it. Su Yufeng, please go back and tidy up while I go to the Scripture Depository Pavilion. When I come back, we'll set off for the Tianqi Dynasty together. In the late stage of Xianhai, he dealt with a Xianhai Grandmaster? If anyone else said this, Su Yufeng would only think that the other person was crazy. But now, it was Yang Mucheng who said it. And she could only nod in agreement. At the same time, she was also very curious in her heart. What kind of means could Yang Mucheng use to defeat a Xianhai Grandmaster in less than a day? Nature. The answer lies in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. Yang Mucheng has been to the Sutra Pavilion several times, but only below the 8th floor, and has never set foot in the Xuanjie Kung Fu area above the 9th floor. This time when I went to the Apocalypse Dynasty, I was naturally preparing to find a sword-controlling method. Yang Di, are you here? Master Mo Shang greeted Yang Mucheng with a smile. These days, they simply regarded Yang Mucheng as a joke after dinner. No matter which warrior entered the Sutra Pavilion, he was eager to learn. There was no one like Yang Mucheng who did not know a single martial arts after entering the Sutra Pavilion. Look, it's like a leisure vacation. I want to find a sword-wielding skill. Yang Mucheng naturally knew what Master Mo Shang was thinking, but he simply dismissed it. Yang Emperor, among the top martial arts of the Huang class, there are more than 30 volumes of sword-controlling techniques. May I take you to take a look? Master Mo Shang said. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Are you talking about the great sword-controlling technique, or the exquisite sword heart? Those sword control techniques are a bit inferior. What I need is the sword control skills above Shen level. Hisses. He actually remembered them all. The smile on Master Mo Shang's face suddenly froze, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. This Yang Mucheng actually has a photographic memory. But then, he breathed a sigh of relief. So what if he had a photographic memory? Yang Mucheng had never even opened these martial arts skills. Could it be that he still had clairvoyance and could directly see through the contents of the book? These martial arts are all from Tuatian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty. Even if you have great abilities, you can only learn the tip of the iceberg at most. And you can't take them all away. Thinking of this, he immediately returned to his original expression. His eyes rolled, and he said, Yang Emperor, there is indeed a high-grade Xian-level sword-controlling technique on the top floor of the Sutra Pavilion. I wonder if you can learn it. Is there any martial arts in the world that I can't learn? Yang Mucheng burst into laughter upon hearing this. Master Mo Shang shook his head in disdain, secretly thinking that Yang Mucheng didn't know how high the sky was, and how he dared to say such big words. He looked at Yang Mucheng and said, Emperor Yang, I know that you are talented and arrogant, but martial arts in the world range from easy to difficult. When the level of martial arts reaches a certain level, no matter how smart you are, you will not be able to do it. You can't learn some complex martial arts in a short time, and even some warriors can't learn them in a lifetime. Master Mo Shang is not just talking nonsense. When Yang Mucheng recited those top-notch yellow-level martial arts, Longtang Patriarch felt dizzy and out of breath just by listening to the content of the martial arts. Not to mention some high-level martial arts. You have to learn them. Some people with weak minds may become obsessed even if they look at them a few times. Oh, what if I learn it? Yang Mu became enlightened. Yang Emperor, if you learn it, I will give you a magic weapon. Master Mo Shan looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile, changed his tone, and said with a half smile, but if you can't learn it, so what? If I can't learn it, then I will lose the 9 dragons flying sword to you. Yang Mucheng said. Good. Mo Shangjin was overjoyed. Ever since he knew that Yang Mucheng had used the 9 dragons flying sword to repel Zhang Zhenren and kill Sun Jian with ease, he had coveted this sword magic weapon extremely. If it hadn't been for the pressure from the top management of Tuotian Palace, he might have robbed it openly. Now, the other party actually brought it up, which surprised him a little. Looking at Yang Mucheng with a smile, Master Mo Shan said, Yang Emperor, you will definitely regret it. This martial art is not as simple as you think. Chapter 443 Sword Yujioshio. The 11th floor of the Sutra Pavilion is a very mysterious place. Even Mo Shangsheng couldn't open it. Tuotian Palace also has regulations. Only 5 elders of the Sutra Pavilion must agree and work together to open the 11th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. This surprised Yang Mucheng, so he became more and more curious about what kind of martial arts were placed on the 11th floor. But when several elders of the Sutra Pavilion learned that Yang Mucheng was preparing to enter the 11th level, they were also surprised. Yang Emperor, which martial arts do you plan to enter the 11th level and learn? An elder seemed a little unconvinced and repeated. The points consumed in the 11th floor are dozens of times that of the 8th floor. With your points, you are not even qualified to enter. Indeed, each time the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion is upgraded to a level, the points consumed are 10 times that of the previous level. Although Yang Mucheng has the help of the ancestor of Longtang, his points can only advance to the 10th level at most, and he cannot stay for more than a stick of incense. I made a bet with Emperor Yang. Master Mo Shan glared at the talkative elder fiercely, fearing that the other party would disturb his good deeds. If Emperor Yang learns the martial arts on the 11th level, I will give him a magic weapon. If Emperor Yang cannot learn it, he will give me the 9 dragons flying sword. Therefore, I will advance his points. Many elders looked at Master Mo Shan with envious looks. This is a high-grade Xian level magic weapon. The 9 swords combined into one are comparable to the best in Xian level. In Tuotian Palace, only the sect leader Wu Shanhe possesses a top-grade Xian level magic weapon, and others can only look at it with envy. Master Mo Shan, how did you let this kid take the bait? An elder said with envy. Humph. This kid came to me and said he wanted to learn a sword-controlling technique. I recommended him the best Huan-level martial arts, but he still didn't like it. I was going to give him a trick and let him learn the 11th level martial arts. That martial arts. But you know what this kid said? He actually said that there is no martial arts in the world that he can't learn. I made a bet with him and lured him to make a bet with the 9 dragons flying sword. So stupid to fall for the bait so easily, Master Mo Shan said with a proud smile. TSK. 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 That martial art has been there since the establishment of Tuotian Palace, and only 2 people have learned it so far. One is the Supreme Emperor, and the other is the current Holy Emperor, our sect leader. Even the Holy Emperor can use it enough it took 40 or 50 years to master it. How can this kid learn it so easily? After hearing what Master Mo Shan said, the elder said with envy, Don't you win for sure? That's right. Master Mo Shan proudly stroked his goatee and said proudly, If you want to blame, you can only blame Yang Mucheng for being too arrogant and not knowing how high the sky is. While talking, everyone has already arrived at the 11th floor. The 11th floor of the Sutra Pavilion is somewhat different from the previous floors. There is a red stone door at the entrance. The 5 elders came to the door and poured their inner energy into the stone door. There was just a bang sound, as if some mechanism had been touched, and the stone door opened immediately. Yang Mucheng followed the 5 people into it and came to an empty stone room. What about martial arts? Yang Mucheng looked around in surprise and found that there were no books placed on the 11th floor as he had imagined. Instead, it was empty except for a stone slab that seemed to be of some age in the center of the stone room. Yang Emperor, this is it! Master Mo Shan smiled faintly and pointed to the stone slab in the center. He glanced at Yang Mucheng with a puzzled expression and said, Emperor Yang, most of the martial arts of the Xian level are complicated and complicated. The martial arts of the lower and middle levels of the Xian level can barely be expressed in words. But the high-level skills cannot be described in words. It can only be expressed through artistic conception. This stone tablet contains the Shin-level high-grade martial arts sword Yu you need. Oh. Yang Muchung frowned. At most, he has only been exposed to martial arts of the lower Shin level. And he has never heard of some techniques that cannot be described in words. Yang, you don't have to doubt. I have heard rumors that Earth-level martial arts are more terrifying and can only be recorded on some divine weapons. If the level of the martial arts exceeds that of divine weapons, even the power expressed by the martial arts can blast the divine weapons to pieces. Master Mo said. Where is that day? Yang Muchung continued to ask. Master Mo Shan laughed dumbly. Emperor Yang, the highest martial arts I have ever seen in my life is only at the top level of Shin level. Earth-level martial arts have only been mentioned by some seniors from Tuatian Palace. And heaven-level martial arts are unheard of and unseen. Yang Muchung nodded and looked towards the stone slab. The pattern of this stone slab is broken. But when you look at it, the pattern on it seems to come alive, making people feel like they are in an illusion. Yang Emperor, with the power of the 5 of us, we can only stir up the stone pattern for 30 breaths at most. Whether you can understand it or not depends on your understanding, came the voice of Master Mo Shang. The 5 elders nodded. They stood up in a 5-pointed star formation around the stone slab, and their handprints condensed one by one. Buzz. The stone slab trembled violently, and a blur of light suddenly erupted. In the void, residual light surged, and a regular pattern appeared, like a national player scolding Fong Chio to reveal a mysterious picture, or like clouds surging in the sky for no reason. Yang Muchung stared at this pattern and felt that every line in it revealed a different artistic conception. Looking at the 5 elders including Master Mo Shang, it was quite laborious to inspire this stone slab. Within 7 or 8 breaths, he was already sweating profusely. After half the time, his face turned pale. It's really mysterious. Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He could only remember the outline of the pattern, and it would take at least half a year to learn it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. I found the Xuanjia high-grade martial arts sword Yu. Would you like to learn it? Study! Yang Muchung said silently. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a vast flow of information pouring into his mind, making his head feel swollen. This information is too huge, even more massive than the hundreds of thousands of books of spiritual and yellow martial arts combined. But it only took an instant for it to return to normal. Almost at the same time, the 5 masters of Mo Shang regained their inner strength, and the patterns on the stone slab suddenly disappeared into nothingness, becoming dark, as if the mysterious patterns that appeared before were just an illusion. How? Due to excessive internal energy consumption. Mo Shangjan's face was a little pale at the moment. But at this moment, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He obviously thought that he was almost certain to beat Yang Muchung in this bet. And he seemed to have obtained the 9 dragons flying sword. He looked at Yang Muchung with a smile and asked, How's it going? Emperor Yang? How much have you understood? Even if you don't understand anything, don't be too frustrated. Over the years, many geniuses have entered the 11th level and want to understand this sword control Jiuxiu. But no one can succeed. After Yang Muchung digested all the information, he raised his head, grinned at the confident Mo Shang, and said, I have learned this martial art. The words just fell. The smile on Mo Shang's face suddenly stiffened. Chapter 444, Massive Bleeding. Immediately, several surprised eyes swept over, all falling on Yang Muchung, their eyes full of doubt and disbelief. Master Mo Shang smiled coquettishly and said, Yang, this joke is not very interesting. Joke? That's right. No matter who stands here and tells them that he has learned the high-grade Shin-level martial arts of sword control Jiuxiu, they will treat each other as a joke. I'm not kidding, Yang Muchung said lightly. Yang Emperor. Master Mo Shang squinted his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Yang Muchung, and said word by word, It's not that I doubt you, but that you know that since the martial arts of Jinyu Jiuxiu appeared in Tuatian Palace, it has only 2 people can learn it. One is the Supreme Emperor, and the other is the current Holy Emperor. When Master Mo Shang said this, he bowed his hands to the sky to show respect. But even the 2 of them have spent a long time and studied hard for decades. You just took a look and said that you have learned how to use the sword to control the sky. Isn't it too brazen? Yang Emperor, you shouldn't be reluctant to part with your 9 dragons flying sword. Right. At this time, an elder interrupted. If you lose, you have to lose the 9 dragons flying sword. This is a high-grade Shin-level magic weapon. It is normal for Yang Mucheng to be reluctant to part with it. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Mucheng is just a stubborn duck with a tough mouth. I lost the game. But I didn't intend to admit it. Yang Mucheng smiled, glanced at the narrow stone chamber, and said, "Since you don't believe it, I'll give you a demonstration. This place is too small. You can follow me outside the Sutra Pavilion." "You actually want to demonstrate?" Master Mo Shang sneered again and again. This is really a typical example of not crying until he sees the coffin. At that moment, a group of people walked out of the Sutra Collection Pavilion. This formation naturally attracted many people to watch. And some intersect warriors and elders also came after hearing the news. "What's going on? Why have so many people gathered? I heard that Emperor Yang is going to demonstrate a martial arts skill," someone said. "It's not a simple martial skill, but the sword control Jioxia on the 11th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. It is said that the two sides even made a bet." Hearing this and the content of the bet, the crowd who came over couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Emperor Yang is too arrogant. How can it be so easy to learn high-grade Shin-level martial arts?" Someone shook his head and sneered. "This time, he has to pay the price for his arrogance. I hope he can restrain himself after losing the 9 Dragons Flying Sword." But, when everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, they also looked slightly surprised. Because Yang Mucheng's confident attitude is not like a dead duck with a tough mouth. "Master Mo Shang, look at Yang Mucheng's attitude. He seems to have really learned." An elder looked at Yang Mucheng, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Master Mo Shang crossed his arms and said disdainfully, "There are 3 postures of sword controlling the 9 heavens. The first posture is the sword rising out of the rainbow. The second posture is the sword breaking the sky. And the third posture is the real core, the sword controlling the 9 heavens. These 3 postures are like steps. After the first posture is completed, the second posture will be understood by itself. After the second posture is understood, the third posture will be learned." He only took one look and knew it. "If you could once you learn it, I'll take off the head and make it a urinal for him." Master Mo Shang smiled and looked at Yang Mucheng. But see, at this moment, Yang Mucheng stood on the spot and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone's eyes fell on him. After 3 breaths, he finally opened his eyes. The moment Yang Mucheng opened his eyes, the long hair behind him was flying in the wind, and the aura of his whole person was rising crazily, as if he was an unsheathed sword, which made people unable to look directly at him. "The sword emerges from the rainbow." Just when Yang Mucheng's momentum reached its highest level, he shouted loudly. Seeing his mouth open, the 9 dragons flying sword swiftly flew out of the void. The 9 swords connected in a line and turned into a rainbow, rushing across the sky like an aurora. In an instant, there was a strong wind between the sky and the earth, and there was a faint flash of thunder between the sky and the earth. There was dead silence outside the Sutra Pavilion. Everyone stared dumbly at the rainbow emerging from the void, and the proud look on Master Mo Shang's face completely froze. "Second style. Sword breaks the sky." Yang Mucheng formed a sealed Ju with his right hand, but saw the 9 swords in the void suddenly changing, as if a breeze was passing by. Although this move was not as violent as before, the momentum it possessed was even higher than before. In an instant, the floating clouds covering the 36 peaks of Tuetian were actually struck by this sword, cut them into pieces. "The third form. Sword control Jioxia." Yang Mucheng didn't stop at all. His momentum suddenly changed and changed again. The 9 swords merged into one swiftly, soaring into the sky and pouring into the void. Just hearing a boom, the chopped floating clouds collapsed under this terrible force. Like a bubble, completely gone. The 9 dragons flying swords spun in the air and turned into 9 lightning bolts, which were swallowed by Yang Mucheng. Quiet, deathly silence. Master Mo Shang's eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, Yang Mucheng's soaring sword intent quietly subsided. He raised his head and smiled at Master Mo Shang. "Mo Shang Shenren, I have learned this sword to control the sky. You should be willing to admit defeat." Mo Shang's face turned red and blue, and he revealed a bitter smile that was even uglier than his dead parents. "Yang Emperor, I lost." Yang Mucheng actually learned how to use the sword to control the sky. This is not only unimaginable by Mo Shang Shenren, but also unimaginable by everyone. So far, neither the geniuses from Tuetian Palace nor the geniuses from the 36 countries have been able to comprehend this martial art. But now, Yang Mucheng actually learned it in such a short period of time? Since you lost, don't forget the bet between us. Yang Mucheng sneered. How could he not know that Master Mo Shan has been coveting his 9 dragons flying sword for a long time? She even set up a trap step by step to lure him into jumping inside. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have fallen for the bait a long time ago. Not only did they not learn any martial arts, but they also lost a treasure. But if you want to set a trap on him, you have to think carefully. Be careful not only to lose your wife, but also to lose your troops. And this is exactly the case with the current Mo Shangzhenan. Not only did he fail to get Yang Mucheng's 9 dragons flying sword, but he also lost a magic weapon. He even wanted to die. Yang Emperor, come with me! Master Mo Shan couldn't help but sigh, and had no choice but to take Yang Mucheng into his private room. The secret room opens. It's like a small treasure house, containing all kinds of weapons, magic weapons, and more. Yang Mucheng glanced at it, ignored those low-level things, and walked towards the depths of the secret room. Well, there's going to be a lot of bleeding this time. Master Mo Shan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Yang Mucheng's actions. Chapter 445,000 Island Dynasty. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. In the secret room, there is a dazzling array of things to see. Yang Mucheng directly used the Emperor's qi-gazing technique and looked at each treasure. Some existences look golden and gorgeous, but in fact the aura within them is extremely rare. Master Mo Shan followed Yang Mucheng, and he did not introduce which treasure was good or bad. Yang Emperor, your holy dragon blood sword was blown to pieces during the battle with Fang Baiyu. What do you think of this sword? Seeing that Yang Mucheng had not made a choice for a long time, Master Mo Shan pulled out a weapon similar to the holy dragon blood sword from the weapon rack. This sword is 6 feet and 3 inches tall, weighs 3,600 kilograms, cuts iron like clay, blows hair and breaks hair. It is a top-grade Xian level weapon. It couldn't be more suitable for you, is it? Yang Mucheng smiled. Mo Shan's face was not red, and he was out of breath. He nodded and said, that's natural. Yang Mucheng was non-committal. That's right. The sword that Master Mo Shan took out was a high-grade Xian level weapon. But Yang Mucheng used the Emperor's qi-watching technique to take a look and found that the spiritual energy contained in it was not even as good as a middle-grade yellow level weapon. Obviously, it is unknown which ancient tomb this sword has been sealed in for thousands of years, and its spiritual power has almost expired. This old guy is full of evil. Yang Mucheng sneered in his heart. You want these rags to deceive me? If I don't have the Emperor's qi reading skill, I will be deceived by him without any reason. Although there are many treasures here, there are not many truly valuable things. No, I have to make this old guy bleed a lot. Seeing the evil smile on Master Mo Shan's face, Yang Mucheng remained silent and continued to watch. Suddenly, Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed, and he saw a stone table deep in the secret room, which was full of chaos, and one of the bracelets was the most inconspicuous. This bracelet has a unique shape. It is like a long dragon, but the head and tail are connected, with the head biting the tail. Moreover, this bracelet is actually somewhat invisible even to the Emperor's qi-gazing technique. Oops! Master Mo Shan noticed Yang Mucheng's eyes, and was suddenly shocked. This bracelet is called Dragon's Tail Bracelet. He didn't know what grade it was. At first, he also found it accidentally in an ancient tomb. This Dragon's Tail Bracelet contains 5 layers of enchantment. It took him more than 200 years to unlock the 3rd layer. With each layer he unlocked, he got valuable treasures. Moreover, each layer is more precious than the next. It was the treasure within these 3 levels of enchantment that allowed him to grow from a little deacon to an elder into a tin palace. And the treasure hidden in the last 2 layers that have not yet been unlocked must be a more absolute existence. I want this bracelet! Yang Mucheng picked up the bracelet, looked at it, and put it on his wrist. Saw this scene, Master Mo Shan wanted to bite his teeth into pieces. This bracelet is more valuable than everything in his entire secret room put together. Seeing the expression on Mo Shan's face, Yang Mucheng became more and more sure that he had taken something terrible from him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a dead parent expression. After walking out of the secret room, Master Mo Shan no longer wanted to accompany Yang Mucheng, so he apologized and left in a hurry. Yang Mucheng looked at the departing Master Mo Shan with a smile, and poured his consciousness into the bracelet. This bracelet is extraordinary. The bracelet has quite a bit of space. On it, 3 layers of broken barriers remained. and 2 layers were still there. On the 4th floor, there are traces of several impacts, but it has obviously not been flushed away.
It seems that this bracelet is the treasure of Mo Shangzhenren. I didn't expect it to be brought by me.
Try to attack the barrier. Yang Mucheng discovered that this barrier was much stronger than he imagined.
That's all. I'll study this bracelet when I have time. Now it's time to set off for the Apocalypse Dynasty.
On the border between Nichuanzu and Heotianzu, there was a group of people walking slowly forward, with a man and 2 women walking in front, followed by more than 100 people. These were Yang Mucheng and his party. Yang Mucheng gave up the idea of marching all the way with great fanfare, and instead traveled privately incognito. After all, this time, he was avenging Su Yufeng. He didn't want many rebels to come to encircle and suppress them before they arrived at the Apocalypse Dynasty. In addition, the geographical environment of Nichuanzu is different from that of Heotianzu. Yang Mucheng finally had some free time and wanted to enjoy the mountains and rivers.
The most famous place in Sichuan province is the Thousand Islands Dynasty. This country is completely a big lake. The lake covers more than 1,000 miles and is no less than the Zongyuan Mountains. There are more than 1,000 islands in the lake, large and small, and it is known as the Thousand Islands Dynasty.
Along the way, Su Yufeng introduced the situation in Nichuanzu.
When we go to the Apocalypse Dynasty this time, we have to pass through the Thousand Island Dynasty. Such a big lake. I'm afraid it's not small compared to the ocean.
Lu Yao was speechless.
There are definitely many monsters in the lake.
Mountains, water, forests, caves. These 4 locations. It is easiest to harbor monsters. The Qiandao dynasty's status in Nichuan continent is comparable to that of the Zongyuan Mountains. How can there be no monsters?
It's natural. There are many big monsters in the lake, because these are big monsters of the water attribute and can make waves. Ordinary warriors simply don't dare to cross the river at will. Only the official ships of the Thousand Island Dynasty can use it freely. But even so, they must be careful to avoid the big demon's territory.
When the Thousand Islands Dynasty was mentioned, Lu Yao immediately became interested. Although she was a strong martial artist, her mentality was just that of a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and she immediately started chattering about it.
To say that the most terrifying monster in this lake is the big Riling Mountain Turtle. This turtle has survived in the lake for an unknown number of years. It is as big as a mountain. A slight sway is enough to set off huge waves. I don't know how many powerful people have been swallowed up by this great Riling Mountain Turtle. Even the official ships of the Thousand Islands Dynasty were sunk by it. Can it sink a ship? How big is this turtle?
Lu Yao covered her mouth. The largest turtle she had ever seen was the dragon turtle in Jinghu Lake of Huntian Palace. But it was only a few dozen meters long.
You won't believe it. There is a small island with a diameter of several hundred meters on the back of the turtle. When it is floating on the water and sleeping, the small island looks similar to an ordinary island. Once it swims, no matter how big the boat is, it was sunk. Moreover, this great sun spirit mountain turtle has reached the consummation of Xianhai and has opened the heavenly ears. After getting on the boat, you must not mention its name. Otherwise it will definitely swim over. But on weekdays, it's okay. This sun spirit mountain turtle can wake up as soon as it wakes up. After sleeping for more than 10 years, he would fall asleep after a big meal every time. When he woke up, it would be the day when ships were closed on Qiandao Lake.
Yang Mucheng heard the 2 talking and immediately became interested. He smiled and said,
Don't the people of the Thousand Islands Dynasty avoid this big Riling Mountain Turtle? On the contrary.
Su Yufeng shook her head and said,
In fact, many people want to find this great Riling Mountain Turtle. It is said that this great Riling Mountain Turtle seems to have a treasure in its body. Unfortunately, the great Riling Mountain Turtle, it is extremely difficult to find. It is a big monster in the water. If you can't fight it, you can't catch it. If it falls asleep, it will be an ordinary island with no breath at all.
Yang Mucheng raised his brows and said nothing. His eyes were deep and distant, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 446, Eldest Princess. Mr. Sure? But he said that although the group of people walked in and out, their pace was not slow. 3 days later, they arrived at the Thousand Islands Dynasty. Once here, we are not far from the Apocalypse Dynasty. Su Yufeng covered her veil for fear of being recognized. So Lu Yao followed suit and put on a veil. Although the 2 of them covered their appearance, they could not conceal their beautiful and fragrant beauty.
How do we cross the river?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Yang Emperor, please wait a moment. I'll go ask if there are any ships left.
Su Yufeng said. Crossing the river. Of course. Is by boat? Although some people can fly through the air and walk on the water. No one can stay on the water for more than 10 days. Not to mention there are many monsters and big monsters at their feet. So many warriors who come and go choose to take a boat. At the port, a dozen large ships were parked one after another. Even the smallest one is 100 meters long. And the largest one is even 500 meters long, stretching like a water palace. The largest ship is naturally the official ship.
Sorry, the boat is not sailing today.
Arriving at a shipyard. Before Su Yufeng could speak, the shipowner shook his head and said,
Why?
Su Yufeng asked with a frown. She looked around and looked around, showing a look of surprise. In the past, there was an endless stream of people coming and going in these shipyards. But today it is strange that there is no one at all. And it is very depressed.
In the past few days, the Lingshan turtle has woken up and made waves in Qiandao Lake. It has already sunk 7 or 8 ships.
The boat boss held an iron pipe in his hand, knocked it on the ground, and sighed.
If you want to take a boat, you can just take a boat.
I can be an official ship. But it's not that easy. What's a difficult method?
Su Yufeng asked quickly.
A big shot came and chartered the entire official ship,
said the old man.
Why don't you wait here for half a month? After the big Sunling Mountain turtle falls asleep, the shipyard should start sailing.
Su Yufeng cast doubtful eyes on Yang Maicheng.
Let's go and see the official ship.
Yang Mu became enlightened. Waiting for 10 days and a half is too long. Arriving in front of the official ship, there was a bustle of people, which was completely different from the depression of the shipyard. At the boarding area, a big circle formed, and many people were clamoring to board the ship. But at the boarding area, a group of guards with knives stood there, blocking the entrance like a human wall, and no one could get on. On deck, a girl in a long gown looked at the vast Qiandao Lake with her hands behind her back.
Princess, the boarding area is very noisy. Many people are clamoring to board the ship.
At this time, a middle-aged man holding a folding fan came to the girl's side and whispered,
Let them make trouble.
The girl snorted coldly. He glanced at the middle-aged man and said,
Mr. Sure, are you sure you can deal with that big Riling Mountain turtle? I'm only 50% sure. However, this time I invited Lu Qianfeng. With his help, I'm 100% sure.
Mr. Sure smiled.
That's good. With the help of the great national master, this time we will be sure of success. This big Riling Mountain turtle has been making waves in Qiandao Lake for thousands of years. And it also has a rare treasure. Recently, many people are trying to take advantage of it. But we can't let it be taken away.
The girl's eyes turned cold, and she frowned and asked,
Why is it so noisy under the boat? Someone must have tried to board the ship by force and started a fight.
Mr. Sure said. His eyes fell on Su Yufeng, who was wearing a veil, and he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids.
Hey, isn't that Emperor Su? How did she get here? She seems to want to board the ship.
The girl sneered and said,
Humph, I didn't expect that you, Emperor Su, would end up like this. Come on. Come down with me and have a look.
But here, Yang Maicheng and his party came to the official ship in a mighty manner, just to see people fighting. An intruder who wielded a knife wanted to separate the crowd and rush to the boat, but was stopped by the guards. Although the intruder was quite powerful, he was unable to resist the bodyguard, who possessed the cultivation level of a Xianyi Grandmaster. Boom! Yang Maicheng just approached. Just when he saw it, the guard slapped his sword and knocked the intruder away. The intruder let out a scream and fell to the ground. Without blinking, the guard slashed with his sword and killed the intruder directly.
I'm just a master of Xuanqi. He wants to break into the ship, but he overestimates his capabilities.
The guard swung his sword to shake off the blood stains, glanced at the silent crowd, and said loudly,
You all, watch out for me. Anyone who dares to break into the boat again will be killed without mercy. Hiss.
As soon as these words were spoken, many people's scalps immediately went numb. The reason why they wanted to board the ship was just in a hurry. It's not worth losing a life for 10 days and a half.
Why are you still standing here? Why don't you hurry up and get out? Do you want to die here?
Another guard glared and shouted sternly. Immediately, the people around him did not dare to wait any longer and dispersed in fear.
Why don't you get out?
Wait for the crowd to disperse. The guard raised his eyebrows when he found that Yang Maicheng and others were still standing there.
No rudeness.
At this time, a clear female voice suddenly came. Everyone looked forward and saw a girl in green clothes walking slowly. She said sarcastically,
"Do you know who the woman standing in front of you is? She is Emperor Su of the Apocalypse Dynasty. Su Emperor. Do you still remember me?"
"It's you?" Su Yufeng stared at the girl for a moment, then suddenly realized. She quickly explained to Yang Mucheng in a low voice. "Turn out to be. This girl's name is Wang Ani, and she is the eldest princess of the Thousand Islands dynasty. Back then, when Su Yufeng was still Emperor Su and in charge of the Tianqi dynasty, Wang Ani proposed to Su Yufeng on behalf of the emperor of the Qiandao dynasty. In the end, he was rejected by Su Yufeng. Recognizing Su Yufeng, Wang Ani sneered again and again. What a shame that the once extremely majestic empress has fallen to this level. Emperor Su, this princess still remembers how majestic and domineering you were when you refused my father's proposal of marriage to you. But now, you can only remain silent, like a lost dog."
Su Yufeng frowned slightly. She didn't expect that it would be Wang Ani who chartered the official ship. But now she didn't want to mess around with the other party. But said,
"We just want a boat ride. Go by boat? After all, you were once the empress of the Apocalypse dynasty. How dare I refuse your request?"
Wang Ani raised her playful eyes slightly, and she sneered.
"If you kneel down and beg me, I will lend you the boat." "You? Ha! The empress of a country is kneeling down to beg for help. Humph. When she was in a high position, did she ever think about this situation today?"
When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but gloated and added insult to injury. After all, Su Yufeng once refused the Thousand Islands dynasty's marriage, which caused the Thousand Islands dynasty to lose a lot of face. How could they let go of this opportunity to ridicule them now? A hint of humiliation flashed in Su Yufeng's eyes. She knows. This was Wang Ani's deliberate attempt to make things difficult for her, in order to avenge her rejection of the Qiandao dynasty emperor's marriage proposal. But the emperor of the Thousand Islands dynasty was extremely ugly, fat and short, like a ball. How could Su Yufeng fall in love with him? Before Su Yufeng could speak, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and said, "You're just borrowing a boat to cross the lake, but you make people kneel down. Isn't this too humiliating?" Chapter 447. I want to leave. Do you dare to stop me?
"And who are you?"
Wang Ani's eyes fell on Yang Mucheng and others.
"How can you interrupt me when I'm talking?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. Lu Yaoer shouted,
"This is Emperor Yang of the Dacian dynasty. Why can't he say it?"
"Is this guy the emperor?" Wang Ani rolled her eyes, looked at Yang Mucheng, and sneered unceremoniously.
"Emperor Su, if you return to the country and marry my father, our Qiandao dynasty will definitely help. If you find such a dandy, how can he help you? He looks like a pretty boy. Our holy lord is a powerful person in the late stage of Xianhai,"
Lu Yaoer said. Wang Ani pursed her lips and said nothing. The middle-aged man behind her, Mr. Shi, holding a folding fan, said disdainfully,
"Humph. What ability does he, a warrior in the late stage of Xianhai, have to restore Emperor Su's country? His cultivation level is not high, and his strength is not strong. It seems that his cultivation level is completely accumulated from the treasures of heaven, spirit and earth. It doesn't seem to have even the slightest bit of combat capability. Emperor Su, no matter how I look at it, these people don't look like the helpers you invited. Instead, they look like refugees from a remote area."
Wang Ani burst out laughing when she saw the anger on Su Yufeng's face. The empress, who was once so aloof, could not resist being humiliated by her, which made her feel extremely happy. But this was not enough. She looked at Yang Mucheng again and said with a smile,
"Are you Emperor Yang?" "Yes."
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. The eldest princess seemed to have eaten a firecracker. But considering that the other party was a female, Yang Mucheng didn't want to care about it. If you really piss him off, just slap him to death. But, although Yang Mucheng didn't care, Lu Yaoer was a little angry. The eldest princess made sarcastic remarks again and ridiculed everyone. She stood up and shouted coldly, "Presumptuous! Even if you are the eldest princess of the Thousand Islands dynasty, you cannot be so rude. The Holy Lord is on the throne of the Emperor, and you are just a little princess. How dare you ask like this?" Wang Ani sneered and said,
"So what if I am on the throne? Wang Ani, only respect those who deserve respect, and only respect those who deserve respect."
If Wang Ani's meaning was not obvious before, then this sentence is much more straightforward. To be honest, I just looked down on you, Yang Mucheng. A local emperor who came out of nowhere dared to show off in front of her.
You?
Lu Yao was furious, stretched out her hand and slapped him.
Presumptuous.
At this time, Mr. Shi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. After saying that, an invisible inner energy surged out of his body and rushed towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao is only a master of Xuanqi, but Mr. Shi is at the pinnacle of Xianhai realm. How can he be his opponent? His body trembled. He was knocked back a few steps and fell to the ground. When the Longtang ancestors saw this, how could they endure it? In an instant, more than 100 people rushed away like a tide. Mr. Shi looked indifferent at first. However, when he discovered that the cultivation levels of these Longtang ancestors were all at the Xianhai realm, he could no longer maintain his previous composure, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. But he was not afraid. After all, this was his official ship, and there were many alchemy masters from the Thousand Islands dynasty on board. With an angry shout, the two sides would immediately fight.
Did I ask you to take action?
Just when the war was about to break out, Yang Mucheng spoke leisurely. Suddenly, the scene where the arrow was on the string was actually stopped by Yang Mucheng's words.
I don't understand the etiquette of a female class. Don't you guys understand? Isn't it ruining the reputation of my Dacian dynasty by taking action at every turn?
Yang Mucheng glanced at him, making all the ancestors tremble with fear. But Wang Ani didn't understand, and also shouted sarcastically from the side.
Sure enough, I was born in a small country. From top to bottom, one person actually knows what etiquette is. If I hadn't been in a good mood today, I would have captured you all and thrown you into the lake. Feed the fish.
These words included Yang Mucheng, Lu Yao, and even the entire Longtang people. The ancestors of Longtang were furious when they heard it, but they didn't dare to take action even after Yang Mucheng's words were left there. With a look of itching teeth and hatred, after Yang Mucheng finished scolding the ancestor of Longtang, his eyes turned to Mr. Shi. Wang Ani is a female, and Yang Mucheng will not care about anything with her. But Mr. Shi was unusual. He actually dared to attack Lu Yao, which made Yang Mucheng intolerable.
Lu Yao is my disciple. Although she has made mistakes, it is up to me to teach her a lesson. What qualifications do you have to teach her a lesson?
Mr. Shi opened the folding fan in his hand with a pop sound and sneered.
She wanted to deal with the eldest princess, so I just gave her a small punishment. I didn't kill her in public, so I was showing mercy.
Lu Yao's face was filled with grievances. Su Yufeng was impatient, and she didn't know how things could become like this.
Is it?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows.
Then if I want to kill your eldest princess, will you also kill me? Exactly.
Mr. Shi waved his fan proudly. With an attitude of what you can do to me. Yang Mucheng smiled without saying a word and shook his head slowly. Suddenly, he stepped forward. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Ani, the eldest princess, on the face. The scene was so fast and violent that everyone was caught off guard. The smiling Wang Ani was slapped to the ground on the spot, with a black and green palm print appearing on her pretty face.
Be bold.
Mr. Shi was furious. How could he have thought that Yang Mucheng would attack so suddenly without caring about his identity? Yang Mucheng sneered and said,
Wang Ani said this to me. This slap is just a small punishment. I didn't kill him, so I have shown mercy.
This is exactly what Mr. Shi said before, turning it around again and giving it back to the other party.
Yang Mucheng, believe it or not, I made it impossible for you to get out of the Thousand Islands dynasty alive.
Wang Ani was like an angry female beast, roaring at the top of her lungs. As the eldest princess, no one dared to humiliate her like this. Now being slapped in public was even more outrageous than killing her. She just finished speaking. Not only did Mr. Shi take a step forward, but the guards on the boat also took a step forward at this moment. The atmosphere suddenly became more depressing than before.
Is this going to start a fight?
The warriors who were preparing for the ferry looked at the scene in front of them in stunned silence.
I heard that Emperor Su invited the famous Yang Lao from Hao Tian Zhou. Could it be that this young man is him? A strong dragon cannot overwhelm a local snake, no matter how powerful old demon Yang is. How can he cope with today's situation in the Qiandao dynasty? Today, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape unscathed.
Some warriors shook their heads repeatedly. Mr. Shi closed his folding fan and coldly snorted.
Yang Mucheng, don't forget, this is our Thousand Islands dynasty. It's a dragon. You have to hold it for me. It's a tiger. You have to lie down for me. You beat the eldest princess. Do you still want to leave alive today? How can you shout my name?
Yang Mucheng's eyes revealed a fierce look, and he said in a cold voice,
I want to leave. Is it possible that you still dare to stop me?
Chapter 448 Coming on Water.
I want to leave. Is it possible that you dare to stop me?
As soon as Yang Muchung said these words, the whole place was in an uproar. But no one dared to say anything. Although you, Yang Muchung, were the emperor of a country in the Dacian dynasty. You control the life and death of your people. But please note that this is not your Dacian dynasty, but the Thousand Islands dynasty. If you surrender, the other party may be concerned about your status as an emperor and not dare to do anything to you. But if you force yourself, you are forcing someone to kill you. Really? Mr. Shi's expression changed and he shouted angrily.
I don't care what kind of emperor you are. Just stay here today.
Mr. Shi shouted loudly, and the energy in his body exploded. Like clouds and mist billowing, a rainbow condensed between his palms, and it shot towards Yang Muchung. With his palm, the turbulent lake water rolled, causing huge waves, like an angry dragon that overturned the river and the sea.
Humph! I don't know whether to live or die.
Wang Ani covered her sore face and sneered. Many of the guards looked proud. No matter where Yang Muchung came from, even if you had a great background, you would still die here. The warriors around him all sighed. The power of Mr. Shi's palm was by no means a general statement. None of them believed that Yang Muchung could escape this disaster.
Is it?
Yang Muchung sneered. You are only at the peak of your profound energy, but you dare to speak nonsense in front of him? He stepped forward, raised his white jade-like right hand, clenched it into a fist, and smashed it forward. This punch was light and weak. When it fell into Mr. Shi's eyes, he was filled with disdain.
Delusion of dying struggle?
He smiled and slapped Yang Muchung's fist. At this moment, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened. The moment his overwhelming palm power came into contact with Yang Muchung's fist, it was torn apart by an unparalleled force. The right palm that was shot out was directly blasted away, and Yang Muchung's punch landed lightly on Mr. Shi's chest, as if tearing apart all obstacles.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, but they saw that Mr. Shi's chest immediately sunk, and the corresponding position behind him suddenly exploded. The blood all over his body was completely exploded along with his internal organs, turning into a stream of blood and gushing out directly from his back. The previously arrogant Mr. Shi flew out like a rag doll and fell heavily into the lake. The lake water rippled, and a bright red color slowly spread out. Within the port, as quiet as a cemetery, Wang Ani, who was so proud before, was stunned on the spot, her eyes almost bulging out. The warriors around looked at Mr. Shi floating on the lake in shock. A blood hole that could not be concealed was already blasted out of the opponent's chest by this punch.
Who else dares to stop me?
Yang Muchung slowly stopped his hand and asked with a smile. No one dared to look at him wherever he looked. A strong man at the peak of Xianhai couldn't resist his punch?
Lu Yao, didn't you want to hit her before?
Go ahead, Yang Muchung said. Lu Yao was overjoyed. She had long been dissatisfied with this arrogant eldest princess. So she stepped forward and came to Wang Ani.
You dare?
Wang Ani saw Lu Yao's actions and shouted angrily. She was slapped by Yang Muchung, but she could still comfort herself that the other party was the king of a country after all. But what kind of identity and status does Lu Yao have that he dares to hit her? Before she finished speaking, Lu Yao slapped her hard, causing her eardrums to tremble and her mouth to bleed.
This slap tells you that in the future, you must not put others in your eyes. You are not someone you can offend. My holy lord.
Wang Ani was stunned and felt a surge of anger welling up in her heart. She wanted to tear the people in front of her into pieces. But Mr. Shi died in the hands of the other party. At this moment, she could only clench her fists to hide the anger in her heart.
I have commandeered your ship.
Yang Muchung walked towards the boat with his hands behind his back. Before the guards on the boat could react, they were thrown directly from the boat one by the swarming Longtang ancestors. Some guards dared to struggle, but the ancestors grabbed their necks, twisted them, put their heads on their backs, and kicked them down.
Yang Muchung, I will not spare you.
Seeing the official ship being taken away, Wang Ani couldn't bear it anymore and roared at the top of her voice. Yang Muchung, who was about to step onto the deck, suddenly stopped. He looked down, his eyes like gods in the sky, looking down at the ants without the slightest emotion. He said calmly,
Wang Ani, my patience is limited. I didn't kill you today, but I just taught you a little lesson. If you really piss me off, I don't mind destroying the royal family of your Thousand Islands dynasty.
When Wang Ani heard these words, she felt cold all over her body and collapsed to the ground like mud. not daring to say another word.
Sail!
Yang Muchung stood on the deck and said calmly. Immediately, this large ship of more than 500 meters sailed out of the port in a vast manner. Not long after the official ship left, an old man with a white beard came floating from the far side with his feet on reeds. He was dressed in a child's robe, with a cloud watch on his head. He looked ethereal, without any trace of human fireworks, as if he were an ethereal immortal. His appearance was even more shocking. Ordinary warriors would never dare to cross the water like this. But he looked leisurely and contented, as if he was riding on the waves.
Coming across the water. Could it be him?
Some warriors were shocked when they saw this figure.
Other than him, who else dares to be so comfortable in this Qiandao lake where monsters swim in the water, and there are as many big monsters as dogs? He's here. I'm afraid things will get into trouble now.
Some warriors already had a premonition that something was not good.
Where's the official ship? Could it be that I'm a little late?
The old man looked up from a distance and saw that the official ship at the port was no longer there. And he couldn't help but be surprised.
This?
Entering the port with a trace of doubt. He was stunned when he saw the corpse floating on the water at the port. Especially when he saw Mr. Sher, who had been punched through the chest and could no longer die. The old man's 3,000 white hair almost stood on end. And he looked furious. Boom! The lake that had finally calmed down suddenly stirred up like crazy at this moment, with terrifying water columns rising into the sky, almost reaching the sky.
Who killed him?
When Wanani saw the old man, he felt as if he had seen a savior.
Great Imperial Master! You were a step too late and Mr. Sher was killed.
Wanani burst into tears. This old man is Lu Qianfeng, the great master of the Qiandao dynasty.
How dare you kill my adopted brother?
Lu Qianfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom and malice.
No matter who he is, no matter where he escapes to, I will kill him. But the official ship has been taken away,
Wanani said quickly.
Humph! They can't escape.
Lu Qianfeng snorted coldly. Half a day later, more than 100 fast boats departed from the port, and each boat was filled with guards from the Thousand Islands dynasty, boating through mountains and rivers, riding the wind and waves. Nearly 10,000 men and horses surged forward in a mighty manner, rushing towards the location of the official ship. Chapter 449 Naval Battle. Hundreds of boats compete with each other. It's time to ride the wind and waves. Hundreds of rowboats more than 100 meters long pass quickly through the wind, like wild dragons scurrying on the water. Among the many boats, there was an inconspicuous wooden boat that shot out like a sharp arrow. Its speed even surpassed all the boats. Lu Qianfeng stood alone on the bow of the boat, letting the wind and waves hit him. His long hair was raised, and his clothes were rustling. The wooden boat broke through the lake's surface, bringing out a long white wave, like a sea dragon king. The other ships, even with all their strength, could not overtake it, and could only barely follow this wooden boat without being thrown far away. Wherever the wooden boat passed, an invisible energy spread crazily. In the lake, the many big demons swimming in the lake were frightened and fled in all directions when they felt the momentum.
Princess, it's too windy outside. Please go in first.
A guard put a large mink fur coat on Wanani's shoulders.
If the Grand Imperial Master comes here, then Yang Muchung will definitely die. Even if the Grand Imperial Master is not his opponent. Tens of thousands of us gathering here will be enough to destroy his ship and bury him in the belly of a fish. No.
There were tears on Wanani's face. She stared at the vast misty lake and said coldly,
I want to see Yang Muchung kneel at my feet. I want him to kowtow and beg for mercy.
When the guards heard this, they couldn't help but trembled and had to retreat. Gradually, the official ship was already in sight. Lu Qianfeng, who was on the wooden boat, raised his right hand and shouted,
Bang the drum!
On each speedboat, big drums were set up high, and warriors with yellow scarves on their heads smashed them down with all their strength.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The dull sound of drums was like an astonishing thunder. The black and turbid waves were crushed by ships one after another, and a momentum, like an iron horse, swept out from afar. Almost at the same time as the drum sounded, huge flags were erected on more than 100 warships. The flag fluttered in the cold wind, making a crackling sound.
Your Majesty!
Lu Yao came to report in panic and said loudly,
There is a fleet approaching from behind. I knew for a long time that the princess would not give up, but I didn't expect them to chase her so fast.
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and stood up slowly. He originally wanted to kill Wanani, but after all, She was the eldest princess of the Thousand Islands dynasty. If he killed her, he would be in a lot of trouble. I killed Mr. Sure just to make her give up. But I didn't expect that she would dare to chase him. Everyone looked behind them. But see, the large fleet was getting closer and closer. Countless ships seemed to tear the entire lake in half. And the waves were crushed mercilessly by the warships before they could make waves. The continuous flag is like a dark thundercloud, coming close to the sea.
Young Emperor, what should we do this time?
Su Yufeng couldn't help but ask.
The Thousand Islands dynasty is a Shueisha country, and warriors are best at water warfare. If they crash through our ship, it will be terrible.
Su Yufeng raised her hand and pointed. I saw. The huge fleet quickly changed its formation. Following Lu Qianfeng were a total of 12 swordfish-shaped speedboats. Their hulls were streamlined, slender and small. At the bow of the ship, there are shining triangular sword cones standing upright. Even an idiot can see that once these 12 speedboats catch up with their official ship, they will definitely use their triangular sword cones to blast the official ship's hull, causing it to sink in an instant. And these 12 speedboats, under the horrified eyes of everyone, quickly surpassed Lu Qianfeng and headed towards the official ship.
Yi Shujin, sink them,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Yes.
Yi Shujin nodded in agreement. The next moment, 36 ancestors flew out of the deck. One by one, they spread their arms and flew away like a white crane drying its wings.
Give it to me!
Everyone took action together. Although the speedboat is fast, there is no one on board to control it. Instead, it is driven by a magic circle. However, how could a small boat of 3 or 4 meters withstand the bombardment of a powerful person from the Xianhai realm? Just hearing the burst of waves, these speedboats were already smashed into pieces.
Get on the blaster!
Lu Qianfeng drank in a deep voice. Tongue. There was another sound of breaking waves, and hundreds of speedboats were seen being lowered from the warship. The moment they hit the water, they flew away like fish entering the water. But although a group of speedboats were numerous, their speed was a bit slower than before.
Huh? Let's do the same thing again!
Gong Xiaohai snorted coldly and rushed towards the speedboat. At this time, Su Yufeng on the boat was shocked and shouted quickly.
Be careful. The boat will explode then.
Although Gong Xiaohai didn't know what an explosive boat was, he saw a trace of thunder and fire flashing on the speedboat rushing towards him. He couldn't help but feel horrified. He quickly waved his hands, and his inner energy surged. Down, a wall of water hundreds of meters immediately rose up in front of him. The explosion boat hit the wall of water, and thunder and fire exploded in an instant.
Boom!
There was a loud sound like a volcanic eruption, and the wall of water, which was more than 100 meters away and had been condensed with internal energy, was blasted through in an instant. At the place where the explosion occurred, a large area of wanton thunder and lightning storms spread. Countless monsters lurking under the water were directly affected, and their bodies were blown to pieces on the spot, with blood filling the air.
I see!
Yang Mucheng nodded slightly. There is some kind of magic circle installed on this explosive boat. However, the existence of this magic circle is not stable. As long as it suffers a violent impact, it will completely explode. This kind of thing is naturally useless on land, but in the water, it has miraculous effects.
Don't get close to these blasters!
Gong Xiaohai looked at the exploding boat and shouted quickly. Many ancestors were also shocked by the explosion.
Drink!
At this moment, everyone shouted loudly, raised their hands fiercely, and a burst of inner energy was quickly released. The originally turbulent water surface stirred up a stormy wave at this moment, and it was even more like a dark cloud pressing down on it, as if it was going to smash these rushing explosive boats into powder.
Not good!
Lu Qianfeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. If these waves were allowed to catch, these hundreds of explosive boats would explode on the spot, and the resulting thunder would form an area of thunderclouds and storms, which would in turn block the remaining ships. And when the time comes, you can only watch them escape.
That's all. I'll take action myself.
Lu Qianfeng's eyes widened angrily, and he stepped heavily on the wooden boat under his feet. At this moment, the wooden boat suddenly shook, as if it was rising into the air, floating close to the water, and its speed suddenly increased several times at this moment. In an instant, it was like a long rainbow, swiftly passing through the blockade of 36 ancestors, and tearing apart the huge waves crashing down. At the same time, Lu Qianfeng turned like a dragon and snake, and blocked the official ship.
Crush him!
An ancestor of Longtang, controlling the official ship. let out a roar. At this moment, the official ship also surged in speed, heading towards Lu Qianfeng like a great beast. Facing this huge official ship with overwhelming momentum, Lu Qianfeng slowly raised his right hand and gently patted the official ship. Chapter 450 National Player Lu Qianfeng. Lu Qianfeng's gentle pat seemed like an understatement and not worth mentioning. But when it hit the hull, there was a loud click sound. The hull, made of ebony wood, was actually slapped by his palm. A depression. At the same time, a circular air wave was like a coat, sweeping wildly along the hull of the ship. This moment, everyone on the official ship felt as if the huge hull had hit an island violently. It suddenly shuddered and turned from speeding to extremely quiet. The warriors standing on the deck were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, and they staggered and fell one after another.
Wake it up for me!
Lu Qianfeng's eyes widened angrily.
Crack!
His 5 fingers were like eagle talons. He suddenly clenched it, grabbed the official ship, and lifted it violently. The next moment, the official ship, which weighed tens of millions, made a crash sound and was lifted out of the water under the eyes of countless pairs of shocked eyes.
How can it be so easy to kill my sworn brother and just want to escape? Please stay with me today. Snort.
At this time, a cold snort suddenly came from the boat. Yang Mucheng, who had his hands behind his back, gently raised his feet and stepped down hard. In an instant, Lu Qianfeng felt that the light official ship in his hand was dozens of times heavier at this moment, as if it were filled with lead stone. His fingers slipped uncontrollably, and he lost control of the official ship, and it fell into the water with a roar, causing millions of huge waves. The waves aroused covered the sky and the sun, and hundreds of tons of lake water crashed down like a storm. During this incident, hundreds of warships followed and surrounded the stopped official ship.
Ha! You didn't expect it.
On a warship, Wang Ani's arrogant voice came out wantonly, and she proudly walked onto the deck and looked towards the official ship.
We meet again so soon! In the waters of the Thousand Islands dynasty. No one can escape our pursuit. I should have killed you in the first place.
Yang Mucheng looked down and said calmly. As soon as Yang Mucheng opened his mouth, Wang Ani's expression suddenly changed. She didn't expect that this little emperor would be so arrogant under such circumstances. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ani snorted coldly and looked towards the official ship.
Yang Mucheng, you really don't know how to live or die. Today, our great national advisor Lu Qianfeng is here, and there are tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the Thousand Islands dynasty. You have been surrounded at all levels, and you still dare to talk nonsense.
Lu Qianfeng? Su Yufeng's expression on the boat changed.
Is he very powerful?
Lu Yaoer asked quickly. Su Yufeng nodded and said,
although his cultivation is only at the peak of Xinhai, he is known as the #1 player in the Thousand Islands dynasty. Lu Qianfeng once took a kind of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure that allowed him to fight in the water, making him as good as a water monster, as if he were walking on flat ground. His fighting power is no less than that of Xinhai Yuanquan.
What? But at this time, Lu Qianfeng trembled suddenly after hearing Yang Mucheng's name. He stared at Wang Ani with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief,
Elder Princess, who do you think is on this boat? The man on the boat is Yang Mucheng.
Wang Ani frowned. She didn't know how Lu Qianfeng could react like this, but she still answered quickly. Lu Qianfeng's face was full of anger, and he suddenly stiffened. The anger that filled his heart seemed to have been completely extinguished by the owner of this name pouring a bucket of ice water from head to toe. A troubled and dignified look flashed across his face. Lu Qianfeng no longer had the arrogant expression before, but he cautiously raised his hands to the boat and asked,
May I ask, are you Emperor Yang of the Dacian dynasty? It's me!
Yang Mucheng nodded and slowly walked to the front of the deck. Suddenly, such a young figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Lu Qianfeng trembled all over, as if he had been shocked by electricity. The whole person was frozen there, neither advancing nor retreating.
Grand Master!
Wang Ani was not an idiot. She felt the atmosphere had changed and couldn't help shouting in a low voice.
What's wrong with this kid? Is he powerful?
A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qianfeng's face. At this moment, he wished he could slap Wang Ani to death. If he had known earlier that Wang Ani had offended Yang Mucheng, he would not have dared to pursue him even if he had been given 8 courages. How could this old demon Yang appear in the Qiandao dynasty without any problems? The Qiandao dynasty warriors on the surrounding warships all looked at Lu Qianfeng. This moment, their eyes almost popped out of their heads, because Lu Qianfeng's face was filled with mixed emotions, fear, trembling, anger.
Do you know me?
Yang Mucheng laughed loudly.
I have seen you take action.
Lu Qianfeng sighed and said,
When you defeated the Shanqing dynasty and faced Lin Chuhao, I watched the battle from a distance. I didn't expect that it would be you today.
Yang Mucheng raised his brows and said with a smile,
Oh, do you want to take action against me now? I don't dare.
Lu Qianfeng recognized Yang Mucheng. At this moment, he seemed to have aged dozens of years. He sighed and said,
I don't dare.
This sentence, I don't dare. The momentum that was originally like an iron horse suddenly weakened, and everyone looked at Lu Qianfeng blankly.
Lu Qianfeng actually doesn't dare to take action against this young man? Isn't it? The Grand Master seems to be a little afraid of this young emperor. Who is he?
For a while, there was a commotion on more than 100 warships. The majestic Qiandao dynasty's first national player is actually afraid of a little emperor. What is going on?
Great Imperial Master!
Wang Ani shouted in disbelief. She originally expected Lu Qianfeng to avenge her, but she didn't expect to encounter this situation. Lu Qianfeng, who had always been dismissive of others, was actually very respectful to Yang Mucheng, and he still looked nervous, flattering, and fearful. What on earth was going on? What kind of fuss is this? Even if she tried to think about it, Wang Ani couldn't figure out the reason. But she didn't know that Lu Qianfeng was almost vomiting blood at this moment. At first, Yang Mucheng used his early-stage cultivation of Xianhai to kill Lin Chuhao. This scene also amazed Lu Qianfeng. After witnessing that battle, he thought over and over again that if he had faced those 3 god-killing fingers that risked everything, he would probably have been killed on the spot. But now, when I meet Yang Mucheng again, his cultivation level has reached the late stage of Xianhai. The strength is hundreds of times stronger than before. He doesn't even have the guts to compete with the other party.
Grand Imperial Master, what's wrong with you? Why are you afraid of this little bastard?
Wang Ani shouted.
Didn't you say you wanted to kill him before? Shut up!
Lu Qianfeng was furious and shouted suddenly. He turned his right hand and hit Wang Ani hard in the face. Suddenly, the aloof eldest princess was slapped again in public. Looking at Wang Ani, who was crying and screaming, Lu Qianfeng sighed, raised his hands towards Yang Mucheng again and said,
Since it was Emperor Yang who took action, we accept what happened today.
Lu Qianfeng sighed.
I hope Emperor Yang will let us go.
This old guy is quite witty. Yang Mucheng raised his brows and was about to speak when suddenly, his face became condensed and he looked towards the sea in the distance. Chapter 451. The tortoise appears in Reborn Mountain. Yang Mucheng's sudden silence and his strange eyes made everyone present stunned for a moment. And then, they immediately followed Yang Mucheng's gaze. But see! On the calm waters, the lake is mighty. A small island with a diameter of more than 100 meters was advancing at a terrifying speed. Everyone was stunned at first, and then let out bursts of exclamations.
Not good! Reborn Mountain Turtle! Why is this big monster here?
Lu Qianfeng even frowned. He knows. The previous water battle caused too much commotion, and many big demons were implicated, which made the water smell strong with blood. And this was how the great Reborn Mountain Turtle was attracted. Whether it is a big monster on land or a big monster on the water, they all have an incomparable hatred for human warriors. The Reborn Mountain Turtle also regards the entire Qiandao Lake as its territory. So how can it tolerate anyone appearing on its territory? Wow! There was a vast sound of water, and the triangular head of the big Reborn Mountain Turtle was seen floating on the water. When the huge turtle eyes saw these more than 100 warships, they suddenly shrank. Suddenly, the speed increased several times, and they rushed towards the location of the ship group.
Yang.
At this moment, Lu Qianfeng looked at Yang Mucheng almost pleadingly. In his heart, Yang Mucheng is even scarier than this big Reborn Mountain Turtle. He was afraid that when they were dealing with the Reborn Mountain Turtle, Yang Mucheng was taking action from behind.
Don't worry. I'm not that despicable person,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Lu Qianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned around and shouted.
Everyone, prepare to attack the great Reborn Mountain Turtle. Release the blasting boat.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 explosive boats flew towards the Reborn Mountain Turtle like arrows flying off the water's surface. Under a series of gazes, he bumped head-on into the charging big Reborn Mountain Turtle. There was only an earth-shaking loud noise, and thousands of waves were set off on the sea surface.
The 100-meter small island behind the back of the derailing mountain turtle was shattered to pieces at this moment. And a thunder spread in the water. Cloud storm. Your Majesty, what should we do? Yishu Jin asked in a low voice. Stay and take a look. Yang Muching squinted his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone deal with the big monster in the water. Everyone nodded again and again, looking towards the sea again. At this time, suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. However, they saw that the great sun spirit mountain turtle actually tore through the thundercloud storm and forced its way out. And because the small island behind it was blasted to pieces, its speed increased several times at this moment, and it had already reached the group of ships in just one breath. Wow! The huge sunling mountain turtle was actually extremely agile. It jumped out of the water with a swift leap, and its giant claws, like stone pillars, immediately shot towards a warship. This 100-meter-long warship was like a toy boat, being smashed into two halves under the giant claws of the great wriling mountain turtle. There was only an earth-shattering explosion, and the broken warship pointed diagonally at the sky, and sank quickly under waves of whirlpools. Even this claw of the great wriling mountain turtle caused the huge official ship to sway unsteadily at this moment, and was pushed hundreds of meters away by the waves. Fire the arrow quickly! In the chaos, I don't know who shouted. In an instant, a piercing whistling sound was heard, and more than 100 warships set off a rain of arrows, covering the sky and shooting toward the big wriling mountain turtle. Idiot! Yang Muchun shook his head. How could such an ordinary rain of arrows injure a great demon with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years? Doesn't this anger it? The most reasonable way is naturally to let the warship retreat to avoid damage. Pick out 1 or 2 people who are strong enough to compete with the great wriling mountain turtle, and lure them to death. Really, the dense rain of arrows could not even harm the great wriling mountain turtle at all. Even the sharp arrow clusters failed to leave a scratch on the turtle SHL. The great wriling mountain turtle was extremely annoyed by the rain of arrows. It opened its big mouth and erupted with a suction force. The rolling lake water surged up, and a towering water column was taken into its mouth. And then it was swept away fiercely. The water column swept across the water like 1,000 armies, and the 100-meter warships were directly smashed into pieces, like dead with twigs under the stormy waves. Countless crew members wailed and fell into the sea. If any dynasty has such a big demon, it will give them a huge headache. Yang Muchung frowned. Yes. Su Yufeng on the side couldn't help but nod. It is not unheard of for a great demon to destroy a country in the history of Kyushu. There are even experiences of a demon king destroying a country. In Nichuan continent, the Night Demon Dynasty, one of the 36 countries, was destroyed by a demon king. A dynasty. How can a strong man who cannot reach the Golden Core realm compete with the demon king? That's right. Yang Muchung understands this very well. In a country, not only are ordinary warriors needed to maintain domestic and foreign security, but top experts are also needed to deal with emergencies. Fortunately, the great Sun Spirit Mountain Turtle has not become the Demon King yet. Lu Yao watched the big Sun Spirit Mountain Turtle killing crazily. The warships in front of it were like broken wooden boats, one with one claw, and many warriors the attack hit him like drizzle, without any harm at all. Turtle monsters have the longest lifespan, but they are also the slowest in cultivation. This big monster has been around for at least 2,000 years. If you want to become a monster king, you will need at least another 500 years. Su Yufeng said. Look, Lu Qianfeng has taken action. At this time, a burst of exclamations resounded, but Lu Qianfeng stepped with the sole of his foot, causing the wooden boat under him to blast out like lightning, and rushed directly towards the location of the wriling mountain turtle. But he saw him raising his hands while charging, and his hands seemed to be drawn in front of him, as if making a Tai Chi circle. A strong suction force burst out from his palms, and the lake water under him gathered in his palms like an arrow from a string. Then, Lu Qianfeng threw the water ball, which contained hundreds of tons of lake water, like a boulder ball, and threw it towards the wriling mountain turtle. Roar! The Deriling mountain turtle let out a roar, clumsily slapped its right paw forward, and hit the water polo. There was a thunderous bang, and a loud sound, like a thunderbolt from the blue. The entire Qiandao lake trembled like a convulsion at this moment, and the sea surface shook wildly. Everyone on the official ship felt an earth-shaking feeling, as if the whole world was about to turn upside down. What? At this moment, Lu Qianfeng was shocked. Chapter 452 Emperor Yang. Please take action. The big sunling mountain turtle's claw hit, and the huge water ball suddenly exploded.
At this moment, hundreds of tons of lake water turned around like a Milky Way, turning into a water column and rushing towards Lu Qianfeng crazily.
Damn it!
Lu Qianfeng cursed secretly. He flapped his palms continuously, and streams of vast and pure inner energy poured into his palms, hitting the reversing water column. Every time he clapped a palm, his body shook violently, and he was knocked back by the water column. After blasting out dozens of palms and retreating hundreds of steps, he defeated the water column that came in reverse. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a turtle claw with wrinkled skin poked out from the curtain of water in the sky with a whoosh, swung open the curtain of water in the sky with a domineering voice, and smashed directly towards Lu Qianfeng. Come. This moment, Lu Qianfeng could no longer maintain his previous calm posture. He closed his eyes and quickly put his hands away and put them in front of him. At the same time, the surging inner energy in his body shook violently and swept out quickly condensing into a protective aura. Then, Lu Qianfeng forcefully ate the claw of the Riling Mountain Turtle.
Boom!
This claw first hit the protective force outside Lu Qianfeng's body. A cloud of sparks erupted from the giant claw, and the body-protecting qi gang that had condensed for half a meter was torn to pieces. Then, this claw slapped on Lu Qianfeng's raised arms. Click! At this moment, Lu Qianfeng's arms folded inward, and both arms were broken.
Ah!
With a scream, Lu Qianfeng sprayed out a stream of blood mist, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, rolling out against the surface of the lake. It collided directly with a warship, and the terrifying impact force directly broke the warship in half. After all, Lu Qianfeng was at the pinnacle of Xianhai, and he could still stand up after enduring such a terrifying blow. He clenched his teeth, his arms drooped unnaturally, and blood dripped down his shoulders.
Great Imperial Master!
At this point, the crowd chanted. Wang Ani was stunned. She didn't expect that this big Riling Mountain Turtle was so terrifying. But see! At this moment, the great Riling Mountain Turtle roared and surged forward again. That huge body actually possessed unimaginable dexterity. And in an instant, it rushed in front of Lu Qianfeng again. As it rushed forward, it raised its claws high and smashed them down overwhelmingly.
Nine Heaven's mysterious weapon fan!
Just when the crowd exclaimed, just when the turtle claws fell, Lu Qianfeng roared with all his strength. He dragged his smashed arms and grabbed them violently. He saw a surge of ice, and a green and white fan as big as two people was caught in his hands. With blood surging in his mouth, Lu Qianfeng poured all the energy in his body into the fan at this moment. Then, a sudden blow. Wow! A vast chill swept across crazily, and large waves of water were stirred up crazily by this sudden blow. Large waves of water rolled up and turned into a surging sky of ice, smashing towards the Riling Mountain Turtle overwhelmingly.
Boom!
It slapped it down with one claw, and the rolling ice sky suddenly crackled and burst like a fragile glass at this moment. The move is broken. Lu Qianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and rolled backwards. It was extremely difficult to even stand on the water, and he could only lie on the water with the help of a broken board. The Riling Mountain Turtle's eyes flashed with pride. The huge head raised to the sky and let out a burst of cheers.
This Lu Qianfeng is actually powerless to fight back.
Su Yufeng was shocked.
Young Emperor, I'm afraid we are no match for this great Riling Mountain Turtle. It has lived here for more than 2,000 years. Although its cultivation level is not high, its physical body is too strong.
The ancestor of Longdang wanted to refute, but didn't know how to speak, although they knew that Yang Mucheng was powerful. Lu Qianfeng, who was at the pinnacle of Xianhai, was suppressed and beaten by the great Riling Mountain Turtle, and had almost no power to fight back. Even if Yang Mucheng went up, he might not be his opponent. Yang Mucheng smiled but said nothing. Roar! Tremendous cheers spread wildly. The great Riling Mountain Turtle slowly lowered its head and looked around with an extremely domineering gaze. Although it is a beast, anyone can see the unconcealable pride in its eyes, and can also feel that it has everything in its hands at this moment.
Is it really impossible to deal with this big Sunling Mountain Turtle?
Wang Ani's body trembled, and he collapsed to the ground. Today, she was having a bad time, and was completely in trouble. First, he was beaten by Yang Mucheng and took away the official ship. Now, another attempt to hunt the Riling Mountain Turtle has failed. Thinking of this, she glanced at Yang Mucheng resentfully and thought to herself,
"You can't be proud for long. You have to die here today."
There was deathly silence on the lake. Everyone looked at the great Riling Mountain Turtle in awe. They knew that the great riling mountain turtle would attack them soon. By then, no one will be able to escape. Without enough cultivation, no matter how many people you have, you can't deal with it. When it rolls up in a big wave, it can kill everyone.
Should we escape?
Lu Yao couldn't help but ask.
How can we escape?
Su Yufeng swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but said.
If the official ship moves, the Darjeeling mountain turtle will inevitably be attracted, and then we will be in trouble. Now, we can only wait and see what happens. Yang?
Just when everyone looked frightened and did not dare to act rashly, Lu Qianfeng suddenly spoke. But see, he climbed up the board with difficulty, knelt down heavily, and shouted,
Yang Emperor, please take action to kill this big monster and eliminate harm for our Thousand Islands dynasty. You beg me?
Yang Mucheng asked with a smile.
That's right. Emperor Yang, only you can kill this big riling mountain turtle. If you are willing to take action, I will use my identity as the Grand Master of the Qiandao dynasty as a guarantee. If you have any arrangements in the future, the Qiandao dynasty will definitely be obliged to do so. That is even through fire and water. I will never frown.
After Lu Qianfeng finished speaking, he knocked his head heavily to express his feelings.
What?
If Lu Qianfeng was pressed down and beaten by the riling mountain turtle, everyone was shocked. So now that Lu Qianfeng was begging Yang Mucheng to take action, it dropped like a bomb.
The Grand Master actually begged the kid to take action? Can this be a match for that big riling mountain turtle?
Wang Ani was even more frightened. She looked at Lu Qianfeng blankly and couldn't help shouting.
Great Imperial Master, have you lost your mind? This great riling mountain turtle is enough to bury all of us here. Is he the opponent of the great riling mountain turtle?
Lu Qianfeng listened to the discussions around him and remained silent, always lying on his hands and knees, greeting each other with great courtesy. He knows, as long as Yang Mucheng takes action, he will definitely be able to kill this monster.
That's all. If that's the case, then I'll take action.
Yang Mucheng nodded, stepped out of the official ship, and his whole body seemed to be suspended in the void. He quietly glanced at Lu Qianfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, and said calmly,
Remember what you said today. Your lives were saved by me. If you don't obey my orders in the future, I will take your lives back.
Chapter 453 The Power of One Punch. In these faint words, Yang Mucheng walked towards the Darjeeling mountain turtle. Behind him, only Wang Ani's complicated eyes and an incredible expression remained.
He really went? Not even the Grand Imperial Master is a match for this great riling mountain turtle. But he actually dares to fight against it. Could it be that he is better than the Grand Imperial Master?
Wang Ani looked at the figure slowly walking out and clenched her fists. She would not bet all her wealth and life on someone who didn't know the details. He quickly turned his head and whispered,
When Yang Mucheng and the Darjeeling mountain turtle take action, we will leave. Yang?
Su Yufeng was shocked. She quickly said,
Why don't you stop me? How can we decide what the Holy One has decided? However, since the Holy One dares to answer the question, he should be able to deal with this big riling mountain turtle.
Yi Shujin clenched his fists. Although Yang Mucheng was like a god and demon in their hearts, but this great sun spirit mountain turtle is so terrifying that even the strong men at the peak of Xianhai were suppressed and beaten by it. This big monster has exceeded everyone's imagination. At this time, Yang Mucheng stepped one step at a time, as if he were stepping on non-existent stairs in the void. Step by step, he was already approaching the great riling mountain turtle.
Roar!
In the excitement, the high-pitched cry of the Darjeeling mountain turtle suddenly stopped, and its huge turtle eyes were fixed on Yang Mucheng. Eye pupils shrink. The Darjeeling mountain turtle only felt an unprecedented sense of crisis coming from the tiny, ant-like warrior in front of him. Its huge body trembled slightly, and even the surrounding water surface rolled and jumped as if it was boiling. In the next moment, the great riling mountain turtle rose up and attacked, its giant claws covering its head. Call! Its claw was several times more terrifying than when it smashed the water ball and split the Jiotian Xiabing fan. The entire lake surface was suddenly dented by an invisible force, and a hollow with a diameter of dozens of meters was created. This hollow is clearly the shape of a turtle claw. Even the bottom of the lake hundreds of meters deep was left with a claw marked by this claw. Escape! Seeing the power of the claws of the great riling mountain turtle, Wang Ani became more and more sure of his previous judgment and quickly shouted loudly. But many warriors were unable to move. Their bodies, against the will of their brains, were completely dominated by terror, and they could only watch the scene. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Yang Maicheng. Even the most idiotic person could have predicted that Yang Maicheng would be beaten to a pulp after being struck with this claw, and he would die without a chance to survive.
Such a powerful chi. Blood and body. The accumulation of more than 2,000 years is really terrifying. I wonder if after absorbing your chi and blood, I can directly reach the peak of Xianhai.
Yang Maicheng's eyes flashed with joy. Right there. When the giant claw struck, he moved suddenly. Kakaka. At this moment, all the bones in his body crackled, and his whole body was pulled into a straight line from head to toe. The right fist was put under the ribs, and the surging strength and internal energy was injected into the right fist. In the next moment, it was like a cannonball being discharged from the barrel, hitting the giant claws of the Rowling Mountain Turtle. Boom! A punch. A claw collision. A wave of air visible to the naked eye erupted from the opposite side, and this wave of air swept up a stormy sea and surged in all directions. Countless warriors were unable to avoid it, and were directly swallowed up by this wave. However, an even more shocking scene happened. But see! The right claw that the great Rowling Mountain Turtle slapped down was actually exploded by this punch. Countless pieces of flesh and blood exploded, revealing the formidable white bones. The huge Sunling Mountain Turtle flipped over and fell onto its back into the lake, causing a huge wave. Wan Ani walked on the water, and after escaping hundreds of feet away, she suddenly heard an explosion from behind and quickly looked back. When she saw that the right paw of the great Rowling Mountain Turtle was smashed and knocked over, she stood there in shock, unable to recover.
How could he? This kind of strength.
Wan Ani's words were incoherent, and his mouth was so wide that he could fit a fist into it. She originally thought that Lu Qiafeng was in a daze, like a drowning person who regarded everything as a life-saving straw. So she asked Yang Maicheng for help. Although Yang Maicheng's strength was terrifying, she didn't even think that he could be the opponent of the great Rowling Mountain Turtle. But this scene now completely made her face it again.
He actually blew out the right claw of the Rowling Mountain Turtle. How strong a body must be to be able to do this?
The warriors who were swallowed up by the huge waves were soaked in the cold and biting lake water. And then, they came back to their senses and looked towards the battlefield. When they saw that the Rowling Mountain Turtle was knocked over by a punch, they were stunned and shocked. However, the shocking scene is not over yet. However, he saw that the great Rowling Mountain Turtle turned over in the water with great effort, dragging its broken right claw, and pounced towards Yang Maicheng again. A roar that sounded more like a tortoise than a tortoise. A sound that looked like a dragon, but not a dragon, suddenly came from its throat, like a crazy giant beast. Immediately afterwards came the awe-inspiring crash. The claw that the great Rowling Mountain Turtle struck down in anger earlier was the crazily crushing Mount Tai. So now this blow is like stars falling from the sky, roaring in with a terrifying attitude that no one could have expected. The monster beasts under the lake felt this shocking and terrifying aura, and were immediately crushed and exploded. Clouds of blood mist spread out in the lake, turning the water, with a radius of hundreds of miles, into a bright red.
Your Majesty!
Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This is a desperate blow from the Rowling Mountain Turtle. Can Yang Maicheng withstand it? Everyone felt that a pair of invisible big hands penetrated their bodies and quietly grasped their hearts, causing them to even lose the ability to breathe at this moment. However, when facing the Ling Mountain Turtle, Yang Maicheng still stood quietly on the water, even closing his eyes. At this time, he had already entered a state of real confrontation with the enemy. The surging inner energy in his body suddenly shook, and the huge inner energy swept out directly. A surge of fighting spirit surged crazily from his body. The next moment, his eyes opened angrily, and a beam of golden light burst out from his pupils that could be condensed into substance.
The sword emerges from the rainbow.
Just when the big Rowling Mountain Turtle was smashed on its head, Yang Maicheng took a step forward and shouted word by word. The next moment, he opened his mouth, and the Nine Dragons' flying sword turned into a rainbow and shot out. At this moment, it was as if the heaven and earth were stunned at this moment, and the world stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes reflected this unforgettable scene. Chapter 454, Demon Pill. The sword comes out with a rainbow, and the rainbow is like a sword. A rainbow-like sword light swept across the lake, bringing with it a bright and terrifying light. The flat lake surface was split into two by this sword, as if ancient gods and demons with monstrous magical powers separated the vast mist of tens of thousands of miles of water. The lake parted. You can clearly see the swaying water plants, the naked swimming fish exposed in the air, and the lake bed full of silt and sunken ships.
Roar!
The turtle on the great Reling mountain let out an angry howl, and the rainbow was reflected in its pupils. It was suddenly startled, opened its big mouth, and spit out a bead the size of a mung bean.
Demon pill!
Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but exclaimed.
How can this be the great demon at the peak of Xianhai? This is clearly the great demon at the consummation of Xianhai. It is only one step away from being able to condense the complete demon elixir.
Lu Qianfeng shouted loudly when he saw the bead.
The sword breaks the sky.
However, Yang Mucheng smiled indifferently, and made a seal with his right hand in front of him. The bright sword light suddenly merged and condensed into a golden lightsaber. With a crash, the lightsaber expanded crazily and extended hundreds of feet. It directly hit the demon pill. Just a click sound was heard, and the demon pill was shattered from it. The lightsaber, however, remained unabated, blasting into the mouth of the great Riling mountain turtle. With a pop sound, it brought out countless blood and brains, and blasted out directly from the back of the head. The nine dragons' flying sword turned in midair, and was swallowed by Yang Mucheng again, while whistling. In silence, the huge body of the great Riling mountain turtle seemed to be frozen in midair as it smashed towards the water. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be functioning again. Boom! This violent smash caused a huge wave. This turtle, which had been wreaking havoc in Qiandao Lake for thousands of years, destroyed the fleet of the Qiandao dynasty as soon as it appeared, and beat a peak Xianhai powerhouse to the point where he could not lift his head. Was actually crushed and killed by Yang Mucheng so easily.
Di Yang?
Lu Qianfeng knelt down and couldn't get up. At first, Yang Mucheng's three god-killing fingers left an invincible shadow in his mind. Now, Yang Mucheng killed the Riling mountain turtle with a sword hole, which made Yang Mucheng become a godlike existence in his heart.
You are worthy of being the famous Yang Laoma of the Dacian dynasty.
The warriors who knew the details of Yang Mucheng almost groaned from their throats.
Long live my emperor!
When the ancestors of Longtang saw this, a feeling of reverence from the bottom of their hearts surged into their chests, and they felt their blood boiling with enthusiasm and pride.
Is he still a human? This is probably a method only available to the immortal family.
Wang Ani stood there blankly, with a complicated expression. Her whole body seemed to be rising from H.L. to heaven, and falling from heaven to H.L. She was laughing and crying as if she was going crazy. What she was laughing at was that the big Riling mountain turtle was finally killed. What makes me cry is that it was Yang Mucheng who took action, and he actually offended such a terrible character. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath. The qi and blood of the Reling mountain turtle and the entire Thousand Island Lake, those accidentally killed monsters and big monsters, all gathered into a torrent at this moment and poured into his qi si dantian. He is worthy of being called a great demon of more than 2,000 years. The energy and blood were actually surging beyond Yang Mucheng's imagination. In an instant, his cultivation was pushed to the peak of Xianhai, Qiandao Lake. After the battle, everything became quiet again. Slowly walking up to the great Riling mountain turtle, Yang Mucheng's eyes moved as he looked at the dead monster. I saw a demon pill broken in half, floating quietly on the water, still flickering.
Is this the demon pill?
Yang Mucheng picked it up and held it in his palm. He just felt that this demon pill seemed to contain a power that no one could describe.
Yang Emperor, this is the most precious thing on the Riling mountain turtle.
Lu Qianfeng, who had rested for a while, came tremblingly. After thanking Yang Mucheng again, he said,
Generally speaking, only the Demon King, only then was he able to form the demonic pill. This great sun spirit mountain turtle had been roaming around Qiandao Lake for more than 2,000 years, devouring countless heavenly and earthly treasures in the lake and devouring many powerful men. Therefore, during the period of Xuanhai's consummation, to be able to condense such a demon elixir in advance.
Yang Mucheng nodded. It seems, it is precisely the existence of this demon pill that enables this great Riling mountain turtle to possess such terrifying power.
Then what does this demon pill do?
Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully.
Some warriors, when they reach the stage of Xianhai Grandmaster, are unable to make progress and are stuck here until they die. If you take this demon pill and refine it, there will be a certain chance that the golden pill will be condensed in the body and break through the shackles. Lu Qianfeng said. The power contained in this demon pill is so huge. If it is swallowed directly, wouldn't it burst the dantian? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Lu Qianfeng smiled bitterly and said,
Emperor Yang, a genius like you in this world doesn't understand the feeling of being unable to make progress after your cultivation is stuck, especially when your lifespan is about to end. You feel the fear when you realize that you are walking towards death step by step. And in this case, let alone a 1 in 1,000 chance, someone will break their head and fight for it even if it is 1 in a million.
This stuff doesn't work for me. Yang Muchung stared at the demon pill in his hand and thought for a moment. After all, this demon elixir is the essence of the Sun Spirit Mountain Turtle for more than 1,000 years, and it might be useful. Looking at Lu Qianfeng widely, Yang Muchung put away the demon pill and said,
Remember what you said today? If you dare to resist my orders in the future, everyone here will die. They were saved by me. From today on, life no longer belongs to them, but to me. Yes, Emperor Yang.
Lu Qianfeng raised his fists and said heavily, Soon! The surrounding soldiers who fell into the water were rescued by their companions and left with Lu Qianfeng. The official ship also set sail again. But the one that causes headaches is the great Riling Mountain Turtle. Although this big demon is dead, its corpse is full of treasures. Not only can Turtle LS be refined into magic weapons, but even bones can be forged into weapons such as bone swords. It would be a pity to lose it. But the dragon tail bracelet still had 2 layers of enchantments that had not been untied. And it could not hold the giant turtle, which was hundreds of meters in diameter. So I had no choice but to hang its body on the back of the official ship. Head forward.
At first, everyone was worried that the bloody smell of the big sun turtle would attract more monsters in the lake. But they soon realized that they were overthinking it. This great Riling Mountain Turtle is the most powerful being in the entire Qiandao Lake. With its corpse as a threat, how many blind demons would dare to come to your door? And Yang Muchung also knew the trouble of insufficient storage space. So he began to prepare to break away the barrier of the dragon's tail bracelet. But the barrier in the bracelet was unimaginably strong. Even if he exhausted all his energy to attack the barrier at once, it would only leave a needle in the barrier that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Just like a drop of water piercing through stone. 3 days in a row, Yang Muchung was attacking the dragon's tail bracelet. Just after he exhausted his inner strength again, Lu Yaoer came to report.
Your Majesty, Lu Qianfeng and Wang Ani want to see you. Let them come.
Yang Muchung put the dragon's tail bracelet back on his hand and nodded. Chapter 455 3 Things About the Thousand Island Dynasty. Lu Qianfeng and Wang Ani stood outside the deck, waiting for Yang Muchung's order. Lu Qianfeng arrived okay. When he recognized Yang Muchung, he stopped in time, so that he did not become enemies with Yang Muchung. Afterwards, he also knew the reason why his adopted brother was killed. And he was helpless. After all, it was his side who provoked Yang Muchung in the first place. But Wang Ani had mixed feelings at this moment. You must know that this body of water is the territory of the Thousand Islands dynasty. They have always only had others ask to see them. But there is no precedent for them to ask to see others. Although she felt unhappy, Wang Ani no longer dared to be as unruly as before. From Lu Qianfeng's words, she learned how terrifying Yang Muchung was. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Ani wouldn't have believed that a dynasty in the martial arts world for more than 1,000 years had been lost in the hands of such a young man.
Old Demon Yang. Old Demon Yang. When I heard this name for the first time, I thought it meant that the person was a Taoist master like a great master, or an old man with overwhelming demonic aura. Unexpectedly, he was only a young man of 16 or 17 years old, and he was older than I'm even younger.
Wang Ani murmured to himself.
Eldest princess, when you meet Emperor Yang this time, please don't be rude again.
Lu Qianfeng glanced at Wang Ani and warned again.
Although Emperor Yang has many people, it does not mean that he can tolerate others contradicting him again and again.
Lu Qianfeng had told him this dozens of times along the way, for fear that Wang Ani would offend him again, and then disaster would really come.
I see.
Wang Ani nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yaoer came over and said,
Come in. Your Majesty will let you in.
Crossed the ship's edge. Under the leadership of Lu Yaoer, the two came to the largest cabin of the official ship. Yang Muchung was sitting on a recliner, swaying slowly. When he saw the two coming, he just raised his eyelids slightly and said,
Why are you here with me? I came to see Emperor Yang this time for a total of 3 things.
Lu Qianfeng cupped his hands and said long live, and nudged Wang Ani beside him. Wang Ani was stunned, and although she was reluctant, she knelt down obediently.
The first thing is that your Majesty knew that the eldest princess had contradicted Emperor Yang, and Long Yan was furious. He handed over the eldest princess and let Emperor Yang punish you. Whether to kill, cut into pieces, treat her as a concubine, or treat her as a maid. Please do as you please.
Yang Muchung raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Wang Ani, and then looked back. By sending the eldest princess as an apology, the Thousand Islands dynasty had a low profile, just like a vassal state of the Dacian dynasty. This was considered begging for mercy and surrender, for he was afraid that Yang Muchung would use Wang Ani's confrontation to make trouble and find an excuse to attack the Qiandao dynasty.
I don't need it.
Yang Muchung waved his hand and said,
Go back and tell your emperor to discipline her more in the future. Thank you, Emperor Yang.
Lu Qianfeng was overjoyed. Yang Muchung didn't say anything to make things difficult for them, which was equivalent to letting the Qiandao dynasty go. If Emperor Yang was really angry, he might restore the country for Su Yufeng and at the same time destroy the Thousand Islands dynasty. There are no ancestor-level figures in the Qiandao dynasty, and the strongest one is Lu Qianfeng.
What's the second thing?
Yang Muchung asked lazily, exhausted and a little tired.
Emperor Yang, the second thing is that our Qiandao dynasty is preparing to send troops to help Emperor Su recover. The third thing is that we are preparing to buy the body of the Daling mountain turtle.
Lu Qianfeng also saw that Yang Muchung was a little impatient and said quickly. Hearing these words, Yang Muchung raised his eyelids. Although the Riling mountain turtle is full of treasures, their Dacian dynasty lacked craftsmen and could not make perfect use of it. Moreover, it is not very convenient to carry it along this way, because the mountains are high and the water is far away. It is not bad if the other party buys it, but this does not mean that the other party can buy his things at any price.
Yang Emperor, we don't know what kind of things will satisfy you, so our dynasty wants to invite you to the dynasty's banquet. There are many rare treasures at the banquet. You can take whatever you like.
Lu Qianfeng said.
This is quite new. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment, nodded and said,
Okay, I will go.
Until they left, Lu Yao walked over cautiously and asked,
Your Majesty, will the Thousand Islands dynasty set a trap for us? Does he dare?
Yang Muchung took the tea handed over by Su Yufeng, took a long sip, and said,
I will give him 8 courages.
One day later, the official ship anchored on an island. This island is about tens of thousands of acres in size, and it is like a huge market town. There is only one port on the entire island that can enter the island. After the official ship arrived at the port, Yang Muchung discovered that the entire island was heavily guarded, and there were at least thousands of guards all over the port. Seeing a large number of people coming down from the official ship, the leader of the guards quickly went up to stop them, wanting to investigate their identities. At this time, Lu Qianfeng, who had been waiting on the island for a long time, quickly came up to greet him.
Bind your eyes. This is His Majesty's distinguished guest.
Lu Qianfeng shouted loudly, startling the leader of the guards, who was about to step forward to intercept him. He quickly stepped forward and led Yang Muchung into the island. Although the entire island is not big, it is well equipped. Yang Muchung thought it was too conspicuous for the Longdang patriarch to follow him, so he asked them to wander around the island. And he took Lu Yao and Su Yufeng with him along with Lu Qianfeng. After walking a few steps, I saw a few more large ships coming to the port.
It's quite lively. Who are these people?
Yang Muchung smiled. Lu Qianfeng said quickly,
Emperor Yang, these people are some of the island owners of Qiandao Lake.
Island owner? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows.
Yang Emperor, you don't know something. Although Qiandao Lake has existed for a long time, because this area is all islands, the people are scattered. For a long time, this Qiandao Lake has been ravaged by water bandits, and some powerful warriors who have committed crimes have hiding place. Although Emperor Taizu of the dynasty unified the entire Qiandao Lake more than 1,000 years ago, there were still some powerful islands that did not surrender. Emperor Taizu was afraid that other dynasties would take advantage of them, so he simply sealed them off. Several island owners. These island owners are equivalent to the princes and princes of other countries. They pay tribute and salute to the dynasty every year, and they are regarded as the ministers of the Thousand Islands dynasty.
Lu Qianfeng explained quickly. Island owner? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and shook his head. If it were him, even if foreign enemies invaded, he would still make these islands surrender. Can banning a few island owners bring stability to the country? To put it bluntly,
it's just leaving a few time bombs in your body. However, he can't control this matter. After all, it is someone else's family matter. He came here just to get the treasure that suits his heart. Chapter 456. Standing side by side with Huang Jiang Tian Ao. Under the leadership of Lu Qianfeng, the group arrived at the banquet venue. This is a hall similar to an exhibition hall. covering an area of more than 100 acres. Each treasure is placed on a special stone platform for people to admire and browse. The ones on the outside are naturally weapons and magic weapons of around Huang rank. But the lowest level is all top grade.
There's quite a lot of stuff.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
These are the stocks of some powerful people in the dynasty. Because these things are just left there. Over time, the spiritual energy will be lost. So it is better to take them out and exchange them for things.
Lu Qiafeng said with a smile.
Young Emperor. You come on. These things are all Huang level items. Your great Riling Mountain Turtle is no worse than Xian level items. You can come here to take a look.
Naturally, Lu Qiafeng did not dare to be as naughty as Master Mo Shang and recommend useless things to Yang Mucheng. Instead, he directly brought Yang Mucheng to the highest level area.
Young Emperor. What do you think of these things?
Lu Qiafeng asked cautiously. Yang Mucheng glanced over and shook his head.
No. It's too bad. I can't stand it. Isn't this elephant universe formation even good?
Lu Qiafeng asked. He pointed to a feng shui roulette about the size of 2 palms and said,
This roulette was brought out by the owner of Evil Flame Island. Although it is not as good as your 9 Dragons flying sword. It is also a middle-grade Xian level magic weapon. It can control the way of heaven, call the wind and rain, and cause lightning to flash. If it is used in the sea, it can in an instant. A huge wave of tens of millions of people was created. If we had had this elephant universe formation at that time, it would have been easier to deal with that big Riling Mountain Turtle.
Yang Mucheng chuckled and said,
Even if you give this rag to me, I don't want it. Although this thing can summon wind, rain, and thunder, it is actually overloaded and can only be used a few times. This wheel is full of cracks. It can only be used at most 3 times and it will explode. This.
Lu Qiafeng was shocked. If anyone else said this, he would definitely not believe it. After all, what the Evil Flame Island owner took out at this time was that he was the largest island owner in the dynasty, and his strength was slightly lower than his own. How could he do such despicable things as shoddy goods?
This boy.
There are also many warriors gathered in this area. Although they couldn't exchange treasures of equal value, they still came here to take a look. But who would have thought that when they just arrived here, they would hear Yang Mucheng's words, and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows with anger on their faces.
Young man with a yellow mouth. You are talking nonsense. Has he ever seen anything of the middle grade of Xian level? How dare you talk about the things brought out by the island owner like this? Go tell the island owner quickly.
Some warriors rolled their eyes and ran outside, apparently to spread the news.
You don't believe it?
Yang Mucheng said with a smile.
You will know if you inject your inner energy along these cracks.
Lu Qiafeng did not dare to neglect and quickly obeyed. After a while, he regained his strength and stopped talking. Obviously, Yang Mucheng told the truth. The lines on this feng shui roulette look like traces left by the modeled years at first glance. But in fact, they are cracks that cannot bear the weight of the people. Once the internal energy is injected, it will follow the cracks and penetrate deep into the formation, and can easily shatter the entire formation.
Young Emperor, thank you for your reminder. If this matter spreads, it will definitely cause a big chaos.
Lu Qiafeng bowed deeply, turned his head, and quickly said to a guard,
Go! Give me the Evil Flame Island Master. Call over here. No need to shout.
At this time, a rich man came over. But see, this man is more than 2 meters tall and looks like a little giant. He wore an open-chested and sleeveless robe, with a wild dragon spanning his shoulders. This kind of tattoo is very popular, and is known as the dragon crossing the river. Most people don't dare to tattoo this pattern on their shoulders. One is that the status is not enough. Secondly, it is because the shoulders cannot carry the dragon crossing the river. Because there has always been a saying in Kyushu that
a fierce dragon cannot cross the river.
The shoulder is like a river. But this man dares to have the cross-river dragon tattooed on his shoulders, which shows that this man must have an arrogant and domineering personality.
I am the owner of Evil Flame Island.
The man crossed his arms in front of him, and as he walked closer, the dragon on his shoulders seemed to be crossing the river. He looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer and said,
I was outside earlier and heard someone talking about the magic weapon I took out. Is it you?
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. Lu Qiafeng said sternly,
Master of Evil Flame Island, please be more careful with your mouth. He is a distinguished guest invited by His Majesty. If you dare to be unreasonable to him, don't blame me for being rude to you.
The man looked surprised when he saw Yang Mucheng and Lu Qiafeng together. He expected that this young man had an unusual identity, But now, he did not expect that the other person was His Majesty's distinguished guest. However, so what if he is a distinguished guest? His evil flame island is equivalent to a Guixia kingdom. And I don't have to kneel down when I see the emperor.
Ha! Who have I ever been afraid of? Jiang Tianao?
He laughed loudly, pointed at Yang Mucheng with his right hand, and said,
You said earlier that my elephant universe formation is a junk thing that will explode after just 3 uses. And you dare to talk nonsense like this? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Who do you think you are?
Seeing this scene, many warriors showed gloating expressions. Think before. When they came, they were checked one by one and searched. But this kid enjoys privileges. Coming in with Lu Qiafeng has already made some people unhappy.
TSK. 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 How dare this kid act so arrogantly in front of the island owner just because he is your majesty's distinguished guest?
A warrior present sneered.
Yes, he actually dared to say that the treasure taken out by Master Jiang Island was actually a junk thing. If he doesn't give a reasonable explanation now, I'm afraid His Majesty won't be able to protect him.
A warrior shook his head and sighed. Jiang Tianao calls himself the
Emperor with one word.
In the Qiandao dynasty. What is the word?
Side by side?
That was the equal existence of the Thousand Islands dynasty. This means that he doesn't even pay attention to the emperor. How can he care about an emperor's guest?
Shut up!
Lu Qianfeng shouted. Lu Yaoer was also furious. But Yang Mucheng stared at Jiang Tianao for a moment. Then suddenly laughed. He shook his head and said,
What a Jiang Tianao! When I came here, I heard that Evil Flame Island is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are reefs all around, and ships it's hard to get close to it. And it's full of monsters. That's why Emperor Taizu of the Thousand Islands dynasty made you the island owner. Snort!
Jiang Tianao didn't hear the self-identification in Yang Mucheng's words. He crossed his arms, and still had a sneer on his face.
But if you are forced to be arrogant and domineering with anyone, you should not be rude in front of me.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
Who are you?
Jiang Tianao's expression moved slightly. Only then did he realize who the young man in front of him was. Lu Qiafeng on the side sneered.
Jiang Tianao, the person standing in front of you is the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. And you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of him. I think you are simply a coward and don't know whether to live or die. Are you Emperor Yang?
Jiang Tianao was stunned. In the main hall, those low-pitched taunts disappeared. And everyone's eyes fell on Yang Mucheng. Chapter 457 Dragon Bone?
It's me!
Yang Mucheng nodded slightly. The people around him, who seemed to be gloating about his misfortune, suddenly closed their mouths. In the past few days, Yang Mucheng's sword killing of the Riling Mountain Turtle has already spread throughout the Thousand Islands dynasty. Who dares to act recklessly in front of him?
Is this Mr. Yang? Too young.
Everyone smacked their lips, surprised, and exclaimed,
Who is old Demon Yang?
A one-eyed warrior asked doubtfully.
The emperor of the Dacian dynasty.
The one-eyed warrior sneered.
Humph. The emperor of the Dacian dynasty actually dares to come to our Qiandao dynasty to show off his power. Look at his frail appearance. I can slap him to death with one slap.
Before he could finish his words, his companion on the side covered his mouth in horror.
Are you looking for death? This Emperor Yang is not some dandy and uninhibited little character. He was the one who killed the great Riling Mountain Turtle.
Hisses. Some people who didn't know the basics suddenly couldn't help but gasp. When they came, they all saw the dead body of the great Riling Mountain Turtle hanging on the tail of the official boat. And they were still discussing who had the ability to destroy this great monster that had harmed the dynasty for more than 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, it was right in front of them.
Boy!
Jiang Tianao didn't expect that the other party was the famous Yang Lamo from the Thousand Islands dynasty. And he felt a headache for a while. If it were anyone else, he could just ignore it. But not Yang Mucheng. Bracing himself, Jiang Tianao gave Yang Mucheng a bow.
I am ignorant of Mount Tai. I didn't expect you to be Emperor Yang. But?
Jiang Tianao changed his voice, and his eyes rolled around as he said,
Even if you are Emperor Yang, you can't frame me with empty words. Everyone in the Thousand Islands dynasty knows the power of this elephant universe formation. If you say it is just a rag, don't you look down on me and our Thousand Islands dynasty?
Yes, even if you are Emperor Yang. You can't talk nonsense and slander others. Why do you say this magic weapon is broken? It is broken?
The words fell. Everyone present spoke in response. After all, everyone is xenophobic. Yang Mucheng was not from their Thousand Islands dynasty. and Jiang Tianao was the island owner who occupied one side. Even if these people are idiots, they still know who to choose to help.
You still dare to be tough?
Yang Muqing's eyes were cold. He sneered and said,
Find someone to take out the feng shui compass of this elephant universe formation and try it. Wouldn't you know? You.
Jiang Tianao stared at Yang Muqing with hatred in his eyes. His magic weapon is indeed on the verge of being scrapped. But there are still 3 chances to use it. And he could also exchange this waste for a mysterious level magic weapon of the same level. But it turned out to be exposed by Yang Muqing. How could he not be angry?
Yang Muqing. How dare you ruin my good deeds?
Jiang Tianao clenched his fists. His muscles all over his body surged. And the dragon crossing the river on his shoulders seemed to come to life. All the muscles and bones in the whole body were twisting and crackling at this moment.
Why? After I exposed the scam, you became angry and angry? Do you want to fight me?
Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back with a smile.
Jiang Tianao. How dare you?
Lu Qiefeng opened his eyes angrily and shouted in a deep voice.
You dare to take action against Emperor Yang. Even the Emperor can't save you. You use this feng shui compass of the elephant universe formation.
Okay. After this banquet is over, I will report it to the Holy One and punish all your clans.
Jiang Tianao was furious. At this moment, the 3 corpse gods almost jumped into a rage.
Ah! Yang Muqing, I'm going to kill you!
With a roar, Jiang Tianao rushed over like crazy. How could Lu Qiefeng let him make a mistake? He led his guards and killed himself. And the 2 sides immediately broke into a fight. Yang Muqing shook his head and continued to look at the treasure in the banquet, as if the fight behind him had nothing to do with him.
Yang?
At this time, a rickety old man cautiously came to Yang Muqing. He first gave him a great gift and then said,
I have a treasure,
which I also got from Jiang Tianao. He said that this thing came from the golden elixir realm.
It is a rare magic weapon that has been taken out from the mouth of the deceased. I have obtained this thing for more than 10 years, but I have not been able to find out the reason.
As he spoke, the old man took out a luminous bead the size of a goose egg. He held it in the palm of his hand and shone slightly, seeming to have a faint suction, pulling in the aura of the void. Even just taking a look, one's whole heart seems to be invested in it. People around were also attracted.
This bead is quite magical. I remember that when this bead came out, many powerful people were competing to bid for it. Could it be that Jiang Tianao also brought it out as a shoddy thing? Stop talking and see what Yang Di says.
Yang Muqing glanced at it and smiled faintly and said,
After the warrior dies, the inner energy will flow out from the 7 orifices. This is a night pearl placed in the mouth, which absorbs part of the inner energy of a strong person in the golden core realm. It is roughly equivalent to a yellow-level middle-grade product. It's just a treasure of heaven and earth. This...
The old man was stunned. He grabbed the bead and inhaled sharply. Suddenly, a stream of air visible to the naked eye penetrated into his palm. Looking again, the bead turned into a normal object. Just an ordinary bead.
Jiang Tianao, you cheated me a lot.
Letting out a roar, the old man crushed the beads and headed towards the battle group. No wonder the old man was so angry. Jiang Tianao took this piece of crap and exchanged it for a low-grade Xian-level treasure. It's almost like using watermelon instead of sesame seeds. Everyone was shocked. The gaze he looked at Yang Muqing also turned into respect. The Qiandao dynasty believed in the capable. Although Yang Muqing killed the De Ling mountain turtle, none of them saw it, and no one knew whether it was true or not. But Yang Muqing's ability to tell the authenticity of a magic weapon was enough to gain everyone's respect.
Di Yang, please take a look at this magic weapon of mine. Di Yang. Di Yang.
For a time, everyone was pleading. It didn't matter at first glance, but everyone was shocked and angry. The treasures they exchanged for all their belongings were actually pieces of junk. How could they bear it? They all ran to settle accounts with Jiang Tianao. Yang Muqing looked calm on the surface, but secretly shook his head in his heart. It seems that the Thousand Islands dynasty has nothing to offer. But this trip was in vain, with nothing gained. Just when Yang Muqing was about to leave, his eyes suddenly glanced at a certain corner, and he couldn't help but shrink his pupils and let out a burst of surprise. But see, in the corner, there is a huge bone. This bone looks a bit old, with mottled cracks all over it. He didn't know what kind of existence it came from. But ever since Yang Muqing saw this dragon bone, he felt that the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him was stirring.
Could these be its bones? Is this the dragon bone?
Yang Muqing walked forward. Chapter 458, 10,000 mountains have 10,000 passes. As the five-clawed golden dragon became restless, Yang Muchung became more and more sure of his guess. He came to the dragon bone. But see, this keel is about half a person's height and looks like a piece of the spine. The cracks on the bones are densely packed and look like spider webs. This is not a trace left by the mottled years, but rather like a crack that was shattered by a palm of a certain being. The closer he walked into this dragon bone, the more excited the five-clawed golden dragon became. And even the feeling of bone and flesh connected has been transmitted to Yang Muchung.
Yang Muchung, I'm going to kill you!
Boom! At this time, a crazy roar came from behind. But see, Jiang Qianna stretched out his arms, and a terrifying energy surged out of his body crazily. Visible bronze ripples swept out in all directions along his arms, with a huge momentum, like tens of thousands of galloping horses. Just passed by. The ripples passing by actually blew away Lu Qianfeng and all the guards, who were surrounding him in the attack. Even, the entire hall was suddenly torn apart under this violent bombardment.
Puff!
Although Lu Qianfeng was the #1 expert in the Thousand Islands dynasty, his arms were blown off during the battle with the great Riling mountain turtle. Although he was able to reconnect them, his strength had not yet been restored, and he was directly knocked away 7 or 8 feet away. As for the other warriors, they were even more unbearable. They were lifted up and flew out like a gourd rolling on the ground. Jiang Tiannao's eyes were blood red. When things were revealed, he was supposed to escape back to Evil Flame Island and occupy the island as king. But he would not be happy if Yang Muchung was not killed. With a roar, Jiang Tianna rushed out. At this moment, he grabbed the void with his right hand and threw it forward. The thing I saw was a stone the size of a fingernail. When it was thrown and appeared, it rose rapidly in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying mountain with a diameter of more than 300 meters, and rushed towards Yang Muchung.
Yang?
Lu Qianfeng's eyes widened and he shouted. But see, at this moment, Yang Muchung stood in front of the dragon bone, as if he had lost his mind, and his whole soul seemed to have been lost. Everything outside him seemed to have nothing to do with him. If it is normal, naturally, Lu Qianfeng would not think that Jiang Tianna could hurt Yang Muchung. But this time, Jiang Tianna made a sneak attack, and Yang Muchung lost his mind. The next outcome is naturally unpredictable.
This is 10,000 mountains.
Many warriors immediately recognized this mountain peak.
This is a middle-grade Qian-level magic weapon. This mountain weighs 367,000 kilograms. Even if it is not a sneak attack, I am afraid that Emperor Yang will not be able to catch it head-on. 10,000 mountains have 10,000 passes, and one mountain has one pass.
Jiang Tianna muttered something, and suddenly swung his right hand downwards. Immediately, the frightened 10,000 mountains exerted tens of thousands of pressure, and the falling momentum even brought a terrifying wind pressure, which hit Yang Muchung first. Just hearing a boom, Yang Muchung's feet sank, and even his ankles were smashed into the ground. At this time, Yang Muchung moved. But he didn't fight back, but slowly stretched out his hand to touch the dragon bone in front of him.
Roar!
The moment his right hand touched the dragon bone, Yang Muchung's body glowed with golden light. In this terrifying golden light, Yang Muchung's entire body formed the image of a five-clawed golden dragon that was 100 meters long. At the same time, the huge dragon bone turned into a streak of light and fell into the image. If the existence of the five-clawed golden dragon before was only superficial, perhaps it's not even superficial. It's just an illusory existence. But after absorbing this dragon bone, Yang Muchung felt that the five-clawed golden dragon seemed to have a skeleton. It is no longer as vain as before.
What's this? Five-clawed golden dragon? Pretend to be a ghost.
Jiang Tianna couldn't help but snort coldly as he looked at the five-clawed golden dragon that was constantly transforming in the void, and at Yang Muchung, who was constantly increasing his momentum. As soon as he closed his eyes, the speed of Wanzhong Mountain did not slow down, but suddenly increased several times.
No!
Seeing this scene, Lu Qianfeng cried out. If Yang Muchung is killed by these mountains, the Dacian dynasty will definitely not give up. The hundreds of Longtang ancestors outside the island will definitely overthrow the entire Thousand Islands dynasty. If it fails to kill him, it will definitely make Yang Muchung furious. When the time comes, this old demon Yang will anger the entire Thousand Islands dynasty. And I am afraid that the entire Thousand Islands dynasty will flow into rivers of blood, with corpses scattered thousands of miles away.
Die!
Jiang Tianao's eyes flashed with ferocity. The next moment, Wanzhong Mountain was already approaching. Just when everyone was exclaiming. Just when the 10,000 mountains fell from the sky. Just when Jiang Tianao thought everything was a foregone conclusion. Just when he saw it, the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly transformed into reality. And its huge dragon claws poked out directly from the void, gently holding the 10,000 mountains in its claws, like a bean sprout. There was deathly silence in the broken hall. Everyone stared at the huge five-clawed golden dragon in stunned silence, almost unable to breathe.
What?
Jiang Tianao was stunned on the spot.
How dare you attack me?
Yang Mucheng slowly turned around, grinned at Jiang Tianao, who was stunned, showing his white teeth. Following his words, the five-clawed golden dragon squeezed hard, and suddenly the mountain with a diameter of 300 meters was crushed like tofu and turned into powder at that moment. Countless amounts of dust slowly fell from the claws and fell to the ground. The figure of the five-clawed golden dragon disappeared quietly and merged into Yang Mucheng's body. This moment, the heart in Jiang Tianao's belly seemed to have fallen into the ethereal world.
Ta! 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 Ta!
A moment ago, the hall was trembling with wind and thunder. At this moment, it was completely silent. Only the crisp footsteps of Yang Mucheng were left among the thousands of people present. Jiang Tianao looked at Yang Mucheng, who was slowly walking towards him. His mind was filled with the idea of escape. But at this moment, fear dominated his body, making him unable to move.
Jiang
Tianao, the one-word emperor who feared no one in the entire Qiandao dynasty, was trembling like chaff. At this moment, cold sweat soaked his whole body. Under Yang Mucheng's gaze, his body softened and he fell to his knees with a bang. He seemed to have lost the courage to speak.
Lu Qianfeng!
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and shouted slowly. Lu Qianfeng trembled and quickly responded.
Yang, please give me your instructions. I don't want to hear about the existence of Thousand Island Dynasty and Evil Flame Island again in the future. I limit the Thousand Island Dynasty to destroy Evil Flame Island within 7 days. If it cannot be done, I will do it myself.
Yang Mucheng looked at Lu Qianfeng and lightly touched his feet, lifted up, and then stepped on it suddenly. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and a piece of blood mist floated away. Chapter 459 Golden Body Dharma Appearance. Died. Jiang Tianao, who had been helpless against him by the Thousand Island Dynasties of all dynasties, died under Yang Mucheng's kick. Not only that, even his evil Flame Island was completely implicated. Yang Mucheng's tone did not sound like he was facing a dynasty that was on an equal footing with him, as if he was commanding his subordinates and servants. Lu Qianfeng's body trembled and he lowered his head.
Yes. Remember what you said?
Yang Mucheng took a deep look at Lu Qianfeng, turned around and left. Until Yang Mucheng left, the whole hall suddenly exploded. They looked at the blood mist on the ground and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time.
Jiang Tianao was actually killed. What exactly is Yang's five-clawed golden dragon?
Everyone is a little weird. But what's even more incredible is that Lu Qianfeng actually agreed to the request to wipe out the evil Flame Island.
Grand Imperial Master, why did you agree to Emperor Yang's request? That evil Flame Island is not so easy to capture,
said a warrior.
Yes, Great Imperial Master. In addition to Jiang Tianao, there is also his younger brother Jiang Tianhao on Evil Flame Island. The entire Evil Flame Island is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And there are many warriors.
Everyone was puzzled. Jiang Tianhao of Evil Flame Island is the first island owner of the Thousand Islands dynasty. And he dares to claim to be a king. If he didn't have any strength, he would have been swallowed up long ago. The previous dynasties had almost no way to deal with Jiang Tianhao, and they were even more troubled by it. If they want to capture the entire Evil Flame Island, the Thousand Islands dynasty doesn't know how many people will be killed or injured. No emperor can bear such casualties.
You don't understand.
Lu Qianfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's Emperor Yang. That's old demon Yang. The official ship departed at night. Yang Mucheng exchanged the dragon bone tortoise for the dragon bone.
Yang, will the Thousand Islands dynasty really attack Evil Flame Island?
Su Yufeng asked.
They don't have the guts.
Yang Mucheng sneered.
If Evil Flame Island still exists in the world when I come back from the Apocalypse Dynasty, I will personally take action. However, by then, it will not just be an Evil Flame Island.
Yang Mucheng doesn't care about the situation in your Qiandao dynasty. If someone from the Qiandao dynasty attack Yang Mucheng, then you must come up with a reasonable explanation. Asking you to eliminate the culprit is already considered a light thing. If you dare to delay even this little thing, then I'm sorry. At that time, not only the evil flame island will suffer, but your entire Thousand Islands dynasty will also suffer. Su Yufeng smiled bitterly to herself. This time, the Thousand Islands dynasty suffered a disaster. While Su Yufeng was smiling, a question suddenly occurred to her, and she quickly asked,
Emperor Yang, have you ever studied the secret tradition of bone patterns? What is that?
Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully. Su Yufeng said,
Yang Emperor, that is a technique that warriors can use the bone veins of the demon clan to practice. It is somewhat similar to your five-clawed golden dragon, using the bone veins of the demon clan to summon the demon clan. Come fight with your true body. Oh, keep talking.
Yang Mucheng became interested. Su Yufeng quickly explained that it turned out to be a technique similar to the Buddhist
Golden Body Dharma.
However, the Golden Body Dharma has been lost. So some warriors developed this bone pattern secret, a method that uses the bones of the demon clan as a medium to summon the true form of the demon clan to help in the battle. Only, the power of this bone pattern secret depends on the strength of the demon clan. The more powerful the demon clan is, the more powerful its real body strength appears. Some warriors would rather not practice this secret bone pattern than use the bone veins of low-level monsters or big monsters.
Why is this?
Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully.
This kind of bone pattern secret is to refine the demon clan's bone veins into the heart bone. Once it is integrated with the body, it can no longer be changed. Therefore, when a warrior chooses to practice the bone pattern secret, will be very cautious. I see.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
However, Emperor Yang, what I have here is the fragment of the Golden Body Dharma and the secret bone pattern technique.
Su Yufeng quickly took it out. It is the fragment of the Golden Body Dharma, and it is also a priceless thing. If Yang Mucheng helps her restore her country, she will naturally not be stingy. After receiving the two martial arts books, Yang Mucheng looked at them for a moment. Thoughtfully, my five-clawed golden dragon should not belong to the bone pattern secret, but rather resembles the Golden Body Dharma. The so-called Golden Body Dharma is when Buddhist disciples use the relics of their predecessors to practice and cultivate into a Buddha's golden form. The more relics there are, the stronger the golden body will be. My five-clawed golden dragon needs keel bones to construct. Each additional keel bone will increase its strength by 1 point. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He could feel that since the piece of dragon bone was injected into the dragon's body, the five-clawed golden dragon was no longer what it was before. Instead, it was a little more agile, as if it had consciousness. It seems that next, in addition to looking for fighting spirit and ancient dragon blood, we also have to look for dragon bones. When the official ship sailed away from the territory of the Thousand Islands dynasty, Lu Qiafeng found Yang Mucheng again. In addition to bringing the elite of the Thousand Islands dynasty, he also brought news of the destruction of Evil Flame Island. The entire Evil Flame Island was completely sunk, and all of Jiang Tianhao's gang members on the island were also killed. Nothing left. The mighty army arrived at the Apocalypse Dynasty. 50,000 elite soldiers, thousands of alchemy masters from the Thousand Island Dynasty, as well as hundreds of Longtang ancestors. Coupled with the fact that Yang Mucheng, Su Yufeng, and Lu Qianfeng, three strong men at the pinnacle of Xianhai, are holding the battle, everything seems to be a foregone conclusion. Apocalypse Dynasty. The palace. The main hall. A memorial was set to the hands of Yin Hao, the current sage of the Tianqi dynasty. He glanced around and smiled instead of angry.
Ha! I have known for a long time that this woman will never give up. I didn't expect that she would make a comeback so soon. This time, not only did she come, but she also joined the Qiandao dynasty and the great Qian dynasty with the power of the two countries. My dear friends, who is willing to lead the troops to destroy the rebels? Your Majesty, I am willing to go.
At this time, a young man wearing a children's robe and a feather fan and scarf stood up.
Tu Muji? How can you let these rebels take action? Isn't this killing a chicken with a knife?
Yin Hao shook his head, as if this young man went to deal with the Three Kingdoms' allied forces, which seemed to be an insult to him. The young man shook his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Then old demon Yang killed the 401 clawed killers of our Dragon Palace. As a member of the Dragon Palace, how could I stand by and watch? Your Majesty, please rest assured that the 50,000 rebels will be wiped out within 7 days. And even more, it's to capture Yang Mucheng, Lu Qianfeng, and Su Yufeng alive. Okay. Tu Muji, I invited you from the Dragon Palace to serve as the national advisor. It is indeed the most correct choice. Today I will give you the Dragon Talisman and lead 50,000 troops to meet the enemy.
Yin Hao laughed.
Why use only 3,000 elite soldiers out of 100,000?
Tu Muji smiled. Chapter 460 Ancient City Ruins. Su Yufeng received the news almost as soon as Tu Mu's 3,000 elite soldiers set off from the imperial capital. She was once an empress. There are still many old subordinates lurking in the dynasty, so it is not considered a lack of information. When this letter reached Yang Mucheng was also shocked.
You only lead 3,000 elite soldiers, and you want to stop me?
Lu Qiafeng laughed even more and said,
This time I am leading the elite of the Thousand Islands dynasty. These 50,000 people are all elite soldiers and generals. One is worth 10. This small rebel army only needs one charge to completely engulf it. Di Yang?
Su Yufeng said.
The person leading the army this time is Tu Muji. This person should not be underestimated. He is the strategist hired by Yin Hao from the Dragon Palace with a lot of money. He is the number one claw killer in the Dragon Palace, and his strength has reached Xianhai perfection. But he is not the most terrifying combat power, but his strategy of using soldiers like a god. Back when I was still in control of the Tianqi dynasty, Yin Hao was my military advisor. He defeated my 80,000 strong army with an army of 8,000. Until now, I don't know how I was defeated by her.
Hisses. Lu Qiafeng took a breath of air. 8,000 versus 80,000. And he still won a big victory. This is too terrifying. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, feeling secretly troubled.
With only 3,000 elite troops, he dares to stop my 50,000 strong army. This person is either crazy or very confident.
Everyone nodded again and again. They had no idea what Tu Muji would do to deal with him. The troops of the Three Kingdoms' allied forces were more than 10 times larger than those of the rebels. No one could imagine what Tu Muji could do when the combat effectiveness of the soldiers was almost the same. Assassination of generals? Impossible. Yang Mucheng, Lu Qianfeng, and Su Yufeng are all top Xianhai experts. If he, Xianhai perfection, dares to set foot in the Chinese army's tent easily, he will immediately be surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers and will be unable to move an inch. Burning food and grass? This is even more impossible. The war in the martial arts world is not like that in the secular world, where the principle of food and grass goes first before the three armies are moved. Every soldier will be equipped with a storage bag to hold enough food and grass, so that there will be no situation where the military morale will be chaotic after burning the food and grass.
This is a tough guy.
Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice,
This time, let's fight steadily and not pursue. We will eat up the opponent bit by bit with a gradual advance.
Report. At this time, an orderly soldier came quickly and came to the front of the three people. He quickly turned over and dismounted, cupped his fists and said,
Report to Emperor Yang. Emperor Su, the great national master. Enemy troops are found in the front. Where?
Lu Qianfeng asked quickly.
There are ruins of an ancient city 60 miles away,
the messenger said loudly.
Our spies found that there were rebels from the Apocalypse dynasty there who were arranging troops and setting up defense projects in the ruins of the ancient city. They seem to be doing something to resist us. Prepare. The ruins of the ancient city?
Yang Mucheng looked at Su Yufeng in confusion. When marching and fighting, the most taboo thing is fighting in a different place. Because you are unfamiliar with this area, it is easy to fall into other people's traps. Fortunately, they also have Su Yufeng who knows the Apocalypse dynasty extremely well.
Yang Emperor, this is a ruin that has been in ruins for more than 500 years. It was once a Buddhist temple, covering an area of more than 3,000 acres, and was prosperous. But more than 500 years ago, someone discovered a gold mine under the ruins. The graves of the powerful men in the Dan realm began to be excavated. I don't know what curse was triggered. And then all the people in the city died overnight. After I came to the throne, I also investigated this matter, but all failed. I only saw a few words in some historical records. It is said that when the curse broke out, there was a demon that covered the sky. Cloud. Anyone enveloped by the demonic cloud will drain all the blood from their body and turn into mummies.
Su Yufeng looked at Yang Mucheng and said,
My incomplete Golden Body Dharma book was discovered from this ruins. When I took control of the Apocalypse dynasty, I planned to wipe out this ruins and investigate the ruins.
What kind of existence is there? But it was dissuaded by hundreds of officials.
Remains? Curse. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Lu Qianfeng on the side laughed loudly and said,
Emperor Yang, Emperor Su, don't worry. I don't believe in curses or anything like that. Please be careful. I will lead this 50,000 army to destroy the ruins of the ancient city and capture Tu Muji alive.
The army set off in great might. The force of the iron horse raised dust all over the sky. Yang Wucheng's eyes were distant, and he looked forward. However, they saw that the entire ancient city ruins within a radius of 300 miles were completely barren of grass and turned into a desert. In a huge sand dune, a huge Buddha statue was buried by the yellow sand. With only half exposed, the Buddha's eyes were half opened, as if he couldn't bear to watch the next scene.
There is definitely something weird about the ruins of this ancient city.
Yang Mucheng raised his head. Immediately, the advancing Longtang patriarch stopped immediately. They were Yang Wucheng's ministers, and would not listen to Lu Qianfeng's orders.
Your Majesty, what about?
Yi Shujin asked in a low voice.
Let's stand here and stand still. If something happens, we can respond in time,
Yang Mucheng said slowly, frowning. Ancient city. Ruins. In a dilapidated temple, Tu Muji walked slowly with a feather fan in hand. Behind him were 8 Dragon Palace One-Claw killers, who followed him into the largest temple in the ruins. Because it had been abandoned for hundreds of years, the temple was already dilapidated and covered with cobwebs. But, among the temples, the most eye-catching thing is a mummy. This mummy was sitting cross-legged on a futon, hands clasped together, and covered with a dusty cassock. Whenever anyone approaches within 10 meters of this mummy, they will feel a faint resistance, as if a pair of invisible hands are pushing them away. Tu Muji broke through the resistance in the virtual space, came to the mummy, and squatted down slowly.
Yes. This is Master Puxin.
After looking at it for a moment, Tu Muji nodded.
Hisses.
Hearing that this mummy was actually Puxin, the other Dragon Palace killers couldn't help but feel chills all over their bodies. Master Puxin, this is a strong man in the Golden Core realm. How could he die here? Could it be that the curse that broke out 500 years ago was legendary?
Don't ask if you shouldn't ask.
Tu Muji smiled faintly, took out 8 triangular white flags from his arms, and said,
The 8 of you. Place these 8 soul-calling flags in 8 directions in the ancient city. After the installation is completed, the 8 of you will lead the soldiers to guard the entire ruins and resist the opponent's attack.
One of the one-eyed killers couldn't help but wonder.
Sir, shouldn't we find a way to introduce the 3 kingdoms' allied forces into the ancient city?
Tu Muji's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, the killer was startled and did not dare to speak anymore. He quickly shrank his neck and followed Tu Muji's instructions. Suddenly, Tu Mu was the only one left in the entire temple. But he was seen standing quietly in front of the mummy, with a smile on his lips.
Su Yufeng, although you asked old Demon Yang to help you this time, it was still useless. Old Demon Yang? Humph. I will let you try my Tu Muji's methods today.
As he spoke, he slowly patted the head of the mummy of Master Puxin in front of him with his right hand, and his voice became colder and colder.
Today, it's up to you to take action. Chapter 461, Blood-Sucking Magic Circle? After the summoning banners were placed, the 3,000 elite soldiers in the city quickly gathered. Huge defensive equipment was deployed on the city wall, including horses, ballistas, and trebuchets. Although the number of people was small, they showed no fear in the face of the 50,000-strong army of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance, and were still arranging their equipment in an orderly manner. At this time, Lu Qianfeng has already led his army to the city. Although the Thousand Islands dynasty has many waters, the warriors he brought are all good at fighting on land and water. He glanced at the high city wall, noticed the movements of the rebels on the wall, and couldn't help but sneered.
Do you want to rely on the geographical advantage and the equipment to defend the city to stop the good men of my Thousand Island dynasty? My sons, fight in! Capture the rebel coach Tu Muji alive!
The words just fell. The 50,000-strong army was already rushing forward like a tidal wave. One of the fastest warriors, already as tall as an arrow, charged quickly and stepped onto a horse that was used to block cavalry charges. He even used it as a stepping stone to relay on. With a snap sound, it sticks to the straight and steep city wall like a gecko. Then, the warrior was seen holding a knife in his mouth, climbing quickly on his limbs, approaching the city wall.
Too messy!
After looking at it for a moment, Lu Yaoer shook her head.
This isn't an army at all. It's just a ragtag group of people. There's no formation, no numbers, and there's not even a reserve team prepared. Our Black Flag Army can easily defeat such an army.
Compared with the Black Flag Army, which has strict military discipline and is both offensive and defensive, the so-called elite troops of the Thousand Island Dynasty are just like gangsters fighting in a vegetable market.
Sister Yao, you don't know anything,
Su Yufeng said with a smile.
The Thousand Islands Dynasty is a maritime country, and naval battles are more important than land battles. It is impossible to march and form formations like on land, so most of them are used to fighting alone. But to be honest, the Black Flag Army is indeed the most elite army I have ever seen in my life.
Su Yufeng took a deep look at the expressionless Yang Macheng. She was not flattering. In the martial arts world, if you can make an army composed entirely of warriors advance in a unified manner, it is considered an elite division. How can one be as disciplined as the Black Flag Army? If anyone could have such an army, they would laugh out of their dreams. After saying that, Su Yufeng asked,
Di Yang, if you were to lead the Black Flag Army, what method would you use to capture the city? If it were me, I might have two options. The first is to avoid attacking and lure them out, preventing them from relying on the power of the city wall to defend. The second is to completely destroy this ancient city.
Yang Macheng said slowly.
There is something indescribably wrong with this ancient city.
After saying that, Yang Macheng stopped talking. Everyone's eyes were also looking towards the ancient city. At this time, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Although the defense system in the ancient city is excellent, it cannot stop the tide-like invasion of an army of 50,000 people. After losing 2,000 to 3,000 people, most of the soldiers had already reached the top of the city and started fighting hand to hand. However, the most eye-catching thing is the Dragon Palace killers stationed in the 8 directions of the ancient city. Although a large area of the city wall fell, no one in the area where this man was stationed was able to climb the city wall. As soon as any warrior climbed onto the city wall, they would be killed immediately. Suddenly, a strange force quickly passed through the field.
This,
Yang Macheng was the first to notice something was wrong. But see, a soldier who was shot on the shoulder by a crossbow suddenly let out a scream. There was a violent convulsion on the shoulder that was pierced, and all the blood in the body seemed to be forcibly extracted from the body at this moment. Under a strange force, it was quickly drawn into the ruins.
Is this the Dian Blood Evil Formation?
Yi Shujin cried out. Back then, when they were dealing with the Shunqing dynasty, the Dian Blood Demon Formation gave them an unforgettable memory. However, now that the Dian Blood Evil Formation is being used again, they are no longer afraid.
No!
Yang Macheng frowned slightly.
This seems to be just a simple blood-sucking formation, and its power is several times simpler than the Dian Blood Evil Formation. No! Maybe someone in the city is setting up the formation.
Suddenly, Yang Macheng thought of something and was startled. Boom! In the next moment, he rose into the sky crazily and shot towards the city. The ancestors of Longgang looked at each other for a while, not knowing why, but they still followed quickly. Su Yufeng and Lu Yao also quickly followed. But see, Yang Macheng's figure was like an arrow, and he was already carrying a roaring wind. In an instant, he flew over the ancient city from the battlefield 7 or 8 miles away. It didn't matter, but Yang Macheng suddenly shrank his eyes. However, he saw that the blood everywhere in the city was constantly transformed into blood arrows under the action of the blood-sucking formation, shooting toward the largest temple in the ancient ruins, like hundreds of rivers converging. Go! The center where the blood gathered was a mummy sitting on a futon. The mummy had been sitting cross-legged for who knows how many years. Its body was shriveled and thin, like a mummy, but it gave people a majestic and inviolable sacred aura. But with the injection of blood, the mummy gradually became fuller, and it was filled with an extremely evil and mysterious feeling. And, in front of this mummy, stood a middle-aged man wearing a feather-fanned scarf and a blue robe. Tumuji raised his eyebrows, seeming quite surprised that Yang Macheng would appear here. But then he sneered and said disdainfully,
As expected of Mr. Yang, he was able to discover my intentions. However, my plan has been completed, and even if you discovered it, it would be too late.
Yang Macheng frowned. Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, he knew something was wrong when he saw the changes in the mummy.
No, we can't let him continue.
Thinking in his mind that Yang Macheng no longer had any doubts, he closed his eyes and raised his right palm to strike down in the air. The internal energy was rolling, and the mighty wind was surging. In an instant, a huge palm measuring dozens of feet was slashed down by Howren in the rolling wind and waves.
Snort!
Tumuji snorted coldly, raised his palm, and struck towards the sky. I saw a giant palm of the same size, formed in an instant, and collided together in the air. A loud sound erupted, and Yang Muqing's body trembled in midair and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. Tu Muji also lost his balance, and Tang took 10 steps back. Yang Mucheng was ready to attack again. The 8 Dragon Palace killers guarding the city wall also noticed the movement here and rushed over quickly.
Get out of my way!
Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and amidst a shocking dragon roar, the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. Chapter 462. It's not a curse. It's better than a curse. Roar! The mad dragon appeared, shocking all directions. A wave of air visible to the naked eye swept out towards the surroundings. The 2 Dragon Palace killers, who bore the brunt of the attack, were hit head-on by the wave of air. It's like tens of millions of waves crashing in like crazy. The 2 people were immediately blasted away. Their bodies were still in midair, but they were completely blown to pieces. The huge claws of the 5-clawed golden dragon, one claw at a time, directly grabbed the remaining 5 people.
Bang! 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 Bang!
5 paws clenched. Immediately, these 5 Dragon Palace killers were crushed on the spot. The remaining Dragon Palace killer was stunned in midair, looking pale with fear as his companions were killed one by one without the ability to fight back. With almost no hesitation, he jumped up and ran away into the distance. The 5-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed it directly into its mouth, crushing it like a bone.
Golden body Dharma appearance? Bone pattern secrets?
Seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon behind Yang Mucheng, he couldn't help but close his eyes and immediately sneered.
As expected of old Demon Yang, he actually has such a method. But do you think that you can stop me?
Tu Mu raised his right hand toward the sky. Suddenly, the blood that burst out from the bodies of the 8 Dragon Palace killers was attracted by the magic circle at this moment, turned into a torrent, gathered quickly, and poured into the mummy regardless of all costs. The next moment, the mummy looked like a living person. It no longer looked like a mummy like before. The muscles were full, and the skin was plump and shiny, transformed into the posture of an old monk who has attained enlightenment. But the solemn and inviolable aura of the old monk completely disappeared with the injection of the last trace of blood. Instead, it gave people a terrifying and sinister feeling.
Huh?
The old monk opened his mouth. Immediately, a stream of black mist spit out from his mouth.
This?
Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. Just saw that when this black mist appeared, it appeared crazily in a manner that covered the sky and the sun. In fact, the entire sky was completely obscured at this moment, and the entire ruined ancient city was as if a storm was coming. It was at least black, and there was no sunlight at all. And this scene is clearly the curse from 500 years ago that Su Yifeng described before. But what spat out from the old monk's mouth was not black mist, but ants that were as big as a thumb and had wings like cicada wings. Because there are so many of them, they form a state that blocks out the sky and the sun, like black clouds. Immediately afterwards, this terrifying ant colony quickly rushed towards the crowd in the ruins. These weird ants covered the warriors one by one in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, those surrounded warriors were sucked into mummies.
What's this?
The ancestors of Longdang who came later were stunned when they saw this dark cloud. A group of them flew towards Gong Xiaohai.
Get away!
Gong Xiaohai frowned and waved his right hand, killing a large number of these flying ants. But one of them flew away quickly and landed on the inner energy shield he had gathered with a snap sound. Facing this layer of internal energy shield that gave even warriors a headache, the flying ants bit open it as if it was nothing, and at the same time stuck to his shoulders. This bite is a bloody hole.
Ah!
At this moment, everyone was stunned. This group of terrifying flying ants is the curse from 500 years ago. The black ant colony, like a group of bloodthirsty sharks, was rushing towards the army crazily. Wherever they pass, no matter how elite the warrior is, they will be chewed into bloody and white skeletons by these terrifying beings in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. The flying ants kept swarming towards Yang Mucheng. Although Yang Muqing's powerful qi and blood caused these ants to be crushed alive before they even got close, these little intelligenceless things seemed to have no idea what death was, still rushing towards him quickly.
Oh my god! What on earth is going on?
Lu Qiafeng was completely stunned. He had no idea where these ants came from, and he didn't even know why they were so terrifying. They actually devoured the 50,000-strong army he had brought with him without leaving any trace behind. No matter how elite these warriors are, they still have no ability to resist in the face of this kind of attack.
Hurry and save people!
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a chill, and he immediately shouted, "Save?" At this moment, everyone who saw the scene burst into laughter. How many more people can be saved? Wherever those flying ants passed, how many of the 50,000 strong army were left? 1,000? 800? This fog-like ant colony was like a rolling wave, completely swallowing up all the warriors. With almost every breath, hundreds of people would be completely devoured and turned into corpses.
Oh my god! It's over!
Lu Qianfeng looked at the sons of the Qiandao dynasty, who were completely devoured by the ants with almost no resistance, and fell to his knees, almost in despair. Even at this moment, he almost lost the ability to speak, and kept repeating like a fool or idiot,
"How is this possible? This is impossible! This is absolutely impossible!"
In fact, a few flying ants clung to his legs, biting out several bloody holes, and he was a little unaware of it. Yang Mucheng reached out and grabbed the absent-minded Lu Qianfeng directly from the ant colony. The ant colonies that followed were all shattered by Yang Mucheng. But there are still countless ant colonies, rushing quickly at this moment. Escape? Where to escape? Centered on the entire ruins of the ancient city, the 300-mile radius was surrounded by these ant colonies. They were densely packed in the sky and on the ground. This was not a curse, but it was better than a curse. Even Yang Mucheng is not confident that he can fly out from so many terrifying ant colonies. Moreover, these ant colonies are particularly terrifying. They can even ignore the internal energy shield, making it impossible for people to resist.
Hurry to the temple!
Yang Mucheng's eyes changed. He found the entire ruined ancient city is filled with ant colonies, but only in the dilapidated temple where Tu Muji was. There was not a single such weird flying ant. There seems to be a strange power in the entire temple, which makes these flying ants extremely afraid and dare not approach. As if they had received amnesty, everyone immediately flew towards the temple. During this process, Tu Muji always watched with a smile, without any intention of stopping everyone. Finally, all members of the three kingdoms' allied forces entered the ancient temple. But of the 50,000 people, there were no more than 200 people left.
What a ruthless method!
Yang Mucheng looked at the smiling Tu Muji, clenched his fists, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 463: The Tragedy 500 years ago. Outside the ruins of the ancient city, the sky is filled with flying ants. Inside the temple, there was deathly silence. Tu Muji slowly shook his feather fan, ignoring the almost murderous looks of everyone, with a confident attitude, as if these surviving people did not pose any threat to him. Su Yufeng's face was pale. She could never imagine in her wildest dreams why an army of 50,000 people died so mysteriously. They did not die at the hands of an extremely powerful person. It's not like he died in the terrifying power of heaven and earth, not to die under Hongming's monstrous beast. Instead, they died on these seemingly insignificant ants. In the entire temple, except for Yang Mucheng, Lu Qianfeng, Lu Yao, and the ancestor of Longtang, almost no one else survived. Only a dozen of the 50,000 Qiandao dynasty's army are left.
What on earth did you do?
Su Yufeng asked in a cold voice. Su Yufeng was unwilling to be defeated by Tu Muji twice in a row. At the same time, she also wanted to know what this guy had done.
Ha ha! Who do you think he is?
Tu Muji smiled and stepped back, making way for the old monk sitting cross-legged behind him. If it weren't for the fact that the old monk had no breath or heartbeat, everyone would think he was still alive.
Master Puxin!
Su Yufeng lost her voice.
Who is this Master Puxin?
Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Just now, flying ants all over the sky came out of his mouth. Tu Muji, what on earth did you do?
Tu Muji shook his feather fan and said with a smile,
Don't be impatient. I will tell you one by one so that you will understand.
He glanced at the frightened faces in the ruined temple and spoke slowly.
500 years ago, under this temple, the tomb of a strong man in the Golden Core realm was discovered. Countless strong men heard the news and came to dig up the tomb and steal the treasures in the tomb. But unfortunately, a trap was triggered. Release these bone-eating flying ants! On that day, the bone-eating flying ants covered the sky, and hundreds of thousands of people in the ancient city were swallowed up by the flying ants in one day. This Master Puxin, who is the talker in the entire ancient city, used his cultivation at the Golden Core realm and his entire lifespan to forcibly open up an inner universe in his body, and destroyed these bone-corroding flying ants. He was afraid that these bone-eating flying ants would one day break through his body and fly out from the ancient city to bring disaster to Jiuzhou. So he set up a 300-mile array with the ancient city as the center. The bone-eating flying ants are imprisoned here, he said, pointing to the sky with his feather fan. Really? Those countless flying ants gathered in the sky, always hovering above the ancient city, unable to leave this restricted place. There are very few records of this incident in the annals of history. But coincidentally, our Dragon Palace happened to record this incident. So, I set up a game here, waiting for you to take the bait. I used blood as a guide, poured into the body of Master Pushing, broke his inner universe formation, and released the bone-eating flying ants that had been imprisoned for 500 years. Said. He looked at Yang Mucheng and said with a smile, Yan Lamo, I have to say that you are really thoughtful, and you noticed something was wrong at the first time. It's a pity that you are still a step too late. But, there are at least 3,000 people, and they are also your subordinates. Aren't they? Su Yufeng shouted in disbelief. Tu Muji was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He looked at Su Yufeng as if he was looking at an idiot, shook his head and said, As the saying goes, kindness does not lead to soldiers. I will lure you into taking the bait at the cost of 3,000 elite soldiers. Isn't this a brilliant strategy? Although I have killed 3,000 people, but your entire army was wiped out. Horrible! Tu Muji's words made everyone in the temple feel cold. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness. Although he had killed countless people, he would never be able to throw away the lives of his men as if they were goods. Do you know why I watched you enter the temple and didn't stop you from entering? Tu Muji said with a smile. Yang Mucheng, Su Yufeng, and Lu Qianfeng. I want to capture you three alive. 2 emperors, a great national master. TSK. Uh-huh. As soon as he finished speaking, the Longtang ancestors all stepped forward. Tu Muji, I'm going to kill you. Lu Qianfeng finally recovered from his grief. He stood up slowly, and a burst of inner energy burst out crazily. This pure and terrifying inner energy even swept through his body as quickly as a flame. The terrifying power made the surrounding void make a crackling sound, as if it was being squeezed crazily. Di Yang, can you let me take action first? Lu Qianfeng did not lose his mind. He suppressed his overwhelming anger and asked, I want to avenge the 50,000 sons of the Qiandao dynasty. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. Tu Muji received his blow without being hurt, and he had absolute confidence to stay in this ancient temple and wait for them to come. His strength was absolutely extraordinary, and Lu Qianfeng was definitely no match for him. But seeing his grief-stricken state, Yang Mucheng nodded and said after contemplating for a moment, That's right. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianfeng's crazy and suppressed momentum suddenly rose into the sky like a volcano erupting. In fact, this amazing inner strength surged in all directions. Wherever it went, the temple, which had been incomplete and dilapidated for more than 500 years, collapsed crazily. Lu Qianfeng walked forward step by step. With each step he took, his momentum increased rapidly. In just 10 or so steps, he was already in front of Tu Muji. And this moment, his explosive momentum actually made him step onto a higher level. Xianhai is complete. Everyone exclaimed when they felt this breath. No one expected that Lu Qianfeng would break through the shackles and reach the perfect level of Xianhai because of his rage. Old demon Yang. Tu Muji glanced at Lu Qianfeng disdainfully, then turned his gaze to Yang Mucheng, and said with a smile, Why don't you come here yourself and let such an old guy come up to die? Forget it. Forget it. If that's the case, then I'll do it first, kill him. And then I'll kill you. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and was non-committal. Lu Qianfeng's breakthrough to Xianhai consummation was something he didn't expect. But I didn't expect that even so, Tu Muji would still be so determined. Obviously, his strength is more terrifying than Yang Mucheng had estimated before. Destroy me? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Think about it first. How you deal with the situation in front of you. He? Tu Muji retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Qianfeng. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said, It means breaking through the mysterious sea and reaching perfection. So what? I only need 3 moves to kill him. The words just fell. Tu Muji grinned, showing his white teeth. He waved the feather fan lightly in his hand, and his voice suddenly rose. This is the first move. Chapter 464 I am enough. Tu Muji waved the feather fan in an understatement, as casually and unworthy of mention as a 3-year-old child playing with the fan. But after waving the fan, Everyone in the temple felt as if they had suddenly gone from the sweltering heat of the dog days to the freezing cold weather. And that breeze was insignificant when it appeared. But when he arrived in front of Lu Qianfeng, it was as if he had emerged from the Nine Nether Realm. A loud crackling sound was heard, and a dense ice surface spread out from in front of Tu Muji, all the way to Lu Qianfeng's body. Forward. What? Lu Qianfeng was filled with anger, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured down from head to toe, leaving only fear. He suddenly raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Boom! A dull loud sound immediately erupted, and Lu Qianfeng's body trembled, and he took a few steps backwards. Everyone looked again. However, he saw that the wind containing the terrifying chill, carrying the low temperature that penetrated straight into his soul, spread along Lu Qianfeng's arms, and in an instant it swept through his whole body, freezing his body from under his arms. This? Lu Qianfeng was horrified. I heard that the great imperial master of the Thousand Islands dynasty owns the Nine Heavens mysterious weapon fan, which is a middle-grade Qian-level magic weapon. However, my Hanyu fan is made of the wings of the extremely cold ice bird, and is a high-grade Qian-level magic weapon. How about it? Isn't this much more powerful than your Nine Heavens mysterious weapon fan? Tu Muji smiled lightly, and gave another slight slap. Lu Qianfeng was shocked. This Han feather fan was many times more powerful than his Jiutian Xiabing fan. Just this chill made his whole body numb, as if his blood and internal energy had been frozen. But when he thought of the 50,000 sons of the Qiandao dynasty who died violently, Lu Qianfeng couldn't contain the murderous intention in his heart. Xu Zi, if you still dare to tease me, I will kill you today. Boom! His inner energy exploded, shattering the ice on his body, and he was about to attack. At this time, Tu Muji's second blow had arrived. Although it was just the same as before, it was just a slight slap, but it suddenly turned around. If Tu Muji's previous fan was like a fierce wind in the cold winter, then the current wind is like a tornado in the wasteland that can tear and crush everything. A small, palm-sized internal swirling airflow quickly blasted out, and by the time it reached Lu Qianfeng, it had transformed into a tornado that was dozens of feet long. In the swirling wind, transparent wind blades 4 to 5 meters long also swept away rapidly. Lu Qianfeng took a step back, preparing to temporarily avoid the edge. But when he retreats, the tornado advances. Lu Qianfeng's retreat was far less rapid than that of the tornado. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the wind suddenly turned into a long dragon that hit Lu Qianfeng's chest heavily. With just a boom sound, Lu Qianfeng received a blow on the spot. He was like a ball kicked by a flying ball, hitting 7 or 8 walls, and flew out of the temple. Master Lu! Everyone exclaimed. Buzz? Seeing Lu Qianfeng being flown out of the temple, the bone-eating flying ants hovering outside the temple were like sharks smelling blood. At this moment, they were swept away in madness. But before he even got close to Lu Qianfeng, he was instantly torn apart by a force invisible to the naked eye. But I saw that where the dust was filled, Lu Qianfeng came rushing towards me. At this moment, he was like a howling wind, a rushing cheetah, and a flashing thunder. A long white wave appeared behind him, as if a wild white dragon swept through the wave. Even the sound barrier was broken by him at this moment. So fast! What a terrifying speed! In a burst of exclamations, Lu Qianfeng grabbed it with his right hand, and a terrifying chill that penetrated his heart quickly gathered. The little bits of cyan light visible to the naked eye gathered crazily in his palm at an extreme speed, transforming into a blue-white ice battle gun. This scene is a long story, but it only happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone came to their senses, Lu Qianfeng had already rushed in front of Tu Muji with one shot at a time. The ice gun was pointed directly at Tu Muji's eyebrows. What a trick! Even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but cheer at this moment. This is extremely cold fighting spirit, Su Yufeng shouted. Maybe Lu Guisher can turn defeat into victory. This one move can seal the victory. The crowd clenched their fists and stared straight ahead. But Tu Muji smiled disdainfully. I saw him holding the cold feather fan tightly in his right hand, and suddenly moved it straight down. At this moment, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered in front of Tu Mu. A wind blade hundreds of meters long suddenly formed with the piercing scream of thousands of steel needles, and then it quickly slashed upward diagonally. Lu Qianfeng, be careful! Yang Mucheng shouted loudly, like thunder. At this moment, Lu Qianfeng's body trembled, and his charging momentum slowed down slightly. But it was Yang Mucheng's sudden drink that saved his life. But he saw this wind blade passing close to the ground,
leaving a bottomless slash deep in the ground. With just a clang sound, the ice spear in Lu Qianfeng's hand was cut off, and it passed close to his body. A diagonally slashed upward wound was deep enough to reveal the bone, and the blood instantly stained the skirt of his clothes red. Even more powerful, it blasted into the sky, and the bone-corroding flying ants that were densely packed like clouds above everyone's heads were cut open like cloth, revealing the bright universe. But there was another buzzing sound, and countless bone-eating flying ants quickly filled in, covering the sky again, as if not a minute was missing. Lu Qianfeng froze on the spot. If Yang Mucheng hadn't shouted in time, Tu Muji would have cut him in half.
Back off!
Yang Mucheng walked up slowly.
You are no match for him. You have just broken through the Xianhai consummation not long ago, and you are unable to fight against him. The other party's cultivation and strength are far higher than yours, and if you continue to fight, it will be in vain.
Lu Qianfeng looked at the broken gun in his hand, and then at Tu Muji, although he was unwilling to do so, and wanted to kill Tu Muji himself. But the opponent's strength was already beyond his imagination, and there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. He lowered his head, hugged Yang Mucheng, and said,
Emperor Yang, I implore you to kill Tu Muji and avenge the 50,000 sons of our Qiandao dynasty. Rest assured.
Yang Mucheng nodded slowly. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and fell on Tu Muji. He said word by word,
I will definitely make him die a bad death.
Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Tu Muji was startled for a moment, and then burst into laughter. He almost laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in his life.
Oldemo Yang, are you the only one?
He turned his eyes, glanced at Yang Mucheng and Lu Qianfeng, looked at Su Yufeng, Lu Yao, and the ancestor of Longtang, and said disdainfully,
You should come together. I alone am enough.
Yang Mucheng stepped forward. Chapter 465, an unprecedented brilliant battle.
Are you alone?
There was a trace of surprise in Tu Mu's eyes. He took a look at the expressions of everyone in the ruined temple, and found that these people had no intention of coming forward to help. So he couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. He originally thought that after these people saw his strength, they should swarm him. But he never expected that Yang Mucheng planned to fight alone. Shaking his head, Tu Muji smiled and said,
That's fine. Oldemo Yang, I heard that you were Hao Tianzhou's unparalleled talent in the past 1,000 years. You rose from the mortal world with little power, and were able to enter the martial arts world and become the emperor of a country. This kind of talent is placed in our dragon palace.
Don't see it too often.
At this point, his eyes turned cold and he sneered.
Unfortunately, a dead person is no longer a genius. Since you are willing to come up and die, then I will take your head first.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was already fanning his cold feather fan. Coal! This moment, the temperature in the entire ruined temple suddenly dropped to freezing point. A wind carrying infinite chill swept towards Yang Mucheng like a cheetah. Wherever it passed, the ground became frosty, and the rock walls froze. Even the bone-eating flying ants outside the ruined temple were instantly frozen into fist-sized pieces of ice under this low temperature, crackling and falling like hailstones.
Di Yang, be careful.
Feeling the chill, Lu Qianfeng cried out. Like Tu Muji, he both possesses the fighting spirit of ice. But because of this, he finally understood how terrifying Tu Mu's strength was. This gust of cold wind is biting and cold, enough to surge into the soul, and even freeze the inner energy. Even if you only come into contact with it a little bit, you will be covered by the ice like maggots on the tarsal bones.
This cold wind is several times more terrifying than before. Can Emperor Yang resist it?
Feeling the power of this cold wind, everyone resisted with difficulty. But at this moment, they still looked ahead with worry. But wherever the cold wind passed, frost spread like lightning, and almost instantly it rushed to Yang Mucheng's feet. Snort. Yang Mucheng's face was cold and full of chills. At the moment when the frost was about to cover his body, Yang Mucheng snorted and waved his right hand suddenly. At this moment, there was a strong wind in the temple. But unlike Tu Muji's cold wind that could freeze everything, everyone just felt like they were in March when spring flowers were blooming. And they even felt warm. But unlike everyone else's comfort, Tu Muji felt a chill in his heart.
What?
He only saw that the power of Yang Mucheng's sudden swing was even more terrifying than his cold feather fan. It actually bombarded the cold wind like a reversing river, shaking the rushing waves. Come! At this moment, Tu Muji was no longer as relaxed and carefree as before. He opened his eyes angrily and waved the cold feather fan in his hand repeatedly. Dozens of wind blades rushed away quickly, interrupting the reversal of chill. But even so, the corner of his clothes was also scratched, and suddenly the corner of his clothes was frozen into a hard block of ice.
Maybe there's a chance of winning.
When everyone saw this scene, they began to look forward to it. But Lu Qianfeng still had a worried look on his face. Only those who have personally fought against Tu Muji will understand how terrifying he is.
This Tu Muji is difficult to deal with,
Lu Qianfeng said slowly.
Isn't the Holy One his opponent?
Lu Yao was surprised and asked quickly.
It's hard to say.
Lu Qianfeng pondered for a moment, then said,
He defeated me with 3 moves before, without using any cultivation at all. He did it easily just by relying on the Han feather fan. Presumably, his hidden strength will be even more terrifying. Bar.
Hearing these words, everyone was shocked and quickly looked forward. But see, Tu Muji's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment. He glanced at the frozen corner of his clothes and slowly raised his head.
Old Demon Yang, I didn't expect that you still have some abilities. No wonder you dared to come to fight alone. As the Emperor, shouldn't you let your subordinates do things like killing people? Tu Muji, you killed 50,000 soldiers of the Qiandao dynasty at the cost of 3,000 elite soldiers. I will take revenge for this with my own hands. Don't say I want to kill you. I can't wait to cramp your skin, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes.
If this is your strength, then your death will come next. Court death.
Tu Muji's eyes turned cold. He suddenly tightened his grip on the cold feather fan and waved it from top to bottom. At this moment, a harsh sword sound was heard, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered rapidly to form a wind sword, which slashed through the air towards Yang Mucheng's position, cleaving the sky and covering the earth. Before the power of this sword was fully revealed, it cut the entire ancient temple in half, and created a long ravine on the ground. Even wherever the sword passed, the entire void was chopped into pieces, leaving a black trail wherever the wind sword passed. I'm afraid this sword can kill the powerful Xianhai perfect man.
Feeling the power of this sword, everyone's expressions changed drastically. However, when they looked at Yang Mucheng, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Yang Mucheng stood quietly, with no trace of panic, shock, fear, or trembling on his face. In addition to indifference, there was a killing intent that even sea water could not wash away in his pupils.
Wake it up for me!
Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. Roar! A shocking dragon roar suddenly resounded. The 5-clawed golden dragon descended like lightning, and its huge dragon claws suddenly caught the wind sword that was struck in the air. Then, the dragon's claws suddenly retracted. This wind sword, which was condensed with infinite internal energy and stirred up by the cold feather fan, was completely crushed by the dragon's claws like glass. Finally, Tu Muji's expression changed drastically and became extremely solemn.
I do not believe!
He roared angrily and waved his Han Yu fan fiercely. The void exploded with a bang, and countless wind blades formed an unorganized turbulence, carrying pieces of air-cutting blades in midair, rushing across a distance of several hundred meters, and shot towards Yang Mucheng. In the eyes of outsiders, the thousands of wind blades controlled by Tu Muji finally condensed into a long flying sword. This flying sword was hundreds of meters long and almost spanned the temple. All the buildings on the ground of the entire temple were cut open by this sharp flying sword, revealing an unfathomable ravine. The power of this sword was several times that of his previous attack.
Di Yang, be careful!
The crowd screamed, but they were unable to move at all under the power of the sword. The strong wind under the power of the sword suppressed all the bones in their bodies and made crackling sounds, and even their feet were smashed into the ground.
Tu Muji, it's over!
Facing the flying sword, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. After a third of his breath, his eyes opened angrily, and a golden glow almost condensed into substance. Her long hair floated behind her, and her roots were raised, as if gods and demons were alive. Just when the flying sword arrived, Yang Mucheng suddenly waved his right hand downwards. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him also waved its claws and struck like an overwhelming force.
Crack!
There was a burst of explosions, and the flying sword was smashed to pieces by a claw. This claw did not restrain itself at all and hit Tu Muji's body directly.
What?
The moment the dragon's claw struck down, Yang Mucheng's expression was moved. Chapter 466: The Secret of Bone Patterns vs. 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Boom! 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 The 5-clawed golden dragon's claw was so powerful that it hit Tu Muji almost instantly. At this moment, The whole earth exploded, with Tu Muji's body as the center. The surrounding earth collapsed one after another. Endless soil and gravel erupted like a fountain, and terrifying cracks spread out densely like spider webs. More at the same time. A wave visible to the naked eye surrounded it, like thousands of horses galloping, like rolling waves, not only completely tearing apart the already crumbling temple, even among the ruins of the ancient city. All the long-abandoned buildings were completely destroyed at this moment. With Dragon Claw as the center, and a radius of nearly a kilometer, it has become a flat land.
Is Tu Muji dead?
Feeling the terrifying power of this claw, everyone looked forward in stunned silence.
I'm afraid he may have no bones left,
Lu Qianfeng murmured.
Could it be?
Su Yufeng froze when she saw Yang Muqing's moved expression, when looking forward again. But see, the dust slowly dispersed, and the dragon's claw did not hit Tu Muji's body, but stopped half a meter above his head. What blocked the dragon's claw was the golden shadow outside Tu Mu's body. The phantom was a demon king with the head of a bull, and the body of a bull.
The secret of bone patterns. It's actually the secret of bone patterns at the demon king level,
Su Yufeng cried out. Tu Muji grinned, revealing his cold teeth.
Old demon Yang, you have the golden body dharma, and I have the bone pattern secret. Let us compete to see who is stronger.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Muji's whole body glowed with golden light, and the demon king that appeared behind him turned into 100 meters in size, and charged towards Yang Mucheng. Seeing Tu Muji's killing move, Yang Mucheng became more motivated to fight. He slammed his feet on the ground and struck towards Tu Muji, who was rushing towards him. Obviously, the two of them planned to give up all their martial arts skills and come to a head-on fight. Boom! In an instant, Yang Mucheng and Tu Muji collided with each other in midair, and the shocking illusions they brought out directly confronted each other. At the same time, because the battle left the scope of the ancient temple, bone-eating flying ants all over the sky continued to sweep towards the two of them. But before these bone-corroding flying ants could get close to the two of them, they were crushed into powder by the power erupted from the confrontation between them. Every time the two sides collided, a wave of air visible to the naked eye erupted, sweeping across the entire world. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. Fight from outside the city to the inside of the city, and from inside the city to outside the city. Everywhere it passed, whether it was a hill or an ancient building, was completely blown to pieces. It's not just the defense of the golden body and the secret transmission of bone patterns. It was also a fight between the wills and bodies of Yang Mucheng and Tu Muji. Although Tu Muji was terrifying, Yang Mucheng's strength was even more astonishing. He has been tempered by dragon blood 3 times, and his strength has reached an unimaginable level. In this battle, the Dragon Palace Claw Killer ranked first. Tu Muji, who was regarded as the great master by the Apocalypse dynasty, was directly bombarded from midair by Yang Mucheng, and fell directly towards the ground. And even the entire huge crater, with a radius of 100 meters, was smashed into the ground. Like a crater. However, Yang Mucheng did not waver at all. Then he stepped on the void, stepped suddenly, and bombarded Tu Muji again.
Damn it!
Tu Muji, who was blasted down from the air, let out a roar. Yang Mucheng's strength exceeded his imagination, even several times higher. Not only is his martial arts amazing, he is also physically strong. This collision caused the blood to surge, and the internal organs seemed to be displaced. He saw Yang Mucheng rushing down from the sky like a drop of rain. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a carp stood up. He quickly turned over and grabbed the sky with his right hand. In an instant, the Demon King's secret bone pattern, which had been bombarded somewhat dimly, actually transformed into reality again. Boom! This palm slapped towards the sky. However, Yang Mucheng's falling speed, instead of slowing down at all, suddenly increased several times at this moment, and he fell in an even more shocking posture. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him suddenly waved its claws and struck towards the Demon King. The attacks carrying the infinite explosive power of both sides collided fiercely under the shocked eyes of countless people. However, this violent blow was not as terrifying as a comet hitting the earth as everyone imagined. But it was silent. But he saw that the Demon King's palm that resisted the dragon claw suddenly trembled, and a crack spread rapidly, quickly covering his whole body.
Broken!
Su Yufeng's beautiful eyes widened, and she could hardly believe it. Under a series of shocking gazes, the Demon King's secret bone pattern that was 100 meters high outside Tu Mu's body actually burst like glass at this moment. turning into dots of light, and suddenly disappearing in the void. Wow! Tu Muji spat out a mouthful of blood mist, screamed and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. He was about to get up from the ground when he saw Yang Muchung rushing to his side. At this moment, he raised his feet and stamped down like thunder. This kick, which contained Yang Muchung's whole body's energy and blood, as well as his inner energy, exploded crazily on Tu Muji's body. Bang! 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 A burst of blood mist burst out crazily. Tu Muji's whole body seemed to explode, and all the bones in his body were trampled to pieces. However, Tu Muji, who was as limp as mud, showed no fear at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Yang Muchung squinted his eyes and stepped on his chest with the soles of his feet, exerting force slowly. Tu Muji's already shattered bones made a shishi sound, and his internal organs were completely shattered with terrible cracks. Woo! Tu Muji's body trembled, and blood overflowed from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Under the torture of pain, his facial features were distorted, and his whole person appeared extremely ferocious. However, there was always a smile in his eyes. Frowning slightly, Yang Muchung was about to ask, but he heard a buzzing sound. He looked up and saw the sky-blocking bone-eating flying ants sweeping toward his location. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Muchung grabbed Tu Muji, tiptoed, and flew back to the ruined temple. Numerous bone-eating flying ants followed quickly, and before they even got close to the temple, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Your Majesty! Di Yang. Seeing Yang Muchung coming back, everyone rushed to greet him. Yang Muchung remained silent and threw Tu Muji down hard. When Lu Qianfeng looked at Tu Muji, he was extremely jealous of his enemy. He roared and rushed towards him. But Tu Muji still laughed coldly. Tell me, why can't I kill you? Yang Muchung's eyes turned and fell on Tu Muji. Chapter 467 The Ancient Tomb appears. What? Can't kill him. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned over and looked at Tu Muji doubtfully. This prodigal dog who is about to die, dares to be so determined, which is simply intolerable. Ha ha! Tu Muji laughed and looked at everyone with idiot-like eyes. He raised his hand with difficulty, pointed at the sky and said, If you kill me, do you think you can get out alive? These bone-eating flying ants are enough to devour you into ashes. Mr. Yang, no matter how strong you are. So what? With your inner strength, can you escape 300 miles? I'm afraid less than half of it will be eaten into bones by these bone-eating flying ants. Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He looked up at the sky and said nothing. The next moment, 2 pillars of fire burst out from his pupils, rising into the sky and pouring into the void. Ha ha! Cursed dragon and sky fire? This kind of large-scale attack martial skill is really good. It can kill a lot of bone-destroying flying ants. But how many can you kill? Tu Muji continued to sneer. But see! The fire dragon flew past and surged into the void. Wherever it passed, the entire sky seemed to be completely burned. Wherever it looked, the endless bone-eating flying ants were completely burned to ashes. But it's just like what Tu Muji said. There are so many bone-eating flying ants. It seems endless. Even though it looked like it was more than half burned out, there was only a buzzing sound, and the sky was densely covered again. Damn it! Yang Muchung took back the cursed dragon sky fire. Even if these endless bone-eating flying ants were burned for a month, they might not be able to burn them all. What? Do you still dare to kill me now? Tu Muji laughed. He looked at Yang Muchung and sneered. Old demon Yang, if I am not completely sure, how can I dare to fight you alone? Hisses. Everyone couldn't help but turn pale. Could it be that he was going to be trapped alive in this ancient city? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and said mockingly, Tu Muji, do you think we are all idiots? I don't believe that you can release these bone-corroding flying ants through Master Pushing. I can't put away these bone-corroding flying ants. Flying ant. You still have to die, Su Yufeng. Lu Qianfeng. Go and study the body of Master Pushing to see if there is any mechanism. Have to say, this Master Pushing was indeed a strong man in the realm of golden elixir. He had jade skin and golden bones. Even though the entire temple was destroyed, his body was still sitting there cross-legged. Su Yufeng and Lu Qianfeng checked for a moment, and then carefully moved the body of Master Pushing away. Di Yang, there is a robber cave here! Su Yufeng shouted. Under the seat of Master Pushing, there is a deep and dark cave. which leads all the way to the underground. The underground is like a huge palace. Considering what happened 500 years ago, this palace must be the graveyard of that powerful man in the Golden Core realm.
It seems that this cemetery is your plan to escape later.
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. Tu Muji's face turned pale. He didn't expect that the other party could actually find the robbery hole. But even so, he still held on, stared at Yang Mucheng, and said,
"Old demon Yang, you can't kill me."
"Oh." Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked over with a smile.
"Tu Muji, if you have any other tricks, please bring them to the manager."
Tu Muzihan said.
"Don't forget my identity. I am from the Dragon Palace. Moreover, I am only the lowest level 1 claw killer. In the Dragon Palace, there are 2 claws who are far superior to me."
3 claw killer. If you kill me, Dragon Palace will definitely not let you go. Even if you are not afraid. Your relatives, your friends, and those closest to you may not be afraid. They are coming in a steady stream and killing those close to you one by one in front of your eyes.
Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng were immediately intoxicated. As people from Nichuanzu, they knew the horror of Dragon Palace. The huge Dragon Palace is even stronger than Tuatian Palace. Its eyeliners and gang members are densely spread throughout Nichuan continent. The killer is hidden in places you can hardly imagine. Anyone who offends Dragon Palace will face the fear of death every day until he has a mental breakdown. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was silent, Tu Muji thought Yang Mucheng was afraid. He laughed loudly.
"Yang Lao Mo, how are you? Are you scared? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might let you go. Come on. Kneel down first and imitate a dog barking for me. You, presumptuous. Be bold."
There were bursts of angry shouts, and Lu Yaoer and the Longtang ancestors looked at Tu Muji. Although at this moment, they wanted to cut Tu Muji into pieces, they did not dare to act rashly because Yang Mucheng did not speak. "But see you." At this time, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head, and his emotionless eyes fell on Tu Muji. These cold-blooded eyes immediately made Tu Muji tremble, as if he had fallen into the 9th netherworld.
"Dragon Palace? Right. Good. I will wait for someone from your Dragon Palace to come. Even if your Dragon Palace doesn't come, I will personally level the Dragon Palace to its foundations,"
said. Yang Mucheng grabbed Tu Muji and said,
"Next, I'll let you taste how it feels to have your bones eaten away by flying ants."
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng threw Tu Muji lightly out of the temple.
Buzz.
A terrible trembling sound suddenly resounded. The endless bone-eating flying ants were like sharks smelling fishy smell. They swept in quickly and completely enveloped Tu Muji in an instant. Waves of painful screams continued to come from the ant colony until they finally died away. After the ants dispersed, Tu Muji had transformed into a forest of white bones.
"This can be regarded as him dying in his own trap,"
Lu Yaoer said slowly. Lu Qianfeng even knelt down and cowed out 3 times outside the ruins of the ancient city, and screamed sadly.
"Children of the Qiandao dynasty, have you seen that Emperor Yang has killed the culprit and avenged you? Let's go. Let's enter the ancient tomb and see how to leave this area."
Yang Mucheng glanced at the bone-eating flying ants that blocked the sky and the sun, and walked towards the robbery cave. Before entering the thief's cave, he glanced at Master Puxin, who was sitting cross-legged on one side. After a moment of concentration, he put the body of Master Puxin into the dragon's tail bracelet. After all, this is a strong man in the Golden Core realm. Although his Dharma body has been corrupted by blood, it is still a rare treasure. After the crowd entered the ancient tomb, the dilapidated and broken temple suddenly became quiet.
Even the entire ancient city was as quiet as death at this moment. Only the bone-eating flying ants that filled the sky were left, still blocking out the sky and the sun. Chapter 468 Donfang's Disaster. In the dark tomb, the silence was almost suffocating. Under the robbery hole, it is a set of artificially dug stone steps, going down one after another, bottomless, as endless as directly leading to the center of the earth. Gong Shaohai was the first to walk in front, with a variety of protective magic weapons surrounding his body. There is the flying buckler that can withstand 9 attacks in a row, and there is the hurricane shield that can absorb most of the damage. These magic weapons rotated around his body like satellites, and the light they emitted was enough to illuminate the dim stone steps. Yang Mucheng followed closely, looking around constantly. This ancient tomb is at least more than 1,000 years old, but the inside of the ancient tomb is spotless. Not a trace of dust can be seen. There are also many weird patterns carved on the walls. but every pattern looks extremely sinister.
This is
unexpected. Gong Xiaohai, who was walking in front, was suddenly startled and stopped. I just saw that a picture on the wall actually depicts a scene that makes people feel numb. A mysterious man shrouded in black robes sat cross-legged in front of an alchemy furnace the size of 7 or 8 people. 3 or 5 green-faced and fanged imps carried the people tied up one by one and threw them into the alchemy furnace one by one. Further back. But he saw that the mysterious man in black robe stood up and opened his mouth to the sky, trying to swallow the sun. The third and fourth pictures are not very clear. Yang Mucheng rubbed the mural and said in a deep voice,
"This picture seems to describe the principle of a golden elixir enters my belly, and my destiny is determined by me. I cannot control it.
Everyone looked around. Can't help but nod. Although the subsequent patterns are not very clear, they still express a state of ups and downs, clouds and rain. But it is very much like having reached the golden elixir realm and possessing sufficient strength.
Young Emperor, what does this first pattern mean? Is it using someone to make elixirs?"
Lu Qiafeng couldn't help but ask.
"It's very possible. So far, I have met 3 alchemists who use people to refine elixirs. The first one is Zhou Xiaotian from Yaowang Valley. He used boys and girls to refine the supreme holy pill. The second one is Sheng, the master of Danqi and Chuandu plans to use the blood of my 9 Longtang ancestors as a medicine introduction and my heart as the main medicine to refine the heaven-winning good fortune pill."
Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, thinking about the alchemist he had met, and said slowly,
"These alchemists all use people to make elixirs. Therefore, the owner of this ancient tomb used people to make elixirs. After taking them, he reached the realm of golden elixirs, and then he became powerful enough. But unfortunately, for some unknown reason, but it has fallen."
A strong person in the golden elixir realm has a lifespan of 3,000 years. The strength is even more powerful. Therefore, in the martial arts world, there is a saying that,
"If a golden elixir enters my belly, my fate is determined by me, and not by God." It is very common for people to make alchemy by people.
Yang Mucheng saw the shocked expressions on everyone's face, and couldn't help but said calmly,
"I have read many classics in Tuojian Palace. In the martial arts world, some evil alchemists will do this. Ordinary alchemists use heavenly spirits and earthly treasures to make elixirs. But heavenly spirits and earthly treasures are not common. But they are common among people. The higher the cultivation level, the body, muscles, bones, and blood of people are no less than those of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. And they are used for the effect of refining the elixir will be more powerful than the treasures of heaven and earth. It's just that these evil alchemists act wantonly and are naturally hostile to many people in the martial arts world. They are like mice that cannot see the sun and can only hide in the darkness. Therefore, as time goes by, some people forget this method. But the methods of these alchemists have been passed down from generation to generation."
Yang Mucheng patted the mural on the wall and said,
"This ancient tomb is probably the place where such evil alchemy masters belong. Please be careful."
Hearing what Yang Mucheng said, everyone's hearts froze. Su Yufeng seemed to have remembered something and said quickly,
"This is Su Zhuxuan's tomb."
Seeing everyone's gaze, Su Yufeng quickly explained, "Turn out to be. There are also records about this Su Zhuxuan in the Tianqi dynasty." Just as Yang Mucheng had speculated before, the owner of the tomb was a strong man in the Golden Core realm who disappeared 2,000 years ago. He got an elixir recipe by accident, and it was this elixir recipe that made him a strong man in the Golden Elixir realm.
"It seems that this is how Su Zhuxuan reached the Golden Elixir realm."
Everyone nodded. Su Yufeng shook her head.
"The scary thing about this elixir recipe is that it can create powerful men in the Golden Elixir realm without any limit. And there is almost no possibility of failure. There is no airtight wall in the world. And the secret of Su Zhuxuan's elixir recipe was eventually leaked. No matter whether it was a decent person or a fellow evil alchemist, they all regarded Su Zhuxuan as a piece of fat and wanted to capture him. At that time, Hao Tianzhou, Nichuanzu, and even hundreds of continents were involved. And he could not escape from the world. The Jindan realm is all in the middle of a fight. This battle is called the Elixir Disaster in the martial arts world. It lasted for 30 years, and thousands of powerful people in the Golden Elixir realm fell. But in the end, Su Zhuxuan disappeared and no one got the prescription. Even so, the martial arts world still searched for Su Zhuxuan for hundreds of years. But in the end, he was forgotten. Unexpectedly, Su Zhuxuan had already built a mausoleum for himself, just under this ancient tomb. Su Yufeng sighed and said, "Those bone-eating flying ants are probably a desperate trap set by Su Zhuxuan to prevent anyone from entering his cemetery."
Hisses. It's terrible to mass-produce powerful people in the Golden Core realm. This news is simply more terrifying than the previous use of people to refine elixirs.
But I can't figure out why those strongmen still come to compete for this elixir recipe when they have reached the golden elixir realm themselves?
Lu Yao asked. At this time, Yang Mucheng finally spoke. He glanced at everyone and said,
"If I knew the existence of this elixir, I would definitely grab it."
"Yes. How terrifying is a strong man in the golden elixir realm. It can even be paired with the fate theory of,
if a golden elixir enters my belly, my fate is determined by God."
It can be seen that the status of a strong person in the golden elixir realm is known. A force has a strong person in the golden core realm. As long as the strong person in the golden core realm does not die, the force can remain standing. If there were 10, or even hundreds, it would be a terrible situation. Do you dare to deal with me? I said a strong man in the golden core realm. If one is not enough, then 2 or 3, even 10 or 100. No matter how powerful you are, these powerful men in the golden core realm are enough to crush you to death.
"Let's go!"
Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and stepped forward first. Originally, he just wanted to find a way to kill those bone-eating flying ants through this ancient tomb. But now, he has a new idea, which is to get this prescription. 2,000 years of silence are enough to render most of the traps in this tomb ineffective. Even all kinds of formations will be weakened in power. Yang Mucheng took the lead and summoned the 9-dragon flying sword to protect him in front of him. No matter what appears, it will be crushed and killed in an instant. In just half a day, everyone has arrived at the tomb of Su Zhuxuan. But after entering the main tomb, Yang Mucheng stopped because he had already seen Su Zhuxuan. Chapter 469, The Art of Corpse Refining, 4th update. But see, the huge main tomb hall was empty. The surroundings are still the same as before, showing an extremely gloomy state. In the center of the main hall, there are 3 bronze coffins, each with some strange magic circles carved on them. And at the front of the 3 coffins is a throne made entirely of bones. An old man with a hooked nose and deep eyes sat there. It's death. It seems alive. His eyes were still staring straight ahead, and anyone who entered the main tomb had the illusion that Su Zhuxuan was staring at them.
"It seems this is it."
Gong Xiaohai nodded.
"Ordinary people will keep their most precious things with them after death. Your Majesty, I will go and search. Caution comes first."
Yang Mucheng nodded. Duh. As Gong Xiaohai advanced, everyone could not help but hold their breath and concentrate at this moment. In the empty hall, only his gentle footsteps were left. At a certain moment, an extremely chaotic sound suddenly came in.
"Something's wrong. What is this sound?" It seemed like a knock on the door.
Everyone quickly looked around. But where is the door in this hall?
That voice came from the coffin.
Yang Mucheng was stunned. At this moment, everyone looked over. Only a sound of dong. Dong and dong was heard, coming from inside the coffin. These knocking sounds were extremely dull, but they reached everyone's hearts. Buzz! The ceiling gray formations on the 3 bronze coffins emitted a large black light at this moment, and a strange experience quickly passed through the entire hall.
"Come back quickly!"
Yang Mucheng shouted quickly. However, before he finished speaking, he heard 3 muffled sounds.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The stuck bronze coffin lid suddenly rose into the sky and spun into the air. At the same time, 3 figures flew out of the coffin and rushed towards Gong Xiaohai's location. One of the figures was the fastest and arrived in front of Gong Xiaohai in an instant. He raised his palm and patted it towards Gong Xiaohai. This is extremely fast. How could Gong Xiaohai react? He only heard a crackling sound, and the 9 shields protecting him exploded at this moment because they could not bear the power of the palm. The figure also trembled violently and took a few steps back. Almost at the same time, another small figure flew over and struck with a shocking blow. At this moment, the dazzling array of protective magic weapons in front of Gong Xiaohai couldn't bear the power of this palm and exploded crazily. And this terrifying force shocked Gong Xiaohai's body and shuddered directly back. Tongue! Immediately afterwards, another old figure came chasing after him, and a pair of fleshy palms rushed towards Gong Xiaohai. The power of these 3 figures is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Just as the last figure rushed towards him, Yang Mucheng stepped forward and slapped him away with his palm.
What?
Yang Mucheng's face remained unchanged, but he was suddenly shocked. He has now reached the peak of Xianhai in cultivation, and has experienced dragon blood tempering 3 times. His physical strength is astonishingly powerful. Even a strong person with complete Xiankai will be injured. But after Yang Mucheng swatted away, he felt as if he had hit a piece of soft cotton without any strength at all, and the black shadow trembled and flew away into the distance. Ting! 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 3 black shadows flew over quickly, and stood side by side. Only then did everyone see clearly the existence that jumped out of the coffin. An old man with a long beard, a beautiful woman, and a child with yellow hair. These 3 people are all in a state of golden skin and jade bones. But what is surprising is that they have no breath at all.
Is this the art of corpse refining?
Gong Xiaohai got up from the ground and looked forward nervously. When he saw these 3 beings attacking him, he couldn't help but be stunned and shouted.
It should not be an ordinary corpse, but a strong man in the golden elixir realm.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 corpses carefully. After hearing this, there were constant screams around him. And then he continued.
No, wrong. These 3 corpses are almost identical to the previous corpses of Master Puxin. Presumably, they must be the guys who were plundered by Su Zuxuan and set up to guard the tomb.
Everyone looked forward. These 3 corpses were indeed a little different from normal people. They stood there quietly, seemingly not moving at all. But everyone can foresee that as long as you cross a certain boundary, you will be attacked.
I'll try.
Su Yufeng rolled her eyes and walked forward cautiously. After 3 or 4 steps, she came to the coffin lid. The coffin lid was made of bronze and showed the rustic traces of time. It is covered with semi-hollow patterns, which instead of making the coffin lid more fragile, actually gives it a dull and thick feel. She knocked lightly, then kicked hard. Call! There was a whistling sound, and the coffin lid, which was the size of a door panel, flew out and flew towards the old corpse. The old corpse was motionless. Just before the coffin lid reached the body, it suddenly struck and smashed the coffin lid into pieces with one palm. Just when everyone didn't know what Su Yufeng wanted to do, they saw Su Yufeng slowly take a few steps forward, then suddenly step back like lightning.
Young Emperor, these 3 corpses are the guards of the entire hall. They have no independent consciousness and rely entirely on instinct for defense.
As she spoke, her right hand suddenly slashed on the ground, leaving a sword mark. This sword mark was about 15 steps away from the 3 corpses.
As long as you don't cross this line, the 3 corpses will make no movement. Once you cross it, the 3 corpses will react. Moreover, the 3 corpses will attack together.
Hisses. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but inhale a chill from their teeth.
These are 3 powerful golden elixirs. Are we all going to be trapped and die here? What should I do?
Everyone frowned for a while. I originally thought that I had found a way. But who would have thought that there are actually 3 powerful Jindan people taking charge? There is a strong man in the golden elixir in front of you, and there are bone-eating flying ants in the sky behind.
Don't worry.
Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath and said,
These 3 people are certainly strong men in the golden core realm, but they are already dead. They have no physical strength, but no inner strength. However, they only have the fighting power of Xianhai perfection. With my strength, they should be able to deal with them.
Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and slowly walked forward. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent again. The only sound left was Yang Mucheng's footsteps. Everyone looked at it with bated breath, only to see Yang Mucheng getting closer and closer to the sword mark made by Su Yufeng. 3 steps. 2 steps. Step. Just as he stepped over, the 3 corpses moved. Boom! A dull and terrifying loud sound resounded loudly. And then, he saw 3 corpses flying towards Yang Mucheng like arrows flying past tigers and leopards. These are the corpses of 3 powerful Jindan men.
Yang? Your Majesty.
At this moment, there were constant calls in the ancient tomb. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked forward. But Yang Mucheng, facing the 3 corpses, did not retreat but advanced. Instead, he rushed forward and rushed towards them. Chapter 473 Corpses. 3 corpses like jackals. Just like jackals hunting prey on the grassland. Although the movements cannot be said to be consistent, there is a mysterious tacit understanding between them. The 3 parties present a formation that is like the word pin, with the horns between them. The momentum is overwhelming. The fastest one was still the slightly shriveled and thin old corpse. This old corpse looks like a Taoist fairy, with a long beard and white hair, and a golden crown and robe. No matter how you look at it, He was a big shot during his lifetime. But at this moment, his face was painted with layers of blood, like tattoo-like lines, and his whole person was extremely evil.
Drink!
Yang Muchung closed his eyes and quickly took a step forward. Suddenly, it went from extreme movement to extreme stillness. He put a punch under his ribs. His bones cracked, and the spine on his back danced like a dragon, as if smashing all obstacles. He quickly blasted forward. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the old corpse actually smiled strangely, raised his fist, and hit him as well. Boom! Fighting with both fists. A hurricane arose. The 3 surrounding bronze coffins were completely crushed by the hurricane kicked off by this punch.
Damn! This feeling appears again!
Yang Muchung's eyes closed, and he punched out, as if hitting a ball of cotton. It was light, and had nowhere to put any force. It's an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The old corpse calmly retreated, swept towards the rear, stepped back a few steps, and then quickly rushed over. At the same time, the female corpse and the child corpse were already approaching, and a pair of fleshy palms covered with blood streaks struck directly.
Get out of my way!
Yang Muchung roared angrily, and the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. 2 huge dragon claws slashed down in the air, one on the left and one on the right, directly smashing the 2 corpses from midair into the ground. The stone slabs paved with obsidian in the main hall exploded rapidly.
Has it been killed?
At this moment, everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. After all, the golden body of this 5-clawed golden dragon is extraordinary. It can even smash 2 Muji's secret bone pattern. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with these 3 corpses. But when everyone looked at it, their hearts dropped. But they saw the 2 corpses holding the sky with their hands, as if they were lifting thousands of kilograms of objects. And they were actually slowly lifting the dragon claws that had been pressed down.
It's useless. Not good.
Just when Yang Muchung was in a stalemate with the 2 corpses, the old corpse was already grinning and running towards Yang Muchung. Everyone screamed in surprise. But it was too late to save him. The other party's speed was really too fast, beyond everyone's imagination. But he saw that the old corpse had turned into an afterimage, whistling like the wind. Almost in an instant, he rushed in front of Yang Muchung. But in the next moment, he saw a pair of fleshy palms slashing at him crazily. Although it seemed silent, each palm hit the golden body hard, above the physical appearance. With every palm strike, there was a huge crack that spread rapidly. The next moment, the old corpse's fist was like a torrent, piercing through the void and smashing a hole in the golden body with a bang. The fist hit Yang Muchung's chest with unabated force. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, it was firmly printed on Yang Muchung's body.
Boom!
With a muffled sound, Yang Muchung's body trembled and he flew backwards. Every step he took was sonorous and powerful on the ground. Wherever he passed, he left a patch of mottled footprints in front of him.
Your Majesty!
Following the exclamation, the crowd rushed in the next moment and protected Yang Muchung. Guarding against the 3 corpses continued attack. But the 3 corpses did not chase after them. Instead, they flew back to the original place in a soaring motion, and stood quietly, with the attitude of,
those who cross the line will die. Yang Emperor, these 3 corpses are too strong. Let's go around here.
Su Yufeng looked at Yang Muchung, who had a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and even a dent in his chest, and said worriedly,
there are so many of us. It is always possible if it doesn't work in one day. It will take a month if it doesn't work in 1 month. It will take a year. Yes, Your Majesty. After all, these 3 corpses are powerful golden elixirs. They are physically powerful and invincible.
Gong Xiaohai said quickly. Yang Muchung is their backbone. He was the emperor of the entire Dacian dynasty. If something happened to him, no one would dare to imagine it. He. Yang Muchung grinned, slowly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly,
I have a way to break it. You guys stand here and watch, and see how I destroy them. Your Majesty.
Lu Yaoer said worriedly. It's not that they can't trust Yang Muchung, but that these 3 corpses are too powerful. They were originally strong men in the Golden Core realm. After reaching the Golden Core realm, their physical bodies were comparable to those of demon kings. If they can't even smash the golden body of the Dharma, what else can be used to deal with them?
Everyone,
get ready.
Yi Shujin narrowed his eyes and whispered,
when the 3 corpses attack again, we must block the attack of the 3 corpses even if we risk our lives to ensure that the saint's body is golden.
Everyone nodded. clenched their fists and took a step forward. At this moment, their muscles were roaring, and their internal energy was like a tide, ready to take action at any time. Boom! Just when Yang Muchung stepped over the sword mark, the three corpses moved. At this moment, he rushed towards Yang Muchung with an even faster and more terrifying attitude than before. Do it! At this moment, Yi Shujin shouted loudly. However, just as they were about to take action, Yang Muchung took the lead. But seeing him smear, the golden body and Dharma image emerged again. The huge dragon claw suddenly flew past and was the first to attack. However, this time, Yang Muchung attacked not old corpses, but female and child corpses. A dragon claw brought up a gust of wind, which suddenly flew through the void and struck the child's corpse first. The child's corpse was about to leap high and pounce on Yang Muchung, when it was hit by the dragon's claw and smashed directly into the ground. The female corpse followed closely behind. Before it even got close, the five-clawed golden dragon swung its tail and sent it flying away. It was like a cannonball that was blasted out, hit 3 or 4 pillars, and fell into a cloud of dust. But the old corpse was still unabated and rushed towards him. The sword emerges from the rainbow. Yang Muchung closed his eyes, opened his big mouth, and the 9 swords flew out in an instant, piercing his body with a sudden blast. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been dead long ago. But this old corpse still had some energy left and was still striking with one claw. Crush it to me. His eyes opened angrily, and the golden light behind Yang Muchung was strong. 2 huge dragon claws, like Buddhist palms clasped together, smacked together fiercely. Just hearing a bang explosion, the old corpse was crushed into pieces by both claws. And this time, in the dust and ruins, the corpses of children and women slowly stood up. But without the old corpse, the 3 corpses were no longer able to play a leading role, unable to attack and defend at the same time, and were quickly killed. Without these 3 corpses, the last mechanism in the entire ancient tomb has been broken. Everyone can face Su Zhuxuan directly. Does the legendary elixir recipe really exist? Yang Muchung walked towards Su Zhuxuan on the bone throne with great anticipation. Chapter 471 Jin Yuan Holy Pill. On the throne, on Su Zhuxuan's legs, there was an ordinary wooden box. Yang Muchung opened it carefully and found a piece of paper made of Demon King's skin inside, with a few writings on it. He picked it up and took a closer look, and immediately narrowed his eyes. That's right. It was the elixir recipe that could produce powerful golden elixirs in batches. I didn't expect it to actually exist. A strong man in the Golden Core realm. He looked up. However, they saw that whether it was Lu Yao, Su Yufeng or Lu Qianfeng, they were all standing far away. They are not afraid of any agency. But to avoid suspicion, notice, the elixir prescription in Yang Muchung's hand was the one that caused the fall of countless powerful golden elixirs 2,000 years ago. Could the content above be what they read? They are not allowed to read even a single word. And they are not allowed to leak even a single word about what happened here today. Otherwise they will be killed. Yang Muchung's eyes turned and fell on everyone. He slowly said, "Those who are here today are all my confidants. I think you all know the value of this prescription. I don't want what happened today to spread. I think you should know what to do." Right. Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng's hearts moved. The two of them. One was the great imperial master, and the other was the empress of the Tianqi dynasty. How could they be idiots? They naturally understood the meaning of Yang Muchung's words. They were the only 2 people present who were not Yang Muchung's confidants. This was to make them loyal. I, Lu Qianfeng, am willing to serve the Holy Emperor. Long live my emperor. I, Su Yufeng, am willing to be loyal to your majesty. Long live our emperor. Finished, the 2 of them bowed respectfully. And Yang Muchung did not show any pretense and accepted their bows. Yang Muchung smiled and said, "I think you all know that if you want to reach the Golden Elixir realm, there are 2 ways." Everyone nodded. The first one is to continuously improve your cultivation level through gradual practice, and finally reach the Golden Elixir realm. Although this method is particularly common, it is the most difficult one. How many of the world's geniuses got stuck in this step and died of regret? Even in the martial arts world, only 3 or 4 can appear in a continent's 36 countries. The second type is to directly swallow the demon elixir of the Demon King and the golden elixir of the strong man in the Golden Elixir realm. But such a chance of success is often less than 1 in 10 million. Many people who risked their lives to break through finally exploded and died
because they could not withstand the huge power in the demon elixir and golden elixir.
This elixir recipe is very simple. It uses the golden elixir powerhouse as a medicine guide, and then uses dozens of heavenly and earthly treasures as assistants to directly refine the elixir and refine it into a golden essence, holy elixir. The person who takes it, you can be directly promoted to a powerful Gene Dan.
To put it bluntly, it is to kill a strong golden elixir on the opponent's side. Seize its inner elixir, refine it into an elixir, and after taking it, you can become a strong golden elixir.
Kill a golden elixir strongman and refine a golden elixir strongman for yourself. Every golden elixir strongman is the most powerful and terrifying existence in a party. How to hunt them down. This elixir recipe is of no use at all.
Su Yufeng's expression turned faint. Change. A little disappointed.
Moreover, if you do this, it will definitely attract the attention of many forces. When the time comes, it will inevitably lead to another disaster.
Gong Xiaohai couldn't help but sigh. There is a treasure, but it cannot be used. What a pity is this. Seeing everyone's regretful expressions, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said with a smile.
That's right. Although we can't hunt down the powerful golden elixir, we can hunt down the demon king. Every time we kill a demon king, we will seize the demon elixir and use it to refine it.
Transformation. You can also refine the Jin Yuan Holy Pill, and you can still be promoted to the realm of the Golden Pill.
Yes. Hunting for a strong man in the golden elixir realm will cause chaos in the martial arts world.
But no one will care about hunting the Demon King.
However, through this method, even those who have reached the Golden Core realm will be 3 points weaker than the real Golden Core realm masters. However, this is not an irreparable fatal flaw.
Yang Mucheng knows that the pill is Tao. Naturally saw the flaws in this elixir at a glance. Everyone hurriedly listened attentively. No one wants to finally reach the Golden Core realm, only to be ahead above others.
First, when taking this elixir, it is best to take it during the period of Master Xianhai. Second, after the breakthrough, stay in seclusion and stabilize for 3 days. From now on, every step of improvement must lay a solid foundation.
Yang Mucheng nodded. He took out the 9 dragons hunting cauldron from the dragon's tail bracelet, and took out the golden elixir from the body of Master Puxin, Su Zhuxuan, and the bronze coffin, and began to refine the golden yuan holy Dan. This alchemy. It took a full 9 days to refine. Until the 9th day, the elixir is completed. Yang Mucheng did not take it, but directly rewarded the golden yuan holy pill to everyone in Longtang.
Lu Qianfeng, your cultivation has reached Xianhai perfection, and you are closest to the Grandmaster. So I will give you this elixir first. Yi Shu Jin, as the leader of the Dragon Hall, you have made a lot of contributions to me, and I will reward you with this elixir. Yao Chen, Gong Xiaohai, Xiao Tianqing.
After all the 5 golden essence, holy pills were rewarded. Yang Mucheng said calmly.
I said that if you follow me, I will definitely lead you to seek immortality and find the Great Road. Ancestors of Longtang, you all have a share. As long as you follow me, if you follow my will, I will never favor one over the other, and I will help you all rise to the realm of golden elixir. But you should keep one thing in mind. If you follow me, your life will no longer belong to you, but to me. Don't think that you can be lawless after reaching the golden elixir realm. What I give to you today, you will be able to do 10 times more tomorrow. Take it back. If you dare to betray me, I will kill you even if you go to H.L. or fall into poverty. We follow the holy order. We dare not disobey it.
The crowd kept shouting. How can such an emperor not make people sincerely convinced? Even if he didn't take it himself, he would still reward it to his ministers. Some of the ancestors who did not get the elixir felt a little regretful, but they defended Yang Mucheng more and more in their hearts. After all, only Yang Mucheng can help them successfully reach the Golden Core realm. As for the ancestors who got the elixir, they were even more loyal and wanted to be ruined. Yang Mucheng also knew why he didn't leave a single pill for himself. This Jin Yuan holy pill is only prepared for those warriors who have no hope of being promoted to the golden pill. But he does not need it. Moreover, after taking this elixir, although it is upgraded to a golden elixir, it will also leave hidden diseases with an unstable foundation. It will take at least several years to heal. For Yang Mucheng, the gain outweighs the loss. He has the ancient heaven swallowing technique, and it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to the Golden Core realm. With this elixir, we can make up for the shortcomings of the Dacian dynasty. Dragon Palace? Do you have 2 or 3 golden elixir experts? Uh-huh. When you come to my Dacian dynasty next time, I am afraid that there will already be more than 100 powerful Jin Dan in my Dacian dynasty. Chapter 472 The Battle of Jilman. Searched in the ancient tomb, everyone finally found a mechanism that could capture the bone-eating flying ants. But within half a day, all these bone-eating flying ants were wiped out. To be on the safe side and fear that others would find any clues from Su Zixuan's tomb, Yang Mucheng simply burned the entire tomb to ashes before continuing towards the palace of the Apocalypse dynasty. After Lu Qianfeng and others obtained the Jinyuan holy pill, they did not take it immediately, because Yang Mucheng said, "It will be most effective when your cultivation reaches Master Xianhai." During this period of time, they quickly upgraded their cultivation to Xianhai Grandmaster. Certainly, Yang Mucheng also gave the 5 of them a task, which was to hunt the Demon King after they reached the Golden Elixir realm. In the past, when Yang Mucheng assigned tasks to them, they did not dare to disobey. Now when I order them again, they all want to fight for it. Of the mighty 50,000 strong 3 kingdoms allied forces, there are now only 100 or so left. However, the murderous intention exuded has not diminished at all, but has become stronger and stronger. Although Su Yufeng was deprived of the throne and driven out of the Tianqi dynasty, but in the Apocalypse dynasty, she still has many old subordinates waiting, ready to raise troops to restore the country at any time. Before Yang Mucheng and others arrived here, cities and counties over there were already quickly rising up to resist Yin Hao's tyranny. Wherever it passed, it wiped out all the rebels with a devastating force, and crushed them towards the imperial city of the Apocalypse dynasty. A letter of battle report was quickly delivered to the palace Yin Hao. At this moment, Yin Hao was already frowning. He never expected that Tu Muji would actually die, this being known as the God of War, who had commanded thousands of battles in the martial arts world, and who had never lost a single battle. Tu Shui was actually dead. This is not a feudal general in the mortal world. This is a being who has commanded countless warriors, and won great victories in wars in the martial arts world.
My dear friends, what else can you do? Su Yufeng's army has already arrived at the city. Do you want to hold on to it? Or do you want the whole army to attack and fight to the death?
Yin Hao is a strong man at the master level after all, and he can still calm down the chaotic mood at this time.
I didn't expect to be able to defeat the one-claw killer who is ranked number 1 in our Dragon Palace. TSK. 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 Presumably, it must be old Imo Yang who does it.
At this time, a warrior in black robes slowly walked out. If others dared to laugh at him at this juncture, Yin Hao would be furious. But the other party was from Dragon Palace. A 2-clawed killer even more terrifying than Tu Muji.
Master Jijin, please stop joking. Do you have any way to repel the enemy for me?
Yin Hao said helplessly. The black-robed man named Master Jijin smiled lightly and said,
"Of course, most of these armies that rose up are a mob. But after all, there are so many of them, more than 100,000, that there is no way for me to retreat alone."
Yin Hao's face turned pale.
Then what should we do? Don't worry.
Master Jijin quickly comforted him.
Although I can't retreat, it's enough to make them retreat without a fight. Master, please speak.
Yin Hao said quickly.
These troops are mainly composed of Su Yufeng, Yang Laomo, and Lu Qianfeng. As long as these 3 people are killed, these troops will naturally retreat. Your Majesty, you only need to write a letter and have a fight with them.
The battle between gentlemen can lure them into taking the bait,
Master Jijin said with a smile.
A battle between gentlemen?
Yin Hao pondered for a moment and was overjoyed.
This is an excellent plan.
Outside the imperial city, the huge imperial capital was surrounded by a large army, and it was difficult for even a fly to escape, let alone letting people escape. There is the largest military tent among the 3 armies. This is where Yang Mucheng and others discuss military affairs, and no one else is allowed to enter. But now, a man in black robe came here. He handed a letter of challenge to Yang Mucheng with a smile, cupped his hand and said,
"Di Yang, I am here on behalf of the Emperor of the Apocalypse dynasty, and I want to start a gentleman's battle with you."
"Come! It is none other than the 2-clawed killer of Dragon Palace, Master Jijin."
"What is a gentleman's war?"
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and asked. Master Jijin raised 3 fingers and said,
"Your army and our army will send out 3 strong men to engage in a melee. If you lose, retreat on your own and leave Su Yufeng to us. If we fail, we exit the imperial city and hand Yin Hao over to you. What if I don't agree?"
Yang Mucheng sneered.
"There are now 120,000 troops outside the city. And there is a steady stream of rebels from the entire Apocalypse dynasty coming here. How many troops are there in your city? And how long can they resist?
Master Jijin mocked.
Young Emperor. Let me give you the bottom line. Although there are not many troops in the city, there are many Dragon Palace killers. Just a ragtag group like you. If you want to break into the city, you will not have half a year.
It's impossible. Of course you can refuse.
As he said that, Master Jijin glanced at Yang Macheng and said with a disdainful smile.
In that case, I will think that you, Yang Macheng, are just a coward. Presumptuous. Be bold. Tongue.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the military tent stood up and looked at Master Jijin with great momentum. If you dare to scold Yang Macheng in front of him, aren't you seeking death?
Sit down.
Yang Macheng glanced at him and said calmly.
When the two armies are fighting, the envoy will not be killed. Don't you even understand this principle?
Suddenly, Lu Qianfeng, Gong Xiaohai and others sat down reluctantly. But he was still staring at Master Jijin, wishing he could twitch and skin him. Yang Macheng played with a letter of challenge in his hand and said with a smile.
How courageous! You are the first person who dares to insult me in front of me. But don't worry. I won't kill you today. As for your gentleman's war, I agreed. If you have any other requests, just ask.
Master Jijin glanced at the Xianhai realm powerhouses, who obeyed many words, with a look of surprise on his face. They seemed shocked as to why so many strong men supported Yang Macheng so desperately. However, he quickly came back to his senses and continued.
Di Yang, I hope you can also appear among the 3 members of the Gentleman's Battle. You have killed many killers in our Dragon Palace. Naturally, I will not forget this grudge. And in the battle between gentlemen, I will kill you with my own hands. Really?
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and said coldly.
Okay, I'll wait.
Master Jijin took 2 steps back, put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly, saying,
Emperor Yang, see you in 3 days.
Finished, he laughed 3 times, turned and left.
A battle between gentlemen?
Yang Macheng lowered his eyes and looked at the letter of challenge in his hand. The next moment, his eyes turned cold, and he clenched the letter of challenge with his fingers. He heard a bang sound, and the letter of challenge burned to ashes in his palm.
Very good. I'll see what kind of people you can send in 3 days.
Chapter 473 5 Xianhai Grandmasters. 3 days later, in front of the Imperial City formation, there were many troops gathered around.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of drums that shook the sky spread throughout the Imperial City. The 3 armies retreated 20 miles and gradually separated, leaving a large open space. Yang Macheng stood in the formation with his hands behind his back. In this battle of gentlemen, Yang Macheng, Lu Qianfeng, and Su Yufeng appeared. These 3 people are the 3 with the highest strength and cultivation among the 3 armies, and no one can replace them. As for Yin Hao's side, no one knows which 3 people will be sent. But in order to win this battle, Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng both borrowed many magic weapons. But see, Lu Qianfeng was currently wearing an amber soft jade robe, holding a Xian Bing Han smelting spear, and 3 Qiankuan Luo Yu mirrors were constantly flying outside his body. These 3 existences are all at the middle level of Xian level. Su Yufeng is also wearing a mid-level Xian level magic weapon, and the white mist immortal clothes support her like a fairy descending to earth. A white jade sword in her hand pointed diagonally at the ground, and a purple golden ling flew around her body, as if it were spiritual. But Yang Macheng. But he was dressed in casual clothes, with no weapons or magic weapons. It was as if he had no part in this gentleman's battle, and was just here to watch. Therefore, this scene also aroused everyone's speculation. After all, it is impossible for everyone in the army of more than 100,000 to have seen Yang Macheng. So when he came out of the battle like this, he immediately started talking in private.
Who is this kid? He is actually standing with Emperor Su and Master Lu?
Someone asked in confusion.
Don't talk nonsense. This is Emperor Yang of the Dacian dynasty, a powerful man at the pinnacle of Xianhai. He is known as Old Demon Yang. Didn't you see that the 3 armies are all headed by him?
Someone quickly covered his companion's mouth. He made a gesture of silence.
Is he Emperor Yang? Is this Mr. Yang?
Many people also realized that this person with his hands behind his back and almost no internal energy fluctuations in his body, just like an ordinary boy in the secular world, was actually the existence that stirred up the entire Shangqing dynasty, the youngest emperor in the martial arts world today. 3 of our own party have already appeared. But what about the 3 local people? Some people were waiting eagerly, secretly guessing what kind of lineup the opponent should send to deal with the enemy.
Coming!
Yang Mucheng suddenly looked up. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a terrifying aura rushing crazily from the Imperial City.
Roar!
A dragon roar that shook the sky suddenly resounded through the void. But he saw a huge lizard with its back and 2 wings, and its body burning with red flames rushing out of the palace. To this big demon, the majestic palace is like a toy piled up by a child. It can be easily used as a stepping stone. And it quickly flies up with a rolling heat wave. Coming quickly, a man in royal robes stood above the head of this dragon-like lizard-like monster.
Yin Hao!
Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Su Yufeng recognized the other party immediately. At this time, another black shadow rushed out of the palace. The black shadow was dozens of meters long. It was a big black-scaled snake. On the big snake's triangular head, there was an old woman with white hair sitting cross-legged.
This is the 2-clawed killer of Dragon Palace. Black Snake Woman.
Everyone was speechless. However, they saw that the space between Black Snake Woman and Yin Hao rippled like a tide, and a black-robed figure came out. This last person is Master Jijin. The 3 armies were stunned and silent. Whether it is Yin Hao, Black Snakepa, or Master Jijin, they are all strong men in the Xianhai Grandmaster realm. On the other hand, among them, only Lu Qianfeng was at the level of Xianhai perfection, while Yang Mucheng and Su Yufeng were both at the peak of Xianhai.
This is a gentleman's battle. You shouldn't have agreed to it at all.
Among the 3 armies, those who thought the white-bearded old man couldn't help but patted his legs in regret.
The big demon under Yin Hao's feet is called the Scarlet Fire Dragon, and it is also a being in the Xianhai Grandmaster realm. The black-scaled snake under Black Snakepa is also a big demon in the Xianhai Grandmaster realm, and it is called the Black Dragon Qiao. This not only are there 3 Xianhai Grandmasters, there are clearly 5 of them. Yes, Yang Mucheng made a miscalculation, talking about a gentleman's war with these rebel killers. Just crush them in with the army. If we can't defeat them in half a year, it will take 1 year. If we don't defeat them in 1 year, it will take 10 years.
Some people couldn't help shaking their heads. This gentleman's battle has already been lost by 50% before it even begins. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The Black Dragon was even more powerful than the one he killed in Dragon Blood Valley. It is even similar to the Darling Mountain Turtle in Qiandao Lake. As for the Red Fire Dragon, I'm afraid it's also an ancient alien species. 3 people and 2 beasts fell down. Yang Mucheng continued to look into the Imperial City. He could see figures in black robes wandering on the city wall. Everyone has a powerful aura, and they must be the killers of Dragon Palace. However, due to the battle between gentlemen, these killers had no intention of helping.
Di Yang, are these 3 of you the only ones?
Master Jijin looked forward, but found that there were only 2 Xianhai peaks and 1 Xianhai consummation participating in the battle this time. His face was shocked, and he burst into laughter.
Fortunately, I have been thinking about what lineup you should send out for 3 whole days. But now that I look at it, I am extremely disappointed.
Yin Hao and Black Snake both breathed a sigh of relief, because they can see it. These 3 people are the ones with the strongest cultivation among the 3 armies. But the strongest one is only Xianhai Perfection, who is 1 level behind them. Yang Mucheng and Su Yufeng are only at the peak of Xianhai, which is 2 levels different. It seems that the outcome of this battle is already known.
If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have written any kind of declaration of war between gentlemen, and just went out and beheaded the general in the midst of thousands of troops.
Yin Hao shook his head slowly, as if he was a little ridiculous because of his previous fear. The Black Snake lady on the side also nodded repeatedly. Even this moment, the faces of the soldiers of the 3 armies were extremely serious, and only those in the Imperial City were smiling.
Yang Di, you might as well admit defeat on your own.
Master Jijin put his hands behind his back and shook his head secretly, as if he had insulted Yang Mucheng by attacking him. Yang Mucheng grinned and said,
"How can we say defeat before we fight?"
What a loud tone. Master Jijin raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice,
"Yang Mucheng, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If that's the case, let's start. I only need 1 person to deal with the 3 of you. That's the case, I'd better take action myself. Why don't you come?"
Yin Hao laughed. Although the 3 of them are all Xianhai Grandmasters, but there are also differences among the masters. Master Jijin is the strongest among the 3. If he takes action, he can directly kill Yang Mucheng. If that's the case, wouldn't there be nothing left to play?
Let me take action.
As soon as he finished speaking, The next moment, Yin Hao was flying over on the red fire dragon. Although this red fire dragon is called a dragon, it is actually a beast. The two huge fleshy wings behind him flapped violently, sending up a huge heat wave and rushing towards Yang Mucheng and the others. This heat wave invaded, and the turf on the ground was burning crazily at an alarming speed at this moment. In an instant, the area of 100 meters turned into a sea of fire. In this billowing wave of fire, the red fire dragon had already flown into the sky above the three of them. Roar! A shocking roar resounded, and the terrifying red fire dragon opened its mouth. A ball of black flames, with poisonous smoke that stung the eyes, pounced on the three people standing on the ground. Chapter 474. I'm here to play with you. Flame strong enough to melt steel surged down from the air. The scorching black flames spread around, like thick fire oil, adhering to the ground around them, burning with black smoke. The terrifying high temperature even caused everyone's vision to become distorted and blurred at this moment. Drink! Lu Qianfeng's eyes widened angrily, and the Xian Bing Han smelting spear in his hand was already blasting out like a dragon. This thick and huge black flame was broken directly in front of the three people, just like a surging wave encountering a rock. It can only take a detour. Su Yufeng pointed her soft jade white sword and quickly jumped towards the sky. I saw her slashing with her long sword, bringing up a sword light that was more than 30 meters long. The Qi Lian fire dragon closed his eyes, suddenly spread his wings behind his back, and soared into the sky, easily dodging the sword light. Although, in their first fight, Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng drove back the red flame fire dragon. But there was silence between the three armies. There was no joy, no cheers, only solemnity. This is just a red fire dragon, and behind it there is a big demon black scale snake. There are even 3 Xianhai grandmasters who have yet to take action. Can we still fight? Everyone couldn't help but think to themselves. But at this moment, Su Yufeng and Lu Qianfeng were already looking at each other, and their bodies were like arrows, rushing towards the red Lian fire dragon. Yin Hao didn't take action, or he didn't bother to take action. The red trained fire dragon at his feet had a cultivation level that reached the level of Xianhai grandmaster. It was easy to deal with these two guys who were not even grandmasters, even if the other party is full of magic weapons. So what? Boom! The red trained fire dragon was suspended in midair, its wings, claws, and long tail all becoming weapons. The hard scales all over the body are able to withstand many injuries from the two of them, no matter whether it is a soft jade white sword or a black ice-cold steel gun hitting it. It can only make a crack on the scales. And this red-trained fire dragon spread its wings to reach more than 150 meters. And every scale on its face was like a millstone laughing. How much damage can this crack cause to it? On the contrary, it was Qi Lian fire dragon's attack that made the two of them panic. Call! A strong gust of wind swept by, and the red fire dragon swooped down with one claw in the air and blasted towards Su Yufeng. Before this claw came close, the Zijin Ling started to jingle, and a wave of sound waves spread out. An invisible barrier, like a large transparent bowl, instantly protected Su Yufeng. The huge claw slapped on the barrier, and infinite sparks suddenly exploded. Drink! Blocking the Qi Lian fire dragon's attack, Su Yufeng let out a squeak and drew her sword to fight back. I've had enough fun. It's time to end. Yin Hao crossed his arms with a mocking look on his face. The next moment, the scarlet fire dragon under his feet roared, and with a violent retraction of its giant claws, the barrier was crushed into pieces, and even the Zijin Ling was covered with layers of cracks. Su Yufeng groaned. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she fell directly from the air. Stop being so arrogant! Lu Qianfeng shouted loudly and flew up. The red flame fire dragon grinned widely, revealing its jagged fangs. Its huge body suddenly swept through the air, and the giant tail behind it slashed down in the air, like a stick hitting the sky. Bang! 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 The three-sided Qianku and Luo Yujing outside Lu Qianfeng's body almost shattered at the sound. Although most of its power was offset, this one finally fell down. At this moment, Lu Qianfeng was horrified. He quickly set up the Xianbing Hanya spear in front of him to protect him, and then took the blow forcefully. The next moment, Lu Qianfeng was blown down like a meteorite falling from the sky. With one blow, the difference is clear. There was even a cry from within the imperial city. The Holy Invincible! And the opposite. Among the three armies, there was a dead silence and no sound. I didn't use all my strength in that blow just now, so you should die now, Yin Hao said in a cold voice. As soon as he stepped on the sole of his foot, the red fire dragon under him immediately took command, opened its big mouth, and a billowing black flame swept down from the air. The flames were like a sea, pouring down, and countless ferocious faces flashed above the black flames. Between the whistling, it was even more like the roar of a fierce ghost.
After all, it's still a little bit worse.
Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. The reason why he didn't take action was because he wanted to see if the two men could shake Yin Hao together. But it was still too reluctant for these two people to deal with a grandmaster with their cultivation at the pinnacle of Xianhai and the realm of perfection. What's more, it's a high-grade monster, which is far beyond the ability of ordinary warriors to deal with. But Yang Mucheng didn't feel the slightest disappointment in his heart. What was a master? Within 3 months, there will be hundreds of golden elixir masters in his Dacian dynasty. Think of this. He took a step forward and waved his long sleeves. With this understatement, the calm void suddenly set off a shocking hurricane. Like falling into an angry sea, the strong wind surged towards the flames, and immediately the two huge forces clashed into the void, erupting with a loud and shocking sound. At this moment, the sky is like daylight. The black flames were stopped by the hurricane, and a bright spark exploded in midair. Under the bombardment of this hurricane, the surging black flame surged toward the red fire dragon at a faster speed than before. What? Yin Hao closed his eyes and stepped hard with the sole of his foot. The next moment, the red-trained fire dragon under him rose hundreds of meters in the air, and was able to avoid the oncoming anger. But because the black flames flew so fast and burned half of his dragon robe, there was a burning smell in the air.
You two, please step back and leave it to me.
Yang Mucheng withdrew his right hand and stood quietly, as if the power of his sleeve had only driven away an annoying fly in an understatement.
Yes.
Su Yufeng and Lu Qianfeng stood up from the ground, bowed respectfully to Yang Mucheng, and had no intention of continuing to join the battle, but walked back to the three armies. Yin Hao looked at the two people who retreated and slowly fell from the air while riding the red fire dragon. He stared at the young man with shock and anger in his heart, and his eyes were even colder. In fact, to him, Su Yufeng was nothing to fear. The one who almost threatened his throne was the young man in front of him.
Yang Mucheng.
Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and grinned.
I'm here to play with you. Master Lu. Emperor Su. What are you doing back here? Leave Emperor Yang there alone? Can he deal with the three of Yin Hao alone? Those are 3 masters. 2 top-notch monsters.
As soon as Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng came back, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, never mind his morality. Just swarm up and kill Yin Hao. Then kill Black Snake Pa. And then capture Master Jijin. But now, the two of them are back, leaving Yang Mucheng alone to face 3 masters and 2 big demons. Is there any way to survive? Lu Qianfeng raised his eyebrows, turned around, glanced at the young man standing there with a calm expression, and grinned.
How can they survive if Emperor Yang takes action?
Everyone's hearts trembled, thinking of how Yang Laomao's name was a wasted one. But more people disagreed. They did not see Yang Mucheng take action, but it was just a burst of flames from the red flame fire dragon. It was simply a fantasy to be able to defeat 5 Grandmaster-level existences. And over there, Yang Mucheng and Yin Hao, the 2 emperors of the dynasty, were already facing each other. Chapter 475 Master Jijin takes action. Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng suddenly withdrew. Yin Hao was a little surprised. Immediately, he heard the words that came out of Yang Mucheng's mouth. He was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. He stood on the head of Qi Lian Fire Dragon, smiling so hard that he could hardly stand upright.
Yang Mucheng, you want to play with me? Just because you are a guy at the top of Xianhai? Yes.
Yang Mucheng didn't shy away and nodded. Yin Hao snorted coldly.
In that case, let's see dragon versus dragon. King versus king. And let's see who is the real dragon. Yang Mucheng, I have always heard that you are Hao Tianzhou's #1 genius. Why not do this? If you resist 3 people, I will win.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids and said casually,
Yin Hao, you usurp the throne of Emperor Su. Even if you put on a dragon robe, you don't look like an emperor. The stakes of 3 moves are too small. Why not do this? If I can't kill you in 1 move, I will commit suicide before these 3 armies.
Hisses. His words made everyone scalp numb.
Young Emperor, you are crazy. This Yin Hao is the Xianhai Grandmaster, and his red fire dragon is also a great demon in the Xianhai Grandmaster realm. How do you destroy him?
The words just fell. In the military camp, Someone shouted loudly. The person who spoke was Su Yufeng's military general, Sun Durong.
This is not Mr. Yang. This is Mr. Yang. Oh my god. What does he think of himself? A strong man with golden elixir? The only one who can kill Grandmaster Xianhai is Grandmaster Xianhai. He is only at the peak of Xianhai. How dare he say such big words?
There was chaos in the army. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was still standing there, Sun Durong became more and more anxious. He took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, came to Su Yufeng, knelt down on one knee and said,
Your Majesty, please give the order. As long as you give the order, we don't need to cooperate with him at all. If rebels like Yin Hao come to fight like a gentleman, just swarm them and kill them.
Su Yufeng shook her head and slowly wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth. But she said the same thing as Lu Qianfeng.
How can they survive if Emperor Yang takes action? But Emperor Yang only has the peak of Xianhai.
Sun Durong kept shouting, and even knelt down and begged,
Your Majesty, the Apocalypse dynasty is passed down from ancestors. You can't put your hopes in the hands of a person from another country. Your Majesty, please think twice.
This moment, some of the old subordinates of the Apocalypse dynasty knelt on the ground and shouted,
Please, Holy Mountain, think twice.
The peak of Xianhai? Xianhai is complete. Grandmaster Xianhai. Yang Mucheng and Yin Hao are 2 realms apart. Not to mention that Yin Hao also has the help of the Red Practice Fire Dragon. With 2 Grandmasters present, wouldn't it be easy for him to beat Yang Mucheng? The pinnacle of Xianhai? Su Yufeng had no expression on her face, glanced at Sun Durong and said,
I have regarded Emperor Yang as my master, and the Apocalypse dynasty is also his dynasty. In addition, Emperor Yang is not an ordinary Xianhai peak powerhouse. He is feared in Hao Tianzhou, Old Demon Yang.
Everyone's heart trembled, and they didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that Yang Mucheng really has the potential to turn things around?
Civil unrest?
Black snake across her arms, and looked at the scene in front of her coldly. She glanced at the expressionless Master Jijin and said,
Should we take advantage of the opportunity and kill him directly? It's not necessary.
Master Jijin shook his head and said,
Once Yang Mucheng dies, these 3 armies will be like a leaderless group and will disperse sooner or later. Our mission has been completely completed, and there is no need to stay here anymore.
Black Snake Woman nodded, looked forward, and said with a hint of confusion,
Yang Mucheng is only at the peak of Xianhai, but he is so determined when facing Yin Hao. Do you think this kid has any other tricks? He must have a backup plan.
Master Jijin rubbed his chin, looked at Yang Mucheng, and said calmly,
How could he kill 2 Muji if he didn't have a backup move? However, facing a superior demon and a Xianhai Grandmaster, that's it. No matter how powerful he is, he has to die here. I just need to watch the show. One move.
Bloodshot threads appeared crazily in Yin Hao's pupils.
I don't believe that you can kill me with 1 move. Yang Mucheng, just wait until you commit suicide in front of the 3 armies to apologize.
In front of everyone. He was so humiliated by Yang Mucheng. How could Yin Hao endure it? He let out a roar, and the red-trained fire dragon suddenly spread its wings. At this moment, it soared into the sky and flew towards the sky crazily. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw that the huge red fire dragon was blocking the sky and the sun at first. But it turned into a small black dot in just one breath. But see! The black spot seemed to rise to an extreme and suddenly stopped in the void. Immediately afterwards, his head turned, and the next moment it fell like a meteorite. The red fire dragon's wings converged and it swooped down. Yin Hao stood on the head of the scarlet fire dragon, motionless as a mountain. He quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him. With each mark, the inner strength of him and the scarlet fire dragon merged a little. But after a moment, they actually merged in one body. Even that pure and huge internal energy seemed to cover the body like a flame at this moment. Yin Hao and Qi Lian fire dragon descended from the sky, just like a real killing god. Under this terrifying impact, even the surrounding ground cracked, and large cracks spread wantonly and became mottled. The terrifying high temperature made this land feel as if it had lasted 3 years. What's more, this piece of land turned into yellow sand, and then turned into a piece of glass under the attack of high temperature. Yin Hao falls from the sky. The two are about to meet, and the winner is about to be decided. At this moment, the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people were hanging in their throats.
Yang Mucheng, die!
Seeing Yang Mucheng standing motionless on the ground, even looking at him with a hint of ridicule, he yelled, The steaming inner energy in his body actually turned into a substantial flame with a tang sound, and suddenly crashed down.
Rise!
Yang Muchung, on the other hand, smiled faintly and grabbed the void with his right hand. The next moment, a large golden light emitted from his body, and a 5-clawed golden dragon jumped out of the golden light. The sharp dragon claws were exactly the same as his posture, and it grabbed into the air. This claw, like a god or demon grasping in the air, directly grasped Yin Hao and Qi Lian Fire Dragon, who were falling like meteorites, in his palm. Now, the heat wave disappeared suddenly, and the firelight dimmed instantly, and the dragon's claws quietly retracted.
Crack!
A bloody glow burst out, and the corpses of one man and one monster fell weakly, falling to the ground with a bang sound. This moment, the 100,000 troops were in deathly silence. No matter who it was, no one could have imagined that this scene would happen. Yin Hao fell to the ground, his pupils still staring at Yang Muchung, as if he didn't believe that the other party could kill him instantly with one blow. But if you don't believe it anymore, it has already happened. Yang Muchung stood on the spot, motionless. His eyes fell lightly on Master Jijin, and his cold voice echoed through the void.
Master Jijin, you said that in the battle between gentlemen, you would kill me with your own hands. Now, I'm here, right here. If you have any skills, just show them. Golden body Dharma appearance.
Black Snake Woman cried out. Her pupils narrowed slightly, and just as she was about to use the magic technique, and the black-scaled snake under her body attacked, she was stopped by Master Jijin.
Golden body Dharma appearance.
Master Jijin narrowed his eyes. He pushed Black Snake back, out of anger. Every step he took made the ground crackle with the glass burned out by the high temperature. Radioactive cracks swam around like snakes on the smooth ground. Hold your head high. Master Jijin looked at Yang Muchung and said in a cold voice.
As expected of Emperor Yang. But I miscalculated. I calculated against all odds. But I didn't expect that you actually have a golden body.
Master Jijin shook his head and sneered.
But you think this golden body and appearance can defeat me? Whether it's possible or not, you'll know after you give it a try.
Yang Muchung said calmly. Chapter 476 Peak vs. Grandmaster. If Yang Muchung had said this before, everyone would have thought that Yang Muchung was just talking nonsense. Can he, a person at the pinnacle of Xianhai, be comparable to Grandmaster Xianhai? But now, when he said it again, everyone felt that it was okay. Yin Hao, who was suppressing Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng, was crushed to death by his claws. This kind of strength is definitely not something that ordinary Xianhai peak can have. Not a master, but better than a master. The ancestors of Longtang were all a little ashamed.
If I become the Grand Master, I can take the Jinyuan Holy Pill and solve the problems for the Holy Master.
Yi Shujin clenched his fists, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart.
Otherwise, to deal with a character like Master Jijin, how can the Holy Master be allowed to play in person?
Gong Shaohai sighed and smiled bitterly.
It's not that we are useless, but the Holy One is too strong. I think back when we followed the Holy One. The Holy One only had half a step of Xuanhai's cultivation. But now, he has reached the peak of Xianhai. The cultivation speed is too fast, leaving us far behind in many battles. And we can't intervene at all. But
Gong Shaohai's face perked up, and he said with a smile.
When we reach the Golden Elixir Realm, what else can't be done? People like Master Jijin are like grasshoppers. They can be crushed to death with one hand.
A bunch of gazes were cast towards the battlefield again. Master Jijin looked a little embarrassed, and he repeated what Yang Muchung had said before. You will know if you can do it after you give it a try. Immediately his expression became increasingly gloomy.
Yang Muchung, you are really arrogant. However, arrogance must have capital. Since you entered the martial arts world, you have been going smoothly and have not encountered strong enemies. Yin Hao and his like just reluctantly entered the Xianhai Grandmaster and have been doing nothing for decades. There is no way to improve my strength, but I have reached the realm of Xianhai Grandmaster 36 years ago.
Master Jijin placed a finger of his right hand on the bodies of Yin Hao and Qi Lian Huolong, and said slowly,
I am different from him.
The words just fell. He suddenly suppressed his smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
3 days ago, I said, you kill me, the Dragon Palace Killer. In a battle between gentlemen, I will kill you. Today, I will fulfill my promise 3 days ago. In front of these 10,000 troops, I will kill you and use your head as a medal for my achievements in the Dragon Palace.
Finished? Master Jijin did not make any movement. Like a female ghost smoothly passing by on the lake. And like changing her body, she appeared in front of Yang Mucheng lightly, and struck down with her right hand in the air. This palm, when struck, was light, and seemed to have no power. But a hint of fear flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes, and he stepped back on tiptoes. The moment he stepped back, Master Jijin's right hand was already slapped on the ground.
Boom!
The earth was moved by a vast and terrifying force. With his right palm as the center, the earth with a radius of 100 meters suddenly sank, forming a deep bowl-shaped pit. Everything within 100 meters was destroyed. The three armies watching the battle from a distance all felt their feet shake and could hardly stand firm. At this time, Master Jijin's second blow had arrived. He formed a fist with his right hand and slowly pushed towards Yang Mucheng, who was retreating violently. Among the pebbles and dust flying all over the sky, only an invisible and phantom fist figure tore through everything and arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, stretched out his right hand, caught the fist shadow, and squeezed it to pieces.
Huh?
Master Jijin shouted lowly. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng would continue to flee, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to face the enemy head-on. However, this seemed to suit his wishes.
Okay, Yang Mucheng, I want to see how long you can last in my hands.
After saying that, Master Jijin stretched out his hands and swung them violently in the void, his fingers seeming to be flying across the pipa. Every time his fingertips moved, a large amount of rolling spiritual energy gathered in front of him, forming a long sword with internal energy, which flew towards him almost as soon as it was formed.
Use the heaven and earth as a bow. Use your hands as strings, and use inner strength as arrows. I want to see how you can resist.
Master Jijin laughed endlessly. Each inner strength long sword shot out with a bang sound that pierced the air and shot towards Yang Mucheng.
Ha!
Yang Mucheng opened his mouth, and the 9 dragons flying sword surged out. The sword energy surged, turning the entire battlefield into 9 colors. I saw the 9 dragons flying sword connected end to end, condensing into a circular sword array, and completely tearing the internal strength sword apart during the rotation. At this moment, the whole world was occupied by the clanking sound of collision.
Ha! As expected of old Mo Yang. Please watch this move again.
Master Jijin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body collapsed into a straight line from head to toe. He held his left hand forward and his right hand pulled back, as if he could hold an eagle bow like a full moon. In an instant, the spiritual energy all over the sky gathered around his body like a tornado. At the same time, spiritual energy gathered into a Taoist arrow. I saw his right hand loosen and heard a bang sound. At this moment, the equivalent of thousands of powerful bows and crossbows were shot out.
Call!
Sharp arrows were fired, almost covering the sky. Hisses. Both the imperial city and the 3 armies were silent at this moment, with faces full of astonishment. Master Jijin's method of condensing energy like an arrow can probably kill more than 1,000 people in an instant. Just one of the sharp arrows contains extremely powerful force, able to kill a powerful person in the Xianhai realm.
Is this the strength of the Dragon Palace 2-claw killer?
Su Yufeng narrowed her eyes.
This Master Jijin's strength is probably at the forefront among the 2-claw killers.
Lu Qianfeng grinned, changed his tone and said,
But so what? Can he be the opponent of the Master?
After hearing this, everyone looked forward, but he saw Yang Mucheng's eyes gleaming, and the 9 swords merged into one. He grabbed it with his right hand and slashed it down in the air. In an instant, the spiritual arrows that filled the sky completely disappeared like a dream. This sword slashed the ground diagonally, and a sword mark spread from the wall of the imperial capital to Yang Mucheng's feet.
Master Jijin, you still want to kill me with this little strength? Do you have the ability?
Yang Mucheng flicked his right hand, and the 9 swords scattered around him like satellites. Then, with a finger of his right hand, the 9 swords turned into a rainbow and pressed towards Master Jijin. At this time, Master Jijin's expression could not help but become serious. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng was only 16 years old, and even if he was a genius, he would not be too strong. Unexpectedly, although Yang Mucheng was only at the peak of Xianhai, he was not weaker than him at all, and was even 3 points stronger. Coupled with Yang Mucheng's words, he was shocked and angry.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll let you take a good look at my special skills.
Master Jijin closed his eyes. At this moment, he took a step forward. once again using heaven and earth as a bow, his hands as strings, and inner strength as arrows. But this time. But it's different from before. Chapter 477. Do you want to take my 9 dragons flying sword?
This is?
As soon as Master Jijin unfolded this terrifying starting move, whether it was the soldiers of the 3 armies or the soldiers defending the city inside and outside the imperial city, they all felt as if the surrounding space had solidified. Not only was the spiritual energy contained in the air emptied out in an instant, but even the spiritual energy they breathed out was quickly attracted, like a rolling tide rushing towards Master Jijin. Even everyone's gaze towards Master Jijin became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Yang Machung, how about you try my arrow again?
Master Jijin laughed heartily. As a master of Xianhai, his inner strength surged crazily, and a golden light flashed, and his hands turned into a simple long bow.
Qi condensation phantom weapon?
Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. Although this simple long bow is transformed by internal energy, it does not have the supreme power like a real Xin-level weapon. But in the hands of Master Jijin, it is enough to perfectly display its surging internal energy. In the golden light, a 3-foot-long sharp arrow suddenly formed. Just listen to the soul-piercing sound of the bowstring, and the powerful arrow shot out of the void.
Too strong.
When Yang Machung and Master Jijin fought, everyone watching the battle felt that the 2 men had the power to turn the world around. Everyone watching the battle retreated again and again, fearing that they would be disturbed by the power generated by the 2 men fighting.
I'm afraid Master Jijin didn't hold back at all with this attack. Even most of the 2-clawed killers in the Dragon Palace have never been able to force him to such a situation, and used all their strength.
Black Snake Poyan said. His pupil shrank, and he looked at the battlefield quietly. She turned her eyes and landed on Yang Machung.
But what's even more terrifying is that this kid can actually compete with Master Jijin. I don't know how he will take this move.
At the same time, Black Snake Woman's heart became more and more horrified. Before she saw Yang Machung, she always looked down upon the boy. After all, in the martial arts world, there are only a few beings who can be called old demons in all. Not only did each of them kill countless people, but their names alone could make children stop crying. How virtuous and capable is Yang Machung?
This boy must be killed. Otherwise he will become a disaster in the future.
Thinking in her mind, she looked ahead again. Boom! In the eyes of countless people, the 9 dragons' flying sword had already collided with this internally powerful arrow. Almost instantly, the 3 flying swords of Jiao-Tu, Paleo and Bishi were quickly deflected away.
Ha ha! Yang Machung.
Do you think my 800 years of inner strength as a master are a joke?
Master Jijin laughed and struck forward with his right hand. Suddenly, the internal energy arrows roared out, and there was a sound of ding, ding, ding. The Qi Kiss sword, the Tao Tai sword, the Yaxin sword, the Bai Fong sword, the Swanted Eye sword, and the Popeye sword all trembled slightly. It was bounced directly into the air, and this 3-foot-long powerful arrow only has less than half a meter left. In everyone's eyes, it hit Yang Muqing's body heavily. Boom! A dull loud sound resounded loudly. Even when the internal energy arrow hit Yang Machung, everyone could see the air wave visible to the naked eye, swinging away rapidly. Immediately afterwards, Yang Machung flew away like a fired cannonball in full view of everyone. It even hit a mountain peak outside the imperial city, breaking the 100-meter-high mountain in half. There was a roaring sound, and thousands of tons of rock poured down, completely burying it.
I have long said that I will definitely kill you in 3 days. Do you think that the small peak of Xianhai is enough to compete with me? How about this arrow? This move is called Meteor Arrow, and it is a mid-level Xin-level martial arts skill. If you can die under this move, it will be enough to rest in peace.
Master Jijin put his hands behind his back and smiled proudly.
However, I didn't expect that you would have such a level of cultivation at such a young age, and that you would fight with me for so long. Especially the 9 dragons flying sword is really good. But it's a pity that you met me.
Master Jijin's laughter resounded throughout the 3 armies. At this moment, countless people stared blankly at the rumbling and collapsing mountain, unable to speak. Being shot in the chest by such a terrifying arrow in the air, even a 9-life cat demon would have to be shot dead on the spot. Right. Master Jijin had seen the 9 dragons flying sword, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes.
These 9 swords are all high-grade Xian-level swords? If the 9 swords are combined into one, they may be comparable to the top-grade Xian-level magic weapons.
He shook his head with regret.
TSK. 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 Yang Muchung. It would be such a waste to leave such a great magic weapon to you to use.
He said. Walk towards the Yajuan sword that is closest to you. Yazen is one of the dragon's sons, bloodthirsty and fond of fighting. Therefore, in the secular world, the sword hilt and ring are often made into the shape of Yazen. But in the martial arts world, there are few such cases. In the martial arts world, the stronger the martial artist is, the more reverent they will be towards these mythical beasts, and will not dare to invade them at will.
Put it down. That's the holy sword.
When Lu Qianfeng saw that Master Jizhen actually wanted to take away Yang Muching's magic weapon, he immediately shouted sharply,
It's your turn to be arrogant here? Get out of here.
Master Jizhen frowned, and with a sudden wave of his right hand, a surging inner energy surged towards Lu Qianfeng. This terrifying internal energy surged through the void, like a dragon rushing towards it, crushing the ground to pieces, and rushed in front of Lu Qianfeng in an instant. Everyone saw Yang Muchung and Master Jizhen take action. Although they knew that both sides were amazingly powerful, they had no personal experience, so they did not have a clear idea in their minds. But now I saw that Master Jizhen's casual attack had such terrifying power, and I was immediately horrified. Lu Qianfeng did not dare to neglect. Drink. He swung the Xian Bing Han smelting spear in his hand and pointed it sharply forward. The spear light, like a dragon rising out of the sea, struck this inner energy in an instant. At this moment, it was like two wild beasts colliding wildly, erupting with a burst of astonishing power. Woo! Although Lu Qianfeng's inner strength was shattered with one shot, he himself made a muffled cry and took 7 or 8 steps back. The tiger's mouth was shattered, and his hands holding the Xian Binghan smelting spear were all covered in blood. Too strong. At this moment, everyone was shocked.
Black Snake Woman has killed Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng's heads. We have won this battle between gentlemen,
Master Jizhen said calmly.
Tongue! The next moment, Black Snake Woman stepped on a 100-meter-long black snake and swept towards the 3 armies. Master Jizhen, on the other hand, walked towards the Yajuan sword calmly, holding it gently with his right hand, ready to pull it out. But this time it was pulled out. The Yazen sword seemed to have withstood tens of millions of forces, and was actually not moving at all.
Master Jizhen, do you want to take my 9 dragons flying sword?
At this time, a faint voice came from the collapsed mountain peak. Chapter 478 The Power of the Grandmaster. Tongue! The Black Snake Woman rushed out. Roar! At the same time, the black-scaled snake under her feet roared. This roar was not like the roar of a snake, but rather like the cry of a wild beast. Following this snake roar, the black-scaled snake suddenly erupted with black light, and its already huge body suddenly doubled in size. The black-scaled snake flew across the ground, crushing the earth with a crunching sound, and wherever it passed, it left a trail like a slithering snake.
Stop her quickly!
This moment, the 3 armies were shocked. Although Black Snake Po's strength may not be as terrifying as Master Jizhen, no matter what, he is also a master of Xianhai. Now, this person and a snake are rushing towards her. Who can stop her? Lu Qianfeng's face turned pale. He had previously forcibly received a blow from Master Jizhen. Although the source was not damaged, the muscles and bones in his hands were severely broken. If you can't even hold the Xian Bing Han smelting spear, how can you resist it? Su Yufeng gritted her teeth and quickly took a step forward, preparing to attack the Black Snake Woman. However, just when Black Snake Woman was about to break into the 3 armies, just when Master Jizhen tried to pull out the Jiajuan sword but failed, a faint sound came from the collapsed mountain peak.
Master Jizhen, do you want to take my sword? What?
At this moment, everyone looked towards the place where the voice came from. But I saw a young figure walking out slowly. This is not Yang Muchung. What else could it be? However, Yang Muching's shirt was completely shattered, revealing his slightly thin upper body. The jade skin that could even make a woman jealous was completely unscathed, except for the place where the inner energy feather arrow hit her chest, which was slightly red. Yang Muchung walked out slowly. His gaze fell on the Black Snake Woman, who was rushing towards the 3 armies. Hisses. This moment, the black-scaled snake, which had grown to 200 meters in size, seemed to have been targeted by a natural enemy. It suddenly neighed, and its scales stood up, like a cat with exploding fur. At this moment, he desperately fled towards the rear. No matter how hard the Black Snake Woman tried, it couldn't work.
Want to escape?
Yang Muchung grinned and patted his right palm downward slowly. The golden body of Dharma appears. The five-clawed golden dragon suddenly appeared, swinging its huge claws in the air. The black-scaled snake screamed and was immediately slapped, with half of its body completely crushed from below 7 inches. The black snake woman had quick eyes and hands. Almost as soon as the dragon's claw fell, she abandoned the black-scaled snake and fled towards where Master Jijin was.
Master Jijin, save me!
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and flicked his right hand. Boom! A condensed hurricane shot out like a sharp arrow, directly entering from the back of Black Snake Woman's head, and then pierced through her forehead. Even her body trembled violently, rolled out diagonally, and flew all the way to Master Jijin's feet before stopping.
Master Jijin, your arrow doesn't seem to be very powerful.
Yang Muchung patted the dust on his body lightly and looked over with a smile.
Besides, not just anyone can take away my 9 dragons' flying sword.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 dragons' flying sword inserted upside down on the ground seemed to sense something. The Yazen sword, which was as heavy as a ton to Master Jijin, flew up lightly at this moment, and then quickly flew in front of Yang Muchung. At this time, Yang Muchung squeezed his right hand, and the 9 swords merged into one, and a giant sword hung in the air. When this sword was formed, the sword energy soared into the sky, and even the air was chopped into pieces. The tens of thousands of people in the 3 armies first paused for a moment, and then burst into violent cheers. Yang Muchung's strength was so strong that he could not even be harmed by such terrifying internal energy arrows. Within the imperial city, the morale of the rebels was low, and they were mourning their heirs.
You're not dead?
Master Jijin's pupil shrank, and when he saw the 9 swords united into one, his face turned pale, his eyes became solemn, and an unprecedented sense of crisis arose in his heart. Ha. Yang Muchung smiled faintly. He had tempered his body with dragon's blood 3 times, and his body was already extremely strong. Even if it was missed once, Master Jijin's arrow would have pierced his chest. If it were one more time, Master Jijin's arrow wouldn't even be able to shake him half a step. Shaking his head, Yang Muchung said slowly,
Master Jijin, look, can I kill you with this sword?
9 swords in one. This is the strongest blow of Jin Yujioxia, a high-grade Xian-level sword master. It's just that Yang Muchung has reached the peak of Xian High, but he has not yet been able to exert his original power. But this sword was enough to seal the victory. He condensed the 9 dragons' flying sword into a sword. The sword grew hundreds of meters across the world. Even if 10 more masters came, he could kill them. Although Master Jijin is the master of Xian High, he has not been tempered by dragon blood. Although he is strong, he is inferior to Yang Muchung in terms of magic weapons and martial arts.
De Yang?
At this moment, everyone cheered, and the shouts almost echoed through the sky. Yang Muchung took an arrow from Master Jijin. Not only did he not die, he actually killed another master after he appeared. This method is beyond the imagination of people.
Is this Mr. Yang?
Sun Durong looked at the young man with his hands behind his back and burst into tears. He is an old member of the Tianqi dynasty, and he wants to restore the country for Su Yufeng. When he saw Yang Muchung being blasted away, he was almost desperate and almost committed suicide. Now that he saw Yang Muchung appear, using his 9 swords to condense one sword light, his mind suddenly became turbulent and difficult to control. Yang Muchung is known as the old demon in the martial arts world, not because of his unique and ruthless skills, but because of his bottomless strength and qualifications. Master Jijin stared at Yang Muchung and suddenly sighed.
I didn't expect that after all my calculations. I underestimated you in the end. Yang Muchung, you are worthy of the name of the old devil,
he said. The master's inner strength swept out. This terrifying force even moved the heaven and earth. I saw Master Jijin as the center, and the surrounding ground peeled off crazily at this moment, crackling and bursting. At first, it was just tiny gravels, but in the end, huge rocks weighing hundreds of kilograms flew up. His fists were clenched suddenly, and his body was shaken. The rocks suspended in midair collapsed one after another, and Master Jijin looked at him with a stern look.
Condensation!
Countless gravel and powder gathered together like a tornado, forming a long bow completely condensed from rock in his hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together at this moment, forming a real bowstring.
I use the fighting spirit of the rock as a bow, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as the string, and the master's inner strength as the arrow. Yang Muchung, come and taste the inner strength of my master, who has practiced hard for 800 years. Say it. Master Jijin closed his eyes and slowly pulled the bowstring. Chapter 479. Old Demon Yang's name is deafening. Following Master Jijin's movements, it seemed as if the entire world was under his control. The bowstring in his hand was obviously just a gathering of spiritual energy, seemingly real but not imaginary. But in his hand it seemed as heavy as millions of people. Even just pulling the slightest bit seemed to exhaust all his strength. The bowstring was stretched even further, and the air around it seemed to be sucked away. This moment, heaven and earth seemed to be connected, and all the light converged in the hands of Master Jijin. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of heart-piercing sound resounded through the void. The sharp arrow of internal energy turned into a golden light and shot towards Yang Maicheng. The force of this arrow shot made everyone present feel as if their minds had been hit hard. Although Master Jijin has not yet reached the realm of golden elixir, with his 800 years of hard training, he has sensed the threshold of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can barely control the power of heaven and earth in a small area. But this astonishing arrow seemed to be nothing more than that to Yang Maicheng. Yang Maicheng shook his head slowly, as if he didn't care at all. Just when the golden light came, he waved his right hand, and the nine-sword sword Yu Jiuxiu flew forward. Although Yang Maicheng's sword is not as thrilling as Master Jijin's strike, it is not weak at all in terms of power. And it is not just an illusion. Boom! The two most powerful blows from both sides collided with each other. The shocking power was like sparks hitting the earth, causing the sky to change suddenly and strange phenomena to fill the sky. In the same place, golden light erupted. It was like a scorching sun rising from the battlefield, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. A circle of golden inner energy collided with ripples, and swept out from the center of the defense in all directions. Whether it was rocks or city walls, everything they passed was crushed into powder in this instant. Everyone watching the battle could only retreat again and again. Those who were unable to retreat were even blown away by the strong wind caused by the internal force colliding with the ripples. No matter how strong your cultivation level is, under the attack from both sides, you will be like a small boat under the huge waves sweeping the world, with the power of destruction at any time. This scene seemed to only last for a moment, but also seemed to last for hundreds of years. After the strong light dissipated, a bunch of frightened eyes looked forward again. Seeing this, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. But seeing that the huge imperial city, the city walls that stretched for dozens of miles were pushed to the ground, revealing naked buildings, taking the city wall as the boundary, and extending inward for another 500 meters. There is no grass. The once prosperous and exquisite buildings and even the ruins have completely disappeared, leaving only empty flat land. And in the battlefield, the nine-dragon flying sword was bounced away at some point, and was inserted upside down at Yang Maicheng's feet without any pattern. Yang Maicheng's body, which could not even be damaged by the inner force arrows, was covered with shocking scars. One of the arrow marks penetrated through his chest, leaving a bloody hole 2 fingers wide. Master Jijin, on the other hand, was standing there intact, with not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Could it be? At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Lu Qianfeng and Su Yufeng widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Yang Maicheng, who had never been defeated in 1,000 battles, would be defeated by Master Jijin today? Oh! Master Jijin won! At this moment, people inside and outside the palace burst into cheers. What's your trick? Master Jijin spoke slowly, his eyes as calm as ever. Sword control Jiuxiao. Xuanjie high-grade martial arts. This is the martial arts I learned specifically to come to Tianqi dynasty, Yang Maicheng said slowly. Master Jijin's eyes flashed with shock, as if he could not believe it. He stared blankly at Yang Maicheng. The martial arts I learned for the Apocalypse dynasty, and they are at the top level of the Xin level. Yang Maicheng, you are worthy of the title of Old Demon Yang. I deserve to die in your hands, Master Jijin said. His voice was already getting smaller and smaller. Under the surprised gazes of countless people, his body trembled, and he knelt on the ground, tilted his head to the side, and made a gesture of prostrating himself to the ground. Looking again, blood was already pouring out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose on his drooped head, dripping onto the ground. But it doesn't move anymore. There was deathly silence inside and outside the imperial city. Is this a win? Everyone looked at Master Jijin, who had fallen to the ground and had no breath, and then looked at Yang Maicheng. Previously, when they saw Yang Maicheng like that, they thought they were defeated.
Now the scene made their hearts that had sunk into the 9 nether realms suddenly rise to the sky. This extreme change was so fast that they were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a while.
Why are you still standing there? Why don't you eradicate the rebels?
Yang Mucheng turned around and said calmly to the stunned 3 armies. His faint voice was like thunder, shaking everyone's ears. Clang! Su Yufeng raised her sword and shouted loudly,
"Follow me and root out the rebellion."
The next moment, an army of 130,000 people surged toward the ruined imperial city like a black tide. The ancestors of Dragon Hall are also shaped like arrows, and their target is the killer of Dragon Palace. Yang Mucheng stood on the spot and directly released the ancient heaven swallowing technique. The energy and blood of the 2 great demons and the 3 Xianhai masters are so huge. A surge of qi and blood that ordinary people could not detect surged towards Yang Mucheng's body. Among the 5 qi and blood, the one belonging to Master Jijun was the largest. The moment it was absorbed into the body, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level was greatly improved, increased by more than half. The other 4 qi and blood entered his body, directly allowing him to reach Xianhai perfection.
Is this the Xianhai consummation?
Yang Mucheng felt the enhanced blood and powerful internal energy in his body, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The terrible wound on the chest also recovered quickly due to the strong recovery power.
This is...
After entering consummation, Yang Mucheng suddenly had a feeling. Bottleneck. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, as if the power of heaven and earth seemed to repel him, and then hindered him from practicing Taoism and striving for immortality.
Cultivation is inherently contrary to nature. Even Grandmaster Xianhai, who is half-stepping the golden pill, is still immortal, controlled by heaven and earth. Only after reaching the golden pill stage can we truly say my fate is up to me, and not up to God.
Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. Master Jijun died. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The rebels' momentum weakened, and they were no longer able to resist. Su Yufeng also took back the dynasty at this moment. The change of ownership of the Apocalypse dynasty sent shockwaves through the world. Yang Mucheng killed Master Jijun with a sword, and it swept through Heotianzu and Nichuanzi like a storm. If Yang Mucheng founded the Daqian dynasty and was only famous in China, so today he is famous in 2 continents. The name of old demon Yang was even more deafening. Certainly, at this moment, Tuetian Palace also received the news, and an urgent secret letter was delivered to Wu Shanhe. Chapter 480. The road ahead is unknown. The middle-aged man sitting in the first place, Wu Shanhe, the leader of Tuetian Palace and the emperor of the Holy Ape dynasty, narrowed his eyes.
Yang Mucheng killed Master Jijun?
There was deathly silence in the main hall. I remember that when Yang Mucheng entered Tuetian Palace, he was laughed at by them. But that was all. But now, in just a few months, Yang Mucheng's combat power has been beyond ordinary and terrifying.
He is afraid that he will be included in the purple gold scroll.
The ghost woman sighed. 2 months ago, Yang Mucheng barely entered the silver scroll. But because he became famous in one battle, he was eventually ranked at the bottom of the golden scroll. Now, the roster has to be changed to include it in a scroll that is higher than the 5 scrolls of gold, silver, copper, iron and wood.
Yes.
Wu Shanhe smiled faintly.
I have a hunch that the ancestor might choose him.
Say it. However, Wu Shanhe slowly took out a purple gold scroll from his arms. There are only 5 names on this scroll. Each of them is either a prince of a country, an emperor of a country, or a sect leader. Now, Yang Mucheng's name has also been added to it. These 6 people are all people who have practiced in Tuetian Palace. They are all less than 100 years old, and they have already reached the half-step golden elixir cultivation level. Their qualifications are undoubtedly geniuses. But Yang Mucheng, a young man who was only 16 years old and had already reached the perfection of Xianhai, was still overshadowed.
Should we open the Imperial Tomb again?
The ghost woman asked with her eyes rolling.
We'll have to wait for now.
Wu Shanhe shook his head.
This time, including Yang Mucheng, there are 6 candidates. The chance of the ancestor's resurrection will be greater, but Yang Mucheng's cultivation is still not good enough. Some people may not be able to withstand the powerful power of the ancestor. It's better to wait until he reaches Xianhai Grandmaster.
If Yang Mucheng were here and heard everyone's conversation, he would definitely be shocked. Turn out to be. The reason why Tuetian Palace accepted Hao Tianzhou's geniuses to practice was not because of their willing dedication, but because they wanted to provide a body for the resurrection of the ancestor of the Holy Ape dynasty. 5 half-step golden elixir masters, plus the rising star Yang Mucheng. A total of 6 people. are all chosen as the ancestors' resurrection. The ghost woman opened the golden scroll, condensed for a moment, and said,
Sect Master, there are still 3 or 4 people on this golden scroll. Their cultivation has reached the level of Xianhai Grandmaster, and they are only 1 step away from being included in the purple gold scroll. Why not? Let them enter the small extreme realm to practice this time. Old Zhu's soul cannot last for long, and if it fails again this time, it is very likely that he will never be able to be reborn again. Therefore, the more candidates this time, the better. That's right.
Wu Shanha pondered for a moment and nodded.
By the way, which?
Wu Shanha seemed to have remembered something, and said quickly,
Send someone to take my warrant to the Dragon Palace, and tell the ancestor of the Dragon Palace that Yang Macheng wants it from the Heavenly Palace. If the ancestor did not choose Yang Macheng as the target for resurrection, so I will send Yang Macheng to the Dragon Palace tied up with 5 flowers. If Yang Macheng is chosen by the ancestor, then I will attack the Dacian dynasty as compensation for the Dragon Palace. Yes.
The ghost woman nodded heavily. In the Apocalypse dynasty, when Yang Macheng received the warrant sent from Tuatian Palace, he was also slightly stunned.
Little Jijia? Yes.
The person who sent the warrant was an outer disciple of Tuatian Palace. He is the prince of the Yiheng dynasty of Hao Tianzhou, although he will take over the throne and ascend to the throne in the future, becoming the king of Chengwei. But he never dared to be too presumptuous in the face of this young man, who was 30 or 40 years younger than him. The Yiheng dynasty is approaching the Dacian dynasty. If you anger this young man, maybe one day the army will descend, and you will become a prisoner from the king.
This Shiji realm is a training place in Tuatian Palace. It will be opened in 7 days. The elders of Tuatian Palace invite you to go back and participate in Xiaoji realm. I don't have time.
Yang Macheng yawned and closed his eyes to rest. Although this is the Apocalypse dynasty, Yang Muqing's status is no lower than that of Su Yufeng, the empress, and she even has the vague appearance of a supreme emperor. However, he doesn't like to interfere in other people's internal affairs. So in the past few days, besides practicing, he has been supervising the cultivation of the ancestors of Longtang. Today, when I have finally laid a solid foundation and stabilized myself in the realm of Xianhai consummation, it is a joke to ask Tiangong to send me back with a letter.
Young Emperor, Tuatian Palace has said that if you can rise to the level of Xianhai Grandmaster in the Xiuji realm, we will make an exception and allow you to enter the Imperial Tomb.
Prince Ye's face was full of envy.
In Tuatian Palace, only those who have reached half a level of golden elixir have the chance to enter the Imperial Tomb. It seems that Tuatian Palace also values you very much.
Imperial Tomb? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he couldn't refuse this kind of thing. After killing Master Jishan, he gained the fighting spirit of the rock again. Su Yufeng found Falling Rain Fighting Will and Black Flame Fighting Will from the Royal Secret Treasury. He now possesses a total of 8 battle wills. Entering the Imperial Tomb and learning about the second level of fighting spirit was his main purpose of entering Tuatian Palace. Now there is only 1 step left to enter the Imperial Tomb. But there is no way to refuse.
All right.
Yang Macheng nodded and then stood up. He asked the ancestors of Longtang to stay in the Tianqi dynasty for the time being to practice. As for Yi Shujin, Lu Qianfeng, and Xiao Tiancheng, 5 people have already taken the Jinyuan Holy Pill and can reach the Golden Pill realm in a few months. After they reach the realm of Golden Elixir, they will start to hunt the Demon King who has the realm of Golden Elixir and take their Demon Elixir. Yang Macheng planned to use this method to upgrade all Longtang ancestors to the Golden Elixir realm. It is precisely because of this he didn't ask the ancestor of Longtang to follow him, because the Apocalypse dynasty had just returned to Su Yufeng's hands, and there would be turmoil within the dynasty for a while. The Longtang Patriarch's hunting of the Demon King could also be hidden due to this turmoil. Because for Yang Macheng, Longtang will soon become his biggest trump card. Tuatian Palace? Dragon Palace. Yang Macheng stood with his hands behind his hand, looking towards the 2 largest forces in Haotian continent and Nichuan continent. Tuatian Palace? I don't know why you are willing to work so hard to cultivate so many warriors. And you even come all the way to invite me to enter the small extreme realm. I don't care what you do. As long as you are not my enemy, I won't attack you. Dragon Palace? I am killing Master Jishan just to give you a warning. I, Yang Macheng, am not a soft persimmon to be manipulated by you. If you just give up, forget it. If you are unwilling to give up, how can I, my 100 Dragon Hall Patriarchs, and the powerful Jin Dan, crush your Dragon Palace? Put away your thoughts. Yang Muchung glanced at the Prince Yihang who looked nervous next to him, as if he were a mouse meeting a cat, and said calmly,
I'm ready. Let's set off. Yes,
Prince Yi said respectfully. Immediately, the two set off. Yang Muchung didn't know that when he went back this time, what awaited him in Tuotian Palace would be a conspiracy and plan that had lasted for more than 500 years. And Tuotian Palace didn't even know that if they invited Yang Muchung back this time, they would be greeted by a storm that would turn everything around.